Chapter 0 Prologue. Late at night, above the demon forest. A rainbow light like a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Looking closely, the rainbow light vaguely revealed the silhouette of a woman. The woman's body was unstable, and she fell straight from the night sky towards a wooden house in the woods. With a loud bang, the woman broke through the roof and fell into the house. Ningyechan, who was sleeping soundly in bed, suddenly woke up, sat up, and looked in astonishment at the woman who fell from the sky into his room. The woman was wearing a Finxia fairy dress, had silver hair and red eyes, skin whiter than snow, eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as paintings, thin lips like cherries, and was as beautiful as a banished fairy in a painting. Her beautiful face was tinged with a layer of delicate red glow, her ruby-like eyes seemed to be rippling with spring water, and her expression was particularly charming and attractive. Even Ningyechan, who had seen countless fairies and witches, was stunned and couldn't help but stare at them a few more times. Judging from the fairy dress the woman was wearing, she must be a fairy from a holy land in the fairyland. Her status must be quite high. Could it be that his hidden hiding place has been discovered? Sent by the immortal world to encircle and suppress him? It shouldn't be. He has been hiding here for nearly 100 years, so the concealment measures should be foolproof. Besides, the immortal world shouldn't have the courage to cause trouble for him. Should it just be a coincidence? What to do? Just do it to her, then bury her quietly. He doesn't want to reveal his identity. Just as Ningyechan was hesitating about how to deal with the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, the woman's beautiful eyes were staring at him closely. The young man in front of her had a jade-like face, a handsome and elegant appearance, and he had a kind of temperament that she couldn't describe. I didn't expect there is such a handsome young man in the human world. No, now is not the time to think about this, she must leave immediately to find a way to detoxify, otherwise she will not be able to suppress it. Feeling the poison in her body becoming stronger and stronger, gradually spreading throughout her body and corroding her mind, Luo Ruiying's face flushed like water, her beautiful eyes became more and more blurred, and her red lips exhaled bursts of hot fragrance. Luo Ruiying struggled to stand up, but her whole body was extremely weak. As soon as she stood up, her body went limp and she accidentally fell into the arms of Ningyechan, who was sitting on the bed. What is going on? Scam? Honey trap? In order to prevent misunderstanding and demonstrate his gentlemanly demeanor, Ningyechan spread out his hands and did not touch Luo Ruiying's delicate body. He just looked down at her in surprise, as her expression became more and more charming and weird. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he quickly recognized that Luo Ruiying was infected with the 1,000 demon poison, which was famous in their demon realm. The 1,000 demons' lust poison is made from various aphrodisiac herbs from the demon world, as well as the black dragon's aphrodisiac sac, dragon venom, nine-tailed fox body fluids and other aphrodisiac substances from various monsters. This poison contains thousands of kinds of lustful poisons, and there is no antidote. Once you are infected with the 1,000 demons' poison, if you cannot have sex within the limited time, the poison will explode and you will die. It seems that the woman in front of me has reached her limit. Luo Ruiying, who was lying in Ningyechan's arms, had already realized that she was no longer able to suppress the poison in her body. Her body was becoming increasingly hot and unbearable, and she felt weak and powerless. When she smelled the strong masculine scent of Ningyechan, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva subconsciously, and her whole body felt hot. Luo Ruiying raised her beautiful eyes with emotion and looked at Ningyechan's handsome face. She pursed her red lips and made a decision in her heart. At this point, I can only use this person's body to detoxify. There is no other way. Just consider it as a bargain for this mortal in front of you. Luo Ruiying waved her hand, and several fairy ropes flew out and tied up Ningyechan's hands and feet, making him lie on the bed in the shape of a big character. Her delicate hands plucked the golden hairpin from her head, and her beautiful silver hair, as bright as stars in the sky, blew down to her hips. With a gentle touch of her jade fingers, the Finxia fairy dress on her body was removed, and her belly band fell to the ground, revealing an extremely seductive and delicate body naked in front of Ningyechan's eyes. What is going on? Is he going to be raped? What should he do? Do you want to resist? Waiting online, very urgent. Ningyechan didn't know what to do for a moment. This is his precious first time. Although he has been a powerful figure in the 6 realms for hundreds of years, he has never had any relationship with a woman. Adhering to the principle that women would only affect the speed at which he could draw his sword, he never got close to any woman. Being suddenly pressed down by a woman, besides being a little excited, I was also a little nervous. This is much more stressful than when he entered the fairyland. If he wanted to resist, he could break free from the rope in minutes. But if this happens, the woman in front of him will die from the outbreak of the aphrodisiac. Although he was not a good man, it was a pity to think that such a beautiful woman had died like this. Maybe if she died here, her identity would be exposed and it would bring him trouble. Well, let's just do it as a good deed. It's just a little weird to be tied up. After all, he himself doesn't have this habit. Luo Ruiying uttered an alluring fragrance, gritted her teeth, and leaned over Ning Yechen. The next second, her face turned pale, her delicate features twisted in pain, and she couldn't help but let out a painful yet seductive moan. Ahem! After a while, the painful moans in the house disappeared, replaced by waves of alluring chirping sounds. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, the cries and panting sounds of the phoenixes in the house continued for 3 whole days and 3 nights without stopping. On the morning of the 4th day, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes and woke up. At this moment, she was lying naked on Ning Yechen's chest. The room was in a mess and the bed beneath him had collapsed at some point. The two of them were lying on the ground, naked, hugging each other. Recalling the crazy love in the past 3 days, Luo Ruiying's face turned red with shame for a moment, and then her expression turned lonely and sad. Her body was given to this mortal in front of her. Luo Ruiying raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Ning Yechen, who was sleeping soundly. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she slowly raised her jade palm. As the Empress of the fairy world, she fell into the human world and lost her virginity to a mortal. This matter must never be spread out. But after hesitating for a moment, Luo Ruiying finally sighed and put down his hand. He was forced by her, and it was not his own will. He also saved her life. How could she repay her kindness with hatred and do such a cruel thing? Besides, he and she are actually husband and wife. Luo Ruiying climbed up with her weak body and put on the fairy dress with a wave of her hand. Before leaving, he walked to Ning Yechen's side again, looked at him tenderly, and sighed softly. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. This is all just a dream. You and I will pretend we have never met. After saying that, Luo Ruiying tapped her toes lightly and disappeared from the house in a flash. The moment she disappeared, Ning Yechen opened his eyes, sat up, smiled helplessly, and murmured softly. Is it just a dream? Okay. He had woken up a long time ago, but he didn't know how to face Luo Ruiying, so he just pretended to be asleep. Seeing Luo Ruiying choose to leave quietly, it was what he wished for. In this way, she continued to be a fairy in the fairyland, and he continued to live his secluded and free life, and the two did not disturb each other. Looking at the mess around the house, Ning Yechen scratched his head. Seems a bit too intense. I don't know how she is doing. Suddenly, Ning Yechen thought of something and looked shocked. Oh no! Forgot to take contraceptive measures. But she is a fairy from the immortal world, and her cultivation is not low, so it shouldn't be so easy for her to get pregnant. Besides, she will definitely use her magical powers to prevent pregnancy when she returns. He shouldn't worry. P.S. Realm Division, Body Tempering Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Controlling Spirit Realm, Martial Spirit Realm, Heavenly Spirit Realm, Concentrating Mind Realm, Transformation to Immortality Realm, Heavenly Man Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Immortal, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Venerable Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Absolute Immortal. Chapter 1. Mother will take you to find your father. 10 years later, the Demon Forest. In the forest surrounded by towering mountains, a wooden house standing in the vast forest is particularly eye-catching. In the courtyard, Ning Yechen was lying on a rocking chair wearing homemade sunglasses, holding a glass of freshly squeezed fairy juice in his hand, looking lazy and comfortable. Enjoy the sunbath comfortably as the rocking chair gently sways. This is life. I can sleep until I wake up naturally every day, without anyone disturbing me, and I don't need to go to school or work or fight. When I was hungry, I would eat the magical fruits, herbs and medicines that I grew myself. If you have nothing to do, you can go fishing for the fish you raise in the lake. Life is happy and carefree. Compared to his previous life of fighting and killing every day and going to various circles to challenge others, this is the kind of life he longs for. The only downside is that I have lived here alone for more than 100 years, and I do feel a little bored. There are no mobile phones in this world, and there are few means of entertainment. Repeating the same routine every day for 100 years would be a bit boring. Although there were a few guys who could talk to him, they were so scared of him that it was pointless. This made Ning Yechen couldn't help but recall the beautiful dream he had 10 years ago. Over the past 10 years, whenever he was bored, he couldn't help but think of that night. The growth that night was deeply engraved in his mind, making it hard for him to forget. Could it be that he has been single for hundreds of years and is lonely? Ning Yechen couldn't help but guess this. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he couldn't help but think back to that night recently. At that time, he just wanted to save the woman's life and didn't want to disturb his secluded life, so he didn't think much about it. This made him never forget. But he didn't even know the other person's name, and he probably wouldn't see him again. Ning Yechen shook his head, cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. Now that you have decided to live in seclusion, don't think too much. Just at this moment, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes again. Someone is coming. His spiritual sense clearly sensed a figure, no, two figures walking towards him. How could someone actually come here? It's really rare. Interesting. He had been living in seclusion here for 100 years, and was only broken into by that woman 10 years ago. Apart from this, no one has ever found this place again. Ning Yechen seemed to have discovered something interesting. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he clapped his hands. The barrier surrounding the wooden house suddenly dissipated. He wanted to see what the other party was here for. In the dense woods, a woman with a graceful figure and stunningly beautiful face was walking slowly in the woods. The woman looked pale and tired. On her back was a little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, with a delicate face as cute and pretty as a doll. The little girl had long black hair, a chubby face, delicate features, and looked around the woods curiously with her bright eyes. She asked the woman in a soft voice, "Mom, where are we going? Didn't Yi say she wanted to see Daddy? Mother will take you to find your father." Luo Ruiying turned around and smiled gently and lovingly at the little girl on her back, and said to her daughter. Although he had a kind and loving smile on his face, there was a hint of sadness and worry in his eyes. 10 years later, she never thought that one day she would return to the human world with her child to look for the man she met that night. The strange thing is that she has been walking for so long relying on her memory, but she still can't find the wooden house. Could it be that he has already left? Also true. For an ordinary person, 10 years is already a very long time. He might have moved away from here a long time ago, and maybe got married somewhere. Thinking of this, Luo Ruiying's sorrow could no longer be concealed and showed on her face. What should she do if she can't find him? Really? Mother, do you want to take Yi to find Daddy? When Luo Hongye heard that Luo Ruiying was going to take her to find her father, she immediately became extremely happy and immediately came close to her face and asked repeatedly. Yeah. Go find Daddy. Seeing the child so happy, Luo Ruiying couldn't bear to ruin her fantasy, so she laughed along. In fact, she herself was not sure whether she could find Ning Yechen. After Luo Hongye was happy, a big question came into his mind. He lay on his back and asked with his head tilted. Mother, didn't you say that father died when Yi was born? Forehead. Luo Ruiying was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. After Luo Hongye grew up to understand things, she would often pull her to ask where her father had gone. Luo Ruiying lied to her and said that her father had unfortunately passed away when she was born. Now he suddenly said he wanted to bring her to see his father. It was a bit weird. Yi, actually your father is not dead yet. Luo Ruiying racked her brains but could only come up with this excuse to explain it. Luo Hongye blinked her big eyes, and actually believed what Luo Ruiying said. She asked innocently and cutely. That means Daddy is still alive, right, Mother? Yes. That's right. Luo Ruiying quickly nodded in response. I thought I could get away with it, but I didn't expect Luo Hongye to continue asking. Then why doesn't Daddy come to see Yi and Mom? Does Daddy no longer want Yi and Mommy? As he spoke, Luo Hongye's eyes turned red, with crystal tears welling up in his eyes. Luo Ruiying was startled, and hurriedly hugged Luo Hongye from her back to her front, patting her back and coaxing her. No, Yi. Why would your father not want you? He was actually seriously injured and has been hiding here to recover. I didn't tell Yi because I was afraid that Yi would worry. This was the most suitable excuse Luo Ruiying could find. She couldn't tell her that her father didn't even know she existed. Luo Hongye had no doubt about Luo Ruiying's words. She immediately stopped crying, her little face full of worry. Is Dad okay now? It's okay. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly. At this moment, Luo Ruiying suddenly stopped, his expression became extremely solemn and serious, and his sharp eyes looked around the woods. There is the breath of a monster. And the aura seems to be quite strong. When she came here 10 years ago, she didn't notice that there would be the aura of powerful monsters here. In her current state, I wonder if she can handle it. Luo Ruiying hugged Luo Hongye tightly in one hand, and touched the magic sword at his waist with the other hand, ready to respond to any sudden attack at any time. However, the next second, the faint aura of monsters all around suddenly dissipated, as if they had fled in all directions and disappeared without a trace. How come the breath disappeared? Could it be that he sensed her presence and was scared? Just as Luo Ruiying was puzzled, an exquisite wooden house suddenly appeared not far in front of her. Strangeness. She hadn't noticed the wooden house there just now, it was as if it appeared out of thin air. Although Luo Ruiying was full of doubts, when she saw the wooden house in her memory, a happy smile appeared on her face. Found it. Here it is. Chapter 2. I didn't say I'm not responsible. Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house and knocked on the door gently with a complicated and uneasy mood. With a creaky sound, the wooden door slowly opened. Excuse me, who is this girl looking for? Ning Yechen asked with a smile while standing at the door. For some reason, I couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu when looking at the woman in front of me. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruiying pursed her red lips slightly, lowered her eyebrows, and for a moment she didn't know how to start. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively opened her red lips and asked. You don't remember me? Ning Yechen looked at the girl carefully again. Black hair, red eyes, beautiful face. Very familiar. But I just can't remember who she is. He had seen so many beauties before that he couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Besides, he has been hiding here for a long time, so no one should know about it. Girl, who are you? After thinking for a long time and checking in his mind one by one, he still couldn't find any suitable candidate, so Ning Yechen had to ask awkwardly. Seeing that Ning Changli really didn't recognize her, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but show anger and disappointment on her face, and she couldn't help but scold it in a delicate voice. You are such an ungrateful person. Not only did it take away her virginity, but she also went through a lot of hardships to keep the child. Now she had finally escaped from the fairyland and came to find him, but he didn't recognize her at all. She knew that perhaps for mortals, 10 years might be enough time to forget many things. But she couldn't help but feel disappointed and angry about Ning Yechen's complete forgetfulness about her. Ning Yechen was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, he has never had a romantic relationship since he traveled to this world and became the peerless demon lord in the demon world for hundreds of years. How could he become a heartless man? This is too outrageous. Defamation. Blatant slander. Girl, is there any misunderstanding between us? Could you have mistaken someone else? Ning Yechen asked again. He felt that the woman in front of him must have recognized the wrong person. Seeing that Ning Yechen seemed to really not remember her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment, picked up Luo Hongye in her arms, glanced at him resentfully, and said, She is your daughter, you are responsible for me and her. Ah? Ning Yechen was shocked. This news is so explosive. He suddenly became a father for no apparent reason? Ning Yechen lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye, who was as delicate as a doll, a little timid but secretly looking at him. The little girl was very pretty and cute, and he felt an indescribable sense of closeness and familiarity towards her. He liked her at first sight. But when he suddenly told him that it was his child, he was a little confused for a moment. Apart from that one night of passionate love 10 years ago, he has never touched any other woman. Thinking of this, Ning Yechen suddenly understood something, pointed at Luo Ruiying and asked in surprise. You are the fairy of that night. Seeing that Ning Yechen finally remembered, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After getting a positive answer, Ning Yechen opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. The aura of Luo Ruiying's cultivation was much weaker than before, they were completely on two different levels. The once beautiful silver hair had turned into black hair, so much so that he couldn't remember it after thinking for a long time. There was no overlap between her and the woman that night. Ning Yechen really couldn't understand. After a night of passion, the fairy from the past came back with a baby 10 years later and asked him to take responsibility? A fairy from the immortal world, with her cultivation level, she could even be a saint or empress of a holy land, but she has to come to the human world to find him. What was even more puzzling to him was that the higher the level of cultivation, the smaller the probability of conceiving an immortal fetus. This was common knowledge known to everyone. In order to conceive an immortal fetus, some immortals even work hard every day with several immortal companions for several years before they can reap the rewards. How did he hit the target so quickly? That's fine. As a cultivator, as long as he wants, he can use his immortal power to prevent the conception of an immortal fetus in his body at any time. He thought that after that night, Luo Ruiying would definitely avoid getting pregnant with an immortal fetus. After all, she is a fairy from the fairyland, and it is generally not easy for her to conceive a fairy fetus. It turned out that she really had been carrying the immortal fetus for several years, and had given birth to the child and raised him up. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen still asked with some disbelief. He just asked casually for confirmation, but he already had an idea in his mind. However, Ning Yechen immediately regretted asking this question casually. It seems that this question is not appropriate. As expected, upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying's eyebrows knitted tightly, her face looked extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Humph! If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. But don't insult me and the child. After saying that, Luo Ruiying turned around and left without hesitation, with a sparkling tear in her eyes. Luo Hongye lay on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, his big eyes still fixed on Ning Yechen, and asked in Luo Ruiying's ear in a playful voice. Mother, doesn't father want us? As soon as he saw Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. She has always been shy, but she is not afraid of Ning Yechen at all, so she knows that he must be the father she has been thinking about day and night. Luo Hongye's words fell into Ning Yechen's heart, touching his heart deeply, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He is the supreme ruler of the demon world, and is definitely not the irresponsible scum who abandons his wife and children. If he can do it, he can certainly bear the responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly caught up to Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. Wait. I didn't say I wasn't responsible. Humph. Let me go. You don't need to be responsible anymore. Luo Ruiying was furious and was about to shake off Ning Yechen's hand angrily. Afraid of hurting Ning Yechen, who was immortal, she deliberately restrained her strength and used very light force. However, even if he restrained his strength, it was enough to easily break free from the hand of an adult man, but he could not shake off Ning Yechen's hand. Before Luo Ruiying could be surprised, her throat suddenly felt sweet, and she covered her mouth and coughed violently a few times. Ahem! A pool of blood appeared in Luo Ruiying's palm, and her pretty face became even paler. Are you hurt? Ning Yechen grabbed Luo Ruiying's wrist, and his expression instantly became extremely cold. I'm fine, let go, me. Luo Ruiying wanted to break free, but found that she had no strength left. She took a step forward, her eyes went dark, and she fell into Ning Yechen's arms and fainted. Mother, mother! Luo Hongye cried and pulled Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen put one arm around Luo Ruiying's waist and hugged her tightly in his arms, and with the other hand he also hugged Luo Hongye in his arms. He comforted her softly and kindly. Don't worry. With Daddy here, your mother will be fine. Chapter 3 Daddy misses us every night. Inside the wooden house. Ning Yechen gently placed Luo Ruiying on the bed, holding her pulse with his hand, his expression becoming increasingly cold. After 100 years, it is rare that the desire to kill arises in my heart again. After careful diagnosis, he found that her condition was much worse than he had imagined. Meridians are damaged throughout the body. The fairy bone was dug out. Even the heart is gone. Relying on a false heart to maintain life. There were several wounds on the back, bleeding slightly. It is not easy to persist till now. Ning Yechen couldn't help feeling a little guilty, and his eyes towards Luo Ruiying became much softer. He didn't know what she had experienced in the fairy world during the past 10 years, but he could guess that it must have been very difficult. Otherwise, a once dignified immortal emperor would not have fallen to this point. When she was at her wit's end, she brought her child to him, and he almost drove them away. Ning Yechen gently stroked Luo Ruiying's cheek, and transferred spiritual power into his palm to protect her body. It was not difficult for Ning Yechen to save her life, but her meridians were damaged and she had lost her immortal bones and heart. It would be difficult for her cultivation to recover to its former peak. Luo Hongye lay on the edge of the bed worriedly, tears as big as pearls silently falling, and he was very well behaved and didn't cry out loud. Come here, daughter. Ning Yechen put away his cold expression, put on an amiable smile, and waved towards Luo Hongye. He wanted to call her, but was embarrassed to find that he didn't even know his daughter's name. Let alone his daughter, he doesn't even know his wife's name. Luo Hongye timidly walked in front of Ning Yechen, stared at him with big watery eyes, and called out in a weak and childish voice. Daddy! The word daddy almost melted Ning Yechen's heart. Ning Yechen excitedly hugged the tiny Luo Hongye into his arms and gently stroked her cute little head. "What's your name, daughter?" "Luo Hongye." Luo Hongye replied softly. "Luo Hongye." Ning Yechen repeated the name softly, memorized it in his heart, and then smiled and coaxed Luo Hongye. "Don't worry, your mother is fine now. Don't cry anymore." Luo Hongye nodded vigorously, then looked at Ning Yechen with concern and asked, "Dad, is your injury okay?" Ning Yechen looked confused when asked. He didn't know how long it had been since he was injured. He has no memory of the last time he was injured. Mother said that Daddy didn't come to see Yi and Mother because he was seriously injured, so he couldn't come to see Yi, is that right? Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen expectantly and asked. When Ning Yechen heard this, he immediately realized that Luo Ruiying must have made up an excuse for him to deceive his daughter. He smiled helplessly and said along with the excuse, "That's right. Daddy has been recovering here, so he can't go to see Yi. Daddy, I miss our family so much." After seeing our Yi, Daddy's injuries were all healed in an instant. "Really? Then Daddy won't abandon Yi and Mom, right?" Luo Hongye asked happily with an innocent smile. Ning Yechen felt a surge of pity in his heart. He hugged Luo Hongye tighter in his arms, stroked her little head gently, and assured her, "Won't. From now on, Daddy will always be by Mom and Yi's side to protect you." Luo Hongye happily pressed against Ning Yechen's chest, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. She finally found her father. "Yi, tell Daddy, where did you and Mom live before? How's your day going?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile. But his smile hides a deeper meaning. He must know what happened in the past 10 years. Who dared to dig out his wife's fairy bones and heart, and hurt her like this? Luo Ruiying naively thought that Ning Yechen was just curious about her past with her mother, so she happily started talking about it incessantly. Since she was born and became sensible, she has been living in a small closet most of the time. Her mother said she was playing hide and seek with her and asked her to hide and not make any noise. Only when her mother came back would she be taken out to be with her. Then there was one time when she hid in the closet for days and her mother didn't come to look for her. She was so bored that she couldn't help but sneak out to look for it, but was discovered by others. Then she was locked in a dark iron cage. She was so scared when she was all alone in the dark. Sometimes some people would come to see her, but they would call her a bitch. Those people looked so scary. She didn't like them, so she just curled up in the corner. Until her mother came to find her again, opened her from the dark iron cage, and took her away. But no matter where they go, there are always many people chasing after them. Those bad guys hurt Mother. Yi doesn't like them. Having said that, Luo Hongye raised his angry little face and said angrily. When Ning Yechen heard this, his face turned cold and he almost exploded with anger. The fairy world is so awesome. He even dared to bully his wife and daughter. From Luo Hongye's words, we can roughly guess what kind of life she has led. Luo Ruiying gave birth to Luo Hongye secretly without telling anyone. In order to prevent her from being discovered, she hid her in the closet and tricked her into playing hide and seek with her. Until she was discovered, she had to break the prison and forcibly take Luo Hongye out of the fairyland. During this period, he must have suffered a lot of injuries and endured a lot of hardships. Ning Yechen wished he could rush to the fairyland right now and kill all those who hurt his wife and daughter. But unfortunately, Luo Hongye didn't know where she lived in the fairyland. He only knew that it was a very spacious and beautiful palace. Such palaces and towers are everywhere in the fairy world, and it is impossible to find them anywhere. Or, destroy the entire fairy world? Not impossible. The fact that he called his precious daughter a bastard was enough of a reason. Daddy, you look so scary. Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen's face full of murderous intent, shrank his head, and said in a frightened voice. Don't be afraid, Yi. Daddy is thinking about how to deal with those bad guys who bullied Yi. Daddy will help you vent your anger in the future, okay? Ning Yechen quickly put away his murderous intent and showed a kind and friendly smile. Okay. Daddy has to help Mom vent her anger. Those bad guys always bully Mom. Luo Hongye nodded and clenched his small fists angrily. Don't worry, none of those bad guys can escape. Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's head and smiled. I'm already thinking about where to start. Looks like it's time to go out of the mountains. At this moment, Luo Ruiying, who was lying on the bed, trembled slightly, slowly opened her eyes, and woke up. Chapter 4. My wife is quite charming. Mother! Luo Hongye quickly flew into Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying stroked Luo Hongye's head, her eyes full of pity and tenderness. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, then stood up and left to boil the medicine. When Ning Yechen came back, Luo Hongye was already sleeping in Luo Ruiying's arms. Come, take your medicine. Ning Yechen sat down on the edge of the bed with the medicine in one hand, and slowly helped Luo Ruiying sit up with the other hand. The weak Luo Ruiying had difficulty even sitting up straight and could only lean on Ning Yechen's arms. By the way, what's your name? Luo Ruiying leaned on Ning Yechen and asked in a weak and embarrassed voice. She brought her baby here to ask this man to take responsibility, but she didn't even know his name. Ning Yechen. What about you, lady? Ning Yechen smiled. Madam, madam. When he heard the name wife, Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks flushed and his expression seemed very awkward. She was not used to this title. She used to be a female emperor, but she felt weird when she was suddenly addressed like this. Isn't that right? You and I are already husband and wife, and we have a child, so shouldn't I call you my wife? You can also call me husband. Ning Yechen said shamelessly and naturally. Since she is his woman, she will be his wife from now on. Although it was a bit sudden, I still felt the joy of suddenly having a wife and becoming a father. Luo Ruiying was left speechless and just accepted Ning Yechen's way of calling him. Anyway, she was afraid that she didn't have much time left, so she just let him be her wife for a few days. But she just couldn't call him husband. My name is Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying subconsciously wanted to call himself emperor, but he changed his words and said his name softly. She is no longer the empress of the fairy world. From this moment on, the two of them truly knew each other. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, scooped up a spoonful of medicine soup, blew it cool, and then brought it to Luo Ruiying's mouth. My wife drank the medicine, ah. Luo Ruiying did not rush to open her mouth to drink the medicine, but looked at Luo Hongye in her arms, pondered for a moment, raised her head and solemnly instructed Ning Yechen. If I'm gone, I'll leave this child in your care. She wanted to entrust everything to Ning Yechen now that her injuries had stabilized. She knew her own injuries best. Her meridians were damaged, her bones were dug out and her mind was lost. The yam that mortals have is completely useless, let alone healing her injuries. So it doesn't matter whether she drinks it or not. Okay, I got it. Take the medicine first. In order to get Luo Ruiying to take the medicine as soon as possible, Ning Yechen said this perfunctorily. Luo Ruiying's instructions to him were completely wasted, because as long as she drank the medicine, she would be fine. Seeing Ning Yechen's perfunctory answer, Luo Ruiying frowned, looking very unhappy and disappointed. She was already in this state, making arrangements for her funeral, but he looked like he didn't care at all. Did you hear, Luo Ruiying was about to say something else, but Ning Yechen took the opportunity to stuff the spoon into her mouth. The medicinal soup he specially prepared is extremely precious and rare even in the fairy world. The efficacy of the medicine evaporates very quickly, so it cannot be wasted. Luo Ruiying was suddenly force-fed some medicine. Just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly realized something was wrong and was stunned. She could feel the powerful medicinal spirit spreading in her body and traveling throughout her entire body. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a warm current, and his injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. Even the meridians in his body were repairing themselves at an extremely fast speed. What kind of medicine is this? Why is there such a powerful and amazing medicinal power? Even in the fairyland, she had never drunk such a powerful medicinal soup. How could there be such precious medicinal herbs in the human world that could be used to make this kind of medicinal soup? What kind of medicine is this? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask. I just picked some yam in the mountains. Come on, don't waste it, drink it while it's hot. Ning Yechen felt a little guilty, so he hurriedly scooped up the medicine soup and fed it to Luo Ruiying's mouth. It is indeed difficult to explain why a mortal like him managed to obtain a large amount of precious magical herbs and elixirs. Luo Ruiying was half believing and half doubting. How could such precious yam be found in an ordinary forest? Just from what she tasted, there were at least several thousand-year or even 10,000-year-old immortal medicines. However, in order not to waste the precious medicinal effects, Luo Ruiying gave up asking questions for the time being and obediently opened her mouth to drink every spoonful of medicine that Ning Yechen fed her. This was the first time she was taken care of like this. The other party is still immortal. Ning Yechen also enjoyed the process of feeding the medicine, and life suddenly seemed to have become much more fun. Luo Ruiying gently opened her cherry red lips and took the medicine spoon into her mouth, greedily licking it clean without wasting a single drop. I didn't expect that feeding medicine would be interesting. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's gaze, raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked. What's wrong? Fine. I just think my wife is pretty charming. Ning Yechen praised bluntly. Rude. This straight ball caught Luo Ruiying off guard. She didn't know whether it was the effect of the drug or not, but her cheeks were flushed. She pursed her red lips and lowered her eyebrows. If it were in the past, she would have angrily scolded the other party for being powerless and daring to speak disrespectfully to her, and then punished him. But at this moment, I have an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. Not particularly angry. Madam, can you tell me what happened? After feeding Luo Ruiying another mouthful, Ning Yechen took the opportunity to ask. If we can get some clues from Luo Ruiying, it will be much more convenient. Luo Ruiying looked gloomy and shook his head firmly and decisively. That's all. Please don't ask any more questions. The less you know, the better. Otherwise it will be dangerous for you. Luo Ruiying didn't want Ning Yechen to interfere in her affairs. Even if he knew, what could he do? She didn't feel a trace of spiritual power from him. How could a mortal with no spiritual power possibly fight against the forces of the immortal world? She didn't tell him because she didn't want him to be involved and put in danger. Although he knew that Luo Ruiying might not tell him, Ning Yechen still couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he knew which force in the fairy world it was, he could directly launch a precise attack. The immortal realm is vast, with countless holy places of all sizes, divine palaces and sects everywhere, and hidden clans deeply hidden. It would be troublesome to find them. It seems that I still have to go to the fairyland in person. After feeding her the medicine, Ning Yechen slowly laid Luo Ruiying flat on the bed and pulled up the quilt to cover her and Luo Hongye. After taking the powerful elixir, Luo Ruiying soon felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep, while his body continued to absorb the medicinal power. Ning Yechen stroked her cheek with heartache, then stood up and walked out of the house. He jumped up and turned into a pitch-black divine rainbow that soared into the sky. The barrier between the human world and the fairy world was shattered at this moment. After 100 years, I am back to the fairyland. Chapter 5 That Man is Back. Far East Fairyland, Ascension Border. Several dozens of feet high immortal gates stand above the clouds of the immortal world, majestic and magnificent, with an imposing manner like a rainbow. This is the border between the human world and the fairy world, and it is also the first place to arrive after ascending from the human world. In every realm of the fairy world, there is the same place of ascension and intersection. It can be considered a reporting office in the fairy world. Once someone from the lower world ascends to heaven, the gate to ascension will open automatically. Several guards wearing immortal armor sat around the immortal gate, chatting, drinking, and laughing. Do you know? Hundreds of years ago, the Demon Realm Supreme Yimachan led the Demon Realm army to attack our immortal realm. The entire immortal realm united and set off a bloody storm. The battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim, but in the end the entire fairyland was almost destroyed by the Demon Lord Yimachan. Even dozens of immortal emperors joined forces and still failed to take down the Demon Lord. After tearing down half of the fairyland, the Demon Lord led the demon army to leave in dismay. That was the third war between immortals and demons in history, and it was also the one that caused the most damage to the immortal world so far. I, your elder brother, was fortunate enough to witness the battle between immortals and demons, and I survived. A rather bloated captain of the guards explained in vivid detail to the other guards the unprecedented war between immortals and demons that took place more than 100 years ago. The other guards listened attentively and with great interest. It has been who knows how long since there has been unrest in the fairy world, and it is extremely peaceful. The job of guarding the door every day is not only meaningless, but also boring as hell. So, what happened to the Demon Lord in the end? Why haven't we heard any news about the Demon Lord yet? Is he dead? One of the guards raised his hand and asked curiously. Several other guards had the same question and were waiting for the fat guard to answer. The fat guard puffed out his belly and said proudly. It is said that the Demon Lord returned to the Demon Realm after fighting with dozens of immortal emperors in our immortal realm, and disappeared from the Demon Realm not long after. Some people speculated that he had been seriously injured and unfortunately died. The Demon World deliberately suppressed the news and dared not leak it, so there is no news about the Demon Lord anymore. I see. It seems that my fairy world is still superior. That's it. Can my fairy world be compared to those villains in the demon world? Ha ha ha. Everyone boasted and laughed proudly towards the sky. By the way, you haven't told me what the demon lord looks like? After laughing, another person asked curiously. Just as the fat guard was about to answer, the ascension gate suddenly started up and produced extremely violent fluctuations. What is going on? Why did the immortal sect react so violently? I don't know, I've never seen it. All the guards were stunned and quickly stood up to check. They had never seen such violent turmoil in the immortal sect. It's as if someone is forcibly breaking through the immortal gate and ascending to the fairyland. Who is so bold? How dare you break into the fairyland? All the guards were on full alert, with their spears pointed at the immortal gate. After a moment, the immortal gate overloaded, the spiritual light exploded, and violent clouds were raised. A figure leaped through the clouds and slowly stepped out of the broken immortal gate. It was the first time for the guards to see someone able to destroy the immortal gate, and they all opened their mouths in shock. When they saw the figure appear, they immediately surrounded him with guns drawn. The fat guard leader shouted angrily. Who dares to trespass into the fairyland and destroy the fairy gate? The clouds and mist dissipated, and Ning Yechen's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Ning Yechen looked around and stretched his waist lazily. It's been a long time since I came to the fairyland to stretch my muscles, and I almost couldn't find the way. After more than 100 years, the fairyland is still the same as before, without any change. He also rebuilt everything that he had previously torn down. Nice. Captain of the guards, should we go up and take him down? A group of guards stared at Ning Yechen eagerly, moving closer and closer. The fat captain of the guards stood there in a daze, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, his face filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. It's him! That man! He is not dead. Back again. The guard beside him noticed that the fat guard looked a little strange, so he stepped forward and asked quietly. My lord, what is the matter with you? Everyone is waiting for your order. Should we take him down? Take. The fat captain of the guards was so frightened that he stuttered. Before he could finish his words, the guard next to him nodded in understanding and immediately directed everyone around him to step forward. The captain of the guards has ordered, capture him. A group of guards immediately rushed forward with guns. Ning Yechen glanced at the guards coldly, waved his sleeves, and black flames swept over. Before the guards could make any sound, they were all turned into ashes. Although he doesn't like fighting and killing now, but if you take the initiative to provoke him, he won't show mercy to any of them. Eh? The guard who gave the order was stunned for a moment. He and the fat captain of the guards were the only ones left. The fat captain of the guards then spoke up and continued what he had not finished saying. Take your big head ghost. He is the supreme lord of the demon realm. Ah. The guard was so frightened that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Ning Yechen was very surprised that after more than 100 years, there were still people who recognized him. Do you know me? Your name has long been known throughout the immortal realm. I had the honor of meeting you once more than 100 years ago. When the fat captain of the guards saw Ning Yechen coming, he was so scared that he fell to his knees and answered in a trembling voice. Ning Yechen nodded, smiled kindly, and asked. I haven't been to the fairyland for a long time. Where is the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace? Over there, in that direction. The fat captain of the guards raised his hand tremblingly and pointed in a certain direction and answered. Don't dare hide it at all. In his opinion, the smile on Ning Yechen's face was like the god of death waving at him. He only hoped that when he died, he could be like those guards just now, without any pain. Thank you. Ning Yechen thanked the fat captain of the guards and once again transformed into a pitch-black divine rainbow and flew towards the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Looking at Ning Yechen going away, the fat guard captain and another guard suddenly collapsed to the ground and fainted. Tiandao Imperial Palace. The Jianhua Fairy Palace stands on the top of the fairyland. The magnificent and golden palaces complement each other, the golden light shines brightly, and the scene is grand and magnificent. This is the Tiandao Imperial Palace, one of the 9 greatest forces in the fairy world. Ning Yechen arrived above the Tiandao Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye and shouted to the huge Tiandao Imperial Palace. Old man! You should not be dead yet. If you're not dead, come out and see me. The words, along with the devilish sound, spread throughout the entire Tiandao imperial palace. Everyone in the palace felt as if their minds and hearts had exploded. They covered their ears in pain and collapsed to the ground. Those with lower cultivation strength even started bleeding from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. The sudden change scared everyone in the Tiandao imperial palace. How dare someone in the immortal realm speak disrespectfully to the heavenly Dao imperial palace? Who are you, little brat? How dare you trespass into the Tiandao imperial palace? How rude of you to my imperial palace people. Chapter 6. Why is he back again? A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe and looking imposing shouted loudly, flew out from the main hall of the Tiandao imperial palace, and stood in the air in front of Ningyechan. The moment he saw Ningyechan, Tiandao Changrong frowned slightly. The man in front of me looked particularly familiar, as if I had seen him before, but I couldn't remember who he was for a moment. Who are you? Where is that old thing Tiandao Wenchen? Ningyechan put his hands behind his back, looked at Tiandao Changrong and asked doubtfully. I haven't been to the fairyland for a long time. Has the person in the heavenly Dao imperial palace changed? Ningyechan has such an arrogant attitude that he looks down on everyone. Even in the entire fairy world, few people dare to speak to the people from the heavenly Dao imperial palace in this way. Tiandao Changrong felt more and more familiar the more he looked, and gradually remembered Ningyechan's identity, and his expression suddenly changed. It's you? The Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, Yimachan. Tiandao Changrong was shocked, with fear in his eyes. The fear that had been hidden in his heart for more than 100 years was awakened again at this moment. More than 100 years ago, he had secretly seen it once. Compared with the appearance of the Demon Lord more than 100 years ago, Ningyechan now looks kind, just like an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, so he didn't recognize him for a moment. Yes, there are people in the Tiandao Imperial Palace who recognize me. But you are wrong about one thing. I am the former supreme of the Demon Realm and I have retired now. Ningyechan shook his finger to correct it. Yimachan. You have trespassed into the immortal realm again, disturbing the peace of my immortal realm and hurting my heavenly Dao imperial palace. Do you really think that my heavenly Dao imperial palace is easy to bully? Although Tiandao Changrong was frightened in his heart, as the current palace master of Tiandao imperial palace, after calming himself down a little, he frowned and scolded Ningyechan. Ningyechan frowned slightly, looking unhappy. The sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Do you think you are doing well again? It seems that the demolition of the Tiandao imperial palace last time was not thorough enough. Snort! Yimachan. Do you really think that my fairyland has not changed at all in the past 100 years? Now I have also entered the ranks of the immortal emperors, all for the sake of avenging you for destroying my heavenly Dao imperial palace 100 years ago. Ah! Tiandao Changrong's expression was stern, and with a roar, a terrifying aura of the immortal emperor burst out and soared straight into the sky. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure shattered the magnificent palaces within a radius of 100 miles, and countless people were forced to lie on the ground, unable to breathe. Those who had some strength could only raise their heads reluctantly and cheer for the mighty aura of their own Tiandao imperial palace master. As expected of you, my lord palace master of the heavenly Dao imperial palace. The pride of the younger generation. In just over 100 years, he has already stepped from the rank of immortal venerable to the rank of immortal emperor. This is the first time I've seen the emperor in his prime. How majestic and domineering. In the immortal realm, the strength of the emperor palace is one of the few. Humph. The emperor is angry. This time we have to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Ningyechan sighed helplessly, raised his dark and deep eyes and glanced at Tiandao Changrong. With a light clap of his hands, a huge black devil's hand 100 feet in size tore through the void and pressed down from above Tiandao Changrong's head. The pitch-black devil's hand covered half of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Including Tiandao Changrong, all the citizens of Tiandao Imperial Palace were trembling all over, unable to move at all. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire fairy world trembled, and half of the Tiandao Emperor Palace was crushed into powder. Tiandao Changrong, who was pinned down by the devil's clutches, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body embedded into the ground, he felt all his bones and muscles were broken, and his expression was filled with horror and fear. How is this possible? He has already become the immortal emperor. Why is it that in the hands of the demon lord, I am like a chicken, powerless to fight back? He nearly lost his life with just one move. Remember to eat, not to be beaten. It seems that this heavenly Dao Imperial Palace has no need to exist anymore. Ning Yechen stood with his hands behind his back, walked in the air, and shouted softly towards the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Old thing, I know you are not dead. If you don't come out, I will flatten your Tiandao Imperial Palace. Leave no one behind. I'll count to 3, 1. Just as he finished speaking, a long green rainbow flew out from the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, followed closely by several long rainbows of different colors. An old man with a 3-foot white beard and a fairy-like appearance hurried to Ning Yechen. Also accompanying them were several immortal emperor-level elders from the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Very good. The ancestor of the heavenly Tao has come out of seclusion. Several elders have also come out from their retreat. No need to be afraid of that guy now. Can he really fight against my entire Tiandao Imperial Palace by himself? Under the Tiandao Imperial Palace, countless disciples of the Imperial Palace looked up expectantly at the Tiandao ancestor and several elders in the sky. They represent not only the true strength of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, but also one of the peak powers in the fairy world. Old man, you finally came out. Ning Yechen looked at Tiandao Wendian, the ancestor of Tiandao, and smiled faintly. Tiandao Wendian looked at Ning Yechen, his eyes trembling, and his expression of fear was even paler than Tiandao Changrong. This killer god is actually not dead. And why is he back again? Which bastard brought him back? Thinking back to the great war between immortals and demons over 100 years ago, Tiandao Wendian shuddered slightly all over. If possible, he would rather mobilize the entire Imperial Palace to fight against the other 8 major forces in the fairy world than to face this demon lord again. When he first heard the movement in the Tiandao Imperial Palace and Ning Yechen's voice, he vaguely guessed that it was him who came. I wanted to hide away, but if he didn't come out, I was afraid that the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace would be destroyed. Why did you bring so many people with you, old man? Are you planning to fight me? It just so happens that it's been over 100 years, and I haven't done it for a long time, so I can warm up. Ning Yechen said with a bright smile on his face. The two of them talked like close friends, but every word they said made Tiandao Wendian shudder. Without any hesitation, Tiandao Wendian hurriedly shook his head and gave a flattering smile. Tiandao Wendian has seen the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is really joking. How dare my heavenly Tao Imperial Palace be the enemy of the Demon Lord? Ah! All the disciples under the Tiandao Emperor's palace looked at Tiandao Wendian in astonishment, and their faith collapsed in an instant. Is this still the majestic and final ancestor of the heavenly Tao that they have seen? He actually took the initiative to please me and smiled. I wonder if the Demon Lord can let go of my great-grandson. Tiandao Wendian glanced at Tiandao Changrong, who was under the demon's clutches. Seeing that he was not dead yet, he felt relieved and behaved very politely. Dozens of immortal emperors had joined forces but failed to take down this demon lord. There was no need for the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace to go against him. The Tiandao Imperial Palace is destroyed, so it is destroyed. At worst, we can just rebuild it. It will be fine as long as the foundation is still there. Ning Yechen glanced at Tiandao Changrong, waved his arm, and the 100-foot-high devil's palm that was holding up the sky suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth. Ancestor! You must seek justice for my Tiandao Imperial Palace. After escaping from death, Tiandao Changrong immediately ran to Tiandao Wendian and pointed at Ning Yechen and spoke. He was responded with a loud and crisp slap. Bang! You ignorant thing! For offending the Demon Lord, you will be punished by being confined in a forbidden area for 100 years. Tiandao Wendian was very angry. Tiandao Changrong actually still wanted to take action against the Demon Lord. He was really afraid that he would not destroy the Tiandao Imperial Palace. No self-awareness at all. If he could do it, he would still need to smile here. Tiandao Changrong was blown 100 meters away, his face was dazed and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that his ancestor, who always loved him the most, would hit him so angrily. 100 years ago, Tiandao Changrong had been protected and had never fought against the Demon Lord in person, so he had no idea of his true strength. However, Tiandao Wendian had experienced it personally and knew very well that no one in the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace could be his opponent. This slap and punishment was meant to save him. I hereby declare that Tiandao Changrong is deposed from his position as Palace Master of Tiandao Imperial Palace. Bury him into the forbidden area for 100 years. Someone! Drag him away. Chapter 7 I don't think you're good enough. Several guards stepped forward and pulled Tiandao Changrong away, who was sitting on the ground. Ning Yechen saw this and smiled without saying anything. This is nothing more than a show for him. This time he came to the Tiandao Imperial Palace to get business, not to destroy it, so let it go. Otherwise, he would have slapped Tiandao Changrong to death with one palm. I wonder what important matter has the Demon Lord brought to my Tiandao Imperial Palace? Tiandao Wen Tian asked politely with a bow. At this moment, he just wanted to send this killer away as soon as possible. As long as he is here, he feels pressured. Countless disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace were looking at the scene in front of them with increasing astonishment. The ancestor of their Tiandao Imperial Palace is no doubt one of the most powerful men in the fairy world. How could he have been so polite to others? But he was so servile in front of that demon king. He even took the initiative to punish the current palace master of the Imperial Palace, Tiandao Changrong, and locked him up in a forbidden area. I came here today to ask the Tiandao Imperial Palace to help me do something, Ning Yechen said lightly. I wonder what the Demon Lord wants to do? Tiandao asked doubtfully. What could have caused this Demon Lord to reappear in the world after 100 years? I want you and the other 8 forces in the fairy world to find out all the information about a woman named Luo Ruiying in the fairy world. Especially the family background she belongs to, do you understand? Ning Yechen calmly stated the purpose of this trip. Rather than searching in the fairyland by yourself, which would take who knows how long, it would be more convenient to ask the locals in the fairyland to do it for you. Tiandao Wenian didn't expect Ning Yechen to reappear in the immortal world just to inquire about a woman and her family background. I wonder if this woman has offended you, the Demon Lord? If so, the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace is willing to do it for the Demon Lord. Tiandao Wenian narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was murderous intent in his words. Ning Yechen shook his head slowly, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. No, you just need to tell me all the relevant information. I'll take care of the rest. I understand. I will immediately notify other sects in the immortal realm and look for relevant information for you. Tiandao Wenian was shocked, and feeling Ning Yechen's fierce murderous intent, he felt a chill all over his body. He couldn't help but curse the forces behind Luo Ruiying in his heart. Damn it! Why pick on this killer god when you can pick on anyone else? It also forced him to go to the fairyland again and demolished half of his Tiandao Imperial Palace. If Ning Yechen didn't take action, he would have wanted to slap the other person to death. Very good, I will come back in 3 days. If there is no news I want by then, the Tiandao Imperial Palace will disappear. Ning Yechen left a word, and his figure turned into a pitch-black divine rainbow and left from the sky above the Tiandao Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. It seems like I have been away for a long time, I should go back quickly. The ladies may be waking up soon. Tiandao Wenian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ning Yechen leave, but then he thought that he would come again in 3 days, and his heart was filled with pain and worry. If he didn't get the information he wanted, he would have no doubt that he would wipe out the Tiandao Imperial Palace from the fairy world. Because with that guy's terrifying strength, he can really do it. All disciples of the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace listen to my orders. Give up all your cultivation immediately, and everyone go to various immortal realms to look for information about Luo Ruiying. Check all those with the last name Luo. Also, notify Wuji Dao Palace and other immortal realm forces, and ask them to assist in the search. Tell them, the Demon Lord, he is back again. Yes. I obey the name of our ancestor. When the disciples of the Tiandao Emperor's palace saw for the first time how serious and nervous the palace was, they did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and transformed into divine rainbows and dispersed towards various regions of the immortal realm. For a time, the news of the return of Demon Lord Yimachin spread throughout the entire fairy world. What? Demon Lord Yimachin has returned to the immortal realm. Is the demon world going to invade my fairy world again? It's over, it's over. Go and inform the ancestor. Oh no! The old man has already run away. Upon hearing the Demon Lord's return, the entire fairy world was instantly in turmoil. Countless people were unable to sleep all night, and an atmosphere of fear shrouded the fairy world. This night is destined to be a sleepless night in the fairyland. At the same time, in a dark palace somewhere in the demon world, several figures sat around a huge round table, and their different demonic pupils all emitted sharp light. The Lord Demon has appeared. Humph, I knew it, how could the great Demon Lord be dead? But why doesn't Lord Demon return to the demon realm? Why did Lord Demon appear in the fairyland? Don't call us when you fight the immortal realm? I will lead my men to the immortal realm right now. Don't be impulsive. According to the news, Lord Demon has already left the fairyland. Anyway, it will be much easier with the news from Lord Demon. Find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find the Demon Lord for me. In the human world, in the demon forest, in the mountain lodge. Luo Ruiying, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. After taking the elixir and sleeping for a night, she could clearly feel that the injuries in her body were almost completely healed. Although his cultivation could not be restored, his injuries were basically unharmed. The rest just requires some careful care over a period of time. I didn't expect that there is such a miraculous elixir in the human world. Luo Ruiying was greatly surprised and delighted. Seeing that Luo Hongye was still sleeping soundly curled up in her arms, she gently stroked her head lovingly. She was ready to say goodbye to the child at any time. Now I can continue to be with this child. Luo Ruiying did not disturb Luo Hongye, who was sleeping. She gently propped herself up and looked around the room, but there was no sign of Ning Yechen. Just as I was about to get up and look for it, the door was gently pushed open with a creak. Ning Yechen walked into the house carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Seeing Luo Ruiying wake up and leaning against the head of the bed, he greeted her with a smile. Good morning, my lady. It's time to wake up and have some porridge. Did you get up early in the morning to make porridge? Luo Ruiying asked. Looking out the window, it was hazy outside, as if there was morning fog, and the sun had not even risen completely yet. I went out for a stroll first and made some porridge. Ning Yechen brought the medicinal porridge to the bedside, sat on the edge of the bed, scooped up a spoonful of the porridge, blew on it, and handed it to Luo Ruiying's mouth, just like he did when he fed her the medicine last night. I'm fine now, I can come by myself. Luo Ruiying was not used to being fed so intimately, and she had no choice but to do so last night because she was seriously injured. Now that her injuries were not serious, she wanted to reach out and take the medicine porridge herself. However, Ning Yechen did not give her this opportunity. When she reached out her hand, he took away the porridge in his hand and said righteously, No. You haven't recovered yet, let me feed you. My health is really fine now. Luo Ruiying explained. No, I don't think you can yet. Come on, Ning Yechen didn't give her this chance at all. He once again took the initiative to feed the medicinal porridge in his hand to Luo Ruiying's mouth and looked at her with a smile on his face. Luo Ruiying was angry and felt that this guy was deliberately feeding her. Chapter 8. This is much more interesting than when I was the Demon Lord. Luo Ruiying couldn't resist Ning Yechen's kindness, so she had to open her red lips awkwardly and put the spoon of medicinal porridge into her mouth. She is over 400 years old, but she is being fed like a child. The other party is just an ordinary person. If this gets out, she will be too embarrassed to face anyone. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly as she chewed the medicinal porridge in her mouth, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The medicinal porridge melted in her mouth, and the rich aroma of medicine and ingredients filled her lips. A warm feeling flowed into her body, nourishing her meridians. This medicinal porridge is not an ordinary medicinal porridge. It also contains many magical herbs and elixirs, as well as the extremely tender silver fish that has no peculiar smell. She had eaten it often in the fairyland, and she could tell the difference at one bite. The Yinxiao spirit fish can not only heal the root bones and other residual injuries in the body, but also dredge the meridians and replenish the spiritual power in the body. Even in the fairyland, the silver-billed spirit fish is not often seen. And she actually ate fish medicine porridge made from silver chow spirit fish in the human world. The taste is very delicious. This medicinal porridge was made by you? Luo Ruiying opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Yes, is it delicious? Ning Yechen asked back with a smile. Tasty. Luo Ruiying replied subconsciously, and then immediately shook his head. Now is not the time to explore whether it tastes good or not. But why there are silver-colored spirit fish in the human world? Where did you get the boiled fish? There's a lake not far from the back of the house. The fish were caught there. Caught in the lake. Luo Ruiying was very surprised and stared at Ning Yechen with suspicion. The living conditions of the silver chow spirit fish are extremely harsh. It must live in a spiritual spring with abundant spiritual energy, otherwise it will rot and die in minutes. How is it possible to live in a lake in the human world? She suspected he lied to her. Previously there were magical herbs and elixirs, and now there are silver fish. How could there be so many rare things in this small forest? I didn't lie to you. I really caught it in the lake. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it later. Ning Yechen sincerely met Luo Ruiying's scrutinizing gaze and explained. He did not lie. The magical herbs and medicines were all picked from the mountains, but he had planted them there himself 100 years ago. The silver fish was also caught in the lake, but he also raised it there himself. All right. Seeing that Ning Yechen really didn't seem to be lying anymore, Luo Ruiying didn't ask any more questions. Although she had many doubts in her mind, she still decided to believe Ning Yechen's words. After all, he is just a mortal, and it is impossible for him to get these magical herbs or silver fish out of thin air. She will go and verify it herself later. Madam, Seeing that Luo Ruiying stopped asking questions, Ning Yechen continued to scoop up the medicinal porridge and feed it to her mouth. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth and ate bite by bite, gradually putting her previous concerns behind her. The two of them fed the baby repeatedly in such an intimate manner, but they didn't know that the little one had woken up and was staring at their actions with its big round eyes. Luo Ruiying found that Luo Hongya had just woken up and stared at her when she was fed again. She immediately blushed, choked in her throat in panic, and coughed violently a few times. It's so embarrassing to be seen by children being fed. Ahem, you're awake. Luo Ruiying calmed herself down, reached out and picked up Luo Hongya, but the blush on her face had not yet faded. Daddy is feeding mommy. Just like mother feeding Yi. Luo Hongya glanced at Ning Yechen, then looked up at Luo Ruiying and smiled. Luo Ruiying suddenly felt embarrassed and glared at Ning Yechen coquettishly. It's all this guy's fault. He told her she could eat by herself, but he insisted on feeding her himself. This lets the kids see. Luo Ruiying's charming look made Ning Yechen unable to help but take another look. I can't tell, his wife is also cute when she's slightly angry. It turns out that women can also be cute when they are angry. Daddy, I want you to feed me every night. Luo Hongya did not think that there was anything wrong with his father and mother's behavior. Instead, he felt very happy and opened his little mouth and stretched his neck to ask for food. Ning Yechen gently rubbed Luo Hongya's little head and scooped a spoonful of medicine porridge into her mouth. This rare medicinal porridge is also a great tonic for Luo Hongya, who is still growing. Luo Ruiying squinted her eyes happily, pouting her cute chubby face, and rocked gently in Luo Ruiying's arms. She opened her mouth and said in a baby voice. Delicious. Daddy's cooking is better than mommy's, I want it every night. Luo Ruiying's face suddenly showed embarrassment and loneliness. It turns out that what she cooked before was not delicious. As the Empress of the fairy world, it is normal for her not to know how to cook. But hearing that he was not as good as an ordinary person, even in terms of cooking, made Luo Ruiying feel deeply defeated. If it tastes good, eat more every night. Hearing that the child liked it, Ning Yechen was very happy and scooped up the medicine porridge again and fed it into Luo Hongya's mouth. For some reason, my heart was filled with pride and satisfaction. It would be 1,000 times more satisfying than for him to destroy an immortal emperor. It was worth it that he had been hiding here for more than 100 years, practicing cooking every day, and had become an excellent cook. I didn't expect that the cooking skills I learned by chance would come in handy now. It was some kind of coincidence. Ning Yechen saw Luo Ruiying's lonely and resentful expression and found it funny. He scooped up the medicinal porridge and fed it to her mouth. Madam, it's your turn. Luo Ruiying. There was a feeling of being fed like a child, which made Luo Ruiying's face look even more resentful. However, seeing Luo Hongya looking up at her expectantly, she opened her mouth and silently swallowed the medicinal porridge that was handed to her. I have to admire her in my heart. She seems to be doing a little better than her. Seeing Ning Yechen feeding them but not eating anything, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask. You don't want to eat? My husband is not hungry, you and the child can eat. Ning Yechen smiled. He was enjoying the feeding process. As the demon lord, it didn't matter if he never ate. Eating occasionally is just for the sake of satisfying your appetite. Luo Ruiying didn't know that Ning Yechen was the notorious demon lord, and only thought he was an ordinary man. I heard that food is extremely precious in the human world, especially for those poor households living in the mountains and forests, who even have to live on tree bark. She took a look in the room and saw that there seemed to be no food stored. She thought Ning Yechen was sacrificing himself to give the food to them, and she was deeply moved. She took the remaining porridge from Ning Yechen's hand, blushed slightly, scooped up the porridge and fed it to his mouth. Yi and I are full, so you can eat the rest. As the former queen of the fairy world, she actually took the initiative to feed a mortal. Maybe no one will believe it. But this is also to repay his kindness. Besides, he is her husband, so it should be within reason. Ning Yechen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Luo Ruiying to take the initiative to feed him. After a slight smile, he happily opened his mouth to accept. This feeling of being fed was not the first time for him. His subordinates had done it for him before, but it was a completely different feeling. This is much more interesting than being the demon lord. Chapter 9. My dear, you like it, that's enough. The family of three fed each other and spent the early morning happily. After eating the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had recovered and her strength gradually returned. So he proposed to Ning Yechen his idea of going out for a walk. Since this will be her and her child's home in the future, she still has to make sure that this place is hidden and safe enough. By the way, she also wanted to see whether what Ning Yechen said about the magical herbs and elixirs were all picked in the back mountain was true. She was very curious and skeptical about how such rare magical herbs and medicines could grow in the human world. Luo Ruiying's injuries have recovered and he wants to go out for a walk. Ning Yechen is naturally happy to accompany him. The three of them walked out of the wooden house, and Luo Ruiying looked around carefully. The wooden house is located in an open forest, surrounded by dense woods on all sides. Looking up, it is surrounded by towering mountains on all sides. It can be regarded as a relatively secluded place. The only drawback is that it is isolated from the world, there is no one around, and there is not even a single person in the town. There is nothing wrong with this for Luo Ruiying. It would be nice if I could live the rest of my life in peace in this secluded world. My dear, let me take you to the back mountain to have a look. Ning Yechen stretched out his hand to Luo Ruiying and invited her to speak. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, but still put her hand into Ning Yechen's hand. The other hand held Luo Hongye in his arms. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's delicate hand and walked towards the back mountain. In the woods behind the mountain, a strange scene unfolds before our eyes. The area is divided by two towering trees. The inside of the trees is lush and green, and you can see all kinds of magical herbs and medicines glowing with divine light at a glance. However, the side outside the big tree was no different from an ordinary forest. Growing on the ground were only very common weeds and shrubs. Such a huge difference surprised Luo Ruiying. The same forest, but two completely different scenes. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, holding Luo Ruiying's hand and crossing the dividing line between two towering trees. The moment he stepped in, Luo Ruiying clearly felt that he seemed to have passed through some invisible barrier. On this side of the barrier, there were tens of thousands of magical herbs and medicines everywhere. The air was filled with spiritual dust visible to the naked eye, as dazzling as stars, and the spiritual power was astonishingly abundant. It was like being immersed in spiritual dust and being cleansed, with the whole body bathed in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Luo Ruiying widened her beautiful eyes in shock. The spiritual energy in this place is no less dense than that in the fairyland. No wonder so many rare and precious magical herbs can grow here. It's incredible. How could there be such a place in the human world? After being surprised, Luo Ruiying had a deep question in her heart. Judging from the feeling of being immersed in the barrier the moment I stepped over it, this should be a barrier set up by a senior, using spiritual power to nourish magical herbs and elixirs. The barrier that was donated was also a barrier specifically designed to seal and gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The spiritual power could only enter the barrier but not leave, while humans and animals could enter and leave at will. To be able to set up such a large-scale spirit-gathering barrier, the other party must have very high cultivation level. The strange thing is that the other party only set up a spirit-gathering barrier, but did not set up any defensive barriers, and had no sense of defense at all. Doesn't the senior worry at all that the medicine garden he carefully arranged would be used as a tool by other people or monsters? Luo Ruiying couldn't figure it out. Which senior came to the human world to set up this medicine garden? My wife, your husband didn't lie to you, did he? All those medicinal herbs were picked here. Ning Yechen introduced him to Luo Ruiying proudly. He transplanted many magical herbs and medicines into this medicine garden and planted tens of thousands of seeds. It took him 100 years to get the magical herbs and medicines that are now everywhere in the mountains. Luo Ruiying nodded. Now she finally believed what Ning Yechen said. I didn't expect that the mountain behind the wooden house happened to be this magical medicine garden. He was lucky enough to discover a senior's fairy medicine garden. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes curiously scanned the pile of magical herbs and medicines, with surprise in her eyes. Many of them were extremely rare magical herbs and elixirs even when she was in the fairyland. 1,000-year-old heavenly blood Ganoderma. Ice cicada fairy grass. Drunken immortal flower. Oh my god, there are even 7 colored glass flowers. Luo Ruiying walked to a dazzling flower, her eyes full of surprise. The flowers blend 7 colors, the petals present a glass-like luster, and the colorful colors flow on the petals like liquid, which is extremely gorgeous. The 7-colored glazed flower has the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow and laying the foundation. After taking it, not only will your future practice improve by leaps and bounds, but most of the bottlenecks will be easily broken through as if they were non-existent. Even in the fairy world, countless immortal sects will look for a piece of 7-colored glazed flower for their descendants. But here is a complete and intact one. Luo Ruiying looked at the cute and well-behaved Luo Hongye in her arms and wanted to reach out to pick the 7-colored glazed flower, but then stopped herself. Although she really wanted to give it to Luo Hongye, she couldn't do it. This might be the precious immortal grass that the senior planted on purpose. If I take it away, I will offend the senior. And at the moment when Luo Ruiying hesitated, Ning Yechen had already stepped forward and picked the 7-colored glazed flower. He handed the 7-colored glazed flower to Luo Ruiying. My lady, this is for you. You, how could you pick this flower? Luo Ruiying was so frightened that her face turned pale. This is a 7-color glass flower. It cannot survive for 3 days after being picked. It will wither and disappear after 3 days. Even if the roots are left, I don't know how long it will take for them to grow into 7-color glazed flowers again. It's over. This is over. Compared to Luo Ruiying's anxiety and fear, Ning Yechen was smiling and calm. Madam, don't you want this flower? I want to, but... Luo Ruiying didn't know what to say to Ning Yechen for a moment. It is understandable that he is just an ordinary man and does not know the value of this flower. Besides, the other party picked the flower for her. It's her fault for not noticing it in time. Since you like it, that's enough. Ning Yechen handed the 7-colored glazed flower to Luo Ruiying again. Compared with his wife's happiness and his children's future, he doesn't care about a mere 7-color glass flower. Luo Ruiying sighed lightly, took the 7-colored glazed flower, and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. At this point, since the 7-colored glazed flower has been picked, it cannot be recovered. Even if you don't accept it, it will just be wasted. If that senior came, she would try to make amends with some magical treasures. After Luo Hongye ate the 7-colored glazed flower, 7-colored dazzling light appeared all over his body and flowed. After a moment, it gradually dissipated, and his skin was as smooth and flawless as ice and jade. This is only the initial effect of the medicine. After that, the medicine will slowly take effect on her meridians and bones throughout her body. After finishing the meal, Luo Hongye stuck out his tongue, pouted his lips, and said to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen in a wrong tone. Daddy, Mommy, this doesn't taste good. Luo Ruiying was left in tears and amused by Luo Hongye's words. You know, this is the 7-colored glazed flower that many people in the fairy world want so much. This kid even complains that it's not delicious. Chapter 10. He is just an ordinary person, you can't blame him. Daddy will find you something delicious. Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head lovingly and walked skillfully under a dense vine. The vines are hung with grapes that sparkle like crystal. Each grape is as big as a child's palm, crystal clear, and the flesh is visible. This is a crystal grape. So much. Luo Ruiying looked at the lush field of crystal grapes in amazement. They were growing so well. Although crystal grapes are also common in the fairy world and are a daily fruit snack, the flesh contains rich fruit juice and can also restore one's own spiritual power. In the human world, every crystal grape should be extremely precious and rare. This large crystal grape orchard refreshed her understanding of the fairy fruits in the human world. Ning Yechen picked a crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongye's mouth, then asked with a smile. Yi, is it delicious? So sweet. Good pull. Luo Ruiying smiled sweetly while biting a crystal grape. Ning Yechen was so happy that he picked a big bunch of crystal grapes and fed them to Luo Hongye one by one. Luo Ruiying originally wanted to stop it, after all, this might be the magical medicine garden of a senior. They had already accidentally taken away the 7-colored glazed flower, so it would be inappropriate to take away other magical herbs or fruits. But when she saw Luo Hongye eating so happily in her arms and the father and daughter were in high spirits, she couldn't say what she wanted to say. With so many crystal grapes, the senior probably wouldn't mind eating them all. Luo Ruiying comforted herself in this way. Just at this moment, when Ning Yechen was about to eat a crystal grape himself, Luo Ruiying looked panicked and hurriedly grabbed his arm. You can't eat. Although the spiritual power contained in the crystal grape juice is not much, it is still deadly to a mortal with no cultivation. If you are not careful, you may explode and die. Ning Yechen looked confused. Why couldn't he eat what he grew? But the next second, he remembered that he was now a mortal in Luo Ruiying's eyes, and indeed he could not eat this kind of fairy fruit casually. He usually eats by the pound, but now he can't eat even a single grain. Otherwise, she will find out and my identity will be exposed if I am not careful. Although he felt a little regretful, Ning Yechen was still very happy when he saw Luo Ruiying looking nervous for him. In order to pretend to be more convincing, Ning Yechen pretended to be ignorant and asked, "My wife, why can't your husband eat it?" Luo Hongyi also stared at Luo Ruiying with curiosity with his big eyes. It's as if asking why Yi can eat it but daddy can't. Because this fruit is actually a fairy fruit. If you eat it, it will be dangerous. Many things here cannot be eaten directly. You have to promise me that you won't eat anything here casually in the future. Luo Ruiying warned Ning Yechen solemnly. She was surprised that Ning Yechen could still live here. It would be fine if it wasted most of the spiritual power to boil some magical herbs into porridge for breakfast, but if it was eaten directly, I would have died long ago. Okay, according to my wife. Thank you for your concern, ma'am. Ning Yechen responded with a smile. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and looked away. She didn't know why she was so worried about him. Maybe it's because this guy is the father of the child. The other little cutie holding the crystal grapes also heard Luo Ruiying's words. He was so scared that his eyes were filled with tears and he was about to cry. Mother, is Yi very dangerous? I won't be greedy from now on, woo woo woo. Don't cry every night, it's okay. As long as you don't eat too much, Yi will be fine. Luo Ruiying hurriedly hugged Luo Hongye and patted her back to coax her. Really? Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying with watery eyes and asked. Real. Mother won't let anything happen to Yi. Luo Ruiying comforted softly. Luo Hongye has her blood and his physique is different from that of ordinary people, so naturally he will be fine. Luo Hongye stopped crying and lay in Luo Ruiying's arms at ease, and asked expectantly in a low voice. Then mother, can we still eat every night? Certainly. You can eat as much as you want every night. Before Luo Ruiying could speak, Ning Yechen smiled dotingly. He took another crystal grape and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Luo Hongye, who was crying out of fear just now, suddenly smiled happily again. Luo Ruiying also smiled helplessly yet dotingly. Never mind, as long as the child is happy. After Ning Yechen finished feeding Luo Hongye, he picked another one and handed it to Luo Ruiying's mouth, still with that doting smile on his face. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned slightly red, and she slightly opened her red lips and ate it. She seemed to be gradually getting used to being fed. Under the leadership of Ning Yechen, the three of them ate as they walked, and basically tried all the edible fruits and herbs that they passed by. It was basically Ning Yechen who fed Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, mother and daughter. Not long after, the three of them came to a wide lake. The lake water is crystal clear, the waves are rippling, and the sunlight shines on the surface of the lake, making it sparkle. From time to time, a few silver fish jumped out of the water. As soon as Luo Ruiying walked to the lake, she could feel the extremely rich and pure spiritual power. At first glance, I realized that the entire lake is made up of natural spiritual liquid. Such a huge natural spiritual lake is extremely rare. Even taking a sip can greatly improve your cultivation. No wonder there are so many silver fish here. This fairy medicine garden gave her too many shocks. This made her even more concerned about who the senior was who was able to create this magical medicine garden. Not far from Linghu Lake, there is a large piece of arable land, which is divided into several areas and planted with various crops, which are growing particularly attractively. Luo Ruiying walked into the farmland with shock in her eyes, picked up a rice plant and sniffed it. The rice in his hand was crystal clear, containing a faint spiritual power, and a faint spiritual energy permeated his nostrils. This is a rice field that is irrigated with spiritual fluid. Did you plant this? Luo Ruiying turned around and looked at Ning Yechen and asked. It must be growing so vigorously that it needs regular watering with spiritual fluid. Ordinary people would never waste precious spiritual fluid to irrigate these crops. That senior would never do such a waste of pure spiritual fluid. Then it can only be Ning Yechen who lives nearby. Ning Yechen nodded proudly. My dear, what I have planted is very good. This is the food he carefully cultivated. In order to satisfy his appetite, he even planted a lot of crops. Seeing Ning Yechen's smug look as he waited for praise, Luo Ruiying's cheeks couldn't help but twitch slightly, and she felt a pang of pity in her heart. That is a precious natural spiritual liquid. They actually let him use it to grow food. It's such a waste of resources. What a waste! Luo Ruiying sighed helplessly, and kept telling herself in her heart. He is just an ordinary person, he doesn't know the preciousness of the spiritual fluid, you can't blame him. Chapter 11 Your husband won't eat you. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms and strolled around the magical medicine garden with curiosity in her eyes. Ning Yechen suddenly had an idea in his mind, and took the opportunity to walk alone to another empty lawn not far away. Originally, this place was intended to be used as farmland to grow other crops, but now he has a new idea. Ning Yechen waved his sleeves, and tens of thousands of seeds scattered on the lawn like raindrops. With a clear pop sound, Ning Yechen snapped his fingers, and suddenly all the flowers on the lawn bloomed, and the whole mountain and field were covered with colorful flowers. The sea of flowers is in full bloom, and the rich fragrance spreads hundreds of miles away. Luo Ruiying was suddenly attracted by the rich fragrance of flowers, and stared in a daze at the gorgeous and colorful flowers all over the mountain in front of her. When the breeze blows by, it brings up bursts of colorful rain of petals. Luo Hongye happily jumped from Luo Ruiying's arms and skipped into the flowers. How about it, lady, do you like it? Ning Yechen slowly walked to Luo Ruiying's side and asked with a smile. Luo Ruiying turned her head and looked at Ning Yechen with an incredible look on her face. This is also planted by you. Ning Yechen nodded. Luo Ruiying was greatly shocked. How long will it take to create such a beautiful sea of flowers? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Ruiying to sit among the flowers, enjoying the breeze and the refreshing fragrance. Ever since escaping from the fairyland, Luo Ruiying's nerves have been on edge, worried that those people will catch up with him again. At this moment, the tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Luo Ruiying's slender fingers lightly touched the strands of hair on her cheek that were blown by the breeze, and the corners of her mouth slightly drew a crescent-shaped smile, revealing a beautiful smile. She said to Luo Hongye, who was playing in the flowers not far away. Yi, be careful, don't run too fast or too far away. Ning Yechen stared blankly at Luo Ruiying's beautiful profile. His heart moved and he couldn't help but put his hands around her slender waist. He had seen countless fairies and witches before, but he had never had this feeling. For some reason, when he looked at Luo Ruiying, he felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart. Is it because she is his first woman and is already his wife? Suddenly, someone hugged her waist and Luo Ruiying's body trembled slightly. A hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she did not resist at all. But my body was very tense and nervous. It would have been easy for her to break free with her current level of cultivation in the heavenly realm, but she didn't do it. On the one hand, he was worried about accidentally hurting Ning Yechen. After all, mortals are very vulnerable to cultivators. On the other hand, she didn't actually hate Ning Yechen in her heart, and she had never looked down on him just because he was a mortal. Although she once blamed him for taking her body away, now that the child is born, the two of them can be considered a real couple. Hugging between husband and wife should be considered a normal behavior. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying's body, which was as stiff as wood, and couldn't help but laugh. He leaned close to her ear and whispered. Relax, my lady. Your husband will not eat you. I'm not nervous. These words instantly made Luo Ruiying blush, and she raised her eyes and glared at Ning Yechen coquettishly. How dare a mere mortal tease her? Facing Luo Ruiying's coquettish and angry glare, Ning Yechen didn't care. Instead, he thought she looked particularly cute when she was angry and showed a satisfied smile. Luo Ruiying was so angry that her chest was heaving. She simply turned her head away with a red face and ignored Ning Yechen. This abominable fellow knew clearly that she was a cultivator with great accomplishments, yet he still dared to tease her like this. If it were someone else, she would have slapped him to death. Just when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were alone, Luo Hongye, who was lying in the flowers, saw a colorful butterfly flying past him. Luo Hongye had never seen a butterfly before. His eyes lit up and he immediately chased after the butterfly with his tiny steps. Before it knew it, it had run to the edge of the flower bush, and the butterfly finally landed on a flower. Luo Hongye curiously approached the butterfly and wanted to touch it, but the butterfly was frightened and flew into the bushes. Ah, wait, yi. Luo Hongye ran after it, but the butterfly had already disappeared into the bushes. The surroundings were empty, the woods were dense, and there was silence. Luo Ruiying felt scared and turned around to find that she was a little far away from her mother and father. When she was about to rush back, a huge dark figure covered her petite body from behind. Luo Hongye turned around and saw a huge, ferocious dragon with scales all over its body like sharp blades poking its head out from the bushes. The giant dragon's dark vertical pupils stared at Luo Hongye, its eyes full of surprise and greed, and saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth. "Look what I found. Human. It's been a long time since I tasted human. Night is not tasty." Luo Hongye was so frightened that he trembled and stepped back step by step. He stumbled and fell. He cried out wow and burst into tears in fear. "Wo mother daddy." The crying sound was immediately noticed by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying didn't find Luo Hongye and looked very panicked. He immediately dodged and rushed towards the source of the sound. "Ah, it's no use calling daddy or mommy. Just let me eat it. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain." The giant black-scaled dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Luo Hongye. At this critical moment, Luo Ruiying flashed out and cut the entire face of the black-scaled dragon with a sword. "Roll! You beast! What are you trying to do to my child?" Luo Ruiying held the sword and stood in front of Luo Hongye, her pretty face staring at the giant black-scaled dragon in front of her with a cold face. His face was cut and blood was flowing down. The black-scaled dragon was in great pain and stared at Luo Ruiying angrily. "Damn humans! How dare you scratch my face? Except for that adult, no one here dares to do this to me." After saying that, countless steel blades extended from the body of the black-scaled dragon, and an astonishing spiritual power and pressure gushed out from its body. A giant black-scaled dragon from the heavenly god realm. That's a monster at the level of a demon king. There was a hint of surprise and vigilance in Luo Ruiying's eyes. The black-scaled dragon is in existence at the pinnacle of cultivation strength in the human world. Didn't expect it to be here. Could it be that he was attracted by the scent of the elixir and fruit? She should have been prepared. Luo Ruiying was filled with self-blame. It was because of her negligence that the child was almost in danger. If she had her previous level of cultivation, she could kill this giant black-scaled dragon with just one sword. But now her cultivation strength is only at the heavenly man realm. If we really fight with the black-scaled dragon, we may not necessarily lose. But she was worried that she couldn't take Luo Hongye's safety into consideration. What should I do? Should I just run away with the child? Just as Luo Ruiying was thinking about how to respond, Ning Yechen's figure slowly walked towards her from behind. Seeing Ning Yechen also coming, Luo Ruiying looked panicked. This is bad. If she only brought Luo Hongye with her, she would be confident enough to escape unscathed. If Ning Yechen were added, they might not be able to escape from the black-scaled dragon. Luo Ruiying was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 12. Just be careful in your next life. Take the child and go first. I'll hold it back. After some thought, Luo Ruiying whispered instructions to Ning Yechen. This is the best way. Let Ning Yechen take the child away first, so that she can devote all her energy to dealing with this giant black-scaled dragon. Ning Yechen did not respond to Luo Ruiying, but gently picked up the frightened Luo Hongye on the ground, patted her back gently and comforted her. Don't cry every night. Daddy and mommy are here, everything is fine. Luo Hongye stopped crying and curled up in Ning Yechen's arms in fear. Ning Yechen stroked her head gently, then raised his head and looked coldly at the giant black-scaled dragon. When the black-scaled dragon saw Ning Yechen, his expression became extremely terrified, and his aura disappeared instantly. It's him. That child turned out to be his child. It's over. It's over. The black-scaled dragon turned around and ran away without any hesitation. The huge body flew across the woods like an afterimage, at an astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying looked confused. Why did the giant black-scaled dragon, which was so ferocious just now, suddenly run away? It turns out that the black-scaled dragon can run so fast even without transforming into a human form. Looking at its frightened expression, could it be frightened by her aura? Luo Ruiying couldn't figure it out. This is the only reasonable explanation in my mind. In any case, she was relieved that the black-scaled dragon had escaped on its own initiative. Yi, are you okay? Luo Ruiying put away the magic sword and hurried to Luo Hongye to check her injuries worriedly. Fortunately, I just fell, sprained my foot, and had some minor scrapes. Luo Hongye, who had just calmed down, cried again and threw herself from Ning Yechen's arms into Luo Ruiying's arms. Whoa, mother. Guang, don't cry, mother is here. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye up and down and coaxed him. She felt very guilty for scaring the child. If she had looked more carefully, this dangerous thing would not have happened. Come on, let's go home first. It's dangerous here. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen and said. The child was frightened and naturally had no mood to continue playing outside. It would be very dangerous if you encounter other monsters. My dear, please take the children back first. I need to go and clean up the insects near the orchard. Ning Yechen whispered instructions to Luo Ruiying, then turned around and strolled into the woods. Luo Ruiying wanted to call Ning Yechen and tell him not to worry about the bugs for the time being. The appearance of monsters nearby meant that the place was very dangerous. It would be extremely dangerous for a mortal to encounter a monster. However, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen had already disappeared into the woods. Above the forest, a huge dark figure flashed across the air at a rapid speed. The black-scaled dragon flapped its wings with all its might and turned its head to look behind it in horror. He accidentally touched that adult's people, and he definitely could not stay in the demon forest anymore. If he doesn't leave now, he will definitely die. Where are you going? Just as the black-scaled dragon turned its head, a cold voice came from the front. That voice was like the greeting of the god of death, making the black-scaled dragon feel as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Sir. This is a misunderstanding. I really didn't know she was your child. The giant black-scaled dragon stopped in front of Ning Yechen, knelt on the ground with its huge body and begged for mercy. Fine. Just be more careful in your next life. Ning Yechen raised his hand and clenched it lightly, and the body of the black-scaled dragon, which was dozens of feet long, twisted and compressed instantly. Sir. Ugh. The black-scaled dragon wanted to continue begging for mercy, but his iron-hard body had been compressed into a ball the size of a palm. You scared my daughter and made her cry. It's a relief for you to die like this. Ning Yechen looked at the ball formed by the black-scaled dragon indifferently, waved his palm, turned the ball into ashes, and shouted to the surroundings. Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Giant Ape, Sky Devouring Divine Python. All of you come here. The sound was not loud, and it spread out from the center of Ning Yechen like a ripple. Not long after, 3 figures rushed to Ning Yechen from different directions. Lord. The 3 of them bowed respectfully and greeted him. His head was lowered, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he didn't dare to look Ning Yechen in the eye. Because they deeply know that the person in front of them is not someone they can easily provoke. There used to be nearly 100 demon kings in the depths of the demon forest, but after he came, only 4 remained. No, there are only 3 left now. Ning Yechen killed the black scale dragon with a flick of his hand, and they all watched secretly. Feeling that Ning Yechen did not seem to be very happy today, everyone became even more worried and their legs trembled. I was afraid that he would crush them to death if he got upset. I really don't know how that damn black-scaled dragon offended this adult. Isn't this killing them? Everyone couldn't help but curse the dead black-scaled dragon inwardly. Ning Yechen glanced at everyone coldly and said calmly, "My wife and my daughter returned recently. Not only did the black-scaled dragon scare my daughter, he almost ate her. So I killed him. How dare Xianlin attack your daughter? He deserves death." The pale and thick-haired Titan ape raised his fist and said angrily, "That's right. If I knew, I would chop him up for you without your help." The Chaos Bull Demon, who was burly and strong, and nearly 2 meters tall, also echoed angrily. Another woman with a figure as slender as a water snake also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, sir, you are already giving him a light blow by just killing him like this. It seems that you all agree that I should kill him? Ning Yechen asked. Certainly. The 3 demon kings responded in unison. That's good. I am worried that you might scare or threaten my daughter. You guys, do you think I should clean you up as well? Ning Yechen smiled slightly and spoke softly, without any trace of murderous intent in his voice. However, when these words fell into the ears of the 3 demons, it was like a loud thunder, and they all felt cold all over. With a thump, the 3 demons quickly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy while trembling all over. Please spare my life, sir. Give me 10 courages and I won't dare to offend you and your family. Ning Yechen looked thoughtful and didn't say anything. The 3 demons dared not move and waited quietly for Ning Yechen's decision. Every second that passes by feels particularly long to them. This may very well be their last time on Earth. After a while, Ning Yechen said to the 3 monsters, Remember what you said and take care of your men. If any demon scares my daughter, you will disappear from this world. After saying that, Ning Yechen disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yes. The three demons were still lying on the ground, not daring to move. It was not until more than half an hour had passed that they cautiously raised their heads. Only after confirming that Ning Yechen had really left did he breathe a sigh of relief. I feel lucky to have escaped death. No matter what, they will never go near that wooden house. So scary. Chapter 13. It's really just for the children. When Ning Yechen hurried back to the wooden house, he noticed a beautiful figure rushing towards him. He smiled slightly, then quickly fell into the woods from mid-air and walked slowly. After a while, Luo Ruiying hurriedly appeared in front of Ning Yechen. Great, I finally found you. Seeing that Ning Yechen was safe and sound, Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief. But when I saw his calm and relaxed look, I became furious again. Worried that there might be other monsters nearby, she first sent Luo Hongya home and then hurried to find him. But he just looked so carefree and had no sense of crisis at all. Luo Ruiying gave Ning Yechen a reproachful look and said, "Don't bother with bugs next time. It's dangerous around here." "My lady, are you so worried about your husband?" Ning Yechen asked knowingly. Luo Ruiying's face suddenly turned red and she glared at Ning Yechen coquettishly. I just don't want the child to lose her father." "Huh? Is it really just for the kids?" Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying with a meaningful smile on his face. The two were so close, their eyes met. They only needed to take one more step forward to be in contact. Luo Ruiying's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, she took a step back, and her face became even more flushed with embarrassment. He stared at Ning Yechen with great dissatisfaction. This guy, at this time, is still busy teasing her. How could she, the Empress of the fairy world, let herself be teased by a mere mortal? It's really just for the kids. Okay, come back with me. Luo Ruiying said this shyly and angrily, then turned around and was about to leave. Looking at Luo Ruiying's angry and arrogant back, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. He looked down at his feet, an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he gently twisted his right foot. "My dear, my foot was accidentally injured just now. I'm afraid we can't go back." Ning Yechen took 2 steps while supporting his feet, and said regrettably to Luo Ruiying who was walking in front of him. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned around, a look of panic flashed across her face, and she hurried back to Ning Yechen, squatted down and checked his right foot. "The bones in my right foot are broken and the injury is very serious. I saw him walking over here just now and he was fine. Why are you saying this now? Seriously. Not at all careful. What if I hadn't come to you?" Luo Ruiying blamed Ning Yechen angrily, her eyes full of worry. "If you are unlucky enough to encounter a monster in the woods with a broken leg like this, you will be dead. I'm so sorry for making you worry." Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying who was really angry because she was worried about him, but he felt very happy in his heart, and the corners of his face never relaxed. Luo Ruiying had no choice but to simply bandage Ning Yechen's foot, then squatted down with her back to him. "Come on up, I'll carry you back. I wonder how many powerful monsters there are nearby." The safest and quickest way was for her to carry Ning Yechen back. Ning Yechen showed a sly smile as if his plan had succeeded, and without any hesitation he lay down on Luo Ruiying's back and put his arms around her neck. Luo Ruiying's back was very warm, and there was a pleasant, faint fragrance on her body. Ning Yechen simply put his cheek against her back. Luo Ruiying's face turned a little red with embarrassment, but considering that Ning Yechen was injured there was nothing she could do, so she didn't say anything. He jumped up and flew quickly among the woods towards the cabin. In just a few breaths, Luo Ruiying carried Ning Yechen back to the wooden house and let him sit on the bed. "Daddy! I'm so worried about you, yay." Seeing Ning Yechen coming back, Luo Hongye immediately threw himself into his arms and rubbed his cheek. "It makes our family worry every night." Ning Yechen hugged Luo Hongye lovingly and rubbed her little head. He didn't come back, which made the little guy worried. Luo Ruiying looked at the scene with satisfaction, a slight smile on her lips. After telling Ning Yechen not to run around anymore, she turned and left the wooden house. She was going back to the fairy medicine garden to pick some herbs to make healing ointment for Ning Yechen. By the way, she also needs to carefully patrol the nearby monsters and set up a barrier to isolate the wooden house. There is only one cabin and no security at all. There is not even any early warning measure. I don't know how that guy survived here for so long. If you encounter a monster once, you may not encounter them again. She has to be responsible for protecting this home. There were many medicinal herbs in the fairy medicine garden, and Luo Ruiying quickly found all the herbs he needed. Afterwards, Luo Ruiying began to patrol with the wooden house as the center, making sure there were no traces of any monsters within a radius of 50 miles. After looking around for a while, Luo Ruiying felt more and more puzzled. Let alone a monster, she didn't even sense the slightest breath of a monster. When she came here before, she could clearly sense a lot of. How come they all disappeared all of a sudden? There is also a huge fairy medicine garden here. How come such rich spiritual power and medicinal fragrance did not attract any monsters? This is really against common sense. There was no trace of the giant black-scaled dragon from before. Strangeness. This unusual situation made Luo Ruiying frown. However, there were no monsters around, which was just as she wished, saving her from having to deal with those monsters. Luo Ruiying took the opportunity to bury spirit stones in various places 50 miles away, formed an array with the spirit stones, and activated the spirit stones. The spirit stones were connected to form a huge barrier formation that enveloped the entire wooden house. After the barrier was formed, it turned from faint to transparent, and even if you look closely, it is difficult to find that there is a barrier here. After doing all this, Luo Ruiying felt much more at ease. Although the barrier she set up with her current level of cultivation is not very powerful, it is definitely enough to block those with cultivation below the heavenly god realm. When Luo Ruiying returned, the night had gradually darkened. Ning Yechen and his daughter Luo Hongye were still playing and fighting, playing with each other. Seeing Luo Ruiying coming back, the two of them greeted her in unison. My wife is back. Mother. Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile. She looked around the room again, hesitated for a moment, blushed, and asked, how do you take a bath here? She hasn't bathed since she escaped from the fairyland. When she was in the fairyland, she would take a bath on time every day. It was very difficult for her not to be able to take a bath for many days in a row. She can go without food and drink, but she must not go without a bath. But she looked carefully and found that there was no wooden tub for bathing in the house, and there was no bathroom outside the house for boiling water for bathing. This made Luo Ruiying, who wanted to take a bath, feel troubled. Ning Yechen instantly became excited when he heard that Luo Ruiying wanted to take a bath. Madam, you want to take a bath? My husband knows a good place. Chapter 14. I'm just a little irritated. I haven't showered for several days. I want to clean myself. Luo Ruiying nodded shyly, and asked impatiently. Where is the good place? Madam, there is a hot spring on a cliff about 2 or 3 miles southwest of the back mountain. Ning Yechen said with a smile while hugging Luo Hongye. When, hot spring? When she heard the word hot spring, Luo Ruiying's eyes lit up and a look of anticipation inadvertently revealed on her face. She originally thought that she would be satisfied with just taking a hot bath. After all, this place was incomparable to the palace in the fairyland. But she didn't expect that there was a hot spring to soak in this forest. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. He also specially opened that hot spring. The purpose of living in seclusion here is to enjoy life, so naturally you have everything you need. As the former demon lord, he would never let himself be wronged. Yi, come on, mother will take you to take a bath. Luo Ruiying happily took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. My wife, can I take a shower together? Ning Yechen asked solemnly. He had never expected anything so much before. Unfortunately, Luo Ruiying rejected him without hesitation. No. Luo Ruiying walked out of the house with Luo Hongye in her arms with a red face, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. Ning Yechen was left alone in the house. Ning Yechen shook his head in disappointment, hesitating whether to follow. If I follow him and peek, wouldn't that be a perverted behavior? But on second thought, it shouldn't be considered perverted for a husband to spy on his wife bathing, right? Among the woods, Luo Ruiying was excitedly running all the way holding Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye, who was lying in his arms, raised his big eyes and looked at Luo Ruiying, puzzled and asked. Mother, why don't you let father take a bath with us? Daddy is left alone at home, how pitiful. This. Luo Ruiying was left speechless by Luo Hongye's words and didn't know how to explain for a moment. Although she has accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, it does not mean that she has reached the point where she can be honest with him. Thinking of the two of them soaking naked in the bathtub, Luo Ruiying blushed and shook her head quickly. Even when she was the queen of the immortal realm, she never had any maid serve her when bathing in the bath, let alone bathing with a man. Under Luo Hongya's puzzled gaze, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to face up to the scalp and force a smile to explain. Because your father's foot is injured, it's inconvenient. Then mother can come here with father in her arms just like she did with Yi Yi. Luo Hongya asked naively again. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying had no idea to refute, so she had to change her explanation. Mother has to concentrate on bathing Yi Yi tonight, so she can't bring daddy with her. Is that so? Luo Hongya said regretfully. Seeing that Luo Hongya seemed to accept this reason, Luo Ruiying hurriedly nodded. Aha! Mother has to wash Yi Yi thoroughly. It will take a long time. Luo Hongya's face was thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said to Luo Ruiying with a firm gaze. Mom, I won't wash it every night. Let mother and father take a bath together. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying stumbled and almost fell from midair. This child. Next time, mommy will take a bath with your daddy, okay? Tonight, mother will help Yi Yi wash herself clean first. Luo Ruiying couldn't convince Luo Hongya, so she had no choice but to agree. Okay. Then next time, you have to take a bath with mom and dad every night, okay? Luo Hongya looked at Luo Hongya expectantly and asked. Good. What else could Luo Ruiying do? She could only agree with a wry smile. After a few days, the child will forget about it. During the conversation, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a cliff. There is a small path on the cliff, which is covered with dense trees. Walking along the path deeper into the woods, after a while, a steaming hot spring several meters wide appeared before our eyes. There really is a hot spring. Luo Ruiying showed surprise on her face. She first helped Luo Hongya take off her clothes and then let her into the hot spring. Mom, the water is so warm, come down quickly. Luo Hongya fluttered happily in the hot spring and waved to Luo Ruiying on the shore. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, stretched out her hand, and took off her fairy dress and underwear. A graceful and exquisite body with black hair bathed in the bright moonlight, standing in the rising mist, vaguely visible. Someone hiding in the tree couldn't help but stare at it in fascination. After careful consideration, Ning Yechen decided to follow secretly. But don't get me wrong, he's not here to peek. Instead, he came to secretly protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter. If anything goes wrong, he can take timely action secretly, right? When Luo Ruiying was about to step into the hot spring with her lotus feet, she suddenly turned her head and looked behind her, her beautiful eyes scanning back and forth intently. I don't know if it's her illusion, but I always feel like someone is staring at her. She has set up a barrier within a radius of 50 miles, so no monsters or other people should be able to get in. Could it be that guy? Luo Ruiying's first reaction was to think of Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head to deny it. She had just arrived not long after she and Luo Hongya had been flying all the way, so how could Ning Yechen, who was injured in his foot, possibly catch up? It can't be him. It must be just her illusion. Luo Ruiying didn't think anymore and soaked her whole body in the warm hot spring, with a comfortable and relaxed expression on her face. It was as if I came back to life all of a sudden. Luo Hongya swam obediently into Luo Ruiying's arms, sat in front of her, and let her wipe her body and hair with a happy look on her face. Ning Yechen sat on a tree branch, silently watching the mother and daughter bathing in the hot spring, with a happy smile on his face. There are no extra distracting thoughts in my mind. But when Luo Ruiying stood up from the hot spring, Ning Yechen couldn't stop bleeding from his nose. Hundreds of years had passed since anyone had made him bleed, but he was injured again in this way. After nearly half an hour, Luo Ruiying, feeling satisfied, took Luo Hongya back to the wooden house after taking a bath. Luo Ruiying, who had just finished bathing, had her hair loose and wet, with her black hair shining and falling to her waist, and her pretty face revealed a rosy complexion. Ning Yechen saw this and recalled the erotic scene he had just seen. His nose started bleeding again. Why are you bleeding from the nose? Luo Ruiying walked up to Ning Yechen with a worried look on her face and asked. She was afraid that he might have suffered some other injuries that he was hiding from her. Ning Yechen turned his head away in embarrassment for the first time and explained. My husband is fine, don't worry. I'm just a little irritated. Chapter 15. My husband always sleeps naked. Humans are so fragile. I just got angry, but I bled so much. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from Ning Yechen's nose, then squatted down and grabbed his right foot. He took out various herbs he had picked from his arms, put them into his mouth, chewed them, spit them out, and applied them directly to the broken leg. Finally, take out the bandage and wrap it up. These magical herbs and medicines have strong medicinal effects on broken bones and tendons. They do not need to be specially refined and can be effective just by chewing them and applying them externally. Don't move around so much these days. The injury on your foot will heal in 2 days, don't worry. Luo Ruiying said thankfully. This was also thanks to the well-stocked fairy medicine garden in the back mountain, otherwise she really had no way to heal Ning Yechen's broken leg. Thank you, ma'am. Ning Yechen smiled gratefully. In fact, if he wants to, he can restore this broken leg to its original state in a second. But since I am being cared for and looked after by a beautiful woman, I am not in a hurry to recover. Luo Ruiying felt a little embarrassed by the gratitude, and said with a slightly red face. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Okay, go to sleep. Hearing about going to sleep, Luo Hongya happily threw himself onto the couch and buried his head in the quilt. He poked his little head out and looked expectantly at Luo Ruiying, who was standing in front of the bed, and said with a smile. Mom, let's sleep together. Forehead. Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and said embarrassedly. Yi, the bed isn't very big, why don't you sleep with Daddy tonight? Just sleep down there, mother. Luo Hongya had already climbed onto the bed. Sleeping with her meant sleeping on the same bed with Ning Yechen. She had never slept with a man before, even if he was her husband, she was not ready yet. This house belongs to Ning Yechen, and he is injured, so she will definitely give her bed to him. She also didn't want Luo Hongya to sleep on the floor with her, so she had to let Luo Hongya and Ning Yechen sleep together. Mom doesn't sleep with Daddy, yay? I want to sleep with Mom and Dad every night. Luo Hongya had a disappointed look on his face, and looked at Luo Ruiying with his big, touching eyes. Looking at Luo Hongya's expectant eyes, Luo Ruiying could no longer say no, so she had no choice but to compromise and replied with a smile. All right. Mother and father sleep together every night. Ning Yechen immediately cast an approving look at Luo Hongya and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Well done, my sweet girl. A sly smile appeared on Luo Hongya's pretty face. Luo Ruiying took off her outer clothes and put on a close-fitting, thin white silk nightgown, which outlined her exquisite and proud figure. You sleep inside. Luo Ruiying looked shy and pointed inside the bed and said to Ning Yechen. This way, with the child in between, she wouldn't be so nervous. Good. Ning Yechen responded with a smile. He did not rush to climb onto the bed, but stood up and took off his coat. But he wasn't wearing any pajamas underneath, only a pair of white shorts. A strong, graceful, smooth, fair body with almost no flaws appeared before Luo Ruiying's eyes. Wow, what a perfect figure. Luo Ruiying subconsciously couldn't help but stare in amazement. Is this really the body shape and physique of a mere mortal hunter? How can it be so perfect and full of power? Could it be that he has such a strong physique because he has been hunting and exercising in the mountains for many years, and has eaten a lot of ingredients made from magical herbs and elixirs? Luo Ruiying guessed in her heart. This guess is reasonable. The magical herbs of heaven and earth have the effect of removing impurities from the body. In addition, he has lived in the mountains for many years, so it is not surprising that he has developed such a strong physique. Madam, what are you looking at? Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying, who had a dazed expression, and teased her. Luo Ruiying woke up as if from a dream. When she came to her senses, she realized that she had been staring at a man's body in a trance. Her face turned red with shame in an instant. She quickly glanced away and asked in a delicate voice. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Because my husband always sleeps naked. Ning Yechen said with an innocent look on his face. Sleeping naked? No, I can't. When Luo Ruiying heard this, she looked frightened and shy, and immediately retorted. Why? Ning Yechen asked puzzledly. The child is still here. Luo Ruiying pursed her red lips and glared at Ning Yechen with a red face. Ning Yechen suddenly realized, gave a meaningful smile, nodded, and put on his clothes silently. It won't work if the child is here. I understand. Okay, I'll put it on right away. Luo Ruiying's pretty face was full of confusion. What did he understand? Luo Hongya sat on the bed, looking at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying with curious eyes and confusion. Why doesn't Mother allow father to take off his clothes before sleeping? Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongya's little head, climbed onto the bed, lay down on the inside of the bed, and hugged her in his arms. Holding Luo Hongya's petite figure, it felt like he was really holding a doll. Luo Ruiying gently blew out the oil lamp in the room, lay down on the bed sideways, and hugged Luo Hongye from behind. The room was dark and silent. Luo Hongye was held by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying with one arm on each side. He fell into a deep sleep with a happy smile on his face. Luo Ruiying quietly looked at the sleeping Luo Hongye, a sweet smile on her face, and gently stroked her cheek with loving eyes. Ever since she gave birth to Luo Hongye, she often secretly locked her in a closet to avoid her being discovered. She was even afraid to sleep peacefully with her. After escaping from the fairyland, he kept running day and night, and the pursuit never stopped. Now I can finally let this little guy have a good sleep, Luo Ruiying thought with relief. At this moment, in the darkness, a hand suddenly touched her back. Luo Ruiying was shocked and quickly confirmed the source of the palm. Besides her and the child, there was only one other person on the bed. The bed was not big to begin with, barely enough space for 3 people to lie flat. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were both sleeping on their sides, hugging Luo Hongye very close to each other. If you stretch your head slightly, your foreheads will touch. How come Ning Yechen's arm suddenly passed Luo Hongye and directly hugged her waist? Luo Ruiying raised her head in surprise and looked at Ning Yechen quietly. I saw that he was breathing steadily and sleeping peacefully, and he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Did I just accidentally bump into her while sleeping? Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Ning Yechen touched her, her heart beat violently, which scared her. Just as Luo Ruiying relaxed, Ning Yechen immediately put one foot on her body and held her waist tighter with his arm. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but glare at the sleeping Ning Yechen with a coquettish look. This guy, why is his sleeping posture so bad? Chapter 16. The Fairy Queen doesn't want to do it. The next morning, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face in front of her. Ning Yechen was sleeping soundly, very close to her, so close that she could even feel his slight breath. Ning Yechen used one of his arms as a pillow for Luo Hongye, who was sleeping between them, while his other hand was placed on Luo Ruiying's hips. And one of his legs was resting on her all night. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and clenched her fists, wanting to teach this guy a lesson for his bad sleeping posture. She didn't know how many times she had moved Ning Yechen's feet off her body last night, only to put them back on again the next moment. After much trouble, she finally gave up. That was fine, she endured it. This guy's hands are not honest either. Luo Ruiying clenched his fists and hesitated for a moment, but finally loosened his fists helplessly. Let's let this guy go this time. He fell asleep, and it wasn't intentional, so forget it. Besides, she and her child had a rare good night's sleep last night. Luo Ruiying gently moved Ning Yechen's hands and feet away, climbed up the bed slowly, bit a hairpin in her mouth, sat on the edge of the bed and put her hair up. Ning Yechen secretly opened his eyes, admiring Luo Ruiying's beautiful and slender back, and couldn't help but smile. My wife looks so beautiful when she puts her hair up. When Luo Ruiying put her hair up and turned around, Ning Yechen quickly closed his eyes again. Looking at Ning Yechen, who was sleeping soundly with a smile on his face, Luo Ruiying felt curious and amused. This guy must have dreamed of something good, he was smiling so happily even when he fell asleep. Luo Ruiying looked down and saw that Luo Hongye also had a sweet smile on his face, so she smiled helplessly as well. This child is just like her father. Luo Ruiying looked at the 2 people on the bed lovingly. Without making a sound to disturb them, she put on her clothes and went to the kitchen to get busy. Although she could go without food and drink, the child was still young and Ning Yechen was just an ordinary person. As a wife, she naturally had to take on the responsibility of taking care of both of them. While Luo Ruiying was busy, Ning Yechen also squatted at the door of the house holding the awakened Luo Hongye and started brushing his teeth. Although Luo Hongye didn't understand what this was doing, he was still very happy and curious as he learned to brush his teeth with the long brush. Luo Ruiying glanced curiously at the 2 people squatting at the door, not knowing what to do, and shook her head helplessly. I don't know what that guy is teaching the kids to do. But seeing that the father and daughter were happy, she didn't care. After a while, Luo Ruiying prepared a table of food and called out to the 2 people who were still playing outside. Let's eat. Hee, mother, here I come. Luo Hongye rode on Ning Yechen's shoulders and walked into the house. There was a flower on Ning Yechen's head. Yee, stop messing around. Luo Ruiying almost couldn't help laughing when she saw Ning Yechen with flowers on his head, and hurriedly took Luo Hongye, who was riding on her shoulders, off Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen didn't care about it. Instead, he was very happy and sat down at the table with a smile. The dishes on the table are all made from crops and herbs picked from the fairy medicine garden. Probably out of concern that his physique would not be able to accept magical herbs and elixirs with too strong effects, Luo Ruiying basically used those that were of a younger age or those that would not cause any harm to mortals if consumed. It can be said that he is very careful. Although it would be fine if he ate whatever he wanted. Because Luo Hongye was too young, he could only sit in Luo Ruiying's arms, lying on the table with his head buried in the bowl, eating until his face was covered with rice grains. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief and wiped Luo Hongye's mouth lovingly, then took the initiative to feed her little by little. Come on, eat more every night. My dear, you have worked hard too. Ning Yechen picked up the dishes and put them into the bowls of Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying. The corners of Luo Ruiying's mouth rose slightly in an imperceptible arc, and she picked up a dish and handed it to Ning Yechen. You too. My cooking may not be that delicious, you try it. Luo Ruiying originally wanted to put it into Ning Yechen's bowl, but who would have thought that Ning Yechen would just stick his head over and eat it in one bite? After eating, he smiled and praised. Well, my wife's craftsmanship is very good. Beyond my expectations. This is Ning Yechen's true thought. I didn't expect that Luo Ruiying, a fairy from the immortal world, could unexpectedly cook. She already looks like a good wife and mother. The feeding turned into hand feeding, and a slight blush appeared on Luo Ruiying's cheeks. How come he even took her chopsticks into his mouth? Seeing this scene, Luo Hongye also raised his head and looked at Luo Ruiying with his mouth wide open, and said in a baby voice. I want it every night, ah. Okay. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, picked up some food and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Ning Yechen also lovingly picked up the dishes and fed them into Luo Hongye's mouth one by one. Luo Hongye accepted all the food that came to him. His cheeks were plump and he was smiling from eating so much. Luo Ruiying looked at the peaceful and happy scene of a family of 3 gathered around the table to eat, and a happy and satisfied smile appeared on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced before as an empress. It would be nice if I could hide here forever, live with him and my child for the rest of my life. It would be better if the queen of the immortal realm didn't do it. Outskirts of the demon forest. 4 figures gathered outside, staring at the endless demon forest with burning eyes. Ghost Master, are you sure they are hiding in this demon forest? A man in a green sword robe frowned and asked an old man with a hunched body and spotted face beside him. Could it be that immortal Lu Jian is looking down on my ghost puppet soul-chasing technique? The ghost husband smiled grimly and said while holding a puppet with a terrifying baby-like face in his hand. The ghost baby puppet held a strand of hair in its mouth, its eyes fixed on the distance of the demon forest. Who in the world doesn't know about the old ghost's technique of chasing souls? As long as we get a certain item from a person, we can locate and track them thousands of miles away. It seems that the girl from the fairyland is hiding in this demon forest. Another sturdy man with his upper body naked said with a heroic laugh. There are countless demon kings in the depths of the demon forest. If they are really hiding in the demon forest, it may not be easy to bring them back. A man dressed as a Confucian scholar said with a slight frown. Is the palace master of the Confucian palace of the world afraid? The sturdy man looked at Su Sheng and sneered. Su Sheng frowned and looked at the burly man with unfriendly eyes. Humph. Even the lord of the martial god palace is not afraid, so how can my Tianxia Confucian palace be afraid? Ridiculous. So, Palace Master Su wants to compete with me? Wu Kuang stared at Su Sheng with fanatical eyes, and a fierce aura burst out from his body. Su Sheng showed no sign of weakness and burst out with an aura that was no less powerful than Wu Kuang's. That's enough. The purpose of the 4 of us gathering here is not to compete for victory or defeat. Don't forget why everyone is here. Lu Jian held the sword and stood between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, scolding them with a stern look. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng and Wu Kuang immediately put away their aura. Compared to the competition between the two, they came here with a very important mission. Capture the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. No matter life or death. Chapter 17. Why is there another person here? Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Guifu, and Wu Kuang, these 4 are the leaders of the top sects in the world. They can be said to be the 4 people with the highest cultivation levels in this human world. Just one step away from breaking through the realm and ascending to immortality. There was only one reason why the 4 of them gathered here, a promise made to them by a lord from the upper realm. As long as we catch Luo Ruiying and her daughter who escaped from the fairyland, we can not only help them ascend to the fairyland, but also join them directly. There is no better temptation than to be able to join such a powerful force once you ascend to the immortal world. They have also obtained information about Luo Ruiying's mother and daughter. Luo Ruiying, once the Empress of the Fairyland, but now she is seriously injured and her cultivation has fallen below the celestial realm. For the four of them, who are the most powerful people in the world, this is a perfect job that is not difficult at all. Let's go, and make a quick decision. It would be best if the other party cooperates obediently. If not, just kill him directly. Remember, you can't kill that girl. You have to take her back. Lu Jian had a stern look on his face, and he took the lead by transforming into a divine rainbow and rushing towards the depths of the demon forest. It is not too easy for him to deal with a person in the heaven realm. The other three looked at each other, revealed a smug smile, and turned into divine rainbows to chase after him. A moment later, Lu Jian and his three companions arrived deep into the demon forest. A large number of monsters can be felt on the outskirts of the monster forest, and from time to time there are monsters that don't know how to live or die and attack them. The strange thing is that after reaching the depths of the demon forest, they didn't find any demon beasts. It is said that there are hundreds of demon kings in the deep forest of the demon domain. Anyone who enters will die. But now, not even a single demon king was seen. The silence is too abnormal. Lu Jian and the other three stood in mid-air, looking closely around the demon forest, but there was no single figure. Ghost Master, quickly use your ghost baby puppet to track the other party's specific location. Lu Jian frowned and asked the ghost husband beside him. If there is no specific location, it would be quite difficult to find two people in the depths of the demon forest. The ghost husband forced a smile on his ugly face and said very embarrassedly, "My ghost baby puppet can only sense the vicinity, but I don't know the exact location." TSK. The ghost baby puppet that is said to chase souls thousands of miles away is just like this. Su Sheng smacked his lips and said with disdain. The ghost husband just smiled awkwardly but did not refute. Wu Kuang ignored everyone and seemed to have discovered something. He flew down into the woods and found a spot of dried blood on a leaf. He is particularly sensitive to the smell of blood, even the slightest smell of blood cannot escape his nose. As soon as he arrived, he could vaguely smell a different scent of blood. Wu Kuang picked the blood-stained leaves directly and put them into his mouth to taste them carefully, his expression gradually becoming excited. As expected, this is the blood of a fairy from the upper realm. It tastes different. This smell really makes me thirsty. When Lu Jian and his group saw Wu Kuang's excited and fanatical look, they all looked disgusted. Rumor has it that this guy loves to drink blood, especially the blood of the strong. Every time he kills someone, he will drink the blood of the other person. But it was also because of him that Luo Ruiying's trace was finally discovered. At least one thing is certain, that woman must be hiding in this demon forest. As long as this is confirmed, finding her is just a matter of time. Let's search separately. Whoever finds it first will send out the signal. Lu Jian said to the other three people. Although the other three were unhappy about Lu Jian giving them orders, they didn't say much and quietly dispersed. After all, the order from the Lord in the upper realm is more important. If they fail to bring Luo Ruiying and her daughter back, not only will they be unable to ascend to the fairyland, they may even be killed for angering the Lord from the upper realm. In a cave somewhere, the Chaos Bull Demon, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Sky-Devouring Python silently watched as Lu Jian and the other three separated. Someone else is coming. You are rampaging so recklessly in my demon forest. This is simply too much. Do you want to go and deal with those people? The Titan Ape suggested to the other two indignantly. Are you crazy? What if they are also that adult's people? You've seen how Xin Lin died. The Sky-Swallowing Python said with a look of horror. Whenever she thought of Ning Yechen's face, she couldn't help but tremble all over. The Chaos Bull Demon and the Titan Giant Ape also fell silent. If it were 100 years ago, they would have killed those people without hesitation. But now they dare not take risks. I'm not afraid of those four people, but I'm afraid of that adult. Forget it, let's just pretend we didn't see it. That's it, let's go and play cards. Well, okay. The three Chaos Bull demons walked back to the cave arm in arm with one another in unison. The demon kings have always been at loggerheads with each other in their quest for territory. Who would have thought that the three demon kings would live together so harmoniously? The other side. After separating from Lu Jian and others, the ghost husband smiled cunningly, immediately took out the ghost baby puppet secretly, and rushed away in the direction indicated by the puppet's eyes. His ghost baby puppet can naturally track the specific location. The reason why he didn't tell Lu Jian and the other three was, of course, to take all the credit for himself. If he could capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter by himself and hand them over to the Lord in the upper realm, he would definitely receive an extra generous reward. Maybe you can even enjoy the dream of ascending to the fairyland alone. By then, it will be easy to destroy the other 3 sects. Thinking of this, the ghost husband couldn't help but smile so hard that the corners of his mouth almost split. Not long after, the ghost husband's expression froze. He stopped, looked ahead, and slowly stretched out his dry hand. It was as if the palm was pressing on a layer of completely transparent and invisible glass, unable to move forward even an inch. Barrier? I found it. The ghost husband tilted his head and an excited and ecstatic smile appeared on his face. A barrier was set up here, which meant she was inside. This small barrier can't stop me. The palm of my hand pressed on the barrier was oozing with thick black liquid. The black liquid flowed down along the barrier, and the barrier was instantly eroded by the black liquid, leaving a big hole as if it had melted. The ghost husband effortlessly crossed the barrier and entered it without even making the slightest noise. He had to hurry before Lu Jian and his idiots noticed. At this moment, Ning Yechen, who was playing with Luo Hongye in the wooden house, suddenly frowned and showed an unhappy expression. Why is there another person here? He also destroyed the barrier that his wife had set up with great difficulty. Don't you know that what he hates most now is someone disturbing the time he spends with his wife and children? Chapter 18. Then you will die today. Outside the wooden house. After finishing her meal, Luo Ruiying walked out of the room carrying the clean dishes. Looking at the pile of dishes and chopsticks at his feet, Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, then squatted down and started washing them like an ordinary mortal. After discovering that the efficiency was too slow, he simply used his spiritual power to lift all the bowls and chopsticks along with the water into the air, and then spun them at high speed in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the dishes were washed clean and the dirty water was separated out by her. Afterwards, Luo Ruiying chopped wood and washed clothes in the same way. All the work was completed in less than a few minutes. Luo Ruiying put her hands on her hips, nodded with satisfaction, and couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. Although this is the first time I have done something like this, I am still quite good at it. From now on, I'll give all these tasks to her, and that guy will be able to relax a little. At this moment, an unpleasant old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. I didn't expect that fairies in the fairy world would do such menial work like a woman. Luo Ruiying suddenly turned around and looked at the hunchbacked old man who was walking slowly towards him. He was startled and felt that a crisis was coming. Someone broke through the barrier she set up. She didn't even notice. The other party seems to be a powerful person at the peak of the heavenly god realm. It seems that the other party came specifically to see her. After escaping here, you still don't want to let her go. Luo Ruiying was filled with grief and anger, and clenched his fists tightly. She just wants to live a peaceful life like this, but it's all wishful thinking. May I ask, Fairy, do you want to follow me obediently, or do you want me to take you back personally? The ghost husband stretched out his hand, and terrifying and sinister spiritual power emanated from his body. The grass and trees under his feet withered instantly, and the earth turned pitch black. The whole body exudes an extremely strong miasma. Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful and hesitant. If he was alone, she might be able to kill him here. Just fighting here, no wonder it would affect her child in him. Mother! As luck would have it, at this moment Luo Hongye in the room happily ran to Luo Ruiying with his short legs and asked for a hug. After seeing the ghost husband, Luo Hongye became frightened again and subconsciously hid behind Luo Ruiying. At this time, Ning Yechen slowly walked out of the house to Luo Ruiying's side, staring at the ghost husband coldly. The ghost husband was overjoyed to see Luo Hongye. The adult from the upper realm specifically asked for this child. What surprised the ghost husband was that, besides Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, mother and daughter, there was actually another man. There was no mention of a man in the intelligence? There was not a trace of spiritual energy in his body, and he looked like just a lowly mortal. Nothing to be afraid of. Who would have thought that the proud fairy would throw herself into the arms of a man immediately after falling into the mortal world? The ghost husband guessed that this wooden house was Ning Yechen's house, and Luo Ruiying was just hiding here temporarily. He couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. It is ridiculous that fairies from the fairy world and mortals from the human world get married. Luo Ruiying frowned deeply, but did not get angry. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice. I'll go back with you. As long as you release the child with him. After much deliberation, Luo Ruiying finally decided to sacrifice herself to save the child in Ning Yechen. She was also reluctant in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. Even if she defeated the person in front of her, those people in the fairy world would never let her go. The enemy that comes next time will only be stronger. What awaits her is still endless escape and pursuit. She couldn't keep running away like this with her child, nor could she involve Ningyechin in it. If sacrificing herself could save the child and Ningyechin, she would be happy to do so. Mother, mother! Luo, please don't leave mother every night. When Luo Hongye heard that Luo Ruiying was going to leave with him, she burst into tears and grabbed her dress tightly. Luo Ruiying looked at Luo Hongye lying at her feet, her eyes revealing reluctance and kindness, and she couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. If she could, how could she bear to leave her child? What a touching mother-daughter relationship. Don't worry, fairy. You have to go back with me, and that little girl has to go back with me too. As for that man, I will kill him. The ghost husband laughed sinisterly twice and interrupted. You! When Luo Ruiying heard this, her pretty face turned cold and she was so angry that she dug her nails into her palm and blood flowed out. She has already made such concessions, but she still refuses to let go of her children and husband. Luo Ruiying bent down, picked up Luo Hongye, and put her into Ningyechin's arms, with a hint of tenderness in her solemn eyes. Leave this to me, you take the child and run away into the woods. Promise me you won't let the child get hurt. I'll catch up with you guys after I'm done with it. If you can't find me by now, you don't have to wait any longer. After that, Luo Ruiying did not give Ningyechin a chance to speak. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him gently on the lips. This was the first time they kissed each other while both were awake. Ningyechin widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Husband, I'm leaving the child in your care. As they parted with their red lips, Luo Ruiying whispered tenderly into Ningyechin's ear. This was also the first time she called Ningyechin like this. Because it might be the last time. She had been with Ningyechin for less than 3 days, and although some things made her unhappy, he was really good to her and the child. The kids like him very much. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her husband. So she wanted to muster up the courage to shout out at the final moment of separation. This can be regarded as truly handing Luo Hongye over to him with confidence. Ningyechin felt both happy and helpless. How come it feels like a life and death separation? Take the child away. Luo Ruiying summoned a breeze with one palm and blew Ningyechin and the child into the air, landing far away in the woods behind the mountain. You are too naive to think of escaping from me. The ghost husband flicked his sleeves, and 4 puppets that were neither human nor ghost, emitting thick miasma, chased towards the back mountain. How could Luo Ruiying let these puppets chase after him? He quickly drew out his magic sword, flew in front of the puppets, and chopped one of the puppets into pieces with a single swipe of his sword. The other 3 puppets quickly passed by her, ignoring her completely. Luo Ruiying was anxious, his figure flashed in an instant, and the fairy sword in his hand swung out 3 sharp sword lights. The sword light passed through the puppets and cut the 3 puppets in half. The ghost husband took advantage of Luo Ruiying's opportunity and slapped her hard on the back with his poisonous palm. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Luo Ruiying's mouth. He endured the severe pain and swung his sword to smash the other 3 puppets. No matter what, she would never let any puppet escape from her. Otherwise, Ningyechin and her child will be in danger. He, you would rather take a blow from me than kill my puppet. It seems like you care about them a lot. Don't worry, after I kill you, none of them will be able to escape. The ghost husband gave a sinister and smug smile. Luo Ruiying was injured and poisoned, but he already felt that victory was within his grasp. The dream of becoming an immortal is right before your eyes. Luo Ruiying's face was cold, her eyes were firm and full of murderous intent, and she held the sword in front of the ghost husband. Yeah. Then you will die today. Chapter 19 Daddy performs a magic trick for Yi Yi. In the woods, Ningyechin held Luo Hongye in his arms and slowly landed on the ground from mid-air. A fierce fight had already broken out in the wooden house not far away. Flashes of swords and black mist were visible when one looked up. This little girl is really always thinking about sacrificing yourself to protect your children. Ningyechin stood up holding Luo Hongye in his arms, thinking about how to get rid of these ignorant ants without being discovered. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he is the mortal enemy of the immortal realm. Luo Ruiying was from the immortal realm. If he exposed his identity directly to her, her attitude towards him would inevitably change. What he was worried about was that she would just take the child and leave him, so he tried his best not to reveal his identity. Whoa, Daddy, let's not abandon Mom, okay? Don't leave Mother every night. Luo Hongye, lying in Ning Yechen's arms, sobbed and cried, begging Ning Yechen, her big eyes red from crying. Be good every night and don't cry. Daddy promises you that your mother will be fine. Daddy will not abandon your mother. Ning Yechen felt distressed when he saw this. He reached out to wipe the tears from Luo Hongye's face and coaxed her softly in a soothing voice. However, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They made my daughter cry. None of these guys will leave here alive. Is what Daddy said true? Luo Hongye stopped crying and asked seriously. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. How could Dad lie to Yi? Then Daddy, let's go find Mom quickly. Luo Hongye said impatiently. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly sounded from the woods ahead. Where are you going? Wu Quan walked slowly out of the dim woods, looking at Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye with a playful expression. His eyes were mainly focused on Luo Hongye, and he grinned, revealing a row of shiny silver teeth. I knew that this fellow Gue Lao wanted to secretly take the credit. Fortunately, I was able to follow you quietly. It's so easy to get it, ha ha. Wu Quang laughed excitedly, then stretched out his hand, looked at Ning Yechen with cold disdain, and said, Boy, hand the child over to me obediently. I will let you die happily. Luo Hongye shrank into Ning Yechen's arms in fear, raised his eyes and looked at Ning Yechen timidly. It was as if she was afraid that Ning Yechen would really not want her and hand her over to this burly bad guy. Ning Yechen saw Luo Hongye's fear, smiled gently, stroked the back of her head, and whispered softly in her ear. Yi, can you close your eyes and cover your ears for a while? Daddy will perform a magic trick for Yi. Luo Hongye's big eyes were full of doubts, but he still closed his eyes obediently and covered his ears with his tender hands. So good. Ning Yechen smiled, and when he looked at Wu Quang, his expression instantly turned extremely cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. For some reason, Wu Quang suddenly felt a chill all over his body and felt fear in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt fear, but he was frightened by a mortal with no cultivation? Impossible. This is impossible. His proud self-esteem would never allow it. He wanted to ruthlessly kill the person in front of him. How dare you, a mere ant, look at me like that? Court death. Wu Quang bent his legs, and his body turned into an afterimage and instantly came in front of Ning Yechen. His heavy iron fist whistled with a sharp wind like a blade and attacked Ning Yechen's face. This punch is enough to smash his head. With a loud bang, the imagined scene of the head exploding did not happen. The powerful punch was easily caught by a slender hand. Wu Quang had a dazed look on his face, his eyes full of disbelief. Although he had not used his full strength, this punch was enough to split the mountains and crack the earth, but it was easily blocked by this mortal in front of him? This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Wu Quang was horrified and realized that Ning Yechen was definitely a cultivator who had hidden his strength, and that his strength was definitely not inferior to his. You, who are you? Wu Quang wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, his fist was still held in Ning Yechen's hand and could not move at all. Ning Yechen's eyes were full of disdain and murderous intent. He did not answer Wu Quang's question, but said calmly, I don't want my daughter to see the bloody and cruel side. So it's a bargain for you. You can disappear from this world. After saying that, Ning Yechen grabbed Wu Quang's hand and suddenly a ball of pitch-black flame shot out. The black flame spread along Wu Quang's arm to his entire body, completely devouring him. Wu Quang's skin and bones instantly began to melt away, his entire body was dissolving, and he couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching howl. The soul in the body was also twisted by the pain of the black flames, until a moment later, both the body and the soul were destroyed. Ning Yechen was worried that Wu Quang's screams would scare Luo Hongye, so he casually cast a soundproof barrier to wrap Wu Quang in it. The whole process took only a few seconds, and Wu Quang disappeared from the world without even leaving behind any ashes. When Ning Yechen let go of Luo Hongye's ear, Luo Hongye slowly opened his eyes and looked around curiously, but he no longer saw Wu Quang. I couldn't help but look up and ask Ning Yechen curiously. Daddy, where is that bad guy? Daddy performed a magic trick and made the bad guy disappear. Ning Yechen smiled. When Luo Hongye heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his big eyes were full of admiration. Daddy is so annoying. Yi, please don't tell others that Daddy can perform magic to make the bad guys disappear, okay? Ning Yechen squatted down, put Luo Hongye down, and pulled her while speaking. Can't Mother tell me either? Luo Hongye tilted his head and asked puzzledly. Well, Don't tell your mother either. Ning Yechen nodded. This made Luo Hongya's face full of confusion. Why can't you tell Mom, Dad? Well, because Daddy wants to have a little secret with Yi Yi. This is a little secret between Daddy and Yi Yi. Little secrets can't be told to others. Ning Yechen suddenly had an idea and found an excuse. When Luo Hongye heard this, the confusion on his face disappeared immediately and he showed a happy smile instead. Daddy and Yi Yi's little secret. Yi Yi knows. Don't tell Mother or anyone else every night. Hey, our Yi Yi is so well behaved. Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's face in praise. It turns out that children are easy to deceive. Yi Yi, just wait here obediently. Daddy is going to help your mother fight the bad guys. He will be back soon. Ning Yechen brought Luo Hongye under a tree and drew a barrier formation around it. Luo Hongye nodded obediently and said worriedly, Daddy, be careful when you hit the bad guys. Ning Yechen gave a very confident and reassuring smile. Don't worry Yi Yi, there is no one in this world who can rival your father. Chapter 20. Before that, I will kill you first. On the other side, outside the wooden house, Luo Ruiying, who was infected with miasma, was still trying desperately to kill the ghost husband, but the miasma continued to spread in her body. Luo Ruiying felt increasingly weak and her vision gradually became blurred. He, it seems like the daughter of the fairy world is just like this. If you continue to forcefully use your spiritual power, the miasma will consume your entire body, and you will begin to fester and die from the inside. The ghost husband smiled proudly at Luo Ruiying. Seeing that Luo Ruiying's face was gradually turning green and she had lost all of her strong aura, he knew that the miasma had begun to take effect. Luo Ruiying no longer poses any threat to him. Humph. Before that, I will kill you first. Luo Ruiying supported her weak body, took a step forward, and rushed towards the ghost husband with the sword in hand again. It is not easy for a strong man at the peak of the divine realm to catch up with a mortal with a child. For the safety of Ning Yechen and the child, she must kill this man here. Even if it means dying together with him. The ghost husband was really frightened when he saw Luo Ruiying quickly flashing towards him and the sharp sword light slashing towards him. It was the first time he had seen miasma spreading all over the body, and yet someone dared to use spiritual power so forcefully, regardless of his own safety. This crazy woman really wants to pull him down before she dies. At the moment when Luo Ruiying's sword slashed down, the ghost husband's whole body was wrapped in miasma. The sword light split the miasma, but the ghost husband was no longer there. The miasma that was split apart by Luo Ruiying continued to spread and enveloped her completely. The thick, invisible poisonous miasma was everywhere. Luo Ruiying quickly covered her mouth and nose with her hands, her eyes wandering in the miasma fog. She could feel that the ghost husband was hiding in this miasma fog. Swish! A figure flashed quickly through the fog. Found it! Luo Ruiying's eyes were as sharp as torches, and the moment the figure appeared again, the immortal sword in his hand condensed and slashed out. The brilliant sword light cut the figure directly into two halves. Success! Luo Ruiying was overjoyed. The next second, a hand suddenly stretched out from the fog behind him and attacked. Luo Ruiying noticed it at the first moment and immediately turned around to block it with her sword, but she didn't expect that another hand reached out from the mist and slapped her abdomen heavily. Puff! Luo Ruiying spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards out of the miasma fog, and fell to the ground holding his abdomen. He, you've been fooled, fairy lady. The ghost husband walked out slowly from the miasma fog with a hideous and complacent smile on his face. Behind him followed dozens of ghost corpse puppets that he had refined and transformed. It was one of the ghost corpse puppets that hit Luo Ruiying in the chest. And what was killed by Luo Ruiying's bait was just a ghost corpse puppet. His principle is to never expose himself to danger. If he can use ghost corpse puppets and miasma, he will never take the risk to do it himself. Luo Ruiying stuck the magic sword in her hand upside down into the ground and forced herself to stand up. Her face had turned dark green, but her eyes were still fixed on the ghost husband firmly. My lady fairy, please stop struggling and surrender. I will make your death less ugly. Perhaps you can become my natal ghost corpse puppet. The ghost husband stared at Luo Ruiying's graceful figure and licked the corner of his mouth greedily. He was not greedy for Luo Ruiying's beauty, but for her body. If an ordinary celestial realm cultivator had been poisoned by his miasma and dared to use spiritual power so forcefully, he would have died of suppuration long ago. However, Luo Ruiying has not shown any signs of decay until now. The strength of his immortal body is simply unmatched by anyone else. The Lord from the upper world said that he could not care whether Luo Ruiying lived or died, and maybe he could even give him this fairy body as a reward. It is perfect for refining his own ghost corpse puppet. Luo Ruiying turned her head slightly and looked at the woods behind her. A hint of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she turned her firm gaze to the ghost husband. The dazzling golden spiritual power sword, the black hair instantly turned silver, and the red eyes emitted bright golden light. Lotus Goddess. Luo Ruiying let out a delicate cry, and a woman several feet tall, wearing golden fairy armor, vaguely appeared behind her. The woman opened her eyes that were filled with golden light, raised the magic sword in her hand high, and slashed at the ghost husband with a seemingly random move. The ghost husband felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from the female statue, and the sword that chopped him down made him even more frightened. The sword, like dozens of feet long, slashed down like light, leaving no time to escape. The ghost husband had no choice but to quickly control all the ghost corpse puppets to block in front of him, and the miasma in his body turned into a barrier. Soon, the sword like devoured and chopped all the ghost corpse puppets into pieces, and the miasma barrier that the ghost husband had put in front of him had almost no blocking effect and was also cut through. Ah! A shrill scream was heard from the sword light. The sword light stretched for dozens of miles, tearing everything apart along the way, leaving only the astonishing sword power and a deep sword groove on the ground. After swinging the sword, Luo Ruiying was no longer able to support himself and half knelt on the ground, holding the sword. Forcibly using Luotian with the cultivation of the heaven realm, she consumed such a huge amount of spiritual power that the miasma had already corroded her body. I just felt a piercing pain in my body. But Luo Ruiying showed a sad smile on her face. The child and he should be safe. But she might not be able to find them. However, at this moment, a voice that made Luo Ruiying despair suddenly rang out. She is truly worthy of being the daughter of the immortal world. I almost got caught. The ghost husband slowly crawled out of the sword pit with his bloody body covered with sword wounds. There was only viciousness and resentment in the look he gave Luo Ruiying. If he had not promptly deployed the immortal silkworm armor, a supreme treasure of the immortal level, to block himself in the miasma barrier, he would have really died from that sword. Even his immortal silkworm armor had been chopped into pieces by a single sword. As expected, when facing someone from the immortal realm, even if her cultivation had regressed to the heavenly man realm, she must not be careless in the slightest. Luo Ruiying was surprised to see that her ghost husband was not dead. He is not dead? What to do? In her current state, it was difficult for her to even move, let alone swing the sword a second time. However, the ghost husband's condition didn't seem to be much better than hers. Maybe there is still a chance to kill him. Otherwise, when he catches his breath, Ning Yechen and the child will be in danger. Just when Luo Ruiying was preparing to make one last desperate effort, something even more despairing happened. Two more figures flew over the sky. Su Shang and Lu Jian looked down at the ghost husband on the ground, their expressions full of mockery and ridicule. Ghost Master, didn't I tell you to send out a signal first after you discover it? You don't want to take all the credit, do you? It seems that not only did he fail to enjoy it all to himself, but he was also severely punished. Faced with the sarcasm and ridicule from Su Shang and Lu Jian, the ghost husband was extremely angry but helpless. Given his current injuries, it is impossible for him to take down Luo Ruiying alone. Who knows, these two people might take advantage of his weakness and kill him. When Luo Ruiying saw Su Shang and Lu Jian, she felt more and more desperate. These two people are also in cahoots with the ghost husband. Chapter 21. You have touched my reverse scale. What to do? There was no way she could stop two heavenly god realm monks at their peak strength. Luo Ruiying felt hopeless. At this moment, the miasma had almost spread throughout her body. She was enduring severe pain in her internal organs and did not even have the strength to lift the sword. Even if I wanted to delay it a little longer, I couldn't do it. This must be Luo Ruiying, the girl from the fairyland that the Lord from the upper realm nominated. The fairy's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Where are her children? Su Shang looked at Luo Ruiying with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then seeing that she was the only one there, he couldn't help but frown slightly and asked the ghost husband. The task given to them by the adult from the upper realm was to bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. He specifically instructed that Luo Hongye must be brought back alive, which shows that her importance must be much higher than Luo Ruiying. Being questioned by Su Xingshan like an interrogation, the ghost husband felt very unhappy. He raised his hand and pointed to the woods behind Luo Ruiying, and said impatiently, "A mortal man took the girl and fled into the woods. Not only were you nearly killed by a woman in the heaven realm, but you also let your child escape right in front of you. The rumored corpse puppet ghost lord seems to be overestimated. Lu Jian glanced at the ghost husband coldly and said with undisguised sarcasm. She was very unhappy with the ghost husband for letting the child run away. You. Humph. The ghost husband was furious, but he could only snort coldly and choose to swallow his anger. Now that he was seriously injured, he absolutely dared not provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian. Deal with this woman first, then quickly go after that kid. Lu Jian drew out the magic sword from his waist, and with a sword light several feet long, he slashed towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying watched the sword light coming at him, but he couldn't lift the sword in his hand, and could only stare at death. Just as the sword was about to touch her, a figure suddenly and silently appeared in front of her. The man was wearing a black robe and had his back to her, so her face could not be seen at all. The man in black robe just stretched out his finger and lightly touched the sword light, and the sword light disappeared in an instant. This scene surprised everyone present. A sword strike from the peak of the heavenly god realm was so easily dispelled? Lu Jian frowned deeply. He is known in the world as the #1 swordsman, and has extremely high attainments in the way of the sword, unmatched by anyone in the world. But it was taken by one finger. The pride in his heart would never allow him to embarrass himself in public. Heavenly sword, swift wind kills. Lu Jian mobilized all his spiritual power, and his fierce momentum was like an invisible sword that soared into the sky. The magic sword in his hand thrust out a sword light dozens of feet long, surrounded by a strong wind. Ning Yechen still raised his fingers, and his fingernails lightly touched the sword light, and the sword light dissipated like a breeze. Everyone was shocked again. Guifu and Su Sheng knew very well how powerful Lu Jian was, yet they were completely unable to hurt the person in front of them. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his calm and arrogant expression, his face was full of shock. His full-strength sword attack, which was powerful enough to split mountains and seas, was dissolved so easily. You, who are you? Lu Jian asked in disbelief. Ning Yechen ignored him and turned to look at Luo Ruiying. He was wearing a black-faced, fang-toothed devil mask on his face, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Seeing her face turn dark green and twitching slightly due to the severe pain from the miasma, I felt very distressed. Really? No, I have to be strong. Ning Yechen threw a brightly colored spiritual pill into Luo Ruiying's hand and said in an old and deep voice. This pill can eliminate the miasma in your body and help you recover from your injuries. Take it quickly. Thank you, Senior. Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and quickly took the pill. The powerful spiritual power and medicinal power nourished the whole body, the miasma in the body was quickly eliminated, and there was no more severe pain like being corroded and burned. The medicinal effect is incredibly powerful. Seeing that Luo Ruiying's complexion had recovered a lot and he was in good health, Ning Yechen breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the ghost husbands, murderous intent revealed in his eyes. The terrifying murderous intent made the ghost husbands tremble in their hearts, and their bodies were completely unable to move. This was a feeling of fear they had almost never felt before. There are people in this world whose murderous intent can be so terrifying. Who is he? This question arose in the minds of all the ghost husbands. They had never heard of such a person in the world. Ning Yechen stretched out his hand towards the ghost husband and twisted his palm gently. The next second, the ghost man's body and limbs began to twist and turn involuntarily. The sound of broken bones was crackling, and the severe tearing pain made the ghost man scream in pain. Ah! Senior, please spare my life. Puff! Ning Yechen did not stop at all. In a moment, he twisted the ghost husband into a dough stick. His death was extremely tragic. Along with his soul, it was twisted and dissipated. This scene completely frightened Lu Jian and Su Sheng, and they opened their eyes wide. The ghost husband who was as famous as them just died like this? Ning Yechen turned his gaze to Lu Jian and Su Sheng again, and they both felt a chill of death sweeping over their bodies. Senior, wait a moment. Why did you attack us? Have you offended me? Su Sheng quickly raised his hand and shouted. He had a very certain feeling that even if he and Lu Jian joined forces, they would never be a match for the person in front of him. The reason why I want to kill you is very simple. You have touched my reverse scale. Ning Yechen replied coldly. Ni Lin. Lu Jian and Su Sheng looked confused. What did they do? How did it touch his sore spot? This time Ning Yechen was too lazy to answer them. He put his palms together to form a hand knife and swung it towards Lu Jian. Lu Jian was horrified and quickly raised his sword to block in front of him. The invisible sword energy cut off the spiritual sword in his hand and went straight through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian kept holding the sword with an expression of disbelief. Then a thin line appeared on his neck, blood spurted out, and he fell straight down from the sky. A generation of sword immortal died here. Lu Jian's soul couldn't even escape from his body and was split into two along with his body. At this time, Su Sheng's fear had reached its extreme. When he looked at Ning Yechen, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over his body and he quickly threw out a magic talisman. The immortal talisman glowed brightly, and Su Sheng's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared from the sky again, Su Sheng was already thousands of miles away. But he still didn't dare to stop for a moment, and continued to transform into a divine rainbow and fly towards the distance. His intuition told him that he had to escape quickly. Otherwise he would die. I shouldn't have been bewitched by those people from the upper realm and dreamed of ascending to the fairyland. Not only did his beautiful dream get shattered, but his life, after hundreds of years of hard practice, was also at risk. He was filled with deep regret, with only one thought remaining in his mind. Escape from here quickly. For this purpose, he even used his most life-saving 1,000-mile divine escape talisman. Ning Yechen looked at Su Sheng who was escaping, but did not rush to chase him. Instead, he turned around, walked in front of Luo Ruiying, and put his hand on her forehead. I felt relieved only after confirming that she was fine. Such an intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, who quickly took a step back to distance herself from him, and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you for your help, senior. Seeing the black-robed man kill Guifu and Lu Jian with his overwhelming strength, Luo Ruiying knew that this man was definitely not a cultivator from the human world. From that touching sentence, she had already guessed the identity of this person. Chapter 22. This senior is really nice. This person must be the senior who established the fairy medicine garden in this forest. The reverse scale he mentioned is the fairy medicine garden he built. The miasma poison from the ghost husband and the sword energy from Lu Jian almost destroyed the fairy medicine garden, so the senior suddenly appeared and killed them in anger. Luo Ruiying guessed in her heart. Ning Yechen didn't know what Luo Ruiying was thinking. Seeing her take a step back, he thought he had frightened her just now, and said softly and gently, "The miasma in your body has been removed. You only need to recuperate for a few days." Thank you, senior. Luo Ruiying bowed slightly in gratitude. This senior was ruthless, but surprisingly he was actually a gentle and kind person. While the senior was still there, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to speak frankly. Senior, I have something I need to tell you truthfully. What's up? Ning Yechen asked curiously. Luo Ruiying said with a guilty look on her face. Senior, my husband and I accidentally discovered your fairy medicine garden and picked a lot of fairy medicines. I also picked that 7-color glass flower. If possible, I would like to exchange some of my treasures with you as an apology. If you want to punish or blame me, I will accept it, but please don't blame my husband. He is just a human being, no offense intended. After saying this, Luo Ruiying felt extremely uneasy, and secretly watched the actions of the senior in black robe. She was very worried that when he found out that the herbs in the fairy medicine garden were picked at will and that the 7-color glazed flowers were taken away by her, he would kill them in a rage. After all, the immortal medicine garden is the Achilles heel of this senior. To be honest, even if she took out the few remaining fairy treasures she had, it would be completely unable to make up for the value of that 7-colored glazed flower. While Luo Ruiying was waiting anxiously, Ning Yechen chuckled and waved his hand casually. It's okay, it's okay. As long as you like, you can pick all those magical herbs and herbs. Those so-called immortal treasures of yours are of no use to me. Your honor. You'd better keep them. Luo Ruiying seemed to regard him as a senior who had planted the fairy medicine garden. But it's better this way, so he doesn't have to make up any other excuses. And until now she still cares about him, favors him, and is willing to take the punishment alone, which makes him very touched. When Luo Ruiying heard that she could pick whatever she wanted without any exchange, she was stunned with surprise. Many of those are priceless magical herbs and medicines. Just allow her to pick as she pleases? Even when she plucked the 7-color glazed flower, he didn't mind at all, and didn't show any anger or blame. There was not even the slightest bit of surprise, as if he had known that the glazed 7-colored flower had been picked by her. This senior is really nice. May I ask your name, senior? If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to thank you. Luo Ruiying bowed again and expressed his gratitude solemnly. However, when she raised her head, there was no one in front of her. The senior disappeared without a trace just as quietly as when he came. Maybe some hidden master doesn't want people to know his name. Luo Ruiying didn't care too much about it. After calming down, she couldn't help but feel lucky that she was alive. Although she had already prepared to sacrifice herself, she still felt unwilling and reluctant when Lu Jian's sword energy almost killed her. The image of that man and the child involuntarily emerged in my mind. She really didn't want to leave them like this. That's right. We have to find them quickly. Otherwise it would be dangerous if you encounter other monsters in the woods. Luo Ruiying thought of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye who had escaped, and became anxious again, and hurriedly ran towards the woods. The other side. After leaving Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen flashed to the outside of a cave and said coldly to the inside. Get out here. The next second, there was a loud noise in the cave, and 3 figures flashed out quickly. One of them knelt down and slid in front of Ning Yechen. Sir! You're looking for us? A cold stream flowed down the forehead of the sky-swallowing python, and it asked tremblingly. It's only been a short time since then, but they have been called out by Ning Yechen twice in a row. They are almost scared to death. I was having fun playing cards, but when I heard the sound, I was scared to death. Looking at Ning Yechen's cold and frosty face, everyone fell silent. I don't know which ignorant person has offended this adult. Ning Yechen looked at everyone and said calmly. What were you doing? Your Excellency, I am playing cards. The Chaos Bull replied weakly. It's just a game of cards, there's no need to charge me with this. Play cards? Someone entered the demon forest and disturbed my peace, but you are playing cards here? You really don't know why I kept you here, right? Ning Yechen frowned slightly and spoke unkindly. These words made everyone present shudder, and they kowtowed and explained. My lord, you have misunderstood. We thought those people were also your people. The Chaos Demon Bulls were in tears and felt so wronged that they wanted to cry. The black-scaled dragon died because he attacked someone who couldn't do anything. The 3 of them learned their lesson and hid in the cave obediently. As a result, they were held accountable even if they let the person go. Ning Yechen saw that everyone was crying and aggrieved, and he had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he pointed in the direction where Su Shang had fled, stared at him and said in a cold voice. There's a person running away from this direction. Do you know what to do? Understand. Let's go and kill him right now. For the sin of disturbing you, my lord, let him die 10,000 times. The Chaos Demon Bull immediately patted his chest and gave a stern guarantee. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen rolled his eyes at everyone and said calmly. I want to live. If he dies, you don't have to come back alive, understand? Understand. Everyone nodded obediently. Then why are you still kneeling here? If you let him run away, you don't have to come back. Just wait for me to find you. Ning Yechen looked at the 3 people who were still sitting there obediently, and couldn't help but frown and said in a cold voice. If he wasn't in a hurry to return to his wife and daughter, he wouldn't have given the task of capturing the person to the 3 of them. The 3 Chaos Demon Bulls woke up in shock and quickly got up from the ground. Because he was too frightened, his legs and feet were not under his control. When he stood up, his legs and feet were shaking and he almost fell. Ning Yechen frowned when he saw this. Is it really okay to leave it to these 3 demons? Or maybe we should just release his apostles. Under Ning Yechen's questioning gaze, the 3 Chaos Demon Bulls quickly transformed into divine rainbows and disappeared into the distance. This concerned the lives of the 3 of them, and they all tried their best to catch up. Ning Yechen watched everyone go away, then turned his head to look at the other side of the woods. He should hurry back to his beloved daughter and wife. Otherwise it would be terrible if we were discovered. Chapter 23. Damn it. Tell me or not. Yechen, yay? After the danger was over, Luo Ruiying rushed into the woods to look for Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. He shouted loudly while anxiously running through the woods. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the woods ahead. Ning Yechen walked out from the woods holding Luo Hongye. When Luo Ruiying saw that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were getting along well, she breathed a sigh of relief and her nervous heart finally settled down. My wife. Mother. When Luo Hongye saw Luo Ruiying's tears bursting out again, he stretched out his tender arms and wanted to hug her. When Ning Yechen walked in front of Luo Ruiying took advantage of the situation and stretched out her hands to take Luo Hongye, hugged her tightly in her arms, gently stroked her back, and coaxed her softly. Mama's here, be good every night, don't cry. Luo Ruiying was extremely grateful to be able to see her child and him again. Her eyes became slightly moist and she almost cried for joy. Ning Yechen stood aside and watched the scene in front of him. A smile appeared on his face, and he opened his arms to Luo Ruiying, as if waiting for her to take the initiative to embrace him. Luo Ruiying raised her eyes and glared at Ning Yechen with a hint of reproach, and asked, I asked you to take the child away, why did you come back with the child? What if something happens? She thought it was a touching reunion, she should be eager to embrace him, but in the end she was blamed. She obviously looks very happy. Ning Yechen stood there awkwardly with his arms open, unable to explain that he already knew it was all over, so he could only admit his mistake. It's my husband's fault. But my wife wants to abandon you for her husband and children. How can she do that? Well, don't leave mother every night. Luo Hongye also spoke firmly in a childish voice at this time. Luo Ruiying's heart trembled slightly and she was deeply moved, but she still glared at Ning Yechen in annoyance. She knew that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were both worried about her, so they came back to find her. She was also reluctant to leave them. But she couldn't put them in danger. If there is a next time, she will still let them leave and buy time for them. Fortunately, a senior expert came to the rescue this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous if Ning Yechen brought the child back. The time she'd sacrificed herself to buy them was almost wasted. That's why she felt a little angry. Don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. I'll forgive you this time. Yes, I understand, ma'am. So, my lady, don't you plan to have a reunion hug with your husband? Ning Yechen nodded perfunctorily in response, with a smile on his face, and continued to open his arms to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying pouted in dissatisfaction with Ning Yechen's perfunctory tone. After hesitating for a moment, she took a step forward and hugged Luo Hongye into his arms. Seeing his eager look, we finally meet again, just a hug, let him do it. Ning Yechen put his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist and pressed her closer to him. Luo Ruiying pressed her cheek against Ning Yechen's chest, her face slightly flushed with shame, but she did not show any expression, which meant she tacitly approved of his behavior. It was the first time she was embraced like this, and he unexpectedly made her feel very warm and at ease. Unconsciously, Luo Ruiying quietly closed her eyes. She was so exhausted that she fell asleep. But he still held Luo Hongye tightly in his arms. Luo Hongye didn't know when he fell asleep peacefully in Luo Ruiying's arms. Looking at the sleeping mother and daughter, Ning Yechen smiled dotingly, and reached out to gently stroke Luo Ruiying's cheek with some heartache. Not strong enough, but still trying to show off. Forcibly overdrawing spiritual energy and performing magic that is beyond the reach of one's own realm may damage one's foundation. If you are not careful, your only remaining cultivation will be lost. Fortunately, he is here. Ning Yechen transferred his spiritual power to protect Luo Ruiying's body meridians, then he carried her back into the house, gently placed the mother and daughter on the bed, and covered them with bedding. He sat by the bed and watched over them. Until then, a voice came. Sir, we have captured the person you wanted. After receiving the news, Ning Yechen's expression turned cold. After taking a look at the sleeping mother and daughter, he disappeared from the house again. In a cave somewhere in the demon forest. In the dim cave, muffled sounds of pain came from the depths of the cave. Su Shang was tied tightly to a stone pillar, with a wooden stick stuffed in his mouth, and endured a violent beating. At this moment, he no longer had the elegant demeanor of a scholar in the past. Instead, he had a bruised face, ragged clothes, and bruises all over his body, looking extremely miserable. Tell me quickly. Who sent you here? Fuck you. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? The Chaos Demon Bull stood in front of Su Shang, and smashed Su Shang's body with its iron fist as big as a sandbag, constantly questioning him. Damn it! You're so stubborn. I punched him dozens of times, but he refused to speak. Get out of the way, let me do it. The Titan Ape rolled up his sleeves and took over the Chaos Bull's position. His giant ape-like fist smashed heavily on Su Shang's body. With every punch, the stone pillar behind Su Shang became shaky and the entire cave shook. I'll make you talk tough. I'll make you talk tough. You're not going to tell me yet, are you? I told you not to tell me. After a few punches from the Titan Ape, Su Shang was already vomiting blood, with tears in his eyes, and he was desperately making grunting sounds. As one of the strongest people in the world, he was so wronged and painful that he shed tears. After using the 1,000-mile divine escape talisman to escape, he thought he had escaped safely, but he didn't expect that these 3 demon kings would chase him desperately like crazy. He was eventually caught up and had no choice but to fight back, but unfortunately he was defeated and captured. Then they gagged him and took him to this cave. Without saying a word, he started to torture and extract a confession. He wanted to beg for mercy, tell them everything he knew, and ask them to let him go, but his mouth was blocked. "I can't even speak." The 2 demon kings just kept beating him, and didn't seem to notice that he couldn't speak. He really has no way to express his pain. The sky-devouring python standing at the side watched silently, looking at the chaos bull and the titan giant ape as if they were idiots. Did these 2 idiots really not notice that their mouths were blocked, or did they do it on purpose? Although the sky-swallowing python discovered it, it had no intention of speaking out to warn others. If I have to say why, it's to vent my anger. It was because of the arrival of these damn guys that they were almost blamed by that adult again and almost lost their lives. A good beating wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. Chapter 24. You must not die now, or I will kill you. It's my turn. It's my turn. After the titan ape punched Su Sheng a few times, the chaos bull was eager to try again. The 2 of them turned an interrogation into a game of who can make Su Sheng speak first. If the fight continued, Su Sheng might die, so the sky-swallowing divine python quickly spoke out to stop them. "That's enough. If you keep hitting him, he will die. If we beat someone to death, that master won't let us off. I have already informed the adults. I guess the adults will be here soon. We will decide what to do with him when they get here." Upon hearing this, the chaos bull and the titan giant ape shuddered in fear and then withdrew their attacks in disappointment. Instead, they were concerned about Su Sheng's injuries. They were really worried that he might die accidentally, and that would be the end of them. The chaos demon bull grabbed Su Sheng by the collar, stared at him with his big copper bell eyes and threatened him sternly. "I'm telling you, you can't die now, or I'll kill you. Did you hear that?" As he spoke, the chaos demon bull slapped Su Sheng's face with 2 big slaps, waking him up from his death. Su Sheng nodded with tears in his eyes, his face swollen and red beyond recognition. He couldn't help but wonder who the adult mentioned by the 3 demon kings was. These 3 demon kings are all at the same peak of the heavenly god realm as him. Each of them is as powerful as him, and they are considered to be among the top powers in the world. He had heard that there were several demon kings in the demon forest with terrifying strength. But didn't he expect that they would listen to others obediently? Who can control these powerful demon kings? And why did they attack him for no reason? The first thing that came to Su Sheng's mind was the mysterious old man in black robe who had killed Guifu and Lu Jian with 1 blow, and his heart trembled with fear. If it was that mysterious person, then everything could be explained. Only he can make these 3 demon kings surrender obediently. Just at this moment, Ning Yechen walked slowly into the cave with his hands behind his back. At this time, he no longer tried to hide his identity, but appeared in front of everyone with his original appearance. When the Chaos Demon Bulls saw Ning Yechen coming, they immediately knelt down on their knees and bowed their heads to greet him. "Greetings, sir." Su Sheng stared at Ning Yechen with a look of curiosity and fear. The man in front of him looked to be in his early 20s, and was extremely handsome, but he could not sense any cultivation from him. But he also exudes a kind of cold and arrogant temperament that looks down on the world. If he hadn't been tied to a pillar, he would have almost been unable to help but kneel down. Ning Yechen frowned as he looked at the dying Su Sheng, and asked Chaos Demon Bull and the others, "Why does he look like he's dying? Did you lynch him?" "No, no. Your Excellency, this fellow put up a desperate resistance when he was caught, and we used more force when we were not careful. I definitely didn't hit him once." The Chaos Demon Bull gave the assurance in a trembling and stern voice, without blushing or panting. Both the sky-devouring python and the Titan giant ape glanced at the Chaos Bull with some surprise. This guy really meant it. Looking at Su Sheng, who was still breathing, Ning Yechen did not pursue the matter any further. He strode up to him, stared at him with cold eyes, took out the stick stuffed in his mouth, and asked, "Tell me, who are you and who sent you here?" "Senior. My name is Su Sheng, and I am the current palace master of the Confucian Palace. I have inadvertently entered this place, which undoubtedly offends you, sir. I hope you can let me go. I will make amends to you with a generous gift someday. I'm asking you who asked you to come. Don't you understand?" Ning Yechen's eyes turned cold. He grabbed one of Su Sheng's arms and squeezed it lightly, and the whole arm shattered instantly. "Ah! Having lost an arm, Su Shang let out a miserable howl in pain, with blood gushing out. The three Chaos Bulls kneeling beside them couldn't help but tremble, and lowered their heads even lower. Compared to adults, their actions were much lighter. I ask again, who asked you to come? Ning Yechen asked again in a cold voice. Yes, it's a certain master from the upper world. He hid his identity. I have never seen what he looks like. I only heard him say that if we help him bring him a mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, he will help us ascend to the immortal world. That's all I know. Please forgive me this time, senior. Su Sheng endured the severe pain and yelled with a pale face. He understood that the person in front of him was definitely not a good person, and this time he did not dare to hesitate at all. How do you contact that person? Ning Yechen asked coldly. We couldn't contact that person. He came to us. Su Sheng replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned unhappily. I was thinking about catching that guy right away. It's really not that easy. Tell me about your origins. Ning Yechen asked about the identities of Su Sheng and the other three people he killed. Only then did Su Sheng realize that Wu Kuang had also died at the hands of Ning Yechen a long time ago, and he told everything without hiding anything. He, Su Sheng, is the master of the Confucian Palace. Lu Jian, leader of Qingfeng Sword Sect. Wu Kuang, the master of the Martial Arts Temple. The Ghost Husband is the owner of the Ghost Cave. The sects that the four of them belong to are all top-notch first-class sects in the world today, and are on par with the four major sects in the world. 3 days ago, the four of them all met a mysterious man who came to visit them. The other party asked them to work together to bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. As long as they could do it, the other party would help them ascend to the fairyland. Afterwards, we can even recommend them to join the first-class sects in the fairy world. Faced with such temptation, and hearing that it was just a matter of capturing a fairy girl from the celestial realm, everyone gladly accepted it. Then they followed the ghost husband's lead and came to the demon forest, and the following happened. Senior, I have told you everything I know. Please let me go. I am willing to serve you in the Confucian Palace. Su Sheng pleaded with a frightened look. Ning Yechen smiled lightly, and the shadow under his feet spread to Su Sheng's feet. A large group of dark golden insects crawled out from the shadows and climbed onto his body. What is this? Stop it. Senior. Please stop. Su Sheng only felt that his whole body was being bitten constantly. Countless insects drilled into his body and devoured his entire body bit by bit. The piercing pain and fear made him wail for mercy continuously. After a while, Su Sheng was completely submerged by the bugs. His wailing soon disappeared, and his body stopped struggling. When the bugs faded away from the stone pillar, nothing was left on it. Ning Yechen attacked his wife and children, and from the very beginning he had no intention of letting any of them go. Even the sect they belonged to. Chapter 25. Sir, no more injection. After eating Su Sheng, the insects swarmed like a tide towards the three chaos demon bulls who were kneeling and trembling beside them. My lord! Your little thing is crawling over here. The three chaos bulls were so scared that they hugged each other and screamed. They may not be able to fend off these insects alone. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and the insects that were about to touch the chaos demon bulls immediately turned back to Ning Yechen's feet and crawled back into his shadow. These bugs are soul-eating bugs from the demon world. They can eat everything, but their favorite are things with spiritual power. As long as it contains spiritual power, they will eat it all up. The most terrifying thing is that these soul-eating insects only have the strength of the spiritual realm when they are first hatched, but they are able to improve their cultivation through continuous eating. Ning Yechen's group of soul-eating insects have even eaten the corpses of many immortal emperors. Now, the cultivation level of each of them is above that of the Chaos Demon Bulls. If he didn't take action to recall them, the three Chaos Bulls would be eaten up in just a moment. Seeing that all the bugs had been recalled, the Chaos Bulls breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought that the adults would take this opportunity to get rid of them as well. Ning Yechen deliberately let the soul-eating insects get close to the Chaos Demon Bulls, actually just to scare them so that they would be more obedient. I have something for you. Ning Yechen walked up to the Chaos Demon Bulls, looked down at them and said calmly. Please tell me what you need, sir. We are willing to serve you. The sky-swallowing divine python took the lead and spoke in a solemn voice. The Chaos Bull and the Titan Ape also followed suit and kowtowed. Ning Yechen was very satisfied with the good performance of the three of them. He raised his palms and pointed them at them. The dark spiritual power emanated from his hands, wrapping around their bodies and lifting everyone into the air. "Yes, sir?" the sky-swallowing python asked doubtfully. The next second, a powerful and vast spiritual power suddenly and forcefully surged into their bodies, leaving them with no chance of defense. The terrifying spiritual power was constantly injected into their meridians and filled their spiritual sea. The bottleneck of the realm that had remained for more than 100 years was actually being pushed open bit by bit at this moment. "Oh, sir. My lord, it's full. No more can be injected. Ah. I can't stand it anymore." Spiritual power rushed into the meridians frantically. The meridians throughout the body were expanded by the spiritual power, and there was a feeling that they were about to burst. The sky-swallowing divine python and the others were in pain and pleasure from the injection of spiritual power at the same time. It could be said that they were in pain and happy at the same time. If you want to break through, just bear with it. Ning Yechen couldn't help but frown as he listened to the sky-swallowing python's delicate cries. Why does it sound weird? When the sky-swallowing python and the others heard this, they gritted their teeth and endured it. This is an opportunity that only comes once in 1,000 years. The Lord is using his spiritual power to help them break through the realm of gods and enter the realm of immortals. Ah! Accompanied by 3 angry roars towards the sky, the spiritual power of the sky-swallowing divine python soared into the sky, a tremendous aura bloomed from within, and their bodies emanated a bright light like stardust. This means that they have successfully broken through to the immortal realm. If Ning Yechen had not used a barrier to protect the cave and isolate it from all the rules of the world, the breakthrough of the 3 people to become immortals would have inevitably caused a huge immortal thunder calamity. He was not afraid of the trouble from the immortal thunder tribulation, but the noise would be too loud and would attract the attention of Luo Ruiying and other people in the world. The most important thing is that his wife and children are sleeping. What if the thunder wakes them up? Having successfully broken through the immortal realm, the sky-swallowing divine python and its members were immersed in the baptism of spiritual power, and they couldn't help but reveal a comfortable and pleased look on their faces. After landing again, the chaos demon bull opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he felt his whole body filled with tremendous power. At this moment, he felt that he had no rivals in the world. Until Ning Yechen's voice sounded again from beside them. "Do you feel invincible?" "Yes." The Chaos Demon Bull replied subconsciously, and when he came to his senses, his face turned pale with fright, and he quickly shook his head like a rattle. No. I am no match for you, sir." Even if he broke through the immortal realm, he felt that he would not survive more than half a second in Ning Yechen's hands. "We can achieve what we have today thanks to the opportunity you have given us." The sky-devouring python and the titan giant ape also quickly echoed. I was extremely surprised. I didn't expect to get such a great opportunity from this adult. If we let them break through on their own, I wonder how long it will take for them to succeed. However, this adult forcefully used his spiritual power and helped them break through in just a moment. The adult's strength is far beyond their imagination. Everyone was both afraid and full of respect for Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and 3 immortal weapons stabbed into the 3 chaos demon bulls. A red battle axe, a pair of gloves as bright as gems, and a snake sword that curves like a snake. "Sir, this." The 3 chaos demon bulls stared at the magical weapon in front of them with eager eyes, and the word "want" was almost written on their faces. This is a rare magical weapon in the world. Looking at the brilliant fairy light emanating from the fairy weapon, it must be a fairy weapon of high grade. They have been roaming the demon forest for hundreds of years, but have never seen a magic weapon. Ning Yechen looked at everyone and said calmly, "What I want to entrust to you is that you are responsible for the safety of my wife and children while I am away. Your cultivation strength is too weak, so I will help you break through to become an immortal, and I will also give you these 3 immortal weapons." Ning Yechen helped the Chaos Demon Bulls to break through, and gave them magical weapons to increase their strength. He also took them 3 as his younger brothers and thugs. They can also take action when necessary. If the strength is too low, it will be useless. But even if he helped them break through to the immortal realm, their strength was still far behind his former subordinates. The Chaos Bulls were all in disbelief. My lord gave them the magical weapons so easily? After the shock, everyone was extremely surprised and quickly kowtowed and swore their allegiance. "Thank you for the gift, sir. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you, sir, and protect the lady and the little princess till our death." The Chaos Demon Bull straightened his body, clenched his fists and punched his chest, and said solemnly, "From now on, your wife and children are my wife and children." Ning Yechen always felt that this sentence was not right, and he narrowed his eyes and looked at the Chaos Demon Bull. Chaos Bull also felt that he seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly explained, "No, no. What I mean is that I will treat your wife and children as my own wife and children." That doesn't seem right. Ning Yechen walked silently to the front of the Chaos Demon Bull with a smile on his face. Then, with a bang, a fist hit his head, and half of his body was inserted into the ground. Although he knew that the stupid bull probably didn't say that on purpose, he still couldn't help but step forward and punch him. The sky-devouring python and the titan giant ape glanced at the Chaos Bull that was lying face down on the ground and unconscious with pity. As expected, even if I have entered the realm of immortals, I am still so vulnerable in front of adults. Chapter 26: Your ancestor will not come back. Western regions, human puppet, and ghost cave. On a cliff, a palace built entirely of various limbs and looking like a hideous ghost skull stands on the cliff. There are countless caves around the cliffs, and each cave is the cave residence of a monk from the human puppet ghost cave. The entire cliff was covered with dense caves, and many monks flew back and forth between the caves. In the silent night sky, the moon is high in the sky and the sky is covered with dark clouds. Ning Yechen quietly came to the sky above the human puppet ghost cave, overlooking this top sect built on the cliff, and whispered softly, "Let us start from here." He is very principled in doing things. As long as you attack his people, he will never show mercy. Since he hurt his wife and tried to do something bad to his child, then the 4 major sects in this world may as well disappear from the world. Although it could be handed over to the 3 of Chaos Demon Bull, it would be enough to wipe out the 4 major sects, but the efficiency would inevitably be too low. So Ning Yechen decided to do it himself and solve the problem simply and quickly. He has to rush to the next set. Ning Yechen raised his arm high, and a small flame instantly rose above his palm. The small flame continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fireball with a diameter of about tens of feet appeared in his hand. The fireball was as hot as the sun, the surrounding void was distorted, and the flames flowed on the surface of the fireball like fire dragons. The dazzling light illuminates the entire night sky. The temperature around the human puppet ghost cave suddenly rose rapidly. All the cultivators in the human puppet ghost cave noticed something strange and walked out of the cave one after another, looking up at the night sky in astonishment. What's going on? It's daybreak? I remember I just squinted. Why is the sun so close today? No. Look, that's a person. That's someone performing magic. Everyone in the human puppet ghost cave discovered Ning Yechen's figure and were immediately frightened and turned pale. Someone could actually defeat such a terrifyingly powerful magic with just his own strength. If the fireball in his hand were to fall down, the entire puppet ghost cave would be flattened. Several figures immediately leaped out from the ghost cave hall and hurriedly came to Ning Yechen. May I ask who you are, Senior? Why did you visit my ghost cave so late at night? Senior, we have something to talk about. Can you please put away your magic first? Several elders of the human puppet ghost cave came forward together and spoke politely to Ning Yechen. Only when they got closer did they realize how terrifying the fireball in Ning Yechen's hand was. The scorching pressure almost made them breathless, their bodies were soaked in sweat, and even their skin began to burn and melt. The most terrifying thing is that this fireball is still expanding. Senior, I wonder if I have done anything to offend you in the human puppet ghost cave. I hope you will forgive me. When my ancestor returns, I will personally apologize to you. The chief elder of the human puppet ghost cave, Gue Mu, bowed and said respectfully. What I was thinking was that even if it takes a long time, I have to wait until the ancestor returns. Otherwise, this fireball would be enough to destroy the entire ghost cave. Ning Yechen glanced at everyone with cold disdain, to let them know clearly that he was going to die, and said indifferently, Your ancestors will not come back. From today on, you, the human puppet ghost cave, will disappear from this world. What? When the ghosts heard this, they were horrified. Their ancestor, the ghost husband, has been killed? And the person in front of him really wanted to destroy their entire puppet ghost cave in one fell swoop. Do it! Stop him! The ghost yelled. Several elders simultaneously used their own magical weapons to attack Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen looked on with disdain, holding up the fireball in one hand and putting the other hand behind his back, his body standing still. Suddenly, several fire dragons jumped out of the fireball and attacked everyone. In an instant, everyone, including their own magical weapons, were devoured by the fire dragon, and they were completely powerless to resist. With screams coming one after another, several elders from the top sects were all turned into ashes. The disciples at the bottom of the human puppet ghost cave were stunned and could not believe what was happening before their eyes for a moment. They belonged to one of the most top sects in the world, and every elder had the cultivation of a celestial god, but they were killed without any resistance? The people who reacted first immediately ran away in panic. Ningyechan gently dropped the fireball in his hand, and the huge fireball instantly covered the entire puppet ghost cave, leaving nowhere to escape. Before the fireball had completely hit the ground, the blazing and terrifying heatwave had already turned countless people into ashes. Boom! When the fireball completely hit, the human puppet ghost cave instantly melted away, along with everything within 100 feet radius. All that was left on the ground was a huge, invisible abyss. Heat rose from the giant pit, and the residual heat was enough to make all living things around it dare not get close at all. At this point, the human puppet ghost cave disappeared from the world. At the same time, the Confucian palace of Dongzhou was razed to the ground by thousands of immortal thunders. The Qingfeng sword sect in Zhengzhou was destroyed by a single sword strike, and only a sword ravine stretching 100 feet long remained at the ruins of the sword sect. The Nanzhou martial god temple was no exception, and was completely crushed by a towering and boundless mountain. The entire martial god temple was completely replaced by a towering mountain. Overnight, the 4 major sects in the world were completely destroyed. 3 soul incarnations flew back to Ningyechan from all over the place and reintegrated into his body. Just at this moment, dozens of immortal thunders struck Ningyechan without any warning under the night sky. Each immortal thunder has the power to tear the void apart. This is a restraining punishment based on the rules of the human world, or it can be said to be a check and balance from the laws of nature. In the human world, the strength of cultivation can only reach the peak of the immortal realm at most. Even if other people from the 6 realms enter the human world, they have to actively suppress their cultivation. Once one's cultivation strength exceeds that of the peak of the immortal realm, heaven will send down immortal thunder to kill him. The means Ningyechan used were far beyond the strength of the peak immortal realm, and were sensed by the heavenly Tao, immediately followed by annihilation. But there is an absolute premise, that is, the power of the heavenly Tao is above that person. If that person's cultivation strength is not afraid of the divine power of heaven, then these rules and checks will be useless to him. For example, for Ningyechan. Ningyechan had already gotten used to facing dozens of falling immortal thunders. Almost every time he finished his work, Tiandao would give him a massage, as a routine. Ningyechan's body was automatically wrapped in a pitch-black spiritual power shield. Dozens of immortal thunders struck the shield but failed to even break it. Only after the immortal thunder had finished striking did Ningyechan slowly put away his protective shield. Perhaps it was because he was able to transform his soul into clones and perform 4 magic spells at the same time. He could feel that the power of the fairy thunder this time was much greater than before. But it's still a little off. After dealing with the 4 major sects, Ningyechan looked up at the sky and once again turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the sky. It's about time to go back to the fairyland. Chapter 27. I'll look for you next time if I have something to do. Fairyland, Heavenly Palace. Ever since Ningyechan destroyed half of the Tiandao Imperial Palace with a casual slap of his hand, the disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace have been busy rebuilding the Tiandao Imperial Palace in addition to collecting intelligence from all over the immortal realm in the past few days. It is rumored that the demon Lord Yimachan will come to the Tiandao Imperial Palace soon, and the people in the Tiandao Imperial Palace are in a panic. Ningyechan slowly descended from the sky and walked towards the main hall of the Tiandao Imperial Palace with a swagger, as if he was returning to his own home with ease and skill. After the last experience, the disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace around recognized Ningyechan as soon as they saw him. Everyone's expression suddenly changed and they hid far away in fear. The guards in charge of guarding the main hall were so frightened when they saw Ningyechan coming up the jade steps that they crawled into the main hall and shouted, old ancestor! The demon lord is here again!" Swish, swish, swish. Tiandao Wenian and a group of elders quickly flew out and stood at the door to greet them respectfully. "Welcome to the demon lord. Stop talking nonsense and just tell me the result." Ningyechan was too lazy to waste extra time, so he walked straight into the main hall and sat down, picking up the fruits and food on the table next to him. Ever since he had to hide his identity from Luo Ruiying, he has never eaten any fairy fruit or anything like that again. While he was out in the fairyland and his wife was not around, he had to take the opportunity to eat more, otherwise he would not be able to eat much when he returned. Tian Dao Wendian and his group also wanted to get rid of this god of death as soon as possible, so they hurriedly walked up to him, bowed, and reported on their investigations over the past few days. Demon Lord, the woman Luo Ruiying you are looking for and the forces behind her, we and other forces in the immortal realm have conducted a thorough investigation of the entire immortal realm. That Luo Ruiying is the daughter of a faction called Luotian Temple in the northern underworld divine realm, but no news about her has been heard in the immortal realm. She left the Luotian Temple more than 100 years ago and her whereabouts are unknown. Even in the Luotian Temple, there is no news about her. After Tian Dao Wendian finished speaking, he secretly and carefully observed the changes in Ning Yechen's expression, fearing that he would be dissatisfied with the results of the investigation. But they have searched almost the entire fairy world, and this is the only useful information they can get. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen put one hand on his face, looking thoughtful, and tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers. He was indeed not very satisfied with the results of the investigation, but he did not make things difficult for Tian Dao Wendian and the others. He knew that they must have done their best to investigate, but could only find this little information, which meant that this was all the information they had. At least we know the power behind it, which is some useful information. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Ning Yechen stood up, put all the fairy fruits on the table into his pocket, walked out of the main hall, turned his back to Tian Dao Wendian and others, and waved goodbye. When Tian Dao Wendian and the others saw Ning Yechen was about to leave, they thought that they had finally sent this killer away, and their faces were filled with joy, and they said happily, "We are very happy to share the worries of the Demon Lord." Yeah? It's rare that you're thoughtful. I'll come to you next time if I have something to do. Ning Yechen was delighted when he heard this. He turned around and said to Tian Dao Wendian with a smile. He naturally knew that this was just a polite remark made by Tian Dao Wendian. The other party secretly hopes that he will not come again. The more this happens, the more he should find opportunities to come more often. When Tian Dao Wendian heard this, his face twitched slightly, and he felt as uncomfortable as if a fly had been eaten, and he wanted to slap himself twice. Why does he say so many extra words for no reason? Being targeted by the Demon Lord would be fatal. The elders behind Tian Dao Wendian also had sad faces, but they didn't dare to blame their own ancestor. My dear, why did you say that one more sentence? He took it seriously. Biming Fairyland, Luotian Temple. The Luotian Temple is arranged in a circular layout, with houses and buildings arranged in rows. In the center of the temple stands a 100-foot-tall stone statue of a female immortal. The female stone statue is wearing armor and holding a sword. She holds her head high and chest out, with the tip of the sword pointing straight ahead. She looks heroic and imposing, and has the spirit of a heroine. At this time, the Luotian Temple was filled with panic and anxiety. Everyone was in danger, and many people had even fled the Luotian Temple. It was because in recent days, there was a sudden rumor in the fairy world that the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, Yimachin, had returned to the fairy world, and he had also specifically asked for a woman named Luo Ruiying. And that Luo Ruiying is none other than a member of their Luotian Temple. Everyone thought that Luo Ruiying had offended the Demon Lord, and that the Demon Lord had come up to seek revenge. They were so scared that they fled in all directions, unable to sleep or eat. Little did they know that the person they were most worried about had already arrived. After leaving the Tiandao Imperial Palace, Ning Yechen quickly arrived above the Luotian Temple. The size of the Luotian Temple is totally incomparable to that of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. At best, it can only be ranked as a third-rate immortal gate in the immortal world. It is rare for such a small sect to have an immortal emperor like Luo Ruiying. It's a pity that I don't know how to cherish it. What to do? Just destroy it? Ning Yechen looked down at the Luotian Temple, looking a little embarrassed for a moment. It is easy to kill it directly, just a slap in the face. The problem is that this is his wife's family after all. If he really destroys it, wouldn't it mean that he would destroy his wife's entire family? Not quite right. After much thought, Ning Yechen decided to give it a try before making a decision. In an instant, Ning Yechen disappeared from the sky. Inside the Luotian Temple, in a study room. A middle-aged man with a calm face sat in the study, holding a book in his hands and reading it attentively. At this moment, as the lights in the room swayed gently, Luo Tianya's pupils shrank sharply and his expression showed horror. Because he noticed that there was a person standing in the darkness behind him. However, as an immortal, he did not even notice the other party's arrival. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to stop concealing his aura, he wouldn't even have noticed it. After Luo Tianya reacted, he gently closed the book and put it down. Without turning his head, he greeted lightly. "Sir, no. It is an honor for our Luotian temple that Lord Demon visits you late at night. Combining the other party's strength with the recent rumors about the Demon Lord, Luo Tianya immediately guessed the identity of the person. Ning Yechen no longer concealed it. He swaggered out from behind Luo Tianya, walked in front of him, took a chair and sat down. Luo Tianya had no intention of resisting, nor did he plan to call for help. Because he knew that facing the Demon Lord, the entire Luotian temple would not be able to resist at all. Master Demon is here to destroy my Luotian temple? Luo Tianya asked bluntly, as if he had already made all preparations. That depends on your answer later. Ning Yechen crossed his legs, tilted his head, stared at Luo Tianya with cold eyes and said indifferently. This also indirectly showed that there was still hope for the situation. Luo Tianya couldn't help but feel a little hope in his heart, and took the initiative to apologize. I wonder how my little girl offended the Demon Lord. I, the Luotian Temple, am willing to do my best to compensate Lord Demon. Well, she didn't offend, but you offended me. Ning Yechen pointed at Luo Tianya and said coldly. Luo Tianya frowned slightly. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how his Luotian temple had offended the Demon Lord. It was the first time they even met each other. Chapter 28. This is his father-in-law. Please tell me clearly, Master Demon. Luo Tianya asked in confusion. He thought about it for a long time, but he really had no idea how he had offended the Demon Lord. I'm asking you, did you send people to hunt down Ruiying? Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a cold voice. Luo Tianya frowned, looking more and more confused. Master Demon, are you kidding? Ruiying is my daughter, why would I send someone to kill her? Wasn't it his order? Ning Yechen was also confused when he heard this, and looked at Luo Tianya carefully. Seeing that his breathing was steady, his eyes were filled with doubt, and his expression was normal, he didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that it wasn't he the Luotian temple that was hunting down Luo Ruiying? At this time Luo Tianya also explained. Although I don't know why Lord Demon is looking for my daughter, she was spotted by a certain force more than 100 years ago and taken away. I haven't seen her since she was taken away. She never returned to Luotian temple again. What is the name of the force that took her away? Ning Yechen asked in a serious tone. Since it wasn't done by Luotian temple, then it must be the force that took her away. Luo Tianya shook his head. I don't know who the other party is either. I only know that the other party is very powerful, far beyond what my Luotian temple can contend with. Even the Bingxia Holy Land of the Biming Immortal Realm dare not offend easily. The other party said that my daughter is extremely talented and has the potential to become an empress in the future. After giving my Luotian temple many benefits, they took her away. The Bingxia Holy Land is one of the top sects in the 9 fairy realms, and is as famous as the Tiandao Imperial Palace. If even the Bingxia Holy Land does not dare to offend easily, then it can only be those ancient clans in the fairy world that have been hidden for thousands of years. Those dead old guys usually hide somewhere in the fairy world. Unless a disaster of destruction occurs in the fairy world, those dead old guys usually won't show up, let alone interfere in anything. But he issued a hunting order against Luo Ruiying. The fairyland is vast, claiming to accommodate all rivers in heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It is 100 times larger than the human world. Finding those ancient clans is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if they were found, they might not be the clan that was hunting Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen's face showed a very unhappy and impatient expression. His wife's situation is more complicated than he thought. However, the fact that his wife was favored by those old guys also shows that she is extremely talented. Otherwise, he would never be noticed by those ancient hidden clans. Seeing Ning Yechen's unhappy face, Luo Tianya plucked up the courage to ask worriedly. I wonder if Lord Demon has seen my little girl. How is she now? Through the conversation with Ning Yechen, he felt that the Demon Lord was indeed here to demand punishment, but it also seemed like he was here to vent his anger on Luo Ruiying. And it seems that the Demon Lord and his little daughter should know each other. It sounds like his daughter is still being hunted. As a father, for the future of his family, he had no choice but to hand his daughter over to his parents more than 100 years ago, but this also became his biggest regret. Now he has no idea whether his daughter is dead or alive. Hearing Luo Tianya's question, Ning Yechen came back to his senses, quickly retracted his legs and sat up upright. The cold and arrogant look on his face changed and was now filled with a kind and friendly smile. There is a hint of flattery in the smile. I didn't know when I first came, but I was preparing to take down the Luotian temple, so I showed the same aura and attitude as when I was the demon lord. Now that I know it was a misunderstanding, I quickly calmed down. After all, the other party is his wife as father, his father-in-law. He crossed his legs and pouted his face, which was so rude. You have to leave a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yechen was extremely glad that he did not rashly destroy the entire Luotian temple. If this really goes out, it will be a big disaster. Ahem, you. No, Lord Luotian. Your daughter is fine now, you don't have to worry. Ning Yechen coughed lightly and said politely with a smile. This attitude is a complete 180-degree turn compared to just now. Luo Tianya had a confused and puzzled look on his face, and was extremely alert. Why did this demon lord change his attitude so suddenly? It startled him. Master Demon. Hey, Lord Luotian, you don't have to call me Demon Lord. It's so unfamiliar. My real name is Ning Yechen, Lord Luotian Temple, just call me Yechen. As soon as Luo Tianya opened his mouth, Ning Yechen raised his hand to interrupt him with a friendly smile on his face. This made Luo Tianya even more uneasy. The demon lord actually wanted him to call him by his name. This kind of situation has never happened in the entire fairy world, right? How many people dare to call the demon lord by his real name? Yi Yechen. Luo Tianya called out cautiously. Yes. Lord Luotian Temple, please speak. Ning Yechen smiled contentedly. Look, isn't the relationship between the son-in-law and his father-in-law one step closer? But now he couldn't tell him about his relationship with Luo Ruiying. At least we have to wait until Luo Ruiying accepts his identity before finding a suitable time to announce it. Luo Tianya was very scared of Ning Yechen's sudden flattering attitude, but he was more worried about the condition of his daughter Luo Ruiying at the moment. So I could only bite the bullet and ask. You must have seen my daughter, right? I wonder how my daughter is doing now, where is she? She is really fine now, you don't have to worry. As for where she is, I won't tell you for now. Ning Yechen thought about it and decided not to tell Luo Tianya about Luo Ruiying. In order not to make him worry, he did not tell anyone even though Luo Ruiying had her bones dug out and her heart taken away. On the one hand, he was afraid that Luo Tianya would be even more worried after knowing that Luo Ruiying was with him, so now was not the time to tell him. On the other hand, if he were to tell him, it might lead to the crisis of the extinction of the Luotian Temple. If the mysterious hidden clan behind Luo Ruiying were to take away Luotian Temple, it would be effortless. Luo Ruiying was well aware of this, so even if he escaped, he had no intention of escaping back to Luotian Temple, and he didn't even ask for a meeting. They are afraid that the mysterious clan will find out and bring disaster to the family. That's why I resolutely chose to escape to the human world. Luo Tianya was still worried and wanted to ask more questions, but Ning Yechen did not give him the chance. He stood up and disappeared from his sight like a cloud of smoke. Now that he has learned that the hunt was not ordered by Luotian Temple, there is no point for him to stay here any longer. It is difficult to find the real culprit behind the scenes, so all we can do now is wait for the other party to come to us again. He dug out his wife's sacrum and heart, and this matter will not be let go like this. Luo Tianya watched Ning Yechen leave, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he looked extremely serious. How did Ruiying know the Demon Lord? The Demon Lord even went all the way to the fairyland to inquire about her? What on earth happened to her? Why was she being hunted down? Luo Tianya's intuition told him that something must have happened to his daughter Luo Ruiying. No. He can't just sit here and wait for death. Luo Tianya looked solemn and shouted loudly outside the house. Someone come. Chapter 29, Ning Yechen can't be waked up. Late at night, in the demon forest, inside the wooden house. Due to the overdrawn spiritual power, Luo Ruiying fell into a coma for a while before waking up slowly. As soon as she opened her eyes, Luo Ruiying saw Luo Hongye curled up in her arms. Looking at Luo Hongye's peaceful and sound sleeping face, Luo Ruiying felt relieved. With a kind smile on his face, he reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Then when she was about to look for Ning Yechen, she suddenly found a pair of arms tightly wrapped around her waist. Luo Ruiying was startled and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She turned around and found that Ning Yechen was holding her and sleeping. The one sleeping in the middle at this time was not Luo Hongye, but her. And she was now sleeping on her side, with Ning Yechen's body pressed against her. She could even clearly feel the warmth against her back and the warm breath of his sleeping body floating past her ears. No! It's South too close. Luo Ruiying's face turned red, and she tried to gently move Ning Yechen's hands away from her waist. Unfortunately, Ning Yechen's hands were holding her very tightly, and she couldn't move them away at all. How come this guy is holding me so tightly even when he is asleep? Luo Ruiying turned her head and glared at Ning Yechen coquettishly, then tried to twist her body to break free from his arms. However, because Luo Hongye was lying in his arms, Luo Ruiying was afraid of disturbing her, so she didn't dare to twist too much. This also meant that she couldn't break free from Ning Yechen's arms. Instead, her body kept rubbing against Ning Yechen, and her body couldn't help but get a little hot. Just at this moment, Ning Yechen put his feet on her again and his body got closer. Ah! In the darkness, the hand on her waist suddenly pinched her lightly. Luo Ruiying blushed instantly, looked extremely flustered, and almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, I covered my mouth in time, so I didn't make any misleading moans. The child is still sleeping in her arms, she can't make any strange noises. This guy is really something. The sleeping posture is really bad. Your hands are still not honest. Luo Ruiying was extremely ashamed and angry at this moment, but she couldn't force herself to break free from Ning Yechen's arms. Having no other options, Luo Ruiying could only blush and try to call out softly. Yi, Yechen. Yechen, you wake up. Luo Ruiying called out a few times but got no response. This guy sleeps so soundly. There's no way to wake him up. After several attempts, Luo Ruiying accepted her fate and let Ning Yechen hold her in sleep. Just hold it. As long as he doesn't do anything weird. Just like that, Luo Ruiying placed her hands on Ning Yechen's hands on her waist, snuggled in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Ning Yechen's mouth corners slightly raised while he was dreaming. In the early morning, the morning sun shines into the house through the gaps in the windows. Madam, madam. An intimate call came into the ear of Luo Ruiying, who was soundly sleeping. Luo Ruiying slowly opened her sleepy eyes, and what she saw was a handsome face pressed against her face. She was so scared that she leaned back subconsciously. Thinking of Ning Yechen's restless behavior when sleeping last night, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but show resentment on her face, and her cheeks turned slightly red. This guy made her sleep poorly last night. She actually slept very well last night. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand to touch Luo Ruiying's forehead, and asked softly. Ma'am, does your body still hurt? It's all right now. Ning Yechen's gentle and caring voice made Luo Ruiying feel very warm, and she swallowed the words she wanted to say to him. Never mind. No wonder he fell asleep. My wife, your husband has made some medicine for you. Ning Yechen brought a bowl of nourishing medicinal soup, scooped it up and fed it to Luo Ruiying's mouth as usual. This time, Luo Ruiying did not insist on eating by herself, but obediently opened her mouth and took the spoon. Because only if she recovers sooner can she prevent possible dangers in the future. Ning Yechen happily fed Luo Ruiying's mouth spoonful by spoonful. Although he could easily heal all of Luo Ruiying's injuries, he chose not to do so. On the one hand, it would easily arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. It would be okay to make medicinal porridge, but if he took out pills or something, his identity would be impossible to hide. On the other hand, seeing Luo Ruiying showing her tender and moving side due to her weakness is very endearing. He can also take the opportunity to take care of her when she is weak. After drinking a few sips of the medicine, Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment and suddenly said to Ning Yechen. Yechen, pack up and let's leave here. This was not just a sudden thought, but a plan she made after repeated consideration. The fact that Guifu and others chased her here means that her location is likely to have been exposed. The other side may send even more powerful enemies soon. With her current level of cultivation, even Guifu and others cannot stop her, let alone other more powerful enemies. The safest and most reliable way is to leave here as soon as possible before the enemy arrives. Ning Yechen knew Luo Ruiying's plans and concerns. Although her concerns were completely unnecessary, he still nodded as she wished. He chose to live in seclusion here, in order to spend his ordinary days happily and carefree. Now that he has a wife and children, he will naturally go wherever his wife and children go. After the two of them discussed it, they began to pack their luggage and prepare to leave. Luo Ruiying also had a spare spiritual ring in her hand. Although there was nothing in it, it was the perfect place to store things. With just a wave of her arm, most of the luggage in the room was put into her spiritual ring. Oh, my lady is so amazing. Ning Yechen clapped his hands and praised. If you have anything to pack, just leave it to me. Luo Ruiying said with a smile. It was just a simple ring for storing spirits, but after being praised by Ningyechan, I felt a little happy for some reason. After Luo Hongye woke up, she also walked around the house with her little baby steps and happily helped to clean up things. Ma'am, I'm going to go outside and pack up my things. Good. Ningyechan looked at Luo Ruiying and her daughter, smiled slightly, found an excuse to leave the house, and secretly sent a message to call the 3 Chaos Demon Bulls. I'm going to leave here for a while. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to stay here and help me take care of everything here, and the other is to leave with me. It's your choice. Ningyechan looked at the Chaos Demon Bull and the other 2 and said calmly. It would be fine to let the 3 of them stay here to help and look after the house and the medicine garden. It would also be a good idea to keep them by his side in disguise and let them secretly protect Luo Ruiying and the others. The 3 Chaos Bulls looked at each other and had already made a decision in their hearts. Sir, please let us follow you. We are willing to serve you till death. If it were before, they would definitely choose to stay in the demon forest and continue to be their demon kings. But after he helped them break through their cultivation level last time and gifted them immortal weapons, they changed their minds. Although it is dangerous and scary to stay around adults, it is also a rare opportunity. Chapter 30. My husband is actually very afraid of heights. In the woods. Luo Ruiying held Ningyechan in her arms and quickly flew over the woods, while Luo Hongye wrapped the baby in a swaddling cloth and carried him on her back. In order to leave the forest more quickly and efficiently, Luo Ruiying simply held Ningyechan in her arms like a princess and flew directly over the woods to hurry on. Ningyechan originally wanted Luo Ruiying to let him down, and they could travel slowly together from below. But the feeling of being held in his arms was so comfortable that he gave up the idea. While Luo Ruiying was hurrying on his way, he looked around the woods vigilantly, guarding against any attack from the enemy or some monster. The strange thing is that before she came here, she could still sense the breath of many monsters in the woods, but now she can no longer sense the breath of monsters at all. The monsters seem to have all left. Even if the breath of a monster is sensed from a distance, the breath of the monster will disappear and escape immediately. She didn't exert any coercive aura, but as soon as she got close, the monsters would immediately hide far away. Seems a bit strange. But Luo Ruiying couldn't tell what was strange about it. Mother, father, are we leaving here again? Luo Hongye, who was lying on Luo Ruiying's back, raised his head and asked in Luo Ruiying's ear reluctantly. Since leaving that dark place, Luo Ruiying took her to many places, and they didn't stay there for long each time. This time is the same. But this time, with her daddy here, she really likes the cabin in the woods. Ningyechan reached out and rubbed Luo Hongye's little head comfortingly, and said softly. Yi, daddy and mommy want to take Yi on a trip. There will be lots of delicious food and fun things to do there. Fun delicious. When Luo Hongye heard this, his big eyes lit up and a look of longing instantly appeared on his face. Can I eat it every night? Certainly. We can eat whatever we want every night in our house. Ningyechan promised solemnly. Yeah. Then I will travel with my parents every night. Luo Hongye's face was full of joy and he was dancing with happiness. Luo Ruiying looked at the father and daughter in her arms helplessly and dotingly, and whispered in Ningyechan's ear. You dote on her too much. Not good? Or are you jealous, lady? Ningyechan looked at Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned red and she gave Ningyechan a coquettish look. That's not what I meant. What is this guy thinking? He always says these frivolous words without changing his expression. Be careful or she will throw him down from the sky. How could she be jealous of her own child? Ningyechan's mouth corners slightly raised, and suddenly he put his arm around Luo Ruiying's waist and snuggled into her arms. Luo Ruiying was startled and asked quietly. You, what are you doing? My dear, I am actually very afraid of heights. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable right now, and I can only feel at ease when I hold my wife in my arms. Ningyechan said seriously. After saying that, he showed an uncomfortable look, closed his eyes, and leaned his head against Luo Ruiying's chest. Soft and fragrant. This guy, is he really afraid of heights? Why didn't I hear him say that last time? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with shame, she pursed her red lips and looked down at Ningyechan in her arms, feeling very doubtful. I haven't said anything after flying for so long, but now I suddenly feel dizzy and afraid of heights. Luo Hongye stared at Ningyechan and Luo Ruiying with curious eyes. From the beginning, Daddy has been whispering to Mommy. Being stared at by the child, Luo Ruiying was too embarrassed to push Ning Yechen away from her arms. What if he really is afraid of heights and gets dizzy? How about, I put you down and let you rest for a while? Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen in her arms with concern. No, just keep it like this, my lady. Ning Yechen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying suddenly felt that this guy must be pretending. However, at this moment, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes quietly and changed his words. My lady, please let me down for the time being. Okay. Luo Ruiying quickly dropped from mid-air and asked again with concern. Are you okay? It's okay, I just want to go to the bathroom. Ning Yechen scratched his head embarrassedly and said. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheek suddenly turned red again, and she asked in a low voice. Would you like me to go with you? Ning Yechen's eyes widened in shock. What does this mean? He just wanted to find an excuse to get rid of her temporarily, but she said she wanted to go to the bathroom with him? Luo Ruiying also felt that what she said just now seemed to be easy to be misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just worried about the monsters and wild beasts in the woods, and I'm worried about you being alone. So that's how it is. It really scared him. Ning Yechen suddenly realized, and almost thought that his wife was unexpectedly bold. Don't worry, my lady. I can handle it alone. Just wait here with the child. My husband will be back soon. Ning Yechen smiled and waved his hand, then quickly disappeared into the bushes. Although Luo Ruiying was still a little worried, she was indeed embarrassed to follow him. After sensing that there were no wild beasts or monsters around, he just waited there obediently. After entering the woods alone, Ning Yechen put away the smile on his face and frowned slightly. He sensed a familiar aura that had not been seen for more than 100 years. That aura is lurking 100 miles ahead. It seemed like he was waiting for them. The three Chaos Bulls wouldn't even be a match for the other party. It seems that he can only solve it himself. What he hates most is someone disturbing the time he spends with his wife and children. You forced him to leave his wife's warm embrace, you are dead. Ning Yechen arrived in the woods 100 miles away in an instant and said coldly to the people around him. Come out, everyone. The surrounding woods were dead silent, without any response. You don't dare to come out? Then I will help you. Ning Yechen's expression condensed, and he stretched out his hand and inserted it into the void. The void was like a mirror, and a crack appeared as his palm entered, and the void was shattered around it. Ning Yechen pinched a man with strange black lines on his face and slowly pulled him out of the crack in the void. The man looked terrified and kept struggling with his limbs. He couldn't believe that he could be found even though he was hiding in a crack in the void. Chapter 31. My wife is still waiting for me to come back, hurry up. With a crack, Ning Yechen broke the man's neck with one hand. He stared ahead with cold eyes and said calmly. Come out, everyone. Lest I pick you out one by one. This time, several twisted spirals appeared in the void in the woods, and people with strange patterns on their faces, like the dead man, appeared one by one. Everyone stared at Ning Yechen closely, with a particularly fearful look on their face. They couldn't see through this man's abilities. There was not a trace of spiritual energy in his body, and he looked just like an ordinary person. However, when he made a move, he easily killed a heavenly god. The information is wrong. Didn't we agree that we were only going to deal with a seriously injured fairy woman whose cultivation level was only below the celestial god level? Who is this man? Ning Yechen was not in a hurry to get rid of these people. Because he still had something to ask them. Since you are from the demon world, I will give you one chance. Tell me the purpose of your coming here and who ordered you to do so. Judging from the unique strange black lines on their faces, the way this twisted void appeared and the aura of the demonic world on them, there is no doubt that these people are from the demonic world. He is too familiar with the breath of the demon world. But Ning Yechen didn't expect that the demon world would also get involved. Since you know we are from the demon world, then you should just prepare to die. Get started. Greedy wolf of the netherworld. The leading man in black shouted angrily, and several other men in black around him chanted spells at the same time. The surrounding void once again produced void-twisting spirals. Dozens of huge, pitch-black netherworld wolves jumped out of the void. The fur of the netherworld greedy wolf flutters like burning black flames, his eyes are bloodshot, his teeth are bared, and his sharp fangs are exposed. Every netherworld greedy wolf has the cultivation level at the peak of the heavenly god realm. If dozens of netherworld greedy wolves were placed in the human world, they would be enough to dominate a region. Kill him. The leading man standing in the middle smiled sinisterly and gave orders to all the netherworld greedy wolves. Dozens of netherworld greedy wolves turned into black shadows and rushed towards Ningyechan. Ningyechan did not move a step, and glanced coldly at the netherworld greedy wolf that was rushing towards him, and whispered softly, "Pierce." As soon as the words fell, countless sharp spears suddenly shot out from the ground. The spear was dark red as if stained with blood, and both the spear body and the tip were stained with dried blood. Countless spears stood in a row, with the tips of the spears flashing coldly, like a forest of standing spears, emitting blood and cold light, which was chilling. Dozens of netherworld greedy wolves with the cultivation level of heavenly gods were all pierced through by spears in the blink of an eye, and were stuck in the air like specimens. Blood continued to flow from the spear to the ground. The leading man was stunned, his pupils trembling, and his expression was incredulous. Dozens of netherworld greedy wolves were enough to conquer any place in the world, but they were all killed by the man in front of them in an instant. Ningyechan put his hands behind his back, slowly stepped over the spears that stood like thorns, and walked towards the leading man. "Quick, stop him!" The leading man shouted loudly, but no one responded to him. When he looked back, he saw that his men around him had been stabbed in the air by spears. The reason why he didn't die was only because the man in front of him deliberately avoided him. "Although I don't know what you did, your biggest mistake was not killing me directly just now. Come out." Nether Wolf King. The man from the demon world cut open the palms of his hands, formed seals with his hands, and used the dripping blood to condense into a magic circle, forcibly summoning the Nether Wolf King. A netherworld wolf that was several times larger than an ordinary netherworld wolf slowly emerged from the blood magic circle, emitting a fierce and violent aura of terror. The summoning was successful, and the man from the demon world showed a smug smile on his face. This netherworld greedy wolf king has the cultivation level of an immortal. Looking at the entire human world, his strength is at the top. Although there is only one realm between the immortal realm and the god realm, there is an insurmountable gap between them. Kill him. The man from the demon world pointed at Ningyechan and shouted angrily. The netherworld greedy wolf king pounced and opened his bloody mouth to swallow Ningyechan whole. But Ningyechan didn't even look at him and slapped him in the face. The huge netherworld greedy wolf king had his head smashed in an instant and fell to the ground with a bang. Eh? The man from the demon world was stunned for a moment, and the smug smile on his face froze. The netherworld greedy wolf king of the immortal realm was killed so easily? Who is this man? This power has long surpassed the power of the human world. Boom boom boom. Several immortal thunders fell from the sky without warning and hit Ningyechan. In an instant, only a bottomless pit was left where Ningyechan was, with billowing smoke and dust rising all around. The punishment of the shackles of heaven has fallen. The man from the demon world once again showed a smug smile on his face and felt relieved. After being wiped out by the heavenly thunder, he should have been turned into ashes. However, when the dust gradually dissipated, Ningyechan's figure was still unharmed, and he walked towards him calmly. Is there anyone in the world who can be safe and sound after receiving punishment from the heaven? Looking at Ningyechan, who was approaching with big strides, fear arose in the heart of the man from the demon realm. Just as he was about to reach something into his arms, an invisible sharp blade directly cut off his arm. Ah! The demon man screamed in pain. A pitch-black runestone was tightly grasped in the palm of the fallen broken arm. Ningyechan hooked his finger and the talisman stone flew into his hand. Sound stone. He was very familiar with the talisman stones in the demon world. The one in your hand can be used to call for emergency help. As long as this talisman stone is crushed, people on the other side will be able to receive the message for help even if they are separated by two worlds. You want to call someone over, right? Ningyechan said as he looked down at the demon man lying on the ground. The sound transmission stone was taken away, and the man from the demon world felt desperate. What he never expected was that Ningyechan threw the sound transmission stone back into his hand. And urged. Go ahead, hurry up. My wife is still waiting for me to come back, so I'm in a hurry. I solved it in one go. He. You said it, don't regret it. The man from the demon world smiled grimly, laughing in his heart at Ningyechan's extremely stupid behavior. It was extremely stupid to give the enemy a chance to call for help. Lord Yi Zhang. Please come to the human world. Inflict the most horrific punishment on those who offend my demon world. The man from the demon world crushed the talisman in his hand and shouted towards the sky. Who is it? How dare you offend my demon world? In an instant, the void twisted into a spiral again, and a burly man over 3 meters tall and wearing pitch-black magic armor stepped out of the void. His tall stature and fierce and terrifying aura gave him a very oppressive feeling. Of course, this is for others. Ningyechan slowly floated in the air and looked at Yizha, saying calmly, "It's me." Chapter 32, Have you finished your moves? It's my turn now. When the demon man saw Yizha approaching, he struggled to crawl to his feet and pointed at Ningyechan and said angrily, "Lord Yi Zhang. He was the one who killed my demon world. You have offended my demon clan. Waste. I can't even deal with a tiny ant." Yizha angrily scolded the demon man on the ground, kicked him away, then looked up at Ningyechan with a look of disdain. To him, people in the human world are basically just ants that he can easily crush to death. For the sin of offending my demon world, you must atone for it with your life. Yizha didn't want to waste time, so he opened his mouth wide, and a bright beam of light quickly gathered in his mouth. Destroy the ants. Magic annihilation. With a loud shout, a beam of light shot out from his mouth. The terrifying spiritual pressure completely tore apart the void along the way, and the earth was lifted up. The devastating power seemed to destroy everything along the way. This attack is enough to easily destroy an entire city. Ningyechan was completely swallowed up by the beam of light in an instant. Yizha snorted disdainfully, thinking that Ningyechan must have died in the beam of light he shot out. Just as Yizha was about to turn around and leave, he saw his men looking behind him with horror. That expression was like seeing a ghost. Yizha frowned and turned back, following the gaze of the man from the demon world. The next second, Yizha's face showed the same expression as the man from the demon world. Ningyechan, who had completely received a round of demonic annihilation, was standing in the air intact. Not to mention being injured, even the clothes on his body were not torn at all. How is this possible? Yizha widened his eyes in disbelief. That was the strongest attack he could unleash in the human world. Even though it was restricted by the laws of nature in the human world, it was still a full-strength attack from the immortal realm. Your last name is Yi, and you can cast demonic annihilation. Are you from the Yi family, a member of the First Legion of the Demon Realm? Ningyechan straightened his messed-up clothes without any pain and asked Yizha indifferently. That's right. I am the commander of the First Army of the Demon World. Yizha. Yizha raised his head and replied proudly. The commander of tens of thousands of men in the demon world is a very high military rank. That person is capable of commanding an army of tens of thousands. Ningyechan continued to ask calmly. Is the demon general of the First Legion still the guy named Night God? Yes. Yizha replied without thinking too much. Did he ask you to come here? Ningyechan's eyes narrowed slightly and he continued to ask. If he knew that it was that guy Yi Tianqian who ordered this, he would definitely not let him off. It was not ordered by Lord Yi Tianqian, it was. No. Why should I answer your question? Yizha was subconsciously preparing to continue answering when he suddenly reacted. Why should he honestly answer this ant's question? And from what he said, it seems that he knows a lot about their demon world. You can even guess which legion he belongs to. Who are you? How dare you ask me to answer your questions? Wait until you defeat me, then we'll talk. Although he didn't know why Ningyechan survived his attack, Yizha firmly believed that he must have used some special means to dodge it, otherwise he would not have been safe and sound. This time he took action himself. He came in front of him in an instant, pulled out a large machete from behind and slashed straight towards Ningyechan. The sharp sword energy penetrated into the ground from the sky, creating a wide sword ravine. However, the imagined scene of Ningyechan being split into two did not appear. The seemingly terrifying knife was firmly grasped in Ningyechan's hand with his twisted fingers. With just 2 fingers, he caught his full-strength attack. Yizha widened his eyes in shock again. Is it because he hasn't been to the human world for too long? When did the human world have people with such terrifying strength? Have you finished your moves? Then it's my turn. Ningyechan gently applied force with his fingers, and with a crisp chin sound, the machete in Yizha's hand was broken directly. Yizha's face was full of disbelief, and he stared blankly at the broken knife in his hand. This is the magic weapon given to him personally by Lord Yi Tianqian. It was broken like this. Could it be that the item Lord Yi Tianqian gave him was a fake? At this moment, Yizha even began to doubt whether the machete in his hand was a real magic weapon. Otherwise, given the strength of the immortal weapon, how could it be broken so easily? Ning Yechen raised his palm and pointed it at Yizha. Yizha quickly took a defensive stance. Although he was shocked by Ning Yechen's strength, he was not too worried. Because in the human world, everyone is restricted by the laws of nature, and the strength of one's cultivation will not exceed the immortal realm at most. This is true even for him who was at the immortal king level. The man in front of him could only use moves that were at the same level of cultivation as him. Even if he couldn't do anything to him, he also couldn't do anything to him. Yizha was full of confidence in his heart. But soon he discovered something was wrong. An invisible force began to twist his body and limbs. That force was invisible and powerful. Even if he exerted all his strength, it was still ineffective. The limbs were twisted, the bones made crackling sounds, and the magic armor on the body was directly twisted off. The severe pain made Yizha let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ever since he entered the realm of Immortal King and became the leader of tens of thousands of people in the demon realm, he has never felt so powerless and terrified again. The power displayed by the person in front of him completely surpasses the strength that a human being should have. The restrictions and limitations of the heavenly Tao rules actually had no effect on him? How is this possible? I have never heard of anyone being able to ignore the rules of heaven. Tell me, who sent you here? Ning Yechen slowly stepped into the void and came in front of Yizha and asked indifferently. Yizha was still hesitating whether to answer, but his body became more and more twisted and irregular. I don't know who the other party is. When that person found me, he only told me to help him do one thing, which was to kill a woman in the human world and take away a child. That person promised to give me the secret medicine to break through the immortal emperor realm after the matter was accomplished, so I agreed. I don't know the rest. Yizha finally realized how terrifying Ning Yechen was. This kind of power is simply not comparable to that of a mere immortal king like him. Under the intense pain and fear of his twisted body, Yizha quickly shouted in fear and replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen put down his hands and stopped twisting Yizha into a knot. I don't think he would dare to lie to him. Considering that he was his former subordinate, he spared Yizha this time. It's a pity that I still haven't obtained any information. The other party is very cautious in his actions and never shows up in person. Ning Yechen frowned unhappily and said to Yizha. Go back to the demon world. If you dare to come over here again, you'll be ready to disappear. Otherwise the entire demon world can't protect you. After saying that, when Ning Yechen was about to rush back to Luo Ruiying, a cold voice sounded behind him again. What a big mouth. Chapter 33. Whoever the demon lord wants can be the boss, but I want be the boss. The void behind Yizha suddenly tore open, and a figure stepped across the crack and slowly stepped out. The man was wearing a gorgeous black robe, with his hair tied in a high ponytail. His long black hair almost fell to his ankles, and his cold face revealed a hint of evil charm. The person who came was none other than the demon general of the 3rd Legion of the demon world, Yi Tianqian. The terrifying cultivation level of the immortal emperor. Even in the demon world, Yi Tianqian is one of the most powerful ones. Yizha was overjoyed to see the person coming, and quickly crawled to the feet of Yi Tianqian with his twisted body. Lord Yi Tianqian. You must make the decision for me. This person not only offended my demon clan, but also looked down on you in the demon world. With his boss Yi Tianqian around, Yizha suddenly became full of confidence. I'm sure the man in front of me is dead. Yi Tianqian did not rush to look at Ning Yechen, but first glanced at Yizha under his feet, frowned and scolded. Why are you here? I don't remember asking you to come to the human world without permission, right? Please forgive me, Lord Yi Tianqian. Yizha didn't dare to tell Yi Tianqian the truth. He was bewitched by a mysterious man to come to the human world to kill someone. He could only stammer and then confess his crime directly to Yi Tianqian. When Yi Tianqian saw that Yizha confessed his guilt directly, he just said coldly, go and order the punishment yourself when you return to the demon realm, and did not ask any more questions. It is common for people from other realms in the 6 realms to secretly run to other realms. The demon world is no exception. Yi Tianqian only thought that Yi Zhang and the others had come to the human world without permission to cause trouble. He was searching for any trace of Lord Demon in the human world and happened to sense the breath of Mo Yen. Out of curiosity, I came over to find out what was going on, and happened to hear Ning Yechen's words again. Yi Tianqian was very angry that Yizha and his group lost to someone from the human world. The reason why he punished Yizha was not only because he came to the human world without permission, but mainly because he lost the fight. The demon world values honor and dignity the most. Losing a fight is equivalent to losing the face of the demon world. This is what makes Yi Tianqian most angry. Originally, he had no intention of intervening. Even if he lost and died, it would be because he was inferior to the other person, so there was nothing to say. But Ning Yeqian's last sentence was too arrogant, so he couldn't help but show up. He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant. Even the 9 realms of the fairy world dare not say that the entire demon world cannot protect people. Yi Tianqian turned his gaze towards Ning Yeqian, and was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled expression on his face. Then he frowned slightly and looked him up and down carefully. His eyes gradually widened, and his expression became more and more complicated during this period. It was an expression of surprise and fear mixed together on his face. Long time no see, night god. Ning Yeqian smiled contemptuously and greeted Yi Tianqian. Yizha was unhappy now. He struggled to stand up and roared at Ning Yeqian. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you address Lord Yi Tianqian by his name? Don't try to get close to our Lord Yi Tianqian. You have offended my demon world, you are dead today, boy. Right, Lord Yi Tianqian. Relying on the presence of Yi Tianqian, Yizha looked extremely arrogant. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tianqian with admiration. However, unexpectedly, Yi Tianqian looked extremely ugly. He grabbed Yizha by the collar and pinched his face so hard that his skull was almost crushed. Yi Tianqian came close to his face, stared at him with murderous eyes, and said in a cold tone, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you want to kill me? Do you know who is in front of you? Idiot." "Yes, it's you, Lord Yi Tianqian." Even though his skull was about to split in pain, Yizha still forced himself not to make a sound, and spoke with a look of great confusion. "I didn't mean me, idiot." Yi Tian was so angry that he pressed Yizha's head into the ground with all his strength, and the whole earth shook. After this blow, Yi Zhang was already dying. Until this moment, Yizha still didn't understand why Yi Tianqian would punish him so angrily. He had never seen his master look so terrified before. Lord Yaten seems to be very afraid of the man in front of him. Even the man in black who had managed to survive was stunned. Lord Yi Tianqian, who is so powerful in the demon world, is actually afraid of the man in front of him. Yi Tianqian let go of Yizha and threw him aside. Then he stroked his right chest with his left hand, bowed respectfully and greeted Ning Yeqian elegantly. "God Yi Tianqian, I greet Lord Demon." Yi Tianqian felt extremely remorseful and ashamed. It's unbelievable that he didn't recognize the demon lord at first sight. He even spoke rudely to the demon lord. And his men seemed to have attacked Lord Demon. It's such a disgrace to be a demon general of the First Legion. Yizha and the man in black looked extremely shocked and stared blankly at Ning Yeqian. "The man in front of me is the demon lord who disappeared from the demon realm for more than 100 years? There can't be any mistake. In the entire demon world, only that lord is qualified to make the great Lord Night God so humble." After responding, Yizha and the man in black quickly knelt on both knees, kowtowed, and said tremblingly, "Greetings, hello, Master Demon." At this time, Yizha and the man in black were disheartened and full of regret. They actually attacked the demon lord. This is an unforgivable sin in the demon world. Ning Yeqian waved his hand and said with disdain, "Don't call me that. I'm no longer the demon lord. Master Demon. You are still the only demon lord in my demon world. We have been looking for you, waiting for you to return to the demon world. The demon world can't live without you. Please come back with me." Yi Tianqian raised his head and looked at Ning Yeqian urgently and pleaded. In order to find Ning Yeqian's trace, they searched for almost 100 years. All for the purpose of welcoming back their great Lord Demon. "After I leave, won't there be a new demon lord to take the throne?" Hearing that Yi Tianqian and the others had been looking for him, Ning Yeqian asked in confusion. The demon world has always respected the strong, and countless people have attempted to fight for the position of demon lord. Even in the past, he had to fight his way up and defeat everyone before he could ascend to the supreme position in the demon world. Logically speaking, once he leaves, there should be many people coveting the position of demon lord. Night God nodded, and replied with a cold and solemn expression. "After you left, there were indeed people with ill intentions who attempted to ascend to the position of demon lord. We have already eliminated many people with evil intentions. They have no right to take your place, Master Demon." Ning Yeqian. Ning Yeqian was speechless. Doesn't this mean that after he left, the demon realm has had no demon lord for more than 100 years? He thought someone had already taken his place. He is ready to retire and enjoy the rest of his life. Master Demon, we are all waiting for your return. Please come back to the demon world with me. Yi Tianqian pleaded with Ning Yechen again. Ning Yechen still waved his hand in disdain and refused without hesitation. Don't want. Any one of you can be the demon lord. Whoever the demon lord wants can be the boss, but I won't be the boss. Why? Yi Tianqian asked in great confusion. Ning Yechen showed an expectant smile on his face and said lightly. Because I have more important things to do now. Chapter 34. It is not good to have subordinates who are too loyal and fanatical. Something more important. Yi Tianqian repeated in confusion, greatly puzzled. What could be more important than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon world and ruling it? Moreover, he actually saw the happy smile of the demon lord that had never appeared before. The demon lord actually has this kind of smile? Is this still the demon lord he knows? Now that he had been found, Ning Yechen had no intention of hiding it. He cleared his throat and solemnly announced. I have to take care of my wife and daughter. I don't have time to be the demon lord. Don't come to see me again in the future. What? Sigma. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Tianqian's heart was immediately filled with shock and horror. He even wondered if he had heard it wrong. The demon lord is actually married? Even have children? This is impossible. Lord Demon had never been close to women during his reign, and when he suddenly learned that she even had a child, Yi Tianqian couldn't believe it at all. Lord Demon has been in seclusion for over 100 years and he even has a child. If this news spreads to the demon world, it will probably cause a huge uproar. Yi Tianqian asked blankly. Is this true, Master Demon? Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. I suddenly felt like an old father sharing the joy of having a daughter with others. After receiving Ning Yechen's affirmative answer, Yi Tianqian's shocked expression gradually turned into joy, and he hurriedly blessed. Congratulations to Lord Demon on getting married. And congratulations to the birth of a little princess. I will tell everyone in the demon world this exciting good news right away. Then we will be ready to welcome the Madam Demon Lord and the little princess back to the demon realm. Having said that, Yi Tianqian couldn't wait to send a message to inform the entire demon world. Ning Yechen hurriedly raised his hand to stop Yi Tianqian, glanced at him speechlessly, and emphasized in a stern voice. I've already said it, I'm no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. I want to live in seclusion with my wife and daughter, and I will never go back. You don't have to come to me anymore. I don't want anyone to disturb the lives of me and my wife and daughter, understand? If the night god informed the entire demon world of this, there would probably not be a single day of peace. The peaceful and happy life he longs for must not be disturbed by anyone. But. Yi Tianqian was reluctant and wanted to continue persuading her, but was stopped by Ning Yechen's cold gaze. No buts. Is it because I've been away for too long that you can't understand what I'm saying? At this moment, Ning Yechen once again regained his familiar temperament of the demon lord. Yi Tianqian couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to disobey Ning Yechen's wishes anymore, so he had to shut his mouth obediently. Now that you understand, leave now. My wife has been waiting for a long time. She must be getting anxious. I have to go back quickly. Ning Yechen waved his hand, ready to turn around and leave to return to Luo Ruiying's side. Yi Tianqian's expression was full of curiosity. When the demon lord's wife and children are mentioned, the demon lord becomes more gentle than ever before. The demon lord has changed. Just as Ning Yechen was about to leave, Yi Tianqian finally came to his senses and remembered something very important. He still didn't know why his subordinates had offended the demon lord. This is by no means a trivial matter. Master Demon, please wait a moment. May I ask if my subordinates have offended you? Yi Tianqian's eyes froze, his face darkened, and a terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped the surroundings. The cold murderous intent pierced into the bone marrow like needles. He did not ask how Yizha had offended Ning Yechen, but directly asked whether he had offended him. Because no matter what the reason, offending the demon lord is equivalent to treason, which is an unforgivable capital crime in the demon world. Upon hearing this, Yizha and the man in black shuddered all over and felt hopeless. Ning Yechen turned around and said indifferently. Although they did attack me, I spared them because they were your subordinates. It's my fault. I actually let my subordinates offend you, Lord Demon. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Master Demon. Yi Tianqian knelt on one knee, bowed his head and confessed his guilt. How many times have I told you that I am no longer the Demon Lord? I wouldn't blame you, either. Just leave now and don't disturb my life. Ning Yechen urged Yi Tianqian to leave quickly with a look of disgust. No matter how many times he said it, Yi Tianqian still seemed to treat him as the Demon Lord, which made him helpless. It's not good to have subordinates who are too loyal and fanatical. Seeing that Ning Yechen had no intention of punishing him, Yi Tianqian simply raised his hand and stabbed it into his chest. The sin of offending Lord Demon must be borne. Even if the Demon Lord didn't pursue the matter, he couldn't just forgive himself like that. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen looked at Yi Tianqian speechlessly. Although he knew the character of his subordinate, he was still speechless when he saw him stabbing himself in the chest without hesitation. People in the demon world are stubborn. He didn't even bother to pursue the matter, but he still insisted on forcing himself to be punished. It's like this every time. Ning Yechen was beginning to wonder if everyone in the demon world had a hidden attribute of being a masochist. After punishing himself, Yi Tianqian looked at Yizha and the man in black with cold eyes. He raised his hand and a beam of black light directly swallowed up the man in black and annihilated him. Then he pointed his palm in front of Yizha. As the demon general of the First Legion, his subordinates offended the demon lord. He was guilty of failing to manage his subordinates well and must be punished. And if Yizha and others attack the demon lord, they must be sentenced to death. Yizha also knew this very well. He closed his eyes silently and did not say any words to beg for mercy. When he learned that Ning Yechen was the demon lord, he had already guessed his fate. When Yi Tianqian was about to take action, Ning Yechen stopped him and said, All right, let him go. Considering that Yizha didn't know his identity at first and didn't pose any threat to his wife and children, he forgave him this time. Master Demon, he has offended you. Yi Tianqian frowned slightly, but did not put down his hand. He still seemed unwilling to forgive Yizha's crime easily. He was just being instructed by someone. It's useless even if you kill him. I won't pursue it, just forgive him. Ning Yechen said lightly. Okay, follow the instructions of Master Demon. I'll spare you this time. Yi Tianqian reluctantly put down his hand. According to him, Yi Zhang must be killed. But since the demon lord has spoken, he will reluctantly let Yizha go this time. By the way, he also wanted to get some information from Yizha. Who on earth dares to instruct the people of the demon world to attack Lord Demon? Having luckily escaped the disaster, Yizha quickly kowtowed to Ning Yechen and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Demon, for your forgiveness. When he thought he was dead, the demon lord personally spoke up to plead for him. Yizha's heart was filled with gratitude. I'm leaving now. Remember, don't bother me again. Seeing that everything was handled, Ning Yechen did not stay long. He left after leaving a few words. Yi Tianqian watched Ning Yechen leave, feeling extremely reluctant to let him go. Fortunately, we finally found the whereabouts of the demon lord. This news must be told to others quickly. Chapter 35. My wife is right. In the woods, Luo Ruiying was holding Luo Hongye and playing with her while waiting for Ning Yechen to come back. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure appeared 100 miles away, and a terrifying beam of light that could destroy the world flashed before their eyes. There is also a strong smell of demons mixed in the beam of light. Demons have descended into the human world. It looks like he had a fight with someone unknown? I shouldn't be here to find her. But even if I'm not here to find her, I can't stay around here for long. Not long after, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, and loud thunder resounded throughout the entire sky. The destruction of the heavenly Dao immortal thunder? Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression was serious. The appearance of demons means this place is also very dangerous. Moreover, the battle over there has already incurred the punishment of heaven, which means that their cultivation has exceeded the constraints of heaven in the human world. We must leave quickly. Luo Ruiying didn't wait any longer and hurried into the woods to look for Ning Yechen. Yi Chen? Yi Chen. After searching around for a while and not finding any trace of Ning Yechen, and not being able to sense any trace with his spiritual sense, Luo Ruiying became anxious and started shouting in all directions. What she was most worried about was whether Ning Yechen had encountered any accident. Fortunately, after shouting a few more times, Ning Yechen slowly emerged from the other side of the woods. Luo Ruiying heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and came to Ning Yechen, saying with a slightly reproachful look. Where have you been? You didn't even respond. Sorry, ma'am, I left a little too far and got lost accidentally. Ning Yechen scratched his head and said apologetically. Luo Ruiying checked Ning Yechen carefully and felt relieved when she saw that he was fine. It's good that you're alright. Let's go quickly. It seems that there are demons ahead. They are very powerful and it is not safe. Let's take another route to get around it. Okay, according to my wife. Ning Yechen walked happily to Luo Ruiying and opened his arms, ready to be carried like a princess. However, this time Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and turned around. Let me hold the child. I'll carry you on my back. Eh? Ning Yechen couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. He was all ready to lie in his wife's gentle arms, but he had to lie on her back instead. At this moment, Ning Yechen regretted getting down from his arms. All of this is Yizhe and the others' fault. If they hadn't arrived, he wouldn't have to leave his wife's arms. Suddenly I felt a little regretful that I let Yizhe go. Big loss. Ning Yechen fell on Luo Ruiying's back with great regret. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in one hand and carried Ning Yechen on her back. She jumped high into the air, changed her route and continued to fly out of the woods. Ning Yechen lay on Luo Ruiying's back. He could feel the warmth of her back and the faint fragrance from the black hair falling behind her. The fragrance was very refreshing. I couldn't help but reach out and lift her hair and bring it close to my nose to smell it gently. The hair flows in the hands, very silky and delicate. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's actions, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked. Why are you lifting my hair? Why is this guy not being honest behind me? Because your hair smells good, I like it very much. Ning Yechen praised frankly. Luo Ruiying felt a little embarrassed by the praise, but she didn't say much and let Ning Yechen stroke her hair. Luo Hongyi also climbed onto her shoulders curiously and grabbed her hair. Ning Yechen also pinched her hair to tease Luo Hongye, and tickled her ears with the ends of her hair, making her giggle. This father and daughter are really. What do you think of her hair? Luo Ruiying was helpless, but a smile remained on her lips. The tension and anxiety just now disappeared along with Luo Hongye's laughter. After shaking Luo Hongye for a while, Ning Yechen remembered that Luo Ruiying had mentioned the demon clan just now, so he asked tentatively. Madam, you just mentioned the demon tribe. What do you think of the people of the demon tribe? Luo Ruiying didn't expect Ning Yechen to suddenly mention the demon race. Her expression suddenly froze, and she said without hesitation. The demons are cruel and brutal, committing all kinds of evil and are extremely sinful. They are particularly warlike and only respect the strong. They often invade other realms, causing unrest in them. Everywhere he went, there were corpses everywhere, and it turned into a sea of ruins and fire. They are an evil and brutal clan. Ning Yechen. My lady, actually, maybe the demons aren't that bad now. Ning Yechen felt mixed emotions upon hearing this and tried to explain himself. Although what Luo Ruiying said was true, that was the demon world hundreds of years ago. After he unified the demon world, it became drastically different. It's just that the outside world still seems to have that fixed impression of the demon world. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and warned Ning Yechen earnestly. You have never seen the demons, so you don't know much about them. The cruelty of the demons is beyond your imagination. They will not show mercy to anyone, not even their own people. Especially the legendary new supreme being of the demon world, Yimachen. It is rumored that when he unified the demon world hundreds of years ago, he almost wiped out half of the people in the demon world who resisted him. He is extremely cruel. After that, he led the demon army to invade the fairy world. That battle between the fairy and the demon almost destroyed half of the fairy world. It is enough to show how cruel and bloodthirsty the demon realm supreme is. The demons all respect him as the demon lord, and the other demons are no exception. If you encounter someone from the demon clan, you must flee as far away as possible and never have anything to do with them. There is not a single good person among the demons. Ning Yechen, 3. My lady is right. I will remember this for you. When Ning Yechen heard Luo Ruiying's high evaluation of him, he couldn't help but twitch his face slightly, and could only smile and agree. Fortunately, I asked tentatively first. If I really knew his identity, what would happen? The last time the immortals and demons fought, it was the immortals who provoked him first, but everyone said it was the demons who took the initiative to invade the immortals. He couldn't explain to Luo Ruiying. Even if I really told her, not only would my identity be exposed, but she wouldn't believe it either. Luo Hongye, who was sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms, raised his head and asked curiously. Mother, are all those demons bad guys? Yeah, those are bad guys. They have 4 long fangs, 2 horns on their heads, and several eyes on their faces. The ones who love to eat the most are kids like Yi Yi. Luo Ruiying said with a serious expression. Woo woo woo, the food doesn't taste good every night. These words frightened Luo Hongye so much that he quickly shrank into Luo Ruiying's arms in fear. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying smiled slyly as if her plan had succeeded, and gently stroked Luo Hongye's back and comforted him. As long as you behave yourself every night, nothing will happen to you around mother and father. Yeah. Be obedient every night. Luo Hongye nodded obediently and said softly. Luo Ruiying smiled with satisfaction, and suddenly realized that Ning Yechen behind him was looking at the mirror. He couldn't help but wonder. Why do you keep looking in the mirror? Fine. Just to see if I look scary. Ning Yechen put away the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. He has no long fangs, no horns, and no multiple eyes. Chapter 36. My wife is still too kind. After nearly half an hour of flying, Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye finally left the demon forest. The journey was much smoother than expected, and we didn't even encounter a single monster. Luo Ruiying was worried that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye would not be able to bear the long flight, so she stopped for a while to rest. Just when Ning Yechen and others sat down to rest, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be faintly heard not far away. Ning Yechen was not surprised at all. He had already sensed that something was happening ahead. The other party's cultivation level was very low, and he guessed that he was not here specifically to look for his wife and children, so he was not in a hurry to take action in advance. When Luo Ruiying noticed someone approaching, her nerves suddenly tensed up. Worried that they were out to hunt her down again, she asked Ning Yechen to keep an eye on Luo Hongye, while she went alone to find out what was going on. Luo Ruiying concealed his breath, followed the sound and leaped onto the branch of a big tree, watching the ground below secretly. On the road below, 2 people were riding horses at a fast speed. One of them was a girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. She had a pretty face, a ponytail, and a heroic look between her eyebrows that was no less heroic than that of a man. The other person was a middle-aged man with a square face. The middle-aged man suffered multiple injuries and was covered with bruises. Behind the 2 of them, a group of masked men in black were chasing them with sharp blades in their hands, leaping through the woods. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is very obvious. But the cultivation level of both sides is not high. The highest level of cultivation is only at the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruiying quickly determined that these people were not here to see her. It was just an assassination that happened to happen by chance. Seeing that the assassin behind him was about to catch up, the middle-aged man said to the girl, Miss, please leave. I'll stay and hold them off. No. Uncle Zhang, let's go together. We'll be arriving at Nanli capital soon. Qi Yuan called out to the middle-aged man reluctantly. Zhang He is the steward of the Qi family who has grown up with her and is also her personal bodyguard. She really doesn't want to see him die here just to buy time for her. Humph. None of you can leave. A man in black behind him jumped into the air and threw dozens of darts at Qi Yuan and Zhang He from high above. The darts were flying so fast that Qi Yuan and Zhang He had no time to dodge. Zhang He immediately pounced and hugged Qi Yuan, using himself as a meat shield to block the dart that was supposed to hit Qi Yuan. As a result, the 2 men fell off their horses. The 2 horses were hit by several darts and died on the spot. Uncle Zhang! Uncle Zhang! Are you okay? Qi Yuan looked at Zhang He, who risked his life to protect her, and hurriedly expressed her concern. Zhang He was hit by several darts from behind, and with the injuries on his body, he looked very weak. Miss, don't worry about me, just go. Go? Where do you want to go? More than a dozen men in black fell down and surrounded Qi Yuan and Zhang He, slowly approaching them with bloody swords in their hands. Zhang He felt desperate when he saw that he was surrounded. In his current state, it is impossible for him to break through. Qi Yuan looked at the group of men in black who were slowly approaching, without any fear on his face. He stood up with his sword in hand and looked around at everyone, already prepared to die. The group of men in black looked at each other with mocking expressions. Instead, I'm not in a hurry anymore. A little girl in the psychic realm also wants to attack them? This is too ridiculous. Let me meet this little girl. A man in black walked forward and waved at Qi Yuan with disdain. Qi Yuan swung his sword forward in anger, but the man in black dodged it easily and he was made fun of. As expected of the useless young lady of the Qi family. You still think you can resist at this level? Ha ha ha. Not very talented, but very pretty. I just wonder what the daughter of the Qi family tastes like. The black-clothed man's obscene gaze boldly wandered over Qi Yuan's body. How about we strip her clothes off first? This scenery will definitely be very beautiful, ha ha. The other men in black around also laughed at him. Qi Yuan's face turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword at the man in black again in rage. The man in black dodged sideways, raised his hand and knocked the sword out of Qi Yuan's hand with a sword, and kicked her to the ground. Qi Yuan covered his abdomen with his hands, his expression full of unwillingness and despair. Her cultivation strength is really too poor. They are no match for these assassins. Just a piece of fish to be slaughtered at will. Hey, you're not going to resist? The man in black slowly walked up to Qi Yuan and cut open her clothes with the sword in his hand. Miss! Zhang He was lying on the ground and trying to get up, but another assassin in black stepped on him. He could only watch Qi Yuan, who was about to be stripped naked. He could do nothing, all he could hear was the black-clad assassin's lewd laughter. Zhang He closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. However, at this moment, the lewd laughter in my ears suddenly stopped. When Zhang He opened his eyes again, he saw a beautiful woman holding a sword standing in front of Qi Yuan. My young lady, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Nanli City, is so eclipsed by this woman. Even Qi Yuan, a woman, couldn't help but stare at Luo Ruiying in a daze, her heart filled with amazement. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. After coming to her senses after a moment, Qi Yuan discovered that the man in black who had just stood in front of her had been pierced through the heart by a sword and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief in his eyes. She had no idea when this woman appeared and when she killed that man. Luo Ruiying held the sword and looked around at the other men in black with cold eyes, and threatened coldly. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving. After observing for a while, Luo Ruiying finally decided to rescue Qi Yuan and Zhang He. She didn't want to get involved, but she really couldn't stand the dirty methods of these black-clad assassins. In a bush not far from Luo Ruiying, two heads, one big and one small, appeared and looked at Luo Ruiying secretly. The two of them were Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, the father and daughter who had followed quietly. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying and saw that he was still planning to let the black-clad assassins go, and couldn't help but shook his head. My wife is still too kind. If it were him, he would just do it to everyone in a simple and rough way. If we let these people go, there will inevitably be new troubles in the future. Although no matter how many mosquitoes there are, they pose no threat and will only cause you to slap them a few more times, but it is still annoying to have mosquitoes lingering around your ears. Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying, who was surrounded, raised his little head and looked at Ning Yechen and asked worriedly. Daddy, are those bad guys going to bully mommy? Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's head and said with a smile. Don't worry, every night. Those bad guys can't bully your mother. Chapter 37, A Gentle Person. The men in black reacted and temporarily gave up paying attention to Zhang He on the ground, and quickly pointed their swords at Luo Ruiying. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying sighed lightly, then his brows darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since they won't leave, it's not her fault. The black-clad assassins looked at each other, leaped into the air together, and slashed at Luo Ruiying with their swords. Luo Ruiying did not move, and the moment the black-clad assassins approached, her figure gracefully drew a beautiful arc. A silver full-moon arc swordlight flashed by. When Luo Ruiying put away the magic sword, a group of black-clad assassins burst into blood in mid-air at the same time and fell to the ground one after another. Ning Yechen, who was hiding aside, had already raised his hand to block Luo Hongye's sight. This bloody scene must not scare his daughter. If my wife knew about this, she would definitely be angry. With his eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned his head and uttered a puzzled voice. Daddy, your hands are blocking Yi. I can't see it every night. Yi, Daddy is going to play a little game with you now. Close your eyes every night and compete with Daddy to see who can open his eyes the latest, okay? Ning Yechen coaxed Luo Hongye with a smile. Okay. Dad, did you close your eyes too? When Luo Hongye heard that he wanted to play a game with her, she closed her eyes tightly without any doubt. Of course, Daddy has closed his eyes too. Ning Yechen smiled. But he didn't close his eyes at all. The naive Luo Hongye was completely kept in the dark. The other side. Qi Yuan stared at Luo Ruiying's heroic figure in amazement, his eyes full of admiration for her gorgeous and graceful figure, as well as her powerful strength. Good, awesome. With just one sword, she killed several masters in the Wuling realm. And she is also very beautiful. As a woman, Qi Yuan felt deeply ashamed when compared with Luo Ruiying in terms of appearance and cultivation. After putting away the magic sword, Luo Ruiying slowly walked in front of Qi Yuan, bent down and stretched out his hand. Are you okay? No, it's okay. Thank you, sister, for your help. Qi Yuan held Luo Ruiying's hand, stood up and expressed gratitude. Sister, sister. Luo Ruiying was a little confused when she heard this name. She is not young anymore. Being her grandmother is fine. Seeing Luo Ruiying's stunned expression, Qi Yuan quickly waved his hand and apologized. I'm sorry, did I offend you? She looked at Luo Ruiying, who was young and beautiful, and subconsciously called her sister. Now I feel that this is too close. The other party didn't know her, so it would be very rude to call her sister rashly. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and shook her head slowly. It doesn't matter. It's just a name. Then, can I continue to call you sister? Qi Yuan asked expectantly. Luo Ruiying did not refuse and nodded slightly. Very good. May I ask what your sister's name is? Qi Yuan danced with joy, holding Luo Ruiying's hand and asked. My name is Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying said lightly. Is Sister Luo also going to the Nanli capital? Qi Yuan's beautiful eyes turned and she asked. The closest and most famous city here is Nanli capital. Those who usually appear in this area are all heading for the capital of Nanli. Luo Ruiying was also planning to find a town to live in seclusion, so he nodded in agreement with Qi Yuan's words. Well, my husband and I are preparing to head to the capital of Nanli with our child. Husband? Child? Sister Luo, are you married? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at Luo Ruiying's appearance, she could never guess that she was already a married woman. However, when practicing, it is indeed difficult to judge a monk's age by his appearance. But which man would be so lucky to marry a woman as stunning as Sister Luo? Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and nodded with a smile. It was the first time that she admitted in front of others that she was a married woman. Just as Qi Yuan was about to continue asking questions, there was a rustling noise suddenly heard in the bushes behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan immediately frowned and held the sword in his hand vigilantly. Luo Ruiying also turned her head. However, she had already sensed the person coming and did not make any move. Ning Yechen was seen holding Luo Hongye and slowly walking out of the bushes with a charming smile on his face. My dear, I haven't seen you back for a long time. I was worried about you, so I brought Yi here. Qi Yuan stared at Ning Yechen, who suddenly appeared, and was inadvertently mesmerized. She had completely forgotten her initial vigilance at this moment. She had never seen such a handsome man before. He had a gentle and approachable smile on his face, and he had a kind of elegant, graceful, yet calm temperament that made him remain calm and composed. He seems to be a very gentle person. Qi Yuan originally wondered which man was so lucky to win Luo Ruiying's heart. The moment I saw Ning Yechen, I suddenly felt that they were truly a perfect match made in heaven. Standing together and taking a closer look, it feels like they look like a couple. Why did you bring Yi here? When Luo Ruiying saw Ning Yechen coming over with the child in his arms, she glared at him with a hint of blame. With a wave of his arm, he quickly covered all the corpses around him. This scene cannot be seen by children. Luo Ruiying reached out and took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's arms. Seeing that her eyes were still closed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi, you can open your eyes now. No, mother. Why? Luo Ruiying asked puzzledly. Yi plays a game with daddy, competing to see who can open their eyes later. Luo Hongye said seriously. As soon as Luo Ruiying heard it, she knew it must be Ning Yechen's trick to trick Luo Hongye into closing his eyes, and she rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen again. That guy must have never closed his eyes the whole time. But fortunately the children were not allowed to see the bloody scenes. Yi can open your eyes now. Your father has already lost. Really? That means Yi won. Luo Hongye opened his eyes and raised his hands happily. Suddenly she noticed Qi Yuan beside Luo Ruiying staring at her, and she quickly and timidly shrank into Luo Ruiying's arms. Don't be afraid, Yi, she's not a bad person. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye's back, turned around and said to Qi Yuan apologetically. Sorry, she's a little shy every night. No, it's okay. I think I scared her. Chi Yuan quickly retracted his gaze and apologized. She didn't mean to scare Luo Hongya, but she just couldn't help it. She was already amazed by Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, but she didn't expect that even their children would be so cute. It is so exquisite and charming, just like a ceramic doll. She couldn't help but look twice more. Sister Luo, Uncle Jean, and I are also going back to Nanli Metropolis. Why don't we go together? There is our abandoned carriage not far ahead. As a thank you, let me give you a ride. While helping this seriously injured Zhang He up from the ground, Shi Yuan turned around and said to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying thought about it and did not refuse. It's not far from Nanli Chengdu. In order not to attract attention, it would be better to take a carriage. Chapter 38. Yeah, it's terrible. Nanli City was a city built by Xianqian Kingdom near the border of the Demon Forest. It was originally used to defend against attacks from demon beasts on the border. Although it is a border town, the prosperity and area of Nanli City are no less than the capital of Xianqian Kingdom. It can even be said that it is above the capital. There are countless monsters living in the Demon Forest, and there are nearly 100 monster kings alone. Among them, there are countless monsters of all sizes, all kinds of magical herbs and medicines are everywhere in the mountains, and the resources for cultivation are particularly rich. It is the place where countless cultivators have been tested, and it is also the best place for cultivators to obtain materials from monsters and pick magical herbs and medicines. Naturally, it attracted countless monks and gathered a large number of monks. The sale of abundant monster materials and magical herbs and elixirs also attracted many merchants to settle here. With the commercial operations and circulation, Nanli City became more and more prosperous. Many people, both mortals and monks, have settled here. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belongs, is one of the two largest merchant families that arrived in Nanli City the earliest. In the carriage, after learning that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were not from Shenzhen, Qi Yuan began to explain to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen about Nanli City and her Qi family. He looked proud when he said this, but when he mentioned the Qi family, his expression turned gloomy. Just at this moment, the carriage stopped and Zhang He's voice came from outside the tent. Miss, we are here. Sister Luo, we're here. This is Nanli City. Qi Yuan smiled slightly, covering up the gloomy expression just now, and stood up and lifted the curtain. The carriages were parked in a line outside the gate of Nanli City, and the bustling crowds of people could be seen outside the curtains. The dense crowds queuing to enter the Nanli City were enough to prove that what Qi Yuan said was true. Nanli City is indeed quite prosperous. Many monks sped past the carriages and flew directly over the city gate into the city. The carriage that Ning Yechen was in soon passed through the city gate and entered the city. As soon as you enter the streets of Chengdu, you can hear all kinds of hawking sounds all around. Noisy crowds come and go on the streets, and the scene is extremely prosperous and lively. Luo Hongye was attracted by the noisy noise outside the carriage. He lay in Luo Ruiying's arms, looking around curiously through the window with his big eyes. She had always been either hidden or locked up, and had never seen so many people in such a lively scene. She stared blankly at her surroundings and said timidly, Mom, Dad, there are so many people. Yes, can Mother take Yi down for a walk? Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and caressed Luo Hongye's head lovingly. Come to think of it, she had never taken Luo Hongye to see the outside world. Luo Hongye nodded happily. Thank you, Miss Qi, for seeing me off. Since we are already in the city, we will take our leave now. Luo Ruiying picked up Luo Hongye and stood up to say goodbye to Qi Yuan. Sister Luo, don't you want to come to my house and visit? I am very grateful for your life-saving grace. Qi Yuan looked expectant and asked quickly. Luo Ruiying shook her head and declined. Thank you, Miss Qi, for your kindness. We are planning to stay in the city temporarily and we need to take the children to choose a place to live. We won't bother you anymore. That's perfect. I am very familiar with the residences in Nanli City. Let me show you the way, Sister Luo. By the way, let Sister Luo introduce you to the local characteristics of Nanli Chengdu. Qi Yuan clapped his hands and said with a smile. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Qi Yuan secretly. This little girl is quite enthusiastic. Luo Ruiying thought carefully for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed to let Qi Yuan accompany her. Having a guide who is familiar with the route can often save you a lot of effort. When Qi Yuan saw that she had gotten the consent, her face showed joy, and she whispered to Zhang He to leave first. Zhang He looked embarrassed at first, but still nodded and agreed. After Ning Yechen and the others got off the carriage, Zhang Yi drove back to the Qi family alone. Come on, Sister Luo, I'll take you around first. There is no place in the capital of Nanli that I don't know. Qi Yuan patted his flat chest and assured confidently. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen in her arms and followed behind Qi Yuan. Along the way, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, with her peerless figure and stunning appearance, holding Luo Hongye and walking on the street, is a dazzling and beautiful sight. What a stunning woman! With such a beautiful face, there are probably few women in the world who can compare to her. TSK, this extraordinary temperament, maybe she is a fairy descended from heaven. The baby girl in her arms is so delicate and cute, could it be her daughter? No way. That man following her couldn't be her husband. I can't accept that. How did that boy get such a beautiful woman? He's just more handsome than me. Everyone was indignant and expressed deep regret. There were also a few people who boldly teased Luo Ruiying with lustful eyes. Luo Ruiying was also ruthless. A fierce aura emanated from his frowning brows, shocking those people so much that they vomited blood and fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone knew that this stunningly beautiful woman was a cultivator with great skills. No one dared to tease her anymore. Qi Yuan looked at Luo Ruiying with admiration and continued to lead everyone through the streets. There was a strange thing around the street that attracted everyone's attention. Many monks and mortals sitting idle in the inn, almost without exception, were talking about one thing. Everyone's expressions were particularly solemn, and they were talking quietly. Do you know? The four most powerful sects in the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Palace, the Human Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qingfeng Sword Sect, were all demolished overnight. Who doesn't know this? The news has spread to all 18 states. Who on earth has the ability to destroy the four major sects overnight? It's really terrifying. I heard that the four sect masters happen to have left the sect, and there has been no news since then. People around were talking constantly, and the discussion was particularly intense. This incident shocked the whole world at once. There was no trace of the person behind the scenes, and the whole thing became a complete unknown mystery. Everyone in the world changes color when talking about it. Qi Yuan had been in the demon forest for the past few days. When he heard the news for the first time, he was shocked. I couldn't help but exclaimed. The four major sects were destroyed overnight. This is absolutely horrible. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think it's true? If he can really destroy the four major sects overnight, this person's cultivation is truly terrifying. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The human world is indeed full of crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Ning Yechen also nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's horrible. Chapter 39, My husband is not someone you can humiliate. Qi Yuan took Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying across several streets, and enthusiastically explained the main features of each street as they passed by. This is the most prosperous commercial street in Nanli City. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. This street is also considered a commercial street. Although it's not as lively as the one just now, the goods are more affordable and the prices are lower. There is also this place, called Tianbao Street. The things sold here are some spiritual tools and magic weapons, spiritual herbs and elixirs, and some monster materials. If you're lucky, you might even find some monster pets. Because Luo Ruiying possessed powerful cultivation, Qi Yuan specially took Luo Ruiying and others to visit Tianbao Street. In the city of Nanli, there is no cultivator who doesn't know Tianbao Street. The streets are filled with all kinds of strange and bizarre low-level magical weapons, many of which are damaged or fake. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying just took a quick look and lost interest in it. To them, calling these things garbage is a bit of a compliment. Oh, who is this? It turns out to be the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Just as Qi Yuan was leading Ning Yechen strolling on the street, several figures came towards them and blocked the way for everyone. The leading man was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with all kinds of jewelry and magical instruments on his body. He looked like a nouveau riche, with a look of contempt and arrogance on his face. Behind the man were dozens of followers, making for quite a grand occasion. When the people setting up stalls nearby saw the man, their faces suddenly changed and they tried to avoid him. Wherever the man went, anything that stood in front of him or under his feet was kicked away or stepped on by him, and his behavior was extremely arrogant. But the people around were just angry but dared not say anything. Even some cultivators with extraordinary cultivation did not dare to say anything. It was because the man in front of him was Zhongli, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the two major trading companies in Nanli City. The Zhang family now controls nearly 60% of the commercial streets south of the capital, and there are countless monks who are trying to curry favor with them. The Zhang family even hired many cultivators to serve them as guards, among whom it is said that there are several powerful ones above the heavenly spirit realm. It is said that the power behind it is unfathomable and powerful beyond imagination. No one in the entire Nanli city dares to provoke the Zhang family. Zhongli noticed Qi Yuan's figure from afar. When he saw her appear on the street, his expression flashed with surprise and shock. She's back? Although it was a bit unexpected, Zhongli still smiled contemptuously and walked towards Qi Yuan with a smiling face. When Qi Yuan saw Zhongli coming, her pretty face darkened and her expression turned cold. She said bluntly without any hesitation. "Huh, are you disappointed to see me back?" "No, not disappointed at all. It's actually more interesting this way." Zhongli had no intention of hiding anything and boldly and indirectly admitted that the assassination was done by their Zhang family, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Qi Yuan originally thought that Zhongli would at least pretend not to know, but she didn't expect him to dare to admit it like this. Too arrogant. Qi Yuan clenched his fists in anger and wanted to attack, but when he saw the dozens of guards behind Zhongli, he had to grit his teeth and give up. Zhongli was certain that Qi Yuan could not do anything to him, and his expression became more and more arrogant. He leaned close to her face and whispered with a wicked smile. "Soon the Qi family will disappear from Nanli City. Miss Qi, why don't you think about how to make a living next? Huaiyue Tower is recruiting people recently. I can introduce someone to Miss Qi. I believe that with the title of Miss Qi, you will definitely become the top star of Huaiyue Tower." "You!" Qi Yuan was so angry that his face turned pale, and his hand pressed on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. Dozens of guards behind Zhongli also grasped their swords at the first moment. "Miss Qi, it is illegal to take action in the city." Zhongli raised his hand to signal the people behind him to put away their weapons, and looked at Qi Yuan with a playful expression, not taking her seriously at all. Qi Yuan thought about it again and again, and finally let go of his hand and gave up the idea of drawing the sword. With her strength, she couldn't even defeat a guard behind Zhongli, so how could she possibly kill him? "That's right." Zhongli smiled triumphantly and looked at Luo Ruiying, who was holding Luo Hongye behind Qi Yuan. When he walked over, he had already noticed Luo Ruiying's peerless beauty that could overwhelm a country. "When I took a closer look, I couldn't help but be amazed. This woman is truly a beauty." Zhongli ignored Ning Yechen, who was beside Luo Ruiying, walked directly in front of her, pretended to be polite and asked with a smile. "This girl looks unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen her before in Nanli. What is your name, young lady?" "I am Zhongli, the son of the Zhang family in Nanli City. I am not talented, but I have some wealth and status in this Nanli capital. If it is an honor, I would like to make friends with you." Ning Yechen stood aside, frowning slightly. I resisted the urge to slap him to death. Damn it! Steal his girlfriend right in front of him. If Luo Ruiying hadn't been by his side and he hadn't been worried about being noticed by her, he would have lost his soul now. "Roll," Luo Ruiying said to Zhongli coldly and unceremoniously. From the first sight, she was extremely disgusted with Zhongli, a dandy boy who bullied others by taking advantage of his power and coveted beauty. Zhongli looked weak and powerless, with black spots at the corners of his eyes, and his lustful look could not be concealed. Countless women had fallen into his hands. If she hadn't wanted to live a quiet life in seclusion with her husband and children in Nanli City and didn't want to get into any extra trouble, she would have almost killed him. Zhongli was stunned at first when Luo Ruiying spoke coldly to him in public, and then he sneered with disdain. He was not angry at all. It's not like he hasn't seen women as arrogant as Luo Ruiying, and he has even met women who are even more vicious than her. However, those women were just like her. They had just arrived in Nanli City and did not know his methods or the power of the Zhang family. After seeing his methods, those women just lay obediently on his bed and let him do whatever he wants. Qi Yuan, who was standing by, saw Zhongli flirting with Luo Ruiying and knew that this guy must have bad intentions. He immediately stood in front of Luo Ruiying and scolded Zhongli. "Zhongli, don't even think about attacking Sister Luo. Sister Luo already has a husband and children, don't let your wishful thinking get you there. Get out of here. Husband and children." Zhongli looked at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms, then turned to look at Ning Yechen beside him, his expression still full of disdain. "Just this pretty boy? Ning Yechen. Hold back. Hold on. Ning Yechen's hands behind his back could no longer hold back and he wanted to slap the damn fly to death. It has been who knows how long since the immortal emperor dared to speak to him like this in front of him. Luo Ruiying's eyebrows slightly frowned, her pretty face turned cold. She held Luo Hongye and stepped in front of Ning Yechen, saying coldly, "My husband is not someone you can humiliate." After saying that, a powerful aura emanated from Luo Ruiying and swept towards Zhang Li and the others. Chapter 40, Destroy his third leg. Zhang Li and the others were shocked. In an instant, they felt that the spiritual pressure was totally beyond their ability to withstand. The powerful and terrifying pressure directly knocked Zhang Li and his men to the ground. Just when Luo Ruiying was about to teach Zhang Li a profound lesson, a figure suddenly leaped out from nowhere and stood in front of Zhang Li and the others. He was an old man with gray hair, eagle eyes, and a hooked nose. The old man stretched out a pair of dry hands and tried his best to block the momentum released by Luo Ruiying. He took several steps back and was almost knocked to the ground. What a powerful pressure! This girl looks very young, and her cultivation level is at least as high as his, reaching the immortal transformation realm. Maybe even better than him. My dear lady, my boy did not mean to offend you. I hope you don't mind. The Jiang family will definitely come to visit you someday with generous gifts. Zhao Shuahao bowed and spoke politely to Luo Ruiying. Because he predicted that Luo Ruiying's cultivation strength was higher than his, he might not be a match for the girl in front of him. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, put away her aura, and said calmly, "Are you his protector?" As the name suggests, protectors are usually personal guards specially assigned by some large families for the safety of their outstanding descendants. Guardians usually hide around the target they are protecting, and they will appear once the target is in danger. Luo Ruiying just didn't expect that a scum like Zhang Li could also have a protector. It seems that the Jiang family is indeed quite powerful. Zhao Shuahao nodded and acknowledged his identity as the protector. "Mr. Zhao, we can't just let this go. Catch her for me." Frightened to the point of his legs going limp and he fell to the ground, Zhang Li became furious and pointed at Luo Ruiying and gave orders. He had never suffered such humiliation in Nanli City. "Master, the master is waiting for you to return. I've kept the master waiting for too long. He's going to get angry again." Zhao Shuahao turned around and persuaded Zhang Li. He knew his young master's character very well and would never give up, so he leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Master, that woman is not easy to deal with. If you like it, I will find a way to get it for you in the future. Let's forget about it today." Zhang Li looked at Luo Ruiying with a gloomy expression, unwilling to give up. But when he heard Zhao Shuahao promise to bring this woman over in the future, Zhang Li couldn't help but reveal an expectant gleam in his eyes and licked the corner of his mouth. "Well, let us just spare this woman this time. Once she falls into his hands, he will make her suffer. Let's go." Zhang Li stood up and angrily shouted to the guards behind him. Before leaving, he looked at Luo Ruiying with an extra meaningful look. "A wife? That's more flavorful." Zhao Shuahao gave Luo Ruiying a hypocritical apologetic smile, and then left everyone's sight. "I'm sorry, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, I made you unhappy." Qi Yuan bowed and apologized to Luo Ruiying apologetically. Zhang Li was obviously targeting her. If she hadn't insisted on following him, Luo Ruiying and the others wouldn't have been entangled. Although Luo Ruiying felt helpless, she still shook her head to indicate that it was okay. If she hadn't taken Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen into consideration, she would have really killed Zhang Li just for that dirty look. If things can just be over like this, then so be it. If he dares to offend her again, she will show no mercy. "Let's go too." Luo Ruiying turned around and greeted Ning Yechen. But she saw Ning Yechen looking at her with a silly smile on his face. What's wrong with you?" Luo Ruiying asked in surprise. "I'm fine, I'm just very happy that you are finally willing to call me husband again." Ning Yechen moved his face close to Luo Ruiying and smiled. "I was very angry just now, but when I heard Luo Ruiying say, 'My husband is not someone you can humiliate,' my heart suddenly burst into joy." This was the second time Luo Ruiying called him by her husband's nickname since the last time she asked him to take the children and run away. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but blush when she thought of what she had just said. She was just so angry that Zhang Li called Ning Yechen a pretty boy that she blurted it out in anger. Now thinking back, I feel a little embarrassed. But between husband and wife, this is a normal name, right? Is this guy so happy just because of one sentence? Shi Yuan, who was standing aside, stared blankly at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looking at each other, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sister Luo and her husband have such a good relationship. Why does this feeling seem a little immature? Even have children. My lady, can you always call me husband like you did just now? Ning Yechen stuck to Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were as bright red as if stained with rosy clouds, and she muttered softly. Well, I'll try it if I have the chance in the future. It is still a bit embarrassing for her to call Ning Yechen husband all the time. But seeing how happy Ning Yechen looked, she couldn't say no and just shyly put it off until later. When she gets used to it, she will change her tune naturally. Ning Yechen smiled slightly. Although he felt a little regretful, he was not in a hurry. He took the initiative to hold Luo Ruiying's hand and continued to walk towards the street. Don't worry, there's still a long way to go. Luo Ruiying held the child in one hand and let Ning Yechen hold the other hand. The scene of the family of three was particularly warm. Shi Yuan, who was walking behind him, was too embarrassed to approach him for a moment. Doesn't she seem a little redundant here? As Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying and their group were walking along the street, they passed by three figures wearing conical hats. Three figures were sitting in front of the stall eating with their backs to Ning Yechen and his group. When Ning Yechen and his party walked by, the faces of the three demon kings of the demon forest appeared under the bamboo hats. That's right, they are the three chaos demon bulls who followed Ning Yechen. The three of them had been following Ning Yechen secretly, waiting for his instructions at any time. They also saw everything that just happened. When they saw Jiangli being disrespectful to Luo Ruiying and even daring to call their master a pretty boy, the three of them were almost scared to death. I'm really worried that the adults will get angry and flatten the entire Nanli city. The sky-swallowing divine python pretended to eat something in its hands. It did not look at Ning Yechen, but directly sent a voice transmission to Ning Yechen and asked coldly. Sir, do you need us to kill all those who offended you just now? Don't kill that guy named Jiangli, break his third leg. Kill all the others. Remember not to make too much noise and disturb me and my wife and children while we're shopping. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he replied softly. It was as if he was telling about something very ordinary. After receiving the order, the three sky-swallowing divine pythons silently stood up from their booths and walked towards Jiangli and his group. The sky-swallowing python group was puzzled as to why the Lord only crippled the man's third leg instead of killing him. Thinking carefully, the adults might want to do it themselves, and I couldn't help but sympathize with Jiangli. At least dying in their hands would be a quick and satisfying experience. Once it reaches that adult's hands, that may not be the case. Chapter 41, The Master has ordered that you must die. On the way back to Zhang's house, Jiangli had a gloomy face, frowned, and looked unhappy the whole time. From childhood to adulthood, he has never felt so aggrieved. It's bad enough that he was frightened by a woman, but he couldn't do anything to her for the time being. Oh shit. The more Jiangli thought about it, the angrier he became. Just at this moment, a ball rolled to his feet. Jiangli looked up and saw a pretty little girl running to his feet, trying to pick up the ball on the ground. Did the young master allow you to take it? Jiangli stepped on the ball and said coldly to the little girl with a frown. The little girl was so scared that she stood there at a loss. She mustered up her courage and timidly pointed at the ball at her feet and said, Big brother, this is my ball. Can you give it back to me? Your ball? Humph. Do you know that your ball has stained my shoes? Jiangli spoke sternly, stomped the ball hard, and then slapped the little girl in the face mercilessly. He is just in a rage. Just take it out on this girl who doesn't know how to live or die. The little girl flew backwards several meters away, her whole face was swollen and red, blood was flowing from her mouth and nose, and she could only lie on the ground crying and whimpering. Woo mother. Jiangli seemed to be still unsatisfied and walked towards the little girl with big strides. The guards behind him still had a look of sneer and flattery on their faces. Young master, your palm skills are great. I'm afraid your cultivation has improved a lot. Of course, he is our Jiang family's young master, he is extremely talented. Nanla Chengdu, no, the number one person in the world. Seeing Jiangli being so cruel to a little girl, the people around were all indignant and couldn't bear it. I clenched my fists tightly, but there was nothing I could do. It's hard to believe that a monk would take pride in bullying a little girl. Although Jiangli's cultivation was very poor, if the little girl was not treated in time after that slap, her life would be in danger. What a beast! Jiangli really enjoyed the awe of the people around him, and was also very pleased with the horses of the guards behind him. He proudly raised his head and stood in front of the little girl, lifting his feet high. Seeing that Zhongli seemed not to give up and really wanted to kill the little girl, a young girl in blue and white clothes could not help but put her hand on the hilt of the knife at her waist. She stood up and wanted to step forward to stop him, but was held down by her companion beside her. Sui, don't be impulsive. He is Zhongli from the Zhang family. Even for our Nanli Academy, it is not good to provoke the Zhang family. The power behind the Zhang family is huge. Are we just going to watch that scumbag kill that little girl? Sui retorted to his companion beside him. If as a cultivator, you cannot even save the dying and the wounded, and uphold justice, then what is the point of this practice? Her companion was speechless and unable to refute. While Sui was arguing with his companions, a woman quickly ran to Zhongli's feet, knelt in front of him, held the child in her arms, and cried and begged. Master Jiang. The child is ignorant and has offended you unintentionally. Please be merciful and let her go. Zhongli frowned and was about to kick the woman away, but he found that the woman still had a charming face and some beauty, with a lewd smile on her face, so he changed his mind. Zhongli bent over and approached the woman, his obscene eyes wandering over her body, and said with a wicked smile. You can ask me to let her go, but that depends on your sincerity. Sincerity. The woman murmured in confusion. Her family was not wealthy, so she didn't have any money or anything that would appeal to Zhongli. It was not until Zhongli's obscene voice quietly echoed in her ears that the woman's face turned pale instantly. Ma'am, you would do anything for your child, right? He had no interest in married women in the first place. He looked down on second-hand goods, and even more so on women like this who were only somewhat pretty. But when he thought of Luo Ruiying whom he had just met, he couldn't help but get agitated, and suddenly he wanted to try the taste of a married woman. The woman stood there in despair, totally unsure of what to do. Ordinary people like them could not resist the tyranny of the Zhang family. Seeing that the woman didn't answer, Zhongli simply grabbed her and tried to drag her away. At this time, the middle-aged man who was the child's father also rushed over after hearing the news. He was wearing tattered clothes and his hands were covered with calluses. He was a typical farm worker. When the man saw his daughter on the ground, he burst into tears. Then he saw Zhongli holding his wife, and he immediately ran over and knelt down to beg for mercy. Master Jiang. Please let the mother and daughter go. They did something wrong. If you want to punish me, punish me. Get lost. Don't disturb my interest. I will return it to you after I'm done with it. Zhongli kicked the middle-aged man away and dragged the woman away. Sui on the side couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He drew out his sword and was about to step forward to stop Zhongli. And just as Sui drew out his sword, a ghostly figure passed through the guards behind Zhongli at an extremely fast speed. Did something just pass by them? All the guards looked confused, and the next second, their entire bodies burst apart along the cracks and were cut into several pieces. Blood gushed out instantly, and blood flowers fell like rain. Everyone was stunned on the spot, no one knew what was going on. In just a moment, dozens of Zhongli's guards were all killed. Kill, murder. The onlookers were so frightened that they immediately ran away in all directions. Sui and the others were also stunned and confused. They turned their heads and saw a figure wearing a bamboo hat, with a graceful snake waist and holding a winding snake sword, standing in the blood rain. This person is so strong. As a first reaction, Sui and others felt a deep fear of this person for no apparent reason. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of this person. The sky-swallowing python walked slowly towards Zhongli step by step, holding the immortal sword in its hand. Zhongli was so frightened that he fell to the ground and shouted around. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Save me. Zhao Zhuahao leaped out and stood in front of Zhongli. He looked at the mysterious woman in front of him with fear and said, May I ask who you are? Why did you attack my Zhang family? Cold sweat ran down Zhao Zhuahao's forehead as he stared at the sky-swallowing python. At this moment he felt unprecedented fear. This kind of fear was even greater than the fear he had just seen from Luo Ruiying. He had been watching Zhongli secretly, but he did not see the man in front of him take any action. Before they even had time to react, everyone died under her sword. Being able to achieve this level shows that the other party's cultivation strength is far superior to his. You have to know that he has reached the realm of immortality, and he is one of the best cultivators in the whole Nanzhou. The sky-swallowing python was too lazy to waste words with Zhao Zhuahao. Its cold snake eyes condensed and it coldly sentenced him to death. My lord has ordered that you must die. Chapter 42. I start over again. S. Sir. Who is your master? Why did you attack my Jiang family for no reason? Zhao Shuahao asked with a frown. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out who would take action against the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family has many enemies, the impression is that no one can hire someone with such powerful cultivation. Are you worthy enough to know the master's name? The sky-swallowing divine python's expression froze, and a terrifying murderous intent emanated from its body. Zhao Shuahao's heart trembled, and he secretly made hand gestures and used his magic. Although he may not be a match for the person in front of him, this is Nanli City, where countless cultivators gather. As long as we can delay a little bit and wait for the support to arrive. This may not be difficult. Zhao Shuahao was thinking about how to deal with the sky-devouring python. The next second, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed his entire head from behind. Eh? Zhao Shuahao was stunned, and before he could react, with a pop, his head burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing onto the body and face of Zhongli, who was slumped on the ground. So much bullshit. I'm tired of hearing that. The Chaos Demon Bull threw Zhao Shuahao's body aside and wiped his hands in disgust. Su He and others around were completely dumbfounded. Zhao Shuahao and the others had also heard about it. He is a real powerful person in the realm of immortality. However, he didn't even notice the arrival of the burly man behind him and was crushed to death by a palm. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Zhongli looked up at the solid body of the Chaos Demon Bull, his eyes full of fear, and was so frightened that he dared not move. His greatest support, Zhao Shuahao, is dead. Without Zhao Shuahao, he no longer had the arrogant and domineering look he had in the past. He just looked like a helpless and weak wretch, trembling in fear. The Chaos Demon Bull looked down at Zhongli at his feet and revealed a strange smile. It's your turn. I remember that the master specifically asked me to treat you specially. Mercy, mercy someone, please come and save me. Zhongli cried out at Sui and the others with all his might, a stream of yellow liquid flowing out from under him. Sui's companions all stood there in a daze, their hands subconsciously reaching for the weapons at their waists, but no one dared to draw their swords and step forward. Because they all knew that the two people in front of them were definitely not someone they could resist and could kill a cultivator in the immortal realm with one strike. Only Sui mustered up the courage to draw his sword and jump out. Nanli College also has the obligation to govern and manage the capital of Nanli. Although she really wants Zhongli to die, if she watches him being killed by the murderer, it will damage the reputation of Nanli College. As a student of Nanli College, she can't just sit there and watch. Just as Sui drew her sword and jumped out, another figure suddenly dropped from the sky and blocked her way. The other person was also wearing a hat, and he moved very quickly, grabbing her neck. Even though Sui struggled desperately, he couldn't do anything to the other party. Even the long sword couldn't pierce the opponent's body. Sui was secretly shocked and felt more and more suffocated and desperate. Who is the other party? Is she going to die here today? My lord said not to make too much noise. It will affect the adults. Don't kill those who are not your target. The sky-swallowing python warned the Titan ape who was about to attack. The Titan ape then remembered Ning Yechen's instructions and threw Sui out without killing him. When the sky-devouring python walked towards Zhongli, the woman and the middle-aged man sat on the ground, holding their children tightly, looking at her with fear. The sky-swallowing python ignored the three of them and came straight to Zhongli. Please let me go. Whatever amount that person paid you to hire me, I'll pay 10 times as much. No, it's 20 times, 100 times. Seeing that no one dared to help him, Zhongli was so scared that he begged for mercy again and again, and even tried to bribe the three of them. The sky-swallowing divine python glanced at Zhongli coldly and said indifferently, "Do it." Okay. The Chaos Demon Bull stepped heavily on Zhongli's feet. With a crack, Zhongli's legs were crushed. Ah! The bones in his legs were broken and shattered, and the intense pain made Zhongli scream like a pig being slaughtered. The screams and cries mixed together and sounded particularly miserable. My lord, I asked you to cripple his third leg, not both of his legs. The sky-swallowing python gave the Chaos Demon Bull a helpless look and said, Yeah? Hey, sorry, I forgot. I'll start over again. The Chaos Demon Bull raised its big foot again and stepped accurately on Zhongli's crotch. A deep footprint was instantly left on the ground between Zhongli's legs. This time Zhongli didn't even scream. His face turned pale and he fainted on the spot, with blood flowing from his crotch. Mission accomplished, let's go. The sky-swallowing python glanced at the unconscious Zhongli, and spoke to the chaos demon bull and the titan giant ape. The three of them leaped and turned into black shadows and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The city defense and a group of monks who heard the noise arrived late. When they arrived, the scene was bloody and horrific. After a while, the city was on high alert and the entire Nanli city was in panic. Countless city guards and monks were hunting for the murderer, but no one could find the trace of those three people. Soon after, in the Jiang family mansion, the unconscious Jiang Li was carried back to the Jiang family mansion. When Jiang Jin, the head of the Jiang family, saw Jiang Li lying half dead in front of him, he was instantly trembling with anger. He pointed at Jiang Li with a sinister look and asked angrily, "Who on earth did this? Who dared to hurt my precious son like this? Who is it?" Jiang Li was the only son in the Jiang family. He had always loved him dearly and had never been willing to beat or scold him. Now his legs were broken and his vitals were crushed. This is to make his Jiang family extinct. Jiang Jin's roar made the surrounding servants tremble with fear. They lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Seeing that none of the attendants responded, Jiang Jin continued to roar at them angrily. "A bunch of rubbish. What's the point of raising you? Find the murderer for me quickly. Even if I have to turn the entire Nanli capital upside down, I must find it for me." "Yes." A group of attendants hurriedly left Jiang Jin's sight. After everyone left, a man wearing a white lotus robe and with a feminine face slowly walked out of the hall. The fact that he was able to defeat Elder Zhao, who was in the immortal transformation realm, shows that he is definitely not an ordinary person. "Even if you, Master Jiang, turn Nanli City upside down, I'm afraid you won't find anything. Lord Holy Envoy." When Jiang Jin saw the person coming, he had to put away his anger and greeted the man respectfully. Then he asked unwillingly, "Does the Holy Envoy want me to let the murderer go like this?" "Of course not. I just want Master Jiang to focus on the church mission at the moment. After the Chamber of Commerce war is over and the Jiang family has taken control of the entire Nanli city, I will report your achievements to the leader of the Jiang family and ask the leader to help you," Chen Rou said with a slight smile. Jiang Jin thought for a moment, and finally he could only sigh reluctantly. A hint of sternness flashed across his face as he replied, "With the presence of the Holy Envoy, this Chamber of Commerce battle will not be a problem at all. Once the Jiang family takes control of Nanli City, they will definitely do their utmost to assist the Holy Lotus sect. I hope that after this is accomplished, the church will avenge my son." Chapter 43. My wife is so beautiful when she eats. On the other side, after a few twists and turns, Shi Yuan took Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying through a different alley. Both sides of the street are filled with all kinds of snacks and food, and the mixed aroma almost fills the entire street, and the fragrance is everywhere. The streets were also filled with bustling crowds, many of whom were accompanied by their wives and children. This is the most prosperous and lively food street in Nanli capital. In addition to Xian's unique delicacies, we also have delicacies from other countries. Shi Yuan walked in front and introduced Ning Yechen and others. I thought that powerful monks like Luo Ruiying might not be too interested in these snacks and delicacies. But after arriving at the food street, Luo Ruiying deliberately slowed down her pace. Luo Ruiying, who was born in the fairyland, ate fairy fruits and drank spiritual springs, and had almost never seen the snacks of the human world. Because people in the immortal world never need to cook to fill their stomachs like mortals do, they rely entirely on absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Even children born in the fairyland only need to eat the fairy fruit liquid. Lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Hongya stared around curiously with his bright eyes, drooling. When passing by a stall selling fruit candies, Luo Hongya stared at it intently, and his little mouth opened wide unconsciously. Seeing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently, walked to the stall and raised 2 fingers. "Boss, please give me 2 skewers." "Okay." The stall owner responded with a smile, and immediately picked up 2 strings of fruit candies and handed them to Ning Yechen, not forgetting to praise him. "Sir, you are so lucky. Your wife and children are really beautiful." "Is that so? I also feel very lucky to have such a beautiful wife and lovely children." Ning Yechen was very happy with the sincere congratulations from the stall owner. His nose was raised with pride. He was so happy that he simply bought everything from the stall owner. Luo Ruiying behind him couldn't help but blush and gave Ning Yechen a cold look. If someone praises you, you will happily buy all the things from their stall. Come on, let's eat it every night. Ning Yechen was holding a whole bunch of candies and reached out to hand one of the candies to Luo Hongye. The so-called fruit candy is a string of sugar made by cutting some fruit into pieces and then coating them with a layer of solidified syrup. Luo Hongye's eyes almost showed his desire, but he still turned his head to look at Luo Ruiying and asked softly, "Mom, can I eat it every night? Your father bought this especially for you, eat it." How could Luo Ruiying not see the desire on Luo Hongye's face? She nodded and smiled dotingly. She had failed to love her children well in the past, and now her biggest wish is that her children can live a carefree and happy life. Luo Hongye immediately stretched out his chubby little hand, took the fruit candy from Ningyechen's hand, opened his mouth and took it in. Because she was worried that the bamboo stick would prick the child, Luo Ruiying took the fruit candy from Luo Hongye's hand, removed the candy from the bamboo stick, and fed it into her mouth. Luo Hongye puffed up his chubby little face, his face filled with a bright and happy smile. Just as Luo Ruiying was feeding Luo Hongye one candy at a time, another string of fruit candies was suddenly put to her mouth. Luo Ruiying raised her eyebrows and looked, only to see Ningyechen holding another string of fruit candies and handing it to her mouth. And he was looking at her with a charming smile. "My lady, this string is for you. Give me?" Luo Ruiying felt a little embarrassed for a moment. As a former empress of the fairy world, would it be inappropriate for her to eat such mortal snacks? And Ningyechen was holding it in his hand and feeding it. Under Ningyechen's expectant gaze, Luo Ruiying reached out her hand to brush away the strands of hair that fell in front of her cheeks. With a slightly blushing face, she gently opened her red lips, took a bite of the fruit candy. Anyway, no one knows her identity, so it's okay to be willful. Luo Ruiying's graceful and light movements, and her shy and beautiful face, made Ningyechen, who was standing in front of her and watching, stare at her for a moment and blurt out praise. "My dear, you are so beautiful when you eat." "Ahem, you, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Luo Ruiying covered her mouth and choked several times, then glared at Ningyechen coquettishly. This guy suddenly said something like this, which made her feel embarrassed all of a sudden. "I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, ask Yi Yi. Yi Yi, does mother look good when she eats?" Ningyechen turned to Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms and asked with a smile. "It looks good. Mother, it's the best to be tired of watching." Luo Hongye smiled and raised his hands, shouting happily while chewing his food. There were still many people passing by on the street. Luo Ruiying felt even more embarrassed all of a sudden. She glared at Ningyechen with blushing cheeks. The father and daughter made her feel even more embarrassed. Shi Yuan felt a little embarrassed and envious watching from the side. Sister Luo and brother Ning have such a good relationship. Luo Ruiying then remembered that Shi Yuan was with her. She handed the candy to him a little embarrassedly and asked, "Want to eat?" No, thank you, Sister Luo." Shi Yuan repeatedly waved her hands and shook her head to refuse, then smiled and looked at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms and said, "If Xiao Yi likes to eat, I know a lot of other delicious food. Sister, can I buy some for you?" She had never seen a child as delicate, cute, obedient and sensible as Luo Hongye. The moment you see it for the first time, you will inexplicably like it. Luo Hongye has always been close to Luo Ruiying and Ningyechen. He generally feels insecure and afraid of strangers. When Shi Yuan spoke to her, she shrank back into Luo Ruiying's arms. But when she heard about the delicious food, she couldn't help but secretly glance at Shi Yuan and asked weakly, "Are really? Of course it's true. Sister never lies to cute little kids." Seeing Luo Hongye's gentle, weak and lovely appearance, Shi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with great excitement. She finally agreed to talk to her. "Xiao Ye is so cute, I really want to reach out and pinch her round little face. I also want to hug you and give you a kiss." Ningyechen, who was standing aside, looked at Shi Yuan's excited expression and suddenly felt that he should be more careful about this girl. If his child is kidnapped. Finally, under the temptation of Shi Yuan's vivid description of how delicious those things were, Luo Hongye still fell. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms and ate along the street. Ningyechen would buy anything that Luo Hongye was interested in or curious about without hesitation. Shi Yuan would also take the initiative to buy various snacks and feed them to Luo Hongye. Candied haws, glutinous rice cakes, sesame cakes, tofu pudding, steamed buns. Luo Hongye had eaten almost all the food in the food street. Shi Yuan and Luo Hongye also successfully became closer. After walking halfway down the street, the three of them found a stone bench and sat down. It was not because he was tired from walking, but because he had too many snacks in his hands, so he was ready to sit down and let Luo Hongye eat slowly. At this time, Luo Hongye was sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms, holding a bun that was bigger than her face in her hand, and she was happily biting it bite by bite. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief helplessly and wiped the stains from the corners of her mouth lovingly. At this moment, a loud noise was heard from far away, and the alarm bells rang throughout the city. The guards in the city all ran away into the distance. Some of the people who escaped explained the situation to the people around them breathlessly. Just now, 3 mysterious men attacked Jiangli and his group. In the blink of an eye, Jiangli and his group were all killed. Only Jiangli seemed to have survived by chance. Chapter 44. This should be enough. What? Someone actually dared to attack Jiangli of the Jiang family in Nanli City? When everyone around heard the news, they were all shocked. The Jiang family is so powerful in the Nanli City that everyone wants to avoid them, yet someone dares to assassinate them openly. Qi Yuan was also shocked when he heard the news. Jiangli had dozens of Wuling realm guards and a Hualing realm protector beside him, but they were all killed? As far as she knew, there didn't seem to be anyone with such strength in Nanli City. Qi Yuan was shocked and confused, but then he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and revealed a happy smile. I didn't expect that the Jiang family and Jiangli would have this day. It must be because he was too arrogant and violent in his daily life, and offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It's all your own fault. Luo Ruiying's expression did not change when she heard the news. She doesn't care about these things at all. I just hope that the unrest in the city won't disturb her future life. Let's go, it's getting late, and it's time to choose a residence. Luo Ruiying picked up Luo Hongye and said to Ning Yechen. Now that I have walked around the city, it's time to choose a suitable place to settle down. What kind of house do Sister Luo and Brother Ning like? Qi Yuan, the guide, stepped forward and asked. As the daughter of the Qi family trading company in the capital of Nanli, she knew all the shops and houses for rent in various parts of the city. There are stewards in her Qi family who are responsible for various places. As long as Luo Ruiying tells them the house she likes, she will quickly find a suitable one. Luo Ruiying thought for a moment and said, if possible, I hope to find a quieter place. She doesn't have high requirements for housing, what's important is that the whole family can be together. Qi Yuan thought about it and quickly found a manager in his family who was responsible for selling houses. The steward brought Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying and others to a house in a relatively secluded corner of Nanli City. The street in front of the house is empty, with a few trees standing sparsely outside the door. There is also a gurgling stream behind the courtyard. The scenery is quite quiet and pleasant. Pushing open the gate and entering the courtyard, you will find the courtyard is spacious and bright. In addition to the master bedroom, there are several side rooms, a kitchen and a separate bathroom in the backyard. The entire courtyard is almost as big as a small mansion. This one is nice, but it seems a bit too big. It's too luxurious for just 3 people to live here. Although the place she lived in the fairyland was many times more spacious and luxurious than this, she needed to consider many things as a wife now. It's inevitable that it would be a bit wasteful for a family of 3 to live in such a big house. What's more, cleaning and maintaining the house is also a hassle. The most important thing is that such a big house should cost a lot of money. Ning Yechen looked around and thought this house was nice. He took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms and asked with a smile. Do you like it here, Ye? I like it. I like places with my mother and father every night. Luo Hongye lay in Ning Yechen's arms and smiled happily. Our family is so well behaved every night. Ning Yechen scratched Luo Hongye's nose lovingly, turned his head and said to Luo Ruiying. Madam, why don't you just stay here? Is this place too expensive? Luo Ruiying pulled Ning Yechen aside and asked quietly. I never thought that as the queen of the immortal realm, she would have to worry about money one day. When she escaped from the fairyland, all her fairy rings were taken away. Now, apart from her cultivation, she basically has nothing. Ning Yechen has never worried about money. Buying the entire Nanli city would be a drop in the bucket for him, let alone this small house? Don't worry, my lady. I, your husband, do have a little bit of money. Ning Yechen patted his chest and said with a leisurely and contented look. This surprised Luo Ruiying a little. She thought that a hunter like Ning Yechen who lived in seclusion in the mountains should be a penniless person. After all, there are very few rich people who would choose to live in seclusion in the mountains. Sir, my wife and I are very satisfied. Let's take this house. How much does this house cost? May I ask if this guest is staying here temporarily or intends to buy it outright? The old steward walked forward and asked with a smile. Buy it. Ning Yechen replied without thinking. Luo Ruiying hurriedly whispered beside Ning Yechen. You don't have to spend too much money to buy it, just live in it temporarily. The main reason for coming to Nanli City is to avoid possible pursuit in the future. Maybe we will move away soon, so there is no need to waste money to buy the whole house. Don't worry, my lady, it won't take much. Ning Yechen consoled with a smile, feeling very amused in his heart. Has his wife started to live a frugal life now? She is becoming more and more like a gentle and virtuous wife. Sir, if you want to buy the whole house, you will need 2 million taels. The old steward raised 2 fingers and said. Ning Yechen took out a small bag from his arms without hesitation and threw it into the old steward's hands. That should be enough. The old steward opened the bag in confusion, and his eyes froze and widened in an instant. I saw that the bag was filled with various rare and dazzling gems. Both the color and shape are extremely rare in the world. There were many of them that he had never seen before. The old steward put on glasses specially used for examining gems, carefully picked up a gem and looked at it repeatedly, his expression becoming more and more shocked. If material of this purity were made into jewelry, the price would increase dozens of times. Although he had worked in Qijia Trading Company for most of his life, he had never seen such perfect gemstone material. The value of this small bag far exceeds 2 million taels. Qi Yuan also came over. Having grown up in the Chamber of Commerce, she was able to recognize and identify the value of some items. When she saw the old steward holding a whole bag of such gems in his hand, she widened her eyes in shock and glanced at Ning Yechen in surprise. It turns out that Sister Luo's husband is a rich young man. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gems are enough to pay for this house, but Qi Yuan cannot accept them. Qi Yuan picked up the whole bag of gems and returned it to Ning Yechen. Sister Luo saved my life. This house should be my thanks to Sister Luo for saving my life. How can that be possible? Luo Ruiying wanted to refuse, but Ning Yechen took the lead, narrowed his eyes, looked at Qi Yuan with a smile and asked. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Qi actually has something to ask for? After Qi Yuan witnessed Luo Ruiying's cultivation strength, Qi Yuan became particularly enthusiastic. Although part of it was out of admiration and gratitude, Ning Yechen also saw clues from her sometimes hesitant expression. The reason why Qi Yuan was so enthusiastic seemed to be that he had something to ask his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan realized that he had been seen through, so he stopped hiding it and bowed solemnly to Luo Ruiying and pleaded. I do have something to ask of you. Sister Luo, I want you to save the Qi family. Chapter 45, A Little Bit of Understanding. Save the Qi family. Luo Ruiying asked doubtfully. Yes. In fact, the Qi family is about to be removed from the capital of Nanchang. Qi Yuan lowered his eyebrows and said with a gloomy look. In a few days, there will be a Chamber of Commerce competition between the Qi family and the Zheng family. The Chamber of Commerce competition will determine the ownership of the major street chambers of commerce in Nanli City. The Qi family and the Zheng family used to each occupy 50% of the street chambers of commerce in the city, but in recent years, the Zheng family has relied on the support of the powerful forces behind them and has begun to expand continuously, forcibly occupying my Qi family's various industries. Now, less than 30% of the street chambers of commerce remain under the jurisdiction of my Qi family. How do you want me to save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked. I would like to ask Sister Luo to represent my Qi family in the Chamber of Commerce competition. Qi Yuan pleaded in a serious voice. Conflicts and contradictions often occur between chambers of commerce. Once the contradictions escalate, it can easily lead to rivers of blood or even the annihilation of an entire family. As a result, the chambers of commerce subsequently agreed upon a new solution to resolve conflicts. That is the Chamber of Commerce competition. If an irreconcilable conflict arises between two chambers of commerce, one party may choose to initiate a Chamber of Commerce competition against the other party. The two chambers of commerce placed their respective bets and each invited a monk representing their own chamber of commerce to participate in the competition. The losing party must pay the winning party back. Such competitions can greatly avoid the situation where chambers of commerce secretly fight each other due to conflicts. The plan was proposed by a group called Treasures Business Alliance. The Treasures Business Alliance is a business alliance formed by countless chambers of commerce in the world. In name, it is for the mutual development of the Chamber of Commerce, but it is also responsible for mediating conflicts between chambers of commerce and maintaining the stability of the Chamber of Commerce. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, when two chambers of commerce initiate a Chamber of Commerce competition, there will usually be people from the Treasure Merchant Alliance present to testify. This time, the Chamber of Commerce competition was proposed by the Qi family to the Jiang family. Years of oppression finally made the Qi family decide to risk everything and challenge the Jiang family to a Chamber of Commerce competition, hoping to take back everything they had. However, the monks who had originally agreed to fight for the Qi family either suddenly refused or died in various accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's powerful strength, Qi Yuan decided to entrust Luo Ruiying with the task. In fact, she didn't want to drag Luo Ruiying into the dispute between the Qi family and the Jiang family. After all, there was another force behind the Jiang family. But she really had no other choice but to ask Luo Ruiying for help. Okay, I can help you fight on behalf of the Qi family. Luo Ruiying thought for a moment, and finally nodded slightly in agreement. On the one hand, it was as a thank you for accepting the house, and on the other hand, she felt that if people like Zhang Li from the Jiang family continued to gain power in the city, people in the city might not be able to live a stable and happy life. That's why she was willing to help Qi Yuan get through this difficult time. That's great. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan bowed in gratitude, and the heavy stone in his heart seemed to be lighter. You're welcome. I'll just take it as payment for this house. Luo Ruiying shook her head and said, Sister Luo, I have another request for you. Can you take me as your apprentice? I can pay you extra. Qi Yuan looked conflicted for a moment, but still spoke to Luo Ruiying expectantly. The moment she saw Luo Ruiying's gorgeous and graceful figure for the first time, she was deeply attracted. Although her family has been in business for generations, she has always had the dream of achieving enlightenment. Luo Ruiying didn't expect that Qi Yuan wanted to take her as his master. After looking at her in surprise, she shook her head slightly apologetically. Sorry, I don't plan to accept a disciple. She chose to live here temporarily just to lead a stable life, so she had no intention of taking in any disciples. Besides, she was still being hunted, so she was even more reluctant to involve other people. Okay, sorry to bother Sister Luo. After being rejected, Qi Yuan looked very disappointed. Since she was a child, she has sought out many monks to become their disciples and practice Buddhism, but was rejected without exception. The reason was that she was injured when she was young, and there were old injuries in her body, which damaged and blocked her meridians, making it impossible for her to practice effectively. Qi Yuan felt that Luo Ruiying must have seen the problem with her and thought that she would not be able to practice and was not talented enough, so she rejected her. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean that person will have no hope of practicing Taoism for the rest of his life? Qi Yuan looked up at Luo Ruiying with a little reluctance and asked. Luo Ruiying saw who the man was referring to from Qi Yuan's expression. Although she felt bad about it, she still answered seriously. The meridians are where the cultivators absorb and transfer the spiritual energy in their bodies and in the heaven and earth. They are the foundation of the cultivator's practice. If you cannot absorb the spirit of heaven and earth, and cannot circulate the spiritual energy to nourish your body, you cannot truly practice. It can be said that the meridians in a person's body are equivalent to the paths to immortality. The denser and more spacious your meridians are, the flatter and longer they are, the further you can go on the path of cultivation. Is that so? As expected, I will never be able to practice cultivation in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression became even more gloomy and lost. She wasn't really that surprised. Because she already knew this statement, she just asked it again to make herself give up completely. Sister Luo, I'll take my leave first. Just as Qi Yuan was about to turn around and say goodbye, Ning Yechen's chuckled voice sounded behind him. Of course you can't practice cultivation if your meridians are damaged, but wouldn't it be fine if we just restore the meridians in our body? After hearing this, Qi Yuan stood there in a daze, turned around and looked at Ning Yechen in surprise. Of course she understands this principle. But how many people in the world can restore their meridians? She had never even heard of anyone who could restore damaged meridians. And from what Ning Yechen said, it seemed that he had a way to restore her meridians. Brother Ning, can you help me restore the damaged meridians in my body? Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel hope in her heart, and she looked at Ning Yechen with anticipation. I know a little bit. Ning Yechen raised his head and said modestly. Luo Ruiying on the side also looked at Ning Yechen with some surprise. It turns out that he also has medical skills and can heal damaged meridians? This is an amazing ability. If she had been an empress in the past, she could easily heal Qi Yuan's old meridian injuries, but now she has no way to do it. And as a mere mortal, he seems to have a way? But thinking back carefully, It didn't seem strange that Ning Yechen would make medicinal porridge and very effective healing soup when she was injured. Maybe he really knows something about medicine. Brother Ning, can you please tell me what to do? Do I need to prepare any medicinal herbs? Qi Yuan couldn't wait to get close to Ning Yechen and asked eagerly. She had never been so excited. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to prepare anything. Just follow me inside and take off your clothes. I'll give you a few injections." Chapter 46. This is definitely not peeping. After Ning Yechen said this, the scene was silent for a while. Now. Qi Yuan's face instantly turned red with shame and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Although she knew that Ning Yechen didn't mean that, it was still a bit embarrassing for her to take off her clothes in front of a strange man. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and stared at Ning Yechen with her beautiful eyes, clearly showing displeasure. Ning Yechen then realized that what he had said just now seemed inappropriate, and he quickly hugged Luo Hongye and walked close to Luo Ruiying to explain. "My lady, don't get me wrong. I mean to use silver needles to open her acupuncture points and dredge her meridians." "Of course I do. I didn't misunderstand anything." Luo Ruiying snorted and glanced over and said, "Ning Yechen. This looks like she's angry. Ma'am, are you angry?" Ning Yechen moved close to Luo Ruiying, put his shoulder against her, and asked with a smile. "I'm not angry. Don't think of me as a hypocritical and unreasonable woman." Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen, took Luo Hongye from his arms, and said calmly, "Don't you have a way to heal her meridians? Go help her." Seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed to be sulking, Ning Yechen felt inexplicably happy. He responded and walked in front of Qi Yuan. "Miss Qi, come with me." After saying that, Ning Yechen walked into the house first. Qi Yuan's face turned red, and after hesitating for a while, she immediately followed in. This opportunity is rare. Regardless of whether Ning Yechen can really heal her damaged meridians, she must try it. This may very well be her last chance to practice in this life. After entering the house, Qi Yuan stood there at a loss, completely not knowing what to do. Ning Yechen was already sitting cross-legged on the bed and said to her, "What are you still standing there for? Come here. Just turn your back to me and take off your clothes." "Oh." Qi Yuan responded, climbed onto the bed nervously, and slowly took off her clothes with her back to Ning Yechen. Taking off clothes with her back to a strange man was really embarrassing for her. But in order to embark on the path of spiritual practice in the future, she suppressed her shyness and slowly exposed her back. Compared to Qi Yuan's shyness and embarrassment, Ning Yechen looked calm and composed, with no disturbance at all. Even when he looked at her white back, he felt nothing and could not muster up any interest. Whether in terms of figure or appearance, Qi Yuan is far inferior to Luo Ruiying. How could he be interested in her? He has seen many beautiful and charming women, but he is only interested in his wife's figure. Ning Yechen took out a set of silver needles from his arms and spread them out in front of him. He casually pulled out a few thin needles and accurately and quickly pierced the meridians on Qi Yuan's back. In fact, it didn't matter to him whether Qi Yuan took off his clothes or not. In his eyes, he could clearly see the flow of meridians in each person's body and even the condition of the dantian. Even through clothes. The reason why Qi Yuan was asked to take off her clothes was just to prevent Luo Ruiying from becoming suspicious. If one could accurately insert a silver needle into a tiny meridian without taking off clothes, that would be too exaggerated and would easily arouse suspicion. In fact, he didn't even need silver needles, he could heal Qi Yuan's meridians with just his fingers. These few injections were just for Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan to see. Ning Yechen stabbed a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back. The slight pain in the back made Qi Yuan couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Ahem. Meanwhile, outside the house, Luo Ruiying stood at the door holding Luo Hongye, her little mouth slightly pouting and a look of gloom on her face. For some reason, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Luo Ruiying turned her head and looked into the house with a hesitant look. She really wanted to see what was going on inside the house, but she felt it was not a good idea. It is really inappropriate for a female emperor of the fairy world to engage in peeping behavior. Anyway, the two of them were just healing, so she had nothing to worry about. "Mother, what are father and that sister doing?" Luo Hongye raised his head and looked at Luo Ruiying and asked softly. Yi, Daddy is helping that sister heal her wounds." Luo Ruiying smiled and spoke softly to Luo Hongye in her arms. The next second, a soft moan was heard from inside the house. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily for a moment. She flashed to the door of the room, secretly lay down beside the window, and looked at the situation inside through the gap. She was just curious about what was going on inside. Just concerned about their safety. This is definitely not a voyeuristic thing. Just take a look. She just took a look. Luo Hongye lay in his arms, blinking his big eyes, full of innocent confusion. What is mother doing? On the bed in the room, every time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan would feel a slight stinging pain and a burning sensation on her back, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This made Ning Yechen feel embarrassed to continue. Miss Qi, please don't make any strange noises, or my wife will misunderstand. Also, don't be too tense. Ning Yechen said speechlessly while holding up the silver needle. He had already noticed that there was a pair of eyes outside the house, staring at him intently from the window. Even if Luo Ruiying thought that he was just an ordinary person, everyone would notice this naked gaze. She herself doesn't seem to realize it yet. Feel sorry. I will endure it. Brother Ning, please continue. Qi Yuan's face turned red and she covered her mouth tightly. She also knew that the sound she made was really strange. But she had no choice. Every time the needle was inserted, although there was a brief and weak stinging pain, it was followed by a burst of heat and an indescribable sense of comfort. She was trying very hard to control herself. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued to prick his wife like this, she would break the door and rush in. So, Ning Yechen picked up the remaining silver needles and accurately stabbed them all into Qi Yuan's back at once. This time, even if Qi Yuan clenched his teeth, he couldn't hold it in. His face twitched slightly, and he cried out in pain. His whole body weakly fell forward on the bed. After a long while, Qi Yuan recovered and found that Ning Yechen had removed all the silver needles from her back. He packed up his things and left the bed. Brother Ning, don't you want to continue? I can still bear it. Qi Yuan looked up and asked anxiously. She thought Ning Yechen was afraid that she couldn't hold on any longer, so he put it away in advance. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and said calmly. Continue? It's over. Qi Yuan looked confused, then tried to circulate the spiritual power in his body. The spiritual energy flows very smoothly in the body, without any obstruction or discomfort like before. The meridians in her body have really returned to normal. Is this true? Qi Yuan widened his eyes in surprise, his face full of disbelief. She really recovered. Her Qi family once spent countless gold, silver and spiritual stones and sought out various miracle doctors and immortal doctors, but they were all helpless. However, the man in front of her cured her with just a few needles. This speed is unbelievable. She felt like it was just a few injections and it was all right. It was so fast that it felt like she had just asked if it had started, and she was already told it was over. Chapter 47, Being a Doctor for Generations, Saving the Dying and Healing the Wounded. Thank you, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan jumped off the bed excitedly and wanted to rush forward to express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. And a graceful figure instantly appeared in front of Ning Yechen, blocking her. Miss Qi, your clothes. Luo Ruiying reminded lightly. Only then did Qi Yuan realize that she was still only wearing a thin white shirt that stuck to her body. She almost did something rude to Brother Ning, so she quickly protected her body. Sorry Sister Luo, I didn't mean it. Qi Yuan blushed and quickly apologized, then turned around and put on her clothes. During this time, Luo Ruiying turned around and glared at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen gave a wry smile and spread his hands. He is wronged. He did nothing and didn't watch anything. When Qi Yuan put on her clothes, Luo Ruiying walked up to her and took her pulse and checked it carefully. This examination made Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes slightly widen. The meridians in Qi Yuan's body are really unobstructed. How did he do that? It's incredible that all the meridians in the body were successfully healed with just a few silver needles. At first, she thought Ning Yechen was just an ordinary hunter in the mountains, but now she saw him casually taking out a large amount of wealth and healing other people's meridians with a few needles. It really surprised her. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan once again expressed his sincere gratitude to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying saved her life, and Ning Yechen gave her hope to rekindle her practice. Her heart was filled with endless gratitude towards both of them. No need to thank me. Although the meridians in your body have been restored, you still need to take good care of them for a few days before you can fully recover. Here is a prescription and some of the necessary materials. If you take it regularly according to the prescription in the next few days, you will be back to normal in a few days. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, took out some magical herbs and a prescription from his arms and threw them into Qi Yuan's arms. Qi Yuan looked down at the prescription in her arms, then looked at the magical herbs and elixirs in the package, and her eyes widened in shock. These are some of the most rare and precious magical herbs in the world. The value of each plant is extraordinary. She had never seen that prescription before, but her intuition told her that it was definitely correct. This seems to be a prescription that can warm the meridians. The value of this prescription alone is far greater than that of this house. But he just threw it to her. Brother Ning, can I really accept these things? Qi Yuan asked, stammering in shock. These things are so valuable. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. You need these herbs and prescriptions now. Since it's given to you, you can use it as you like. Thank you so much, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan couldn't help but bow again in gratitude out of emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. With these herbs and prescriptions, not only did she have hope for cultivation, but the Qi family Chamber of Commerce also had new hope. Brother Ning, can I ask a question? Why are you so nice to me? After expressing gratitude, Qi Yuan asked in confusion. She and Ning Yechen just met by chance outside the city. It was their first meeting, but she received help that she never expected. Because Miss Qi, you were kind to my daughter and you made her happy, that's all. Ning Yechen smiled faintly. As a reward for making his daughter happy, the things given to Qi Yuan were not worth mentioning at all. This reason was completely unexpected by Qi Yuan. She just bought some snacks to please Luo Hongye because she liked her, but Ning Yechen healed her meridians and gave her rare and expensive medicinal herbs and prescriptions. This kind of generosity far exceeds her Qi family. Sure enough, he and Sister Luo are both extraordinary. At first she thought Ning Yechen was just a mortal, without a trace of spiritual power on his body. Now she knows. It turns out that he is a real miracle doctor. Moreover, he is a miracle doctor who comes from a very wealthy family and is very generous. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. After Qi Yuan received the medicinal herbs and prescription, he bowed solemnly to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying and left the house with a happy step. She couldn't wait to rush home to study the prescription. As soon as Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying frowned and looked at Ning Yechen and asked, "How come I've never heard that you're good at medicine?" Luo Ruiying's tone and demeanor made Ning Yechen feel as if he had been caught hiding his private money and his wife was calling him to account. This made Ning Yechen feel pressured. Even facing pressure that dozens of immortal emperors have never experienced. My dear, since you didn't ask, I didn't tell you. Ning Yechen slowly moved towards Luo Ruiying's side and smiled in a flattering manner. Luo Ruiying still stared at Ning Yechen with a scrutinizing gaze and asked again. Then why do you live in seclusion in the mountains? Hiss. Ning Yechen's brain was working rapidly, and he came up with a reasonable explanation within 0.0001 seconds. To be honest, my lady, I was born into a very wealthy family. My family members are numerous and have been doctors for generations, saving the dying and healing the wounded. But unfortunately, he encountered some misfortunes later, and he became disheartened and chose to retire to the mountains. Ning Yechen's words were passionate and touching, and he almost shed tears. When Luo Ruiying heard this, all the doubts in her heart disappeared and her expression softened a lot. I didn't expect that he had such a sad and touching past. I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask that. Luo Ruiying said apologetically. It doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. As long as the lady doesn't get angry with her husband again, that's fine. Ning Yechen took advantage of the situation and put his arm around Luo Ruiying's slender waist, staring at her lovingly and saying. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned slightly red and she glanced away embarrassedly. I'm not angry. Really? While my husband was treating Miss Qi's injuries, I wonder who was lying on the window in anger. Ning Yechen hugged Luo Ruiying tightly with a playful smile on his face. I'm not angry. I'm just worried that something might happen to you. Unexpectedly, her peeping was discovered, and Luo Ruiying explained with blushing cheeks. At this moment, Ning Yechen's body was getting closer and closer to her. If he hadn't been holding Luo Hongye in his arms, the two of them would have been almost face to face. Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear, blew a puff of hot air, and whispered. My dear, your husband is not only proficient in medicine, but also good at massage. My wife must be tired from running around all day, let me give you a massage. Chapter 48 You're really daddy's little darling. As he said that, Ning Yechen picked up Luo Ruiying and walked towards the bed. Huh? Wait a minute. Luo Ruiying suddenly looked panicked, but was afraid of hurting Ning Yechen, so she didn't dare to resist. When I came to my senses, I was already placed on the bed. Ma'am, take off your clothes, then turn over and lie down. Your husband will make you feel very comfortable. Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear and whispered. He took Luo Hongye from her arms and put the little Luo Hongye at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks suddenly turned red to her ears, and she asked in panic. Why do I have to take off my clothes for a massage? Because I want to apply some liquid medicine to my wife. It is very effective in relieving physical fatigue. My dear, please rest assured and leave your body to your husband. Ning Yechen said seriously. Don't want. Luo Ruiying was so scared that she refused in a tender voice. It doesn't sound like a proper massage. Well, if my wife really doesn't want to, forget it. Ning Yechen sighed softly and said with a lost look. This time Luo Ruiying suddenly felt a little guilty. Ning Yechen wanted to give her a massage to make her feel comfortable, and she rejected him directly, which wasted his kindness. First, I have to clean up the house later. Just for a little while. Luo Ruiying blushed and compromised in a low voice. It was just a massage, and he was her husband, so it was only natural for him to touch her body. She didn't need to resist. No problem. Just leave it to your husband, my lady. When Ning Yechen heard Luo Ruiying's agreement, he instantly became excited, without any trace of disappointment from before. Luo Ruiying instantly felt like she was being deceived. This guy, the lost look he just showed was just an act. But she couldn't take back what she had said. Luo Ruiying turned her back to Ning Yechen, and slowly untied the silk around her waist with her delicate hands. Her fairy skirt was half pulled down to her waist, revealing her slender and graceful back, and her skin was as soft as fresh snow. At this moment, she was only wearing a tight-fitting white floral belly band. Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen with a blushing face, then slowly lay down on the bed. It's agreed, only for a while. No problem. Ning Yechen responded excitedly, his hands already coated with medicine, and he pressed his palms gently on Luo Ruiying's back. The palm of the hand gently strokes the smooth and delicate back, and the cool and silky liquid is applied to the back. The 10 fingers sometimes press hard on the back, and sometimes knead gently. Ahem. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes comfortably, and when her waist was pressed hard in various places, she could not help but let out a very seductive moan. Luo Ruiying reacted and was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth, her face turning red with shame. How could she make such a sound? The child is still by the bed. Blame this guy. She didn't expect his massage skills to be so amazing. Every part of her skin that he pressed made her feel unusually comfortable. When her fingertips brushed across her back, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body, like an electric shock. Although it was very comfortable, Luo Ruiying still gritted her teeth and endured not making any sound. Until she could no longer hold on, Luo Ruiying could not help but speak in a tender voice. Yes, it's okay. My lady, this is just the beginning. Ning Yechen increased the strength in his hands slightly. Luo Ruiying's delicate body suddenly felt a burning sensation, but it was not painful at all. Instead, it was unexpectedly comfortable and pleasurable. Luo Ruiying was immersed in it unconsciously, letting Ning Yechen's hands wander freely on her body. After a while, Luo Ruiying's cheeks were stained with a charming red, her red lips were breathing hotly, and her expression was blurred and seductive. Ning Yechen was staring at it in a trance without realizing it. He seemed to have pressed it a little too hard. But my wife looks so attractive. Ning Yechen subconsciously moved closer to Luo Ruiying's cheek. Luo Ruiying's heart was beating violently, but she still raised her head slightly. This means that she has no intention of refusing. Ning Yechen's heart was pounding like never before, and he approached cautiously. Just as their lips were getting closer and closer, about to touch, Luo Hongye's voice suddenly came to my ears. Well, Daddy only plays with Mommy. Yi also wants to play with Daddy and Mommy. Luo Hongye pouted her chubby little face, jumped up and down at Ning Yechen's feet, stretching out her hands as if asking for a hug. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying suddenly woke up from a dream, and froze at a fist distance. The two looked at each other, and Luo Ruiying was the first to turn away embarrassedly. Ning Yechen felt very regretful. My little darling, if only you were a little later. The best time was missed. Ning Yechen coughed lightly, then quickly bent down and picked up Luo Hongye. Looking at her cute face with a wronged expression, he coaxed her repeatedly. Okay, I'll play with daddy and mommy every night. Chuckle, chuckle. Ning Yechen stretched out his hand and tickled Luo Hongye's armpits, making her laugh non-stop and move around in his arms. The grievance just now was instantly swept away. After Luo Ruiying put on her clothes, she looked at the father and daughter who were laughing and chatting happily, smiled dotingly, and joined in. The three of them played and fought on the bed for a while, until the evening, when they finally lay down on the bed together. I totally forgot about cleaning the house. When they thought about it, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other and smiled helplessly. The two of them got up again and started cleaning and tidying up the house. Luo Hongye was also very sensible and joined in to help. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation, the entire house was quickly cleaned up. The furniture and other items all floated in the air and returned to their proper places. Luo Hongye stood on tiptoe and placed the last small candle on the table in the room. He turned his head and looked happily at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen and asked with a smile. Clean up. Have you been able to help daddy and mommy every night? Of course. Night is awesome. Luo Ruiying smiled lovingly, walked forward, picked up Luo Hongye and praised him. Although Luo Hongye's small size and strength meant she couldn't be of any help at all, she was very sensible and well-behaved and insisted on taking the initiative to help. Luo Hongye was even happier after receiving the praise and lay in Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying saw Luo Hongye sweating a lot, so he said, You're sweating all night, can mother take you to take a bath now? Okay. Yi loves taking a bath with mommy the most. Luo Hongye laughed happily, then immediately turned his head to look at Ning Yechen. Daddy, let's go. I want to take a bath with my father and mother every night. Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen. When Luo Hongye said this, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were both stunned for a moment, staring at each other. At this moment, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel delighted and secretly shouted. You are really worthy of being daddy's little baby. Chapter 49. Why are you touching the front? This is not okay, yay. Luo Ruiying came back to her senses and hurriedly gave an awkward smile to Luo Hongye in her arms. Taking a bath with Ning Yechen, being honest with each other, she is not ready yet. Hey, why not mother? Mother clearly promised Ye that she would accompany Ye and daddy to take a bath together next time. Yi wants to take a bath with daddy and mommy, is that not possible, mommy? When Luo Hongye heard that it was not possible, he curled his lips slightly, and his clear and bright big eyes were full of loss. Luo Ruiying didn't want to disappoint Luo Hongye, but she felt really embarrassed, so she had to find a reasonable excuse to explain. Yi, it's not that mother doesn't want to take a bath with father and Yi. In fact, mother also wants to take a bath together. It's just that the bathtub at home is too small to accommodate 3 people. When she was tidying up the house just now, she took a look at the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom is not very big, and it would be very difficult for 3 people to squeeze in. This was one of the reasons why she had to refuse. However, after Luo Ruiying finished speaking, Ning Yechen disappeared in an instant. In just a moment, Ning Yechen came back with a smile on his face, gave a thumbs up and said, Don't worry, my lady. I just found a bigger bathtub in another room and have already replaced it. When Luo Ruiying said the bathtub was too small, he quickly ran out and bought an extra large one and installed it in seconds. Huh? Really? Luo Ruiying looked confused. When she was tidying up the room just now, she checked every room and didn't see any oversized bathtub. Did she miss it? If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Ning Yechen smiled. How can I miss this rare opportunity to bathe with my wife and children? Luo Ruiying half believed and half doubtedly carried Luo Hongye into the bathroom. I saw that the originally narrow bathtub had disappeared, and instead, a bathtub as large as a bathtub almost occupied the entire room. Really, there is an oversized bathtub. And when did you change it? It was too fast. She didn't even notice. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen in astonishment, seeing his expectant and complacent smile. She always felt that this guy had been prepared for this from the beginning. What should she do now? There seems to be no reason to refuse. Luo Ruiying stood there in a daze, her brain working rapidly, but she really couldn't think of any other excuse to refuse. Luo Hongye pointed at the big bathtub happily, turned his head and smiled at Luo Ruiying. Mom, this place is so big. Mommy can take a bath with daddy every night, yeah. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying showed a bitter smile and turned her head to see that Ning Yechen had taken off his clothes without her noticing. The only thing left on his body was a pair of large white shorts, revealing his strong and beautiful body. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes again? Luo Ruiying blushed, looked away and shouted shyly. He stripped naked when she wasn't paying attention. She didn't even notice. Ma'am, what are you talking about? Of course you have to take off your clothes to take a bath. Come on. Take it off too, my lady. Shui Weifu has already boiled it. Ning Yechen said righteously. After saying that, he stepped into the bathtub first and soaked his whole body in the bath. He had transformed this bathtub in just a few seconds. The bottom of the bathtub was covered with self-heating stones, which were a type of stone that could generate heat spontaneously and continuously. Just pour water into the bathtub, and in a few moments, the bathtub will become like a hot spring. Luo Ruiying really didn't expect Ning Yechen to be so quick. He even boiled the water in advance. She didn't even have the chance to find an excuse while the water was boiling. Mom, I have to go down and play every night. Luo Hongye pointed at the bathing pool and said impatiently. Luo Ruiying sighed lightly and without making any more excuses, she helped Luo Hongye take off her clothes and put her into the bathtub. As soon as he entered the bathtub, Luo Hongye happily splashed around in the water. Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye's little hand and asked her to try swimming on the water. Luo Hongye's little feet kept kicking the water and he was having a lot of fun. Ning Yechen turned around to look at Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. Isn't my wife coming? Luo Ruiying stood by the bathtub, looking at the happy father and daughter. After hesitating for a moment, she finally pursed her red lips, turned her back to Ning Yechen, and took off her clothes. Ning Yechen had just smeared her body with liquid medicine, and her back was sticky. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she simply didn't force it. The fairy's skirt fell to the ground, revealing a graceful and delicate body in front of Ning Yechen. At this moment, Luo Ruiying was only wearing underwear and a belly band, with a large area of snow-white skin exposed. The thin and loose belly band could not hide her proud and upright figure at all. Ning Yechen stared blankly, not even blinking. His wife is so beautiful. I don't know if it was because of the steam in the bathroom or because she was too shy, but Luo Ruiying's pretty face was slightly cherry red, with crystal clear water droplets flowing on her face, which looked extremely beautiful. Luo Ruiying glared at Ning Yechen, who was staring at her with a coquettish look, tied up her hair, covered her chest with her arms, and slowly raised her jade feet to step into the bathwater. Soaking in the bathwater, Luo Ruiying looked somewhat uneasy and nervous. She was far away from Ning Yechen, but her beautiful eyes would secretly glance at him from time to time. Ning Yechen saw it all secretly and couldn't help laughing in his heart. His wife is so cute. As a female emperor of the fairy world, she is still so shy, as if she has never seen a man's body before, always looking at it secretly out of curiosity. When his eyes met Ning Yechen's, Luo Ruiying immediately looked away in a hurry, pretending to look at Luo Hongye and shouted. Come here every night, and let your mother help you take a bath. Okay. Luo Hongye responded and happily waded through the water to Luo Ruiying's side. Luo Ruiying skillfully rubbed Luo Hongye's hair. Luo Hongye sat down quietly in front of Luo Ruiying with his eyes narrowed, a comfortable smile on his face. Just as Luo Ruiying was combing Luo Hongye's hair, Ning Yechen had quietly come behind her. When Luo Ruiying noticed this, he turned around hurriedly and said, What are you going to do? Don't move, ma'am. Let your husband wash your hair. Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying's back from behind and gently took off the hairpin on her head. Her beautiful black hair, as black as ink, spread out and rippled on the water. Ning Yechen gently picked up a strand of hair, held it in his hand, and combed it carefully. The hair feels silky and smooth, like satin, making you love it. Seeing that Ning Yechen was really just combing her hair, Luo Ruiying was no longer so nervous. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she silently let him comb her hair. I quietly complained in my heart. Really? I didn't even plan to wash my hair today. In the bathtub, Luo Hongye was bathing Luo Ruiying, while Ning Yechen was combing Luo Ruiying's hair. The three of them were lying side by side in the bath water, and the scene was particularly harmonious. Until suddenly a pair of hands touched Luo Ruiying's back, and Luo Ruiying's body tensed up as if she had been electrocuted, and she said in a delicate voice. What are you doing? Rubbing the back for my husband and wife. No thanks, I can do it myself. Luo Ruiying strongly refused. However, Ning Yechen's hands had already touched her back, and waves of angry voices came from the bathroom. Wait a minute. Isn't it a back rub? Why are you touching the front? Chapter 50, Lord Demon got married. In the demon realm, inside Huehong's demon god palace. In front of a large and luxurious round table, 12 demon generals sat quietly together, each of them looking discouraged and disappointed. Still no news from Lord Demon. I have sent people to infiltrate the immortal realm, but there is no news about the Demon Lord. Since Lord Demon appeared in the fairyland once, there has been no news about him. Alas, where on earth did the Demon Lord go? The results of recent searches of the demon gods chatting with each other. The result was, without exception, still nothing. If Lord Demon wants to hide, it will be really difficult for them to find him. In order to find the Lord Demon, they have been searching for more than 100 years. After so much difficulty, we got some news about the Demon Lord, but we still couldn't find any trace of him. All the demon gods couldn't help but feel discouraged and depressed. One of them, a man with a body as big as a chariot, scars on his face, and a wild aura, spoke up. I heard that Lord Demon went to the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace twice. How about letting me go directly to the immortal realm and capture that old man Tian Dao and Tian and interrogate him? That would trigger another war between immortals and demons, idiot. Do you really think that all those old immortals in the fairy world are dead? A woman with shining blonde hair and a golden halo constantly spinning on her fingers rolled her eyes at the burly man and spoke bluntly. Just fight me, what are you afraid of? Could it be that Shi Huan, who is known as the Queen of Severed Heads, is afraid? The burly man retorted angrily. I'd be scared? Are you kidding me? When you were still wearing open crotch pants, my name was already famous throughout the fairy world. The most unbearable thing in the demon world is to be ridiculed as weak and cowardly. That is simply an insult and a tarnish to their honor. When Shi Huan heard the prisoner's ridicule, he got so angry that he tied his golden hair up high, stood up and wanted to take action. The crazy prisoner was not to be outdone and slammed the table hard, smashing the entire round table into pieces, then stood up angrily. The two men glared at each other, with their swords drawn. The other demons were calm and didn't care at all. This kind of thing happens all the time, and people are used to it. Several demon palace guards skillfully brought a new table and placed it in the middle of the crowd. That's enough. Now that Lord Demon is away, are you becoming more and more lawless? I've told you so many times not to destroy the table casually. A cold voice was heard from the darkness of the hall. The Guangqiu and Shi Huan showed fear on their faces and sat back in their original seats obediently. A woman with a dignified and graceful figure and a cold and beautiful face slowly walked out of the darkness with dignified and elegant steps. Master left protector. When everyone saw the woman coming, they all greeted her respectfully. The woman is Yuqing Yu, one of the two guardians of the demon world, the left guardian. Her status in the demon world is second only to that of the demon lord. She is both the demon lord's protector and the leader of the demon world. Many affairs of the demon world are managed by her personally. When the demon lord was away from the demon realm, the entire demon realm was operated and maintained by her. Both his strength and status are superior to those 13 demon generals. Yuqing Yu looked around at everyone present with her cold eyes, but found that one seat was vacant. She frowned slightly and asked, "Where is Yi Tianchen? Why didn't he come to the Demon God Conference? I seem to have heard that he is going to the human world to look for clues about the Demon Lord." Another woman who sat upright with a cold look spoke. The woman had fair skin and a cold, emotionless face. Her eyes showed no trace of emotion. In her arms she held a 2-meter-long sword, which she held across her shoulders. Go and call him back. How can I be absent from the Demon God Conference? Upon hearing that Yi Tianchen was looking for clues about Lord Demon, Yuqing Yu's brows relaxed slightly and she began to give orders. No, I'm back. Meet the Lord Left Protector. Just at this moment, Yi Tianchen slowly walked out from the darkness on the other side and greeted Yuqing Yu respectfully. Yi Tianchen, you should know the importance of the Demon God Conference, right? Yuqing Yu looked at Yi Tianchen and questioned him with a hint of blame and dissatisfaction. Then he noticed the injury on his chest and frowned. Are you hurt? The others also looked surprised and incredulous. You must know that Yi Tianchen is the commander of the first demon army among the 13 demons, and his strength is among the best in the demon world. I don't know how long it has been since I saw him injured. Yi Tianchen glanced at the injury on his chest and said indifferently. It's just a minor injury. This is my punishment for myself. Punish? Yuqing Yu asked in confusion. Who in the demon world can punish Night God? Yi Tianqian did not answer, but placed his palm on his chest and reported to Yu Qing Yu Zhengsheng. Master Left Protector, I have seen Master Demon Lord. In an instant, everyone present focused their eyes on Yi Tianqian. Everyone stood up excitedly and asked, What? You met the Lord Demon? Tell me quickly. Where is the Demon Lord now? How is Lord Demon now? Is the Demon Lord back? Where did you meet the Demon Lord? Under the questioning of everyone, Yi Tianqian didn't even have the chance to speak. Everyone be quiet. Fortunately, Yu Qingyu stood up and drove everyone around away. Now, the only one in the demon world who can intimidate the 13 demon gods is Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu came in front of Yi Tianqian in an instant, stared at him and asked urgently. Have you found the Demon Lord? Yes. Where is the Demon Lord? The Lord Demon is now hiding in the human world. In the human world. Yu Qingyu murmured softly. It turns out that the Demon Lord has been hiding in the human world. The others looked at each other, not understanding whether Lord Demon had gone to the human world. What about the Demon Lord? Didn't he come back with you? Yu Qingyu glanced behind Yi Tianqian, frowned and asked unhappily. This is also the issue that everyone is most concerned about. Master Demon is not coming back with me. Yi Tianqian replied helplessly. Then you must bring the Demon Lord back even if you have to tie him up. Yu Qingyu said angrily, blamingly. We finally found the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. If he runs away again, we don't know when we can find him again. I dare not disobey Lord Demon. Yi Tianqian said helplessly again. In the entire demon world, there is no one else who dares to say this to the Demon Lord except Yu Qingyu. Not to mention the question of whether he dared to disobey, he was simply no match for the Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu also knew this very well. In fact, she didn't mean to blame Yi Tianqian in her heart. She was just worried about missing this opportunity and was angry because she didn't know when she could welcome back Lord Demon. Tell me where the Demon Lord is. I will go find the Demon Lord myself. Yu Qingyu asked Yi Tianqian. Master Zhuahufa, Master Mo Zun told us not to disturb his current life. Yi Tianqian hesitated for a moment and replied. Why? Does Lord Demon really not intend to return to the demon realm? Yu Qingyu's face was full of disappointment, and she clenched her hands unwillingly. Lord Demon actually said so. If she went there again, it would be disobeying Lord Demon as well. The other demon gods also lowered their heads sadly. However, Yi Tianqian smiled slightly and continued. Master Demon has not given up on us. It's just that Lord Demon has more important things to do now. Something more important? Is there anything more important than the entire demon world? Everyone asked with confusion on their faces. Yi Tianqian closed his eyes slightly, and a slight smile appeared on his stern face. Then he announced a piece of important news. Master Demon is married. Chapter 51, Lord Demon has a successor. The Demon Lord is married? Upon hearing the news announced by Yi Tianqian, everyone present was stunned with shock, their eyes wide open with disbelief on their faces. You must know that when their Demon Lord was leading them, he had never been close to women, let alone shown the slightest interest in them. But now they were suddenly told that the Demon Lord, whom they revered the most, was already married. Is this true? Yi Tianqian. Even Yu Qingyu, who was always calm and indifferent no matter what she faced, couldn't help but ask Yi Tianqian excitedly. The others also stared at Yi Tianqian closely, waiting for his answer. How dare I deceive Lord Left Protector? Master Demon told me this himself. Yi Tianqian looked serious and replied affirmatively. Yu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but cover her mouth with excitement, tears streaming down her cheeks. Very good. That's great. Master Demon has finally come to his senses and is willing to get married. I am so touched. Hundreds of years. She has been waiting for this moment for hundreds of years. Lord Demon finally got married. She had been following the Lord Demon from the very beginning, assisting him, helping him to unify the demon world and wipe out all the forces that opposed him. She also fought her way to the fairyland with him and experienced the battle between fairies and demons. Until the end of the battle, she stayed by the side of the Demon Lord and assisted him wholeheartedly. The demon world is unprecedentedly stable and prosperous under the rule of the Demon Lord. Her only remaining wish is to see the Demon Lord marry and continue his offspring. However, the demon lord does not seem to have much interest in women, and is wholeheartedly devoted to improving the demon world and pursuing greater power. She once selected 30,000 beauties from the demon world to supplement the harem of Lord Demon, but was forcibly dismissed by Lord Demon the next day. And she was also lectured by the demon lord. This made her very distressed. Continuing the lineage of the demon lord is also a very important matter in the demon world. Now that she heard the news that Lord Demon was married, she was so excited and moved. The tears just kept pouring out like a dam bursting. The rest of the people either wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes like Yu Qingyu, or had relieved smiles on their faces. Yi Tianqian was also deeply touched and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Even the most aloof people on weekdays were like this. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. If other people saw the high-ranking officials of the demon world all move to tears, they would probably be shocked on the spot. These demons who left a terrible reputation in the demon world and killed people without blinking an eye actually shed tears. Congratulations, Lord Left Protector. My demon world welcomes the demon queen. After being moved, everyone bowed and congratulated Yu Qingyu. As for why Ning Yechen got married, the reason why everyone wanted to congratulate Yu Qingyu was very simple. Someone once asked Yu Qingyu what she thought of the demon lord. She replied with a loving and worshipful look. Master Demon has incomparable strength, but he is not as cruel and tyrannical as the previous generations of demon lords. Instead, he is full of reason and wisdom, and is committed to changing the chaotic status quo of the demon realm. He is full of infinite tolerance and love for the people of the demon realm. I have followed Lord Demon since I was a child, and witnessed him ascend to the supreme position of the demon world step by step. He is the only supreme being in the demon world in my mind, her king, and her child. I will devote everything I have to serve the demon lord. That's right, this woman called the demon lord her child. But she is indeed the only one in the demon world who is qualified to call herself that. Yu Qingyu's identity is very special. She is the left protector of the demon world, second only to the demon lord, and the chief commander who governs all affairs of the demon world. At the same time, she is also the demon lord's personal maid, responsible for taking care of the demon lord's food and daily life. Besides that, she is the only one in the demon world who dares to always make various suggestions and requests to the demon lord and chatter non-stop. Speaking of marriage, she had urged the demon lord to get married in front of everyone more than once. If you come back late, she will ask you where you have been. Sometimes the demon king would stay in bed and not want to get up, and she would force him to get up. The demon lord was also particularly tolerant towards her, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was the demon lord's mother. But she seems to be younger than Lord Demon. The demon lord's marriage has resolved a very important matter in Yu Qingyu's heart. When everyone calmed down a little, Yi Tianqian announced an even more exciting news to everyone. Reporting to Lord Left Protector, Lord Demon Lord is not only married, but is now raising a child. What? You already have a child? Why didn't you say so earlier? How old is the child? Is it His Highness or the princess? Yu Qingyu excitedly grabbed Yi Tianqian's collar and asked urgently, her beautiful emerald green eyes full of surprise and excitement. The same was true for everyone else, and they all looked at Yi Tianqian excitedly. Master Demon said it was a little princess. But I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know how big it is. Night God replied. It's useless. Yu Qingyu let go of Yi Tianqian's collar with disdain. How could I not know such an important thing? How can she prepare suitable clothing gifts for the child if she doesn't know how old the child is? However, when Yu Qingyu learned that the demon lord had given birth to a son, she felt more ecstatic. Lord Demon has a successor. Maybe she can assist the little princess in the future. Quick! Tell everyone that the demon world is welcoming a little princess. From today on, the demon world will hold a grand celebration. Yu Qingyu immediately gave instructions to everyone. She wants to inform the entire demon world of the news that the demon world has welcomed a little princess. However, Night God objected. Master Left Protector, I don't agree with this. Why? Yu Qingyu frowned and asked unhappily. Yi Tianqian's expression became cold and serious. He told Yu Qingyu in detail how his subordinate Yizhu was bewitched by a mysterious man and sent people to attack the wife and daughter of the demon lord. After Yu Qingyu and everyone present learned about what happened, their faces turned cold, and a terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire demon god's hall. Yu Qingyu's pretty face was frosty. She stretched out her hand and crushed the round table into pieces out of thin air. Even the void was shattered. Okay. Someone actually dared to attack my lady and little princess from the demon world. Good. Very good. Find it. Find it for me. Once I know who he is, death will be a luxury for him. God Yi Tianqian. Your subordinate Yizhou offended the Lord Demon, and he deserves death. But since Lord Demon has personally asked to forgive him, then let it be. Remember. There won't be a next time. You and your men. A cold light flashed in Yuqingyo's emerald green eyes, and her terrifying aura completely crushed everyone present. Completely different from just now. Yes. I understand. Yi Tianqian bowed solemnly in response. He felt very guilty and ashamed that his men had offended the demon lord. Even if Yu Qingyu killed him now, he would not complain. Yu Qingyu then slightly restrained her murderous intent and immediately gave up the plan of informing the entire demon world about the little princess. Not knowing who the other party is, making a big fuss about it might bring trouble to the demon lord. Don't tell anyone about the little princess. Since someone dares to attack Madame and the little princess, I will never sit idly by. But Lord Demon said that we should not disturb his life. Someone present raised his hand and spoke weakly. Yu Qingyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and chuckled. I know that the orders of Lord Demon are not to be disobeyed. As long as we don't disturb Lord Demon's life. I have my own way. Chapter 52. My husband's hands are also a little cold. Inside the house. Luo Ruiying sat in front of the stone table outside the courtyard, with a ball of wool on her knees and knitting needles in both hands, concentrating on knitting a sweater. It has been a few days since I moved to Nanli City. It is the beginning of winter and heavy snow has been falling in the city in recent days. The weather has suddenly turned cold. So she suddenly had an idea and thought about knitting a sweater for Luo Hongye herself. Although she could directly use her spiritual power to knit the sweater faster and easier, she always felt that something was missing, so she decided to knit the sweater herself. I'll knit one for him, too. But when I really started to do it myself, it didn't seem as easy as I imagined. Her pride as the queen of the immortal realm did not allow her to give up easily. Instead, it aroused Luo Ruiying's desire to win and made her more determined to knit the sweater by herself. She still couldn't believe that as the queen of the fairyland, she could even learn to cook, so how could she be stumped by knitting a sweater? Luo Ruiying looked at the illustrated tutorial that Qi Yuan gave her and tried to practice. These days, Qi Yuan often comes here when he has nothing to do and brings over various things. This illustrated tutorial on knitting a sweater was what she asked Qi Yuan for. When Luo Ruiying tried to weave clothes for the first time, she was not very skilled. She basically just turned her head to watch one step and followed it with her hands. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were playing in the snow in the courtyard. Luo Hongye, who had never seen snow before, felt very excited and happy to see the white snow falling from the sky. His little feet made a squeaking sound as he stepped on the snow. Daddy, is this snow? Luo Hongye scooped up a handful of snow in his palm, his cute big eyes full of curiosity. Yes, yay, this is snow. Do you like snow every night? Ning Yechen picked up Luo Hongye from behind, let her sit in his arms, hugged her intimately and asked. I like it. Luo Hongye raised his head and revealed a crescent-shaped smile. My daughter is so cute. Ning Yechen couldn't help but reach out and gently rub Luo Hongye's chubby little face. Luo Hongye let out a silly hee-hee-hee laugh, his innocent and cute look was very endearing. Yi, Daddy will teach you how to make a snowman. What's a snowman, Daddy? Luo Hongye asked blankly. Build a snowman. Just use the snow in Yi's hand to build a person. Well. Daddy will show you how to do it, Yi. As he spoke, Ning Yechen stood up and started rolling a snowball in the yard. After a short while, he had rolled 2 balls, one big and one small. Ning Yechen placed the small snowball on the big snowball, and then decorated a cute face on the small snowball. Dang 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 snowman. This is Yi. Oh, Daddy is so awesome. Luo Hongye looked at the snowman, clapped happily, and started to roll a snowball on the ground. I want to make a snowman for Daddy every night. It was obviously impossible for Luo Hongye to make a snowman as big as Ning Yechen with his small body. Ning Yechen naturally joined in as well. The father and daughter rolled snowballs together in the yard. Luo Ruiying looked at the father and daughter who were playing and pushing snowballs past her, and smiled helplessly yet dotingly. Soon, Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen worked together to build a big snowman. However, Luo Hongye did not stop immediately, but continued to build another snowball.
Yi Yi, do you still want to continue making snowmen?
Ning Yechen didn't expect Luo Hongye to like making snowmen so much, so he asked with a smile. We have Daddy and Ye's snowman, but we still need Mommy's snowman.
Luo Hongye smiled happily. This answer was completely beyond Ning Yechen's expectations.
Even Luo Ruiying, who was knitting a sweater seriously, was stunned. The two looked at each other and smiled with relief.
Yi Yi, this child is really sensible. Okay, Daddy will help Yi Yi. Ning Yechen continued to accompany Luo Hongye to build another snowman.
3 snowmen stood in the yard, 2 big ones on both sides and a small one in the middle, with wooden sticks in their hands, making them look like they were holding hands. After making the snowman, Luo Hongye stood happily in front of the snowman. Ning Yechen noticed her little red hand, and with some heartache, he hugged her in his arms again and held her hands with both hands. With Luo Hongye's physique and bloodline, she didn't actually feel cold inside, it was just that her hands were a little red from the cold.
Daddy, your hands are so warm.
Luo Hongye sat in Ning Yechen's arms, feeling a stream of warm current flowing into his body from his palms.
Because Daddy wants to keep Yi Yi warm.
Ning Yechen chuckled and looked at Luo Ruiying, who was sitting beside him with a graceful figure. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Yi Yi, Daddy will take you to Mommy's place to keep you warm, okay? Luo Hongye smiled and nodded.
Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye and quietly walked behind Luo Ruiying.
He grabbed Luo Hongye's cool little hand and put it into the back of Luo Ruiying's neck.
Luo Ruiying shuddered, turned her head to look at the mischievous father and daughter, and glared at Ning Yechen coquettishly.
This guy is really...
Luo Ruiying touched Luo Hongye's cool little hand, and took her from Ning Yechen's arms, letting her sit in his arms, and stuffed her little hand into the clothes in her arms.
It's warm inside, too, Mom.
Luo Hongye held Luo Ruiying in his arms. Ning Yechen originally just wanted to play a prank on Luo Ruiying, who was concentrating on knitting a sweater, but she didn't expect that she would take the initiative to hold the child and let her hand directly reach into the clothes.
My wife. Ning Yechen stood aside and called softly.
Luo Ruiying raised her head and looked at Ning Yechen in confusion.
Actually, my husband's hands are a little cold too. Ning Yechen said seriously.
Luo Ruiying was slightly stunned, then her cheeks gradually turned red, she glanced over and pointed at the house unhappily.
There is a stove in the house. Go and put your hand next to the stove. This guy is so dishonest. Well. Ning Yechen shook his head in disappointment when he heard this. He knew this would be the outcome. My wife is a bit biased.
Why can the child reach in but he can't? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen secretly, a smirk appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she took the initiative to stretch out her hand.
It's too slow to light the stove now, you hold my hand? Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen quickly cooled his palms in secret, then held Luo Ruiying's hands with both of his own. He wants to take back what he just said. Sure enough, his wife is still considerate.
Just now, in order to warm Luo Hongye's hands, he had already warmed them up. Now, in order to hold his wife's hand, he had to cool his hands again.
Otherwise it will be exposed.
When Ning Yechen held her hand, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt a slight chill. It turns out this guy's hands are already so cold. Why did Ji Yi just say that his hands were warm?
Luo Ruiying was confused, but didn't think too much about it.
She circulated spiritual power in her palms to warm Ning Yechen's hands.
Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's hand and put it against his cheek, with a look of satisfaction on his face. My wife's hands are warm and soft.
Just at this moment, there was a soft knock on the door outside the courtyard.
Chapter 53. Only adults are so scary. Is someone coming?
Luo Ruiying warmed Ning Yechen's hand, hugged Luo Hongye, stood up and opened the door. Outside the gate, 2 men and 1 woman were standing at the door. One of the men had a broad build, a strong and handsome face, and a naive smile. The other man had long pale hair and a very handsome appearance.
The woman had a waist as slender as a water snake, a slender figure, and an outstandingly beautiful face.
The 3 of them stood at the door in simple clothes, bowed to Luo Ruiying with smiling faces and called out.
Meet the madam.
The 3 of them are the Chaos Demon Bull, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Devouring Python from the Demon Forest. Before, they had not fully transformed and had always maintained their half-demon form.
Now is the first time they appear here in their fully human form. Husband, madam. Luo Ruiying looked at the three people in some surprise. She had never seen these three people before, so why did they suddenly call her madam? Just when Luo Ruiying was about to ask them if they had recognized the wrong person, Ning Yechen had already walked over from behind and said with a smile, "You're here." When the three Chaos Demon Bulls saw Ning Yechen, they quickly bowed and greeted him. "Hello, Master." "Master. Do you know them?" Luo Ruiying turned her head and asked in confusion. Ning Yechen nodded and explained. "Madam, these three were once servants in my family. Since you plan to stay here temporarily, I will call them over. They can also help my wife with housework. From now on, my wife can give orders to the three of them about matters at home." The three Chaos Demon Bulls coming here today were all arranged by Ning Yechen in advance. It just so happened that he had made up an excuse about his background to Luo Ruiying a few days ago. With this excuse, he could also arrange the three Chaos Demon Bulls to stay at home and let them act as guards and take care of the housework. This way his wife can have more time. Luo Ruiying didn't think that there was a need to arrange extra servants at home, as she could take care of everything. But when he heard that the three of them were former servants of his family, he thought about it and decided not to refuse and kept them. Anyway, there are quite a few empty rooms in the house, and it would be a waste not to live in them. "Come in, all of you." Luo Ruiying chuckled and moved aside to let the three Chaos Demon Bulls enter the courtyard. Luo Hongya, lying in his arms, was as shy as ever, and timidly looked at the three of them secretly. "Hello, miss." The sky-swallowing python raised its hand and greeted Luo Hongye enthusiastically. "This is the little princess they will serve in the future. There is no room for error. You have to curry favor with the relationship." "Brother, hello sister." Although Luo Hongye was afraid of strangers, she was always very polite to those who were warm and friendly to her, and she responded politely in a timid manner. This sound hit the hearts of the three sky-swallowing divine pythons directly. What's wrong with this kid? This was the first time they saw Ning Yechen's daughter. They had never dared to look at her more than once before. This is really sensible and polite. Is she really that adult's daughter? Whenever they thought of Ning Yechen's figure, the sky-swallowing python and the other two couldn't help but tremble with fear. But the Luo Hongye in front of him was so petite and cute, and her timid look made me want to hold her in my arms and protect her. It's totally different from that adult. Of course, they only dared to think about this idea in their hearts. If the adults knew about it, they would be finished. After entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying led the sky-swallowing divine python and the other two to find three adjacent rooms. "This will be your room from now on." "Yes, ma'am." The three sky-swallowing divine pythons bowed respectfully in response. Although they had never been servants before, when they heard that Ning Yechen wanted them to disguise themselves as servants and follow him, they read a lot of books on self-cultivation of servants overnight. To this end, he also secretly observed what the slaves and servants in many wealthy families did. Just to ensure that nothing goes wrong and there is no room for error. "By the way, I still don't know what your names are." After arranging the room, Luo Ruiying chuckled and asked casually. Even though she was once an empress and lived in the fairy palace, she would still ask the name of the maid beside her. She was never harsh towards her servants. Even if they did something wrong, she would generally forgive them and never make things difficult for them. She treats every servant with respect. When the sky-swallowing divine python and the other two were asked their names, they stood there in a daze. Oh no! They haven't thought of their own names yet. He has been hiding in the demon forest for hundreds of years, practicing wholeheartedly and has never thought about a name at all. Seeing that the three people of the sky-swallowing divine python were suddenly stunned and could not say their names for a while, Luo Ruiying looked puzzled. Isn't it just a name? Why does it take so long to think? Seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed suspicious, the people of the sky-swallowing divine python hurriedly made up a story. My name is Mengnyo. My name is White Ape. My name is Kai Shi. Fierce Bull, White Ape, Colorful Snake. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly. Why does the name sound so weird? The sky-swallowing python secretly swallowed its saliva, its heart in its throat. If this goes wrong, that adult will skin them alive. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped forward in time to explain. Madam, their names are actually Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei. Oh. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded without any doubt. It turned out that their accents were wrong, so she misheard. She said, "Why is the name so strange?" Kai Sei and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. This will be the new name for the three of them from now on.
It can be considered a name bestowed by the adults themselves. Ning Yechen glanced at Kai Sei and the other two, and they were immediately frightened so much that they were sweating profusely and trembling. It's over, I hope the adults won't be angry. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the three people trembling slightly, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but express her concern. It's all right, ma'am. We are it's cold, a bit chilly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'd get you some clothes. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, put Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms, turned around and left to get her clothes. Kai Sei and others were deeply moved. Madam, she is so gentle. Only adults are so scary. Dad, will these brothers and sisters live here in the future? Luo Hongye asked softly while lying in Ning Yechen's arms. Yes, Daddy asked them to come and play with Yi Yi. Don't be afraid, Yi Yi. If they dare to bully you, just tell Daddy. Ning Yechen spoke softly to Luo Hongye in his arms. When he said the latter part, he raised his eyes and glanced coldly at Kai Sei and the other two. The meaning is self-evident. If the three of them dared to make his daughter unhappy, they could disappear from here. Kai Sei and the other two were so frightened that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground, trembling. When Luo Ruiying came back with the clothes, he became even more confused when he saw the three people shivering on the ground. Although the weather has turned cooler with the snow, is it really that cold? Chapter 54. Yes, you are dead. After getting the clothes from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and others began their work as servants. He first cleaned every corner of the house, then chopped wood and boiled water. He was extremely diligent. However, except for Kai Sei, the other two, Meng Niu and Bai Yuan, were quite unfamiliar with the techniques, some were even a bit clumsy, and they broke various things from time to time. However, Luo Ruiying didn't care much about it. Instead, she told them not to work so hard and let them take a rest. At this time, Meng Niu and the other two were standing in the courtyard, staring at Luo Hongye, who was squatting on the ground holding a snowball. The three of them were responsible for playing with Luo Hongye under Ning Yechen's orders. But they don't know how to play with children at all. It's okay to let them kill and set fire, but it's a bit difficult for them to play with children. Kai Sei, you should think of a solution quickly. Bai Yuan sent a message to Kai Sei, who was beside him, and asked for help. Now the three of them have accepted the new names given to them by Ning Yechen. If I had a way, would I just stand here and do nothing? Kai Shao rolled his eyes at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu speechlessly. These two guys are really of no use at all. Although Luo Hongye was still a little timid in her heart, her father told her that these people were not bad people, so she plucked up the courage and raised the snowball in her hand, and asked in a cute and soft way. Brother and sister, do you want to build a snowman together? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Luo Hongye taking the initiative to talk, the three of them nodded desperately like chicks pecking at rice. This is a rare opportunity to take the initiative to talk and communicate. Forget about making a snowman, even the three of them would be willing to dig out the manure pit. Seeing that Meng Niu and the other two agreed, Luo Hongye smiled happily and started rolling a snowball on the ground according to the method Ning Yechen taught her. Then I'll teach you every night. First this, then this, then this. Meng Niu and the other two knelt on the ground and pushed snowballs with Luo Hongye, clapping and praising him from time to time. Wow, Miss is amazing. Miss is awesome. Miss is really talented. Much smarter than me. Ning Yechen, who was sitting next to Luo Ruiying, couldn't help but show a speechless expression. The flattering faces of these three guys are completely exposed. This is just flattery, but Yi Yi is still young and can't see it. As long as the child is happy, it's fine. Luo Ruiying was also sitting aside, resting her cheek with one hand, staring at Luo Hongye quietly with a smile on her face. She was also very happy to see more people playing with her. But as she watched, Luo Ruiying realized that someone beside her was moving closer and closer to her. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen and asked. I thought Ning Yechen would retreat obediently, but I didn't expect him to move even closer and even lie on his side leaning on her shoulder. This action scared Luo Ruiying slightly. I feel a little tired all of a sudden, and I want to borrow your shoulder. Ning Yechen closed his eyes, leaned on Luo Ruiying's shoulder and smiled faintly. Although he is happy to be with the children all the time, sometimes he still likes to have some time to spend with his wife. It was just the right time for Meng Niu and the other two to play with Luo Hongye. It was a rare time for the couple to be alone together, so they naturally had to make good use of it. After Luo Ruiying calmed down, she rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said, If you are tired, you should go back to your room and rest.
But I prefer to be with my wife.
Ning Yechen spoke bluntly without opening his eyes. These words made Luo Ruiying's cheeks slightly red, and she didn't say anything else. He just secretly glanced at Ning Yechen's sleeping face.
Since he likes it, let him do it. Just resting my shoulder, no big deal.
The two figures just sat quietly facing each other in front of the courtyard. In the courtyard, with the help of Meng Niu and other two, 3 more snowmen appeared in the courtyard.
3 snowmen stood behind the first 3 snowmen.
Luo Hongye pointed at the 3 newly built snowmen and said with a smile,
"This is my brothers and sisters' snowman."
Meng Niu and the other two then realized that Luo Hongye wanted to build a snowman for them. They were so moved that they almost burst into tears. "Miss, you treat them as part of your family."
"Miss, that's so nice."
Kaisei couldn't even help but want to hold the little Luo Hongye in his arms and love him dearly. But when she thought about the fact that she was an adult's daughter, her reason stopped her. After building the snowman, Luo Hongye played snowball fight with Meng Niu and the other two. Luo Hongye was petite, with little strength in her hands, so the snowball she made was not solid at all, but rather fluffy and completely useless. At most, the snowball could be thrown at the feet of Meng Niu and the other two, and sometimes it would even scatter in midair.
But despite this, Luo Hongye still had a lot of fun.
Meng Niu and the other two also made snowballs to fight back. But they didn't dare to really throw snowballs at Luo Hongye. Even if they were given 10 courages, they would not dare. The snowballs were basically thrown deliberately towards Luo Hongye, without even touching him. And you have to pretend to be regretful and sad. However, Meng Niu became more and more addicted to the game and gradually immersed himself in it. He threw a snowball and hit Luo Hongye's little face.
Luo Hongye's entire face was covered with snow.
Kaisei.
Bai Yuan. Meng Niu.
The scene seemed to be frozen for a moment, and the only sound was the whistling wind and snow. At this moment, Meng Niu covered his face with his hands in fear, his expression comparable to the famous painting The Scream.
"My heart is just like this icy and snowy place, so cold." Meng Niu turned his head stiffly and looked at Kaisei and Bai Yuan. The dull expression on his face seemed to be asking, "Am I doomed?"
Even though Meng Niu didn't say a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan could read from his face what he wanted to ask and nodded very solemnly.
"Yes, you are dead." Meng Niu suddenly showed an expression of despair and hopelessness. It's over. His life has come to an end at this moment. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both noticed Luo Hongye, whose face was covered with snow.
They stood up, walked to her side, and brushed the snow off her little face. Unexpectedly, Luo Hongye did not cry, but had a happy smile on his face. The snowball in Meng Niu's hand was not solid and he didn't use much force, so Luo Hongye didn't feel any pain. Seeing that Luo Hongye was not injured or aggrieved, Ning Yechen had no intention of blaming Meng Niu. Meng Niu didn't know how Ning Yechen was going to deal with him, but he was already thinking about how he would disappear from the world next. After wiping the snow off his face, Luo Hongye pulled Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying together and said with a smile, "Daddy, Mommy, let's play together."
There are 3 of them, but Yi Yi is the only one. Daddy and Mommy help Yi Yi.
Okay.
Luo Ruiying smiled dotingly and agreed.
Next, a 3-on-3 snowball fight ensued in the courtyard. However, Meng Niu and the other two dared not resist. No matter whether it was Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, or Luo Hongye, none of them dared to throw snowballs at them. Before long, the 3 of them were submerged in the snowball.
They are more like moving targets than snowball fights. Chapter 55, The family property is naturally under the control of the wife. Boom boom boom.
Just when everyone in the yard was having fun playing in the snow, there was another knock on the door.
Kaisei took the initiative to go over and open the door.
Chi Yuan, who was outside the door, was holding some snacks in one hand and was about to raise his hand to say hello when he suddenly saw a woman he had never seen before standing in front of him.
He was stunned for a moment. Did I go to the wrong door?
Sorry, I think I went to the wrong door. Chi Yuan bowed slightly in embarrassment and smiled awkwardly.
Kaisei didn't say much, just nodded slightly and closed the gate again. Who is it?
When Kaisei returned to the hall, Luo Ruiying saw her coming alone and asked in confusion.
"Ma'am, you knocked on the wrong door." Kaisei bowed and replied. "Yeah." Luo Ruiying responded and didn't care anymore.
Outside the house, Chi Yuan turned away in confusion, looked carefully at the nearby scenery and yard, frowned slightly, and looked thoughtful.
"That's not right. This is the one."
She came here almost every now and then during this period, how could she have gone the wrong way?
Qi Yuan walked forward again and knocked on the door to confirm. Let me do it.
This time, Luo Ruiying called Kaisei and stood up to open the gate himself.
Sister Luo.
Seeing that it was Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile.
Sure enough, she said it.
She comes here often, how could she have gone wrong? She could walk across Nanli City with her eyes closed.
Miss Qi, come in. Luo Ruiying responded with a smile.
She wondered if it was Qi Yuan who came outside the house. After all, Kaisei didn't know Qi Yuan.
The result was as expected. Then I'll bother you. Qi Yuan nodded politely and entered the house.
As soon as she entered the house, she saw Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kaisei who had just opened the door for her.
She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Sister Luo, who are these people?
These three were servants in my husband's former home.
Luo Ruiying explained. Qi Yuan nodded kindly towards Meng Niu and the other two.
A wealthy and miraculous doctor like Brother Ning must have an extraordinary family background. It is natural to have several servants. What she didn't expect was that these three people all looked so outstanding. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and they are very eye-catching even among the servants.
Sister Qi.
Luo Hongye was held in Ning Yechen's arms, warming his hands by the fireplace. When he saw Qi Yuan coming, he called out sweetly and politely. Qi Yuan would come often during this period, and every time she would bring some snacks, which made Luo Hongye happy. The relationship gradually became closer.
Little night. When Qi Yuan saw Luo Hongye, a doting yet greedy smile immediately appeared on her face.
He couldn't let go of Luo Hongye's little face with his hands. The chubby little face is so tender when pinched that she simply can't let it go. Kaisei and the other two who were watching from the side couldn't help but look envious. Hateful. They also want to rub the lady's face hard like this. Here, give these foods to Yi. After satisfying his urge to use his hands, Qi Yuan handed the snacks in his hand to Luo Hongye.
It's like a business reward. Thank you, Sister Qi. Luo Hongye happily took the bag of snacks and couldn't wait to eat them.
He also took the initiative to pass them to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying.
Daddy and Mommy, let's eat together.
No, Yi, eat whatever you like, but don't eat too much. Luo Ruiying said with a doting smile.
Ning Yechen opened his mouth and let Luo Hongye feed him.
This was fed by my daughter. How can I refuse? Seeing that Luo Hongye was eating happily, Qi Yuan also showed a satisfied smile on his face and stood up and sat aside.
Kaisei quickly brought her a cup of tea.
Thanks. After Qi Yuan drank a sip of tea, she finally remembered her business and almost immersed herself in Luo Hongye's lovely offensive. Qi Yuan took out a low-level spiritual ring from his arms and handed it to Ning Yechen. Brother Ning, during this period of time, according to the prescription of the menstrual healing liquid you gave me, my Qi family tried to find someone to refine some and put it up for auction at my Qi family business.
These are 50% of the profits after the auction.
From now on, every month, my Qi family will return 50% of the profits from the prescriptions to Brother Ning. After Qi Yuan received the prescription from Ning Yechen, she immediately rushed back to the Qi family and ordered people to study it overnight. The person who discovered this prescription is actually a rare recipe for a pill that can warm up the meridians and nourish spiritual energy. Moreover, the materials required for this pill recipe are not too demanding, and the refining method is extremely simple and convenient, with a high success rate. Her Qi family searched through all the recorded recipes for refining medicines, but could not find the recipe for this magical elixir. This kind of medicinal liquid that can warm the meridians is most popular among monks. Once it is refined and sold, it will surely attract countless monks to scramble for it. The fact was just as expected. The Qi family ordered people to try to refine a few doses of menstrual healing liquid, and then took them to their own auction house for auction and sale. As a result, each copy was auctioned at a sky-high price. Countless monks came here to bid for it. The Qi family Chamber of Commerce, which had been lifeless, suddenly came back to life with the help of this healing liquid and became very lively. Just a small recipe was enough to revitalize the Qi family Chamber of Commerce. Qi Yuan was full of gratitude to Ning Yechen and was determined to come over to thank him. Return the portion that belongs to Ning Yechen. However, Ning Yechen didn't need this little money from spirit stones, so he refused calmly.
No need. I gave you the prescription without any intention of taking anything in return.
Qi Yuan said solemnly. That won't work.
My Chi family already owes brother Ning and sister Luo a lot. How can we monopolize that prescription and make a profit? Brother Ning, you must accept it. Okay, I'll take it then.
Ning Yechen thought about it and finally decided to accept the spirit stones.
Just treat it as a transaction, the Qijia Chamber of Commerce will be able to accept it more easily.
Besides, it would be good to keep these spirit stones for future family expenses. My lady, I'll leave all these spirit stones to you for safekeeping. Ning Yechen directly handed the spirit ring containing the spirit stone to Luo Ruiying.
Give me?
Luo Ruiying took the spirit ring in confusion.
That's right, the family property naturally belongs to my wife. Ning Yechen smiled. All right. If you need anything, just tell me.
Luo Ruiying took the spirit ring and agreed. The feeling of taking care of the family property like a lady was new to her. Qi Yuan looked at the loving scene between Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying and Mu, and her expression revealed a conflicted look.
What's wrong, Miss Qi? Ning Yechen noticed it and asked.
Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment and said,
Sister Luo, the Chamber of Commerce competition will be held tomorrow.
I heard that the Jiang family invited a powerful person with the cultivation level of the Heavenly Man realm. If there is any danger tomorrow, Sister Luo, you must give up immediately. Although Qi Yuan really hopes that the Qi family can win, he doesn't want Luo Ruiying to get hurt even more. If the Qi family loses, the worst that can happen is that they will withdraw from Nanli City. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smile when they heard this. I thought she was worried about something.
Don't worry, Miss Qi. If it's just the Heavenly Man realm, I should be able to handle it.
Luo Ruiying said confidently. Even if it was the Heavenly God realm, she was not very worried. The mere Heavenly Man realm would not be her opponent at all.
Chapter 56. This couple must be extraordinary.
The next day, the snow stopped falling for a while, and heavy snow covered the eaves in every corner of the streets. The entire Nanli city was covered with snow, and the world was full of white. Under the largest martial arts arena in Nanli City, countless people gathered here, waiting for a rare and important competition.
The two major chambers of commerce in Nanli City, the Qi family and the Jiang family, are about to hold a chamber of commerce competition today.
The winner will have the opportunity to control the entire Nanli City, while the loser will most likely withdraw from the Chamber of Commerce forever. The people in the audience were eagerly waiting to witness this historic moment for Nanli City, and they were whispering to each other.
Hey, who do you think will win this time in the Chamber of Commerce competition between the Qi family and the Jiang family? I think it's most likely the Jiang family. Alas, if the Jiang family gains power again, Nanli City will probably be ruled by the Jiang family.
That's right. The Jiang family relies on their unique body-tempering spirit liquid to raise the price.
It's so expensive.
The Jiang family keeps lowering the price to buy the materials from the monsters we hunt.
If the Jiang family controls the entire Nanli City Chamber of Commerce, how can we live? I work so hard every day hunting monsters in the monster forest, and this is all I earn. The Qi family must not fall.
Among the people present, the vast majority hoped that the Qi family would win.
This competition not only concerns the two chambers of commerce, but also the future lives of many cultivators in the entire Nanli City.
The Jiang family relied on their great power in Nanli City and no one could stop them. They had been buying raw materials and magical herbs at low prices and then selling them at high prices, which made many people very dissatisfied and miserable. Now at least there is still Qijia who can compete and do business that is affordable and beneficial to the people. If the Qi family falls, life in Nanli City will be difficult for them in the future. However, many people are pessimistic about whether the Qi family can win today. It will be difficult for the Qi family to defeat the Jiang family. I heard that the power behind the Jiang family personally sent a very powerful elder. It is said that he has reached the level of a celestial being.
Heavenly realm. Oh my God. What is the Qi family still fighting for? Even if we sell the Qi family, we may not be able to hire a strong man in the heaven realm, right?
Well. Amidst the sighs and groans of the crowd, the Qi family members were the first to appear in everyone's sight. Qi Rongshan, the nearly 60-year-old head of the Qi family, slowly walked towards the stage accompanied by Qi Yuan and a group of Qi family managers and guards. The Qi family has a history of nearly 100 years in Nanli City. It is considered an old established chamber of commerce in Nanli City, and is well known for its fair transactions and reasonable prices. As soon as the Qi family appeared, they won cheers and applause from many people present.
Mr. Qi, come on. Master Qi, you must not lose.
I'm determined to be with the Qi family Chamber of Commerce. Old Qi, you guys have to hold on. Faced with the cheers and encouragement from the people around him, Qi Rongchang couldn't help but smile and nodded to everyone frequently. With the help of everyone, he slowly came to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, who had arrived earlier. This was the first time that Qi Rongchang met Ning Yechen and his family of 3. His old eyes were full of admiration and respect. Ever since Qi Yuan returned to the Qi family, he has been hearing her mention things about Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen every day. He was full of praise for the family of 3 and spoke eloquently. At first he didn't take it too seriously until he learned that Luo Ruiying had killed dozens of spiritual martial realm cultivators with one sword. Ning Yechen then healed the meridians in Qi Yuan's body and gave her the recipe for the precious meridian healing liquid. Qi Rongchang suddenly believed that his Qi family must have met a noble person. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to visit and express his gratitude in person, but when he heard Qi Yuan say that the two of them didn't like being disturbed often, he had to give up. Now that he finally saw it with his own eyes, Qi Rongchang became even more convinced of his guess. He has been in business all his life, so he has some vision for people. This woman has an extremely stunning appearance and an extraordinary temperament. You can tell at first glance that she has an extraordinary background. Although the man only has a handsome and elegant appearance, how can he be ordinary when he can heal damaged meridians and take out the precious elixir recipe? This couple must be extraordinary. I am Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family. I am honored to meet you too. Thank you both for helping my Qi family. Qi Rongchang respectfully bowed and thanked Luo Ruiying and others. Master Qi, you don't have to be polite. My assistance to the Qi family can be regarded as a transaction with Miss Qi. Luo Ruiying said lightly while hugging Luo Hongya. I understand. We, the Qi family, will always remember this kindness. No matter what the outcome is today, if you two need anything in the future, please feel free to contact us. We will definitely help you. Qi Rongchang is not stupid. A mansion worth 2 million taels is not enough to invite Luo Ruiying to help the Qi family. Luo Ruiying helped the Qi family simply because she saw that the Qi family was in trouble and she couldn't stand the Jiang family. The Qi family would naturally be grateful. While everyone was talking, the Jiang family had also arrived. As soon as Jiang Jin and his group appeared, the people around them couldn't help but move away to the sides and stay far away, which was completely opposite to when the Qi family appeared. Jiang Jin ignored the people around him and strode towards the Qi family. Behind him followed a group of people from the Jiang family and a man with a feminine and pale face, dressed in a white lotus robe. Even Jiang Li, who had 3 legs crippled, regained consciousness after several days of intensive treatment and was pushed over in a wheelchair. As soon as he saw the Qi family, Jiang Jin couldn't help but sneer, and walked up to them and said sarcastically, Mr. Qi, you are still alive. I'm so glad to see you looking so healthy. Qi Rongchang could hear Jiang Jin's sarcasm, and he squinted his eyes coldly and replied unceremoniously. The old man is in very good health. If you step into the coffin first, I may not be able to leave. When the Jiang family first came to Nanli City, they were just a small chamber of commerce and were on the verge of bankruptcy several times. It was acquired by the Qi family out of kindness and then divided into the Qi family branch. Later, with the strong support of the Qi family, it began to grow stronger again. However, they didn't expect that after becoming stronger, the Jiang family would re-establish their own chamber of commerce, but would not care about the past kindness at all, and would continuously encroach on the territory of the Qi family's chamber of commerce, almost forcing the Qi family out of Nanli City. When Qi Rongchang saw the Jiang family, he regretted that he should not have accepted this ungrateful person from the Jiang family. Snort! Jiang Jin was furious, but then he snorted disdainfully and continued. I haven't seen you for many years, but Mr. Qi is still as sharp-tongued as ever. For the sake of our past kindness, I would like to advise you, Mr. Qi, to give up on your own initiative. Today your Qi family will definitely lose. Just admit defeat now and hand over the remaining jurisdiction of the street shops. With your Qi family's assets, you can still have a chance to enjoy your old age in peace. Why do you have to gamble everything of the Qi family? Humph, the Chamber of Commerce competition hasn't even started yet. How do you know that my Qi family will lose? Is it possible that your Jiang family is afraid? Qi Rongchang had a resolute expression and spoke bluntly without giving in. Even if he loses all the money of the Qi family, he will not give up. Seeing the Jiang family being so arrogant, Qi Yuan on the side couldn't help but stepped forward and said, If you want to swallow up my Qi family chamber of commerce, wait until you win. Chapter 57 It can't be him. Humph. You don't know what's good for you.
You asked for this. After today, the Qi family will disappear from Nanli City.
Jiang Zhen's face turned cold, and he was about to turn around and leave, but Ning Yechen behind him suddenly called out.
Wait a moment. Jiang Zhen stopped, frowned, turned around and looked at Ning Yechen in confusion. Who are you? Me? I'm just an ordinary house husband.
The one who is responsible for representing the Qi family in the Chamber of Commerce competition is my wife.
Ning Yechen took a step forward and said with a chuckle.
Jiang Zhen looked at Luo Ruiying, who was holding Luo Hongye behind Ning Yechen, smiled contemptuously, and said with a sinister smile.
Really? Then I advise you to let your wife give up and admit defeat. Otherwise, after today, you might be separated from your wife forever, ha ha ha. Everyone behind the Zheng family laughed unscrupulously.
The young man who was in charge of pushing Jiang Li even boldly teased Luo Ruiying.
It's a pity that such a beautiful girl died like this. Why don't you join my Zheng family and enjoy wealth and glory?
If you ask me, it's ridiculous for a monk to marry a mortal.
Why don't you marry me instead? I will love you well. Master Zhang Gan is right. Maybe we can also take advantage of it and enjoy it. Don't worry, when I get tired of playing, you guys will have your share. Zhang Gan waved his hand and said generously.
Zhang Gan is the eldest son of Jiang Ming, the younger brother of Jiang Zhen.
He has been following Jiang Li since he was a child and is uneducated.
His romantic and lustful nature is no less than Jiang Li's.
And his reputation as a pervert is even higher than Jiang Li's.
Jiang Li would at most use various means to coerce and bribe women to submit to him, while Jiang Gan liked to play with women and then throw them to his men for enjoyment. Even if he marries a wife, he will give her to his subordinates when he gets tired of her.
It's called rewarding his subordinates.
There were many women who chose to commit suicide because they could not bear the humiliation at his hands.
Your name is Jiang Gan, right?
When Ning Yechen heard these words, his eyes turned cold and he was already furious.
No one dares to humiliate his wife and children like this.
Ning Yechen secretly placed his palm in front of him so that Luo Ruiying behind him could not see it, and gently clenched his palm into a fist. The next second, Jiang Gan, who was grinning unscrupulously, suddenly started bleeding from all 7 of his orifices.
Jiang Gan looked stunned.
He reached out to touch the blood flowing from his nose and eyes. Before he could understand what was happening, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down dead on the spot. The blood sprayed onto Jiang Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in fear.
Ah! What happened? This scene scared everyone present.
Everyone in the Zhang family retreated in fear.
No one knew what happened. Jiang Gan suddenly died.
Luo Ruiying's expression froze, and he immediately stuffed Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's arms and went forward to check on him personally. This check instantly made Luo Ruiying's expression change suddenly, and her pretty face was full of shock.
Jiang Gan's internal organs were all rotten.
The body was severely twisted and squeezed in an instant.
Who is it?
She killed Jiang Gan silently and directly, and she didn't even notice the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power.
He didn't even notice the other party's attack.
Luo Ruiying looked around at everyone around her but didn't find any suspicious people.
Madam, what happened? Ning Yechen asked beside Luo Ruiying with a look of horror. Acting still needs to be performed well. Otherwise, it would be bad if my wife suspected me.
Originally, he was planning to crush to death all those people who laughed at the Zhang family. But if that happens, today's Chamber of Commerce competition may not be held, and he may also be suspected by Luo Ruiying.
The rest can only be saved for next time. Someone killed him, but I don't know who.
Luo Ruiying said this with a serious expression, feeling powerless and worried. If the other party attacked Ning Yechen, she wouldn't even have any way to stop him. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be looking for her. Everyone in the Zhang family was so frightened that they couldn't calm down for a long time.
Jiang Zhen walked to Chen Ro's side and asked quietly with lingering fear. Saint Envoy, who did this? Chen Ro shook her head, looking shocked. Because he didn't notice anything unusual.
Chen Ro turned her gaze to Ning Yechen. Jiang Gan died suddenly after saying those words.
Could it be? Impossible, it can't be him. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body, and he did not make any move to attack. The murderer is someone else.
Seeing that Chen Ro hadn't found the murderer, Jiang Zhen asked with some concern.
Sir Holy Envoy, how about postponing today's competition? No need.
The other party has no intention of attacking again.
He should have left. The competition will proceed as usual. We should capture Nanli City as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble.
Chen Rou said calmly with a determined look. Jiang Jin did not dare to disobey Chen Rou's decision. Although he was worried, he had no choice but to proceed according to the plan.
The Jiang family quietly took Jiang Gan's body away. Although this unexpected episode passed, it still lingers in everyone's mind. Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Jin and stated his purpose. Master Jiang, in this Chamber of Commerce competition, the Qi family and the Jiang family each bet on the jurisdiction of 40% of the streets in the city, right? Can we change the bet? Why, the Qi family regrets it.
Once the bet is signed, there is no room for regret. Jiang Jin thought that the Qi family wanted to go back on their word and asked Ning Yechen to say it, so he made sarcastic remarks.
Ning Yechen shook his head slowly, his eyes fixed, and said, No, Master Jiang has misunderstood. I mean exactly the opposite.
The bet must include the remaining 20% of the street jurisdiction of your Jiang family.
What? You want my Jiang family to include all the street jurisdictions in the bet? Why? Your Qi family wants to bet less than 40% of the street jurisdiction against my Jiang family's 60%?
That's ridiculous. There is no such good thing in the world.
Jiang Jin sneered disdainfully. What if the Qi family offers the recipe for the healing liquid as an additional bet? Ning Yechen chuckled.
This sentence immediately changed Jiang Jin's expression and made him hesitate. Recently, the Qi family has made a lot of money by selling the healing liquid, which makes the Jiang family jealous. The Jiang family also tried to buy one, but they were unable to research all the herbs needed for the prescription and were unable to imitate it. If he could obtain the prescription and occupy the entire Nanli city, then the healing elixir would be exclusively owned by his Jiang family.
The price is not determined by him. But after all, Jiang Jin was gambling with the entire Jiang family's assets in Nanli City, so he had to be cautious. Saint Envoy, are you sure you can win that woman?
Jiang Jin leaned close to Chen Rou's ear and whispered.
Chen Rou stared at Luo Ruiying and smiled sinisterly. Master Jiang, rest assured, it's 99% certain.
After receiving Chen Rou's affirmative answer, Jiang Jin's face lit up with joy, and he immediately turned around and agreed to Ning Yechen's request to change the bet.
Okay. My Jiang family agrees. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, turned around, and looked at Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, and said embarrassedly.
I have the audacity to change the bet on behalf of the Qi family.
Is the Qi family master willing to accept it?
As you said, sir.
Qi Rongchang was not at all dissatisfied because Ning Yechen arbitrarily changed the bet and used the precious pill recipe as a bet. Because his Qi family had no right to be dissatisfied. The pill recipe was given to the Qi family by Ning Yechen, so the decision-making power naturally lay in his hands. Besides, Luo Ruiying was willing to fight on behalf of the Qi family, and the Qi family was already very grateful. My Qi family also agreed.
Qi Rongchang shouted at Jiang Jin in a stern voice. Witnessed by Han Guangji, the head of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce who stayed in Nanli City, the Qi and Jiang families pressed their fingerprints again and changed the bet. The head of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce will also serve as a witness and referee for this Chamber of Commerce competition. Han Guangji put away the gambling contract and announced to the Qi family and the Jiang family. In the name of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce, this Chamber of Commerce competition is absolutely fair and just. The competition will end in life or death until one party dies or surrenders. If the Qi family and the Jiang family have no more objections, this Chamber of Commerce competition will officially begin.
Chapter 58. She has to go home quickly to take care of her children.
More and more people gathered in the seats below the stage, and many people who came to watch the fun gradually gathered around. Hearing that the Qi and Jiang families had changed the bet for the competition, everyone was looking forward to the outcome of the competition.
Both families have gambled everything they have in Nanli City.
On the stage, the rest of the Jiang and Qi families retreated, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chen Rou standing on the stage. A barrier rose up around the circular arena, covering the entire arena. The battles between monks are extremely dangerous, especially those with more advanced cultivation. Their attacks are often earth-shattering and will inevitably have some impact. Competitions in the city require extreme caution. Ning Yechen sat in the seat holding Luo Hongye and watched quietly, and Qi Yuan also sat next to him. At this time, Qi Yuan looked at Luo Ruiying on the ring with a worried and nervous expression, his hands clasped tightly together. Luo Hongye, who was sitting in Ning Yechen's arms, raised his little head and looked at Ning Yechen, his little face full of worry.
Daddy, is Mom going to fight the bad guys again? Yeah, but don't worry Yi. Your mother is very powerful.
Ning Yechen smiled and rubbed Luo Hongya's head to comfort him.
He is very clear about his wife's strength.
She could almost kill a peak Heavenly God Realm cultivator with one sword strike, let alone this little man at the peak of Heavenly Man Realm. Even if something really happens, no one will notice if he acts secretly.
He would never let Luo Ruiying get hurt.
Qi Yuan, who was sitting next to Ning Yechen, couldn't help but reveal a trace of guilt on his face. She wanted Luo Ruiying to win, but was also worried that she would get hurt. If Luo Ruiying was really hurt because of her, she would really blame herself.
How could she dare to face Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya in the future?
On the stage, Shen Rou stared at Luo Ruiying in front of her, spread her hands confidently and smiled with open arms.
Come on. Let me see what you can do. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Ruiying frowned and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only a faint golden shadow was left there.
When Shen Rou came to his senses, Luo Ruiying's cold red eyes had already come to him. The magic sword at his waist was unsheathed, and the brilliant golden sword light shone on his face. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down countless times. The playful and confident look on Shen Rou's face gradually turned into horror, and her mouth slowly opened.
So fast. What a speed! Is she really at the level of a celestial being? Puff!
The golden sword light directly cut through Shen Rou's body, slashing down at an angle. Blood splattered everywhere instantly. Luo Ruiying had no intention of wasting time talking to Chen Rou and was ready to end it quickly and decisively. She has to go home quickly to take care of her children.
Puff!
Chen Rou spat out blood, and immediately took a step back, dodged to create some distance, and threw out several Heavenly Thunder Hunyuan pearls.
The power of the Heavenly Thunder Hunyuan pearls is extremely great.
Each of them contains a huge amount of compressed power of Heavenly Thunder and needs the help of Heavenly Thunder to be refined.
Very precious.
The power of the exploding Heavenly Thunder is enough to kill a cultivator in the immortal realm with one strike.
And he threw out more than a dozen at once.
This is one of his trump cards that he has treasured for a long time and has never been willing to use. He didn't expect that this damn woman was so powerful, forcing him to attack immediately without reservation. More than a dozen Heavenly Thunder Hunyuan pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, surrounding her.
Thunder! Explode! Chen Rou raised two fingers and issued an angry decree. Dozens of Heavenly Thunder primordial beads flashed with lightning and exploded instantly. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying looked indifferent. He turned the magic sword in his hand magnificently and inserted it into the ground. The sword energy spread out, and a transparent golden shadow enveloped Luo Ruiying. Boom boom boom.
More than a dozen Heavenly Thunder mixed Yuan pearls exploded at the same time. The power was truly astonishing.
The entire arena was instantly blown to pieces and was in ruins. Everyone who was seated near the arena could not help but retreat far away in fear. Thick dust covered the entire arena.
Everyone held their breath and stared at the ring nervously. Chen Rou covered her chest where blood was flowing out, with a smug and sinister smile on her face. The power of more than a dozen Heavenly Thunder Hunyuan pearls is such that even if he doesn't die, he will probably only have half his life left. However, soon, when the dust settled, Luo Ruiying appeared in front of everyone with the fairy sword in her hand, her delicate and graceful figure intact. Not to mention being injured, even her clothes and dress were not damaged in the slightest. How is this possible?
Chen Rou was shocked and asked in confusion.
How could it be possible that nothing happened when it was located in the center of more than a dozen Heavenly Thunder mixed Yuan pearls at the same time? Below the ring, everyone in the Qi family breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief on their faces. Ning Yechen had a smile on his face from beginning to end. Luo Ruiying's injuries are now basically healed, and the magic skills she has learned are all unique skills in the fairy world. How could those few little beads possibly hurt her? Moreover, the fairy sword in her hand shone with golden light. When it moved, the sword light was like a shadow, and when it was still, the fairy light was overflowing and elegant.
It was extraordinary.
If Chen Rou hadn't been wearing a low-level fairy armor at the beginning, he would have been cut in half by the sword. Compared with the Qi family, the Zhang family looked extremely ugly. The holy envoy of the Holy Lotus sect has reached the peak of the Heavenly Man realm, so how could he be completely powerless in front of that woman?
Whereas the 99% chance of winning? Zhang Li also had a gloomy expression.
Now his legs are disabled, he will never be able to walk again, and his life is gone. This made him even more irritable and ferocious. And he blamed all the sins on Ning Yechen's family.
It was because he met them that day that he was delayed on the road, so he was assassinated and became what he is now. So before the competition, he specifically instructed Chen Rou to humiliate Luo Ruiying in public. The result was completely unexpected and one-sided. Chen Rou is no match for Luo Ruiying at all. This was difficult for everyone in the Jiang family to accept.
Chen Rou also noticed the Luoshan immortal sword in Luo Ruiying's hand at this time and was greatly shocked.
That is definitely a magical sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily cut through the Xin Yun immortal armor on his body with just one sword.
Originally, relying on the Xin Yun immortal armor and the Tianlei Hunyuan pearl, he was confident that he could win easily.
But he didn't expect that the other party had an extraordinary magic sword in his hand.
Chen Rou's already pale face became even paler as paper due to excessive blood loss, and her complexion became even uglier and gloomier.
Lord Holy Envoy! What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly!
Zhongli was so angry at this time that he shouted at Chen Rou on the stage. The most important thing is gone, and he has lost interest in Luo Ruiying.
Now he just wants to see Luo Ruiying die. What's more, this competition concerns the entire future of the Jiang family in Nanli City. No mistakes are allowed.
Being called a loser like that, Chen Rou's face revealed a vicious look. When he wins the competition and returns, he will kill this loser from the Jiang family.
If he hadn't been so nosy and provoked others, he probably wouldn't have had to deal with Luo Ruiying today. But no matter what, he must not lose today's competition.
Chen Rou's face was filled with hatred. She took out a lotus seed from her arms and swallowed it, a pale and sinister smile appearing on her pale face.
You forced me to do this. Chapter 59, Kill with One Sword. Ah!
After taking the lotus seeds, a surge of violent spiritual power instantly burst out from Chen Rou's body. The spiritual energy on his body continued to soar, and it was obvious that he had reached the initial level of cultivation to enter the realm of the gods. Seeing this, everyone in the Jiang family sitting at the table couldn't help but smile with joy.
Judging from the momentum, the Holy Envoy is serious. Kill her quickly, Lord Saint.
Zhang Zhen's face was also full of excitement at this time. Regardless of his status as the head of the family, he shouted impatiently. He just wanted to win quickly and take over the entire Nanli city, and didn't want any more accidents to happen. When the violent and raging aura gradually subsided, Chen Rou looked at Luo Ruiying with a sinister expression, with a smug smile on her lips.
You're already pretty good to be able to push me to this point. But that's it. Even if you want to surrender now, it's too late. In order to temporarily break through to the heavenly god realm by taking the holy lotus seeds, this would require greatly damaging one's own foundation. This means that it will be difficult for him to truly break through to the heavenly god realm in the future. This was his last trump card, and the reason why he was so confident in saying he had a 99% chance of winning before the competition began. But if he hadn't had to, he really didn't want to go this far. Since he is forced to do so, he will naturally not let Luo Ruiying go easily. However, just as Chen Rou's voice fell, a glazed golden light emanated from Luo Ruiying's eyes, and the image of the immortal Lord Luo appeared faintly behind him. He flashed and approached Chen Rou again, stared at her with cold eyes, and swung the magic sword in his hand. The image of the goddess Luoshan behind him also slashed out with a sword. This time Chen Rou saw Luo Ruiying's movements clearly, but misjudged her strength. Chen Rou was shocked. He used his spiritual power to create a barrier and raised his sword to block in front of him. However, the immortal sword of Luoshan easily cut off the spiritual sword in his hand, and the golden sword light passed across his neck. Even the barrier of the arena behind him was cut open by the sword light. Chen Rou was stunned and stood there in disbelief. How is this possible? He lost? What's wrong with this woman? With such speed and sword power, is she really at the level of a celestial being? Chen Rou couldn't understand, and he would never have the chance to understand. As Luo Ruiying's sword returned to its sheath with a clear sound, Chen Rou's head rolled off his neck. The entire arena was in dead silence. Chen Rou is dead? The Jiang family actually lost? That powerful person at the peak of the heavenly realm was killed by the woman in front of him with just 2 sword strikes? Didn't he just forcefully break through to the heavenly god realm? Yet, he couldn't even block that sword. Everyone present was stunned with shock. Many people thought that the Jiang family had a sure win in this competition, but they never expected the result to be so unexpected. After a brief shock, the Qi family suddenly broke into thunderous cheers. We won! Our Qi family won! Very good! Mr. Qi, we won!
As the Qi family cheered, the rest of the people at the table also congratulated the Qi family and cheered excitedly. This is also the result that most people want to see. It can be said to be what everyone expects. Luo Ruiying slowly jumped off the stage and walked towards Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen also carried Luo Hongye and walked towards Luo Ruiying, preparing to give his wife a hug. However, he didn't expect that another figure would be one step ahead of him and quickly fly into Luo Ruiying's arms. "Sister Luo, thank you so much. You're really amazing." Qi Yuan hugged Luo Ruiying tightly and expressed gratitude. At this time, she was so excited that tears were streaming down her face and she was crying with joy. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and didn't say much. He forced himself to use Luoshan once again, and his spiritual energy was exhausted. Fortunately, with the experience of dealing with the ghost husband last time, and Shen Ro's cultivation was not too strong, she did not overdraw her spiritual power this time. "My lady, thank you for your hard work." Ning Yechen came to Luo Ruiying holding Luo Hongye and said with a smile on his face. Then he glanced unhappily at Qi Yuan, who was still holding Luo Ruiying. This girl really took his place. There's really no atmosphere at all. Luo Ruiying smiled complacently and took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. As the former empress of the fairy world, if she can't even solve a small peak of the heavenly realm, then she has practiced in vain for so long. Just as the family of three was about to leave, Zhang Zhen's angry shout suddenly rang out from behind. "Wait a moment. I don't approve of this competition. Cheating. She must have used some despicable means, otherwise how could she have defeated the holy envoy?" Zhang Zhen pointed at Luo Ruiying and roared almost hysterically. He absolutely could not accept such an outcome. Luo Ruiying's victory in the competition meant that from this moment on, the Jiang family had lost jurisdiction over all the streets in Nanli City. The entire Nanli City will belong to the Qi family. All his hard work went down the drain. Why, the Jiang family can't afford to lose. Are you planning on defaulting on your debt? Qi Yuan looked at Zhang Zhen and laughed smugly and playfully. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, I don't have to endure the oppression of the Jiang family anymore. I will never admit the result of this competition. Zhang Zhen stared at Qi Yuan with eyes wide open, his fierce gaze like a wild beast, wishing he could eat her up. Everyone in the Jiang family and their guards also rushed over with weapons in hand and surrounded everyone in the Qi family. The situation suddenly became tense. At this moment, Han Guangxi slowly fell from mid-air to between the Qi family and the Jiang family, looked at Zhang Zhen and his men with a cold gaze, and shouted. "The Chamber of Commerce competition has ended. Could it be that the Jiang family is going to violate the rules set by the Treasure Chamber of Commerce?" Han Guangxi's powerful aura of cultivation burst out, instantly shocking everyone in the Jiang family and causing them to retreat. The Chamber of Commerce competition witnessed by the Treasure Chamber of Commerce is absolutely fair and just. The Jiang family's behavior has violated the rules of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce. Everyone in the Jiang family was shocked and looked fearful. I never expected that Han Guangxi's cultivation level was at the level of a celestial god. Besides, the Treasure Chamber of Commerce is spread all over the world, and its power should not be underestimated. It is definitely not something that a small Jiang family like him can afford to provoke. The crowd watching around had long been fed up with the Jiang family's arrogance, and now that they had lost the competition, they wanted to go back on their word. Everyone was indignant and cheered for the Qi family, and stood behind them. The Jiang family has already lost, do they still want to take action? The Jiang family has brought disgrace upon the Chamber of Commerce by going back on their word. Go away. The Jiang family instantly became the target of public criticism in the competition arena, and everyone shouted and scolded them like rats crossing the street. Everyone in the Jiang family clenched their fists in anger, snorted angrily, and turned away in disgrace. With people from the Treasure Chamber of Commerce present, and having provoked public anger, we must not take action. Just wait. One day, he will make everyone present regret it. Zhang Zhen thought viciously in his heart. Today is simply a humiliation to the Jiang family. Qi Rongchan was so happy that he shouted to Zhang Zhen behind him. Please, Master Jiang, prepare the street jurisdiction contract and hand it over to my Qi family tomorrow. Zhang Zhen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he didn't turn around to answer. Like a lost dog, he walked away quickly. Chapter 60. She is here too? After everyone in the Jiang family had left, Qi Rongchan turned to Luo Ruiying and bowed solemnly to thank her. Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your help. My Qi family will definitely remember this favor in our hearts. If Luo Ruiying had not acted on behalf of the Qi family, there would probably be no Qi family in Nanli City after today. Everyone in the Qi family was filled with infinite gratitude towards Luo Ruiying. Mr. Qi, you are too polite. Luo Ruiying smiled lightly and said politely. Would Fairy Luo, Master Ning, and your daughter be willing to come to my Qi family as guests? I have ordered people to prepare a banquet and entertain you as a token of my family's gratitude. Qi Rongchang invited Luo Ruiying with a smile. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation strength and Ning Yechen's extraordinary talent, either one of them is enough to win over the Qi family. It is absolutely right to establish a good relationship with a powerful cultivator whose strength and cultivation are enough to kill a peak heavenly man realm cultivator with a single sword strike. Sister Luo, come to our house and sit down, so that my Qi family can express gratitude. Qi Yuan also echoed expectantly. Faced with the Qi family's cordial invitation, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen looked at each other and understood each other without words. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and politely declined to Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan. Thank you for your kindness, Qi family, but my husband and I don't like crowds. Besides, I have already prepared the food at home today, so I won't bother the Qi family. I guess the Qi family has a lot to do today. They came to Nanli City to live in seclusion, mainly to lead an ordinary and peaceful life. On the one hand, he assisted the Qi family this time because he did not want to accept the Qi family's kindness in giving him the house for nothing. On the other hand, he simply hated the Zhang family and did not want to have too much involvement with the Qi family. Hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan couldn't help but look disappointed, but they didn't force it. Now that the Qi Family Chamber of Commerce has won the competition, the situation in the Nanli City of the Qi family has instantly reversed. There are indeed still many preparations waiting for the Qi family to take over. Ning Yechen smiled and instructed Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, if you are free tomorrow, please come to my house to see me. Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were both curious and confused. I don't know what Ning Yechen asked her to do with him tomorrow. However, Qi Yuan still nodded and responded. Okay, brother Ning. Ning Yechen didn't explain, turned around, took Luo Ruiying's hand and left. Her hand was suddenly held tightly, and Luo Ruiying was startled, with an inexplicable heartbeat in her heart. Surprisingly, she didn't hate the feeling of being led by him like this. After calming down, Luo Ruiying took the initiative to hold Ning Yechen's hand. The family of three slowly left under the gaze of everyone. The crowd watching gave way in awe. Many people recognized Luo Ruiying at a glance as the beautiful woman they saw a few days ago. Now, after seeing her true strength, no one dares to disrespect her anymore. He is a strong man who can kill a peak heavenly man realm expert with just one sword. Killing them is no easier than killing chickens. The two of them walked hand in hand back to the front of the house. As they walked, Luo Ruiying discovered that a lot of luggage was piled up in front of the doors of the empty houses next to theirs. Many servants were coming in and out carrying things. It seems that all the houses have been sold. All the houses nearby were sold overnight, which is quite rare for such a remote place. Yechen, there seem to be new neighbors next door. I'll take some things to them later. Although life might not be so quiet in the future with the arrival of new neighbors, Luo Ruiying still planned to follow the custom of friendly neighbors among mortals and say hello to the new neighbors. Ning Yechen certainly would not object. When he was about to agree, he happened to see the door of the house next door open and a very familiar figure walked out. Yi Tianchen, wearing simple clothes, walked to the door, picked up his things like an ordinary person and prepared to go into the house. After seeing Ning Yechen, Yi Tianchen smiled slightly on his stern face, nodded slightly to show his goodwill, and did not say a word more. It's like saying hello to new neighbors. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was stunned. What is going on? That guy must be Night God. There's no way he could be wrong. Although he hid himself perfectly, he could still see his hidden cultivation. When Luo Ruiying saw Yi Tianchen taking the initiative to show goodwill to them, he also nodded slightly in a friendly manner in return. Yi Tianchen didn't say anything, but walked back into the house with the things in his arms, as if he didn't know him. The other party was quite polite. I'll go inside to get some fruit and say hello to him. Luo Ruiying prepared to go home, pick up some fruit and go say hello to the new neighbors. Ning Yechen was so frightened that he quickly stopped her and said, Ma'am, no. Why? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen in confusion. It was the first time she saw Ning Yechen so excited and nervous. My lady, just take Yi home and stay there. I will go buy some fruit myself and greet him. Just leave this matter to your husband.
Ning Yechen explained with an embarrassed smile. As he spoke, he pushed Luo Ruiying back to the door of his home. If Luo Ruiying were to come into contact with Yi Tianqian, and if he discovered something, or if Yi Tianqian accidentally revealed his identity, that would be disastrous. All right. Then I'll leave it to you. Although Luo Ruiying was a little confused as to why Ning Yechen suddenly became so enthusiastic and insisted on visiting the neighbors in person, she did not think much about it and returned home first with Luo Hongye in her arms. After seeing Luo Ruiying walking towards home, Ning Yechen quickly appeared in Yi Tianqian's home and came in front of him. Greetings, Master Demon. Yi Tianqian quickly stopped the work in his hands, put his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully and greeted. Ning Yechen had a cold face, frowned, and looked very unhappy. He asked, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come and disturb my life?" "I dare not." Yi Tianqian immediately replied in a serious voice. "Then pack your things and go back to the demon world. Don't show up in front of me again." Ning Yechen immediately ordered them to be driven away. However, unexpectedly, this time Night God did not obey, but spoke. "Master Demon, I'm sorry that I can't obey you. We are ordered to guard the wife and the little princess of Lord Demon. We are always ready to obey your orders and protect the wife and the little princess." "Master Demon, please rest assured. I will disguise my identity and will never bring any trouble to you, Master Demon." Ning Yechen was so angry when he saw that Yi Tianqian dared to disobey his orders that he was about to raise his hand to teach him a lesson and then throw him back to the demon world himself. However, just as he raised his hand, Ning Yechen realized what Yi Tianqian meant by what he had just said. "Wait, what do you mean by I wait? Besides you, is there anyone else coming?" Night God lowered his head and replied respectfully. "Yes. Except for my subordinates, all other legion commanders, commanders of various legions, generals, imperial guards, and secret guards have been ordered to disguise their identities and lurk in various places in the city. I am ready to accept your orders at any time, Master Demon." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen looked stunned. Who gave the order? Master Demon, its master's or protector. Could it be that she is here too? Chapter 61. Are you three the Demon Lordess' newly adopted pets? Time goes back to the Chamber of Commerce competition. Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying and others had already left, so Meng Niu and the other two were naturally responsible for staying at home. Even though Ning Yechen was not there, they still diligently cleaned every inch of the house. Only after everything was cleaned did the three of them sit around on the steps in the courtyard, with feather blankets, rags and other cleaning tools in their hands. "Hey, tell me, how long will it take for the master and the lady to come back with the young lady?" Bai Yuan asked curiously to Meng Niu and Kai Se who were beside him. Although Madame's cultivation is only at the heavenly man realm, the spiritual power in her body is very strong and extraordinary. "I estimate that she will be back soon." Kai Se folded his arms across his chest, crossed his legs and said calmly. She had accidentally seen Luo Ruiying secretly using her spiritual power to wash clothes. The light golden spiritual power was filled with unusual pressure, which made her feel a little afraid. If it was a fight of life and death, she wasn't even completely confident that she could defeat Luo Ruiying. It can be seen that the lady's strength is also extraordinary. Meng Niu patted his chest arrogantly and said, "I don't know how long it will take for the lady to come back. But if the adults allow me to go, I will slap those people to death with one slap." "Stupid cow, you better restrain yourself. If you reveal your identity and ruin the good deeds of the adults will not let you go. Don't forget, you hit the young lady in the face with your snowball, and the adults haven't come to you to settle the score yet. You should be thankful that you are alive today." Kai Se rolled his eyes at Meng Niu and said. Sometimes she was really afraid that this stupid cow would accidentally reveal its identity. If the adults come to investigate, she and Bai Yuan will probably be implicated as well. When Ning Yechen was mentioned, the smugness on Meng Niu's face instantly disappeared. He shrank his head like a wilted flower and became extremely well-behaved. Thinking of how he kept accidentally breaking things while working, my body couldn't help but tremble slightly. If the adults dislike him, will they just deal with him directly? Compared to when the Lord and Madam will come back, I sympathize more with the Jiang family. Why do you have to offend an adult when you can offend anyone else? Thinking of Ning Yechen's terror, Kai Se couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the Jiang family. Given your character, you will never let the Jiang family go. I'm afraid that in a few days, the Jiang family will disappear from the world. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. A few days later? That's too long.
If you wish, you can make the Jiang family disappear now. It's just that the Lord doesn't seem to want the Jiang family to disappear so directly. Kai Sei said calmly. The fact that Ning Yechen did not let them directly destroy the entire Jiang family only proves one thing. That is, he didn't want the Jiang family to disappear so directly, otherwise it would only take a few minutes to destroy the Jiang family. Just as the three of them were chatting, there was a light knock on the gate. Someone is coming? Is the adult back? Kai Sei and the other two were startled and quickly stood up and pretended to work. Sweep the floor, wipe the table. At this time, Kai Sei and the other two were full of doubts. Logically speaking, my lord and my lady would not go out of their way to conceal their breath and footsteps when returning home. Why didn't they hear any sound at all? Soon, the gate slowly opened, and a woman with a cold and beautiful face and a dignified figure gently stepped into the yard. She looked around the environment with interest and murmured softly. Is this where the demon lord lives in seclusion? After searching for over 100 years, she finally found it. Meng Niu and the other two looked at the newcomer in confusion, then silently stopped what they were doing. Hey! They thought it was the adults coming back and got scared. It turns out you are not an adult. Meng Niu said bluntly in dissatisfaction. Hey, who are you? Don't you know you can't just walk into someone else's house? These days, there is basically no one else coming and going in the house except Qi Yuan. When Meng Niu saw the stranger coming, his first reaction was to think that she was someone who had come to the wrong place and he wanted to drive her away. Kai Sei hurriedly stopped Meng Niu, fearing that he would cause trouble. He took the initiative to politely come to Yu Qingyu and asked politely. Who are you looking for? The master and his wife are not at home at the moment. Isn't there? Yu Qingyu muttered lightly, looking a little disappointed. But we have already waited for more than 100 years, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. During this time, she also wanted to learn more about the current life of the demon lord. Yu Qingyu walked into the yard on her own, looking around curiously with her beautiful eyes, and ignored Meng Niu and the other two. This made Kai Sei frown slightly. Who is this person? He is too self-conscious. If she didn't want to cause trouble for the adults, she would have thrown her out long ago. Seeing Yu Qingyu was about to step into the hall, Kai Sei and the other two finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood in front of her, asking unhappily. May I ask who you are, young lady? It's really rude to enter someone else's home without permission. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu stopped and looked at Kai Sei and the other two with her calm eyes. When she spoke, she stunned everyone. The sky-swallowing divine python, the chaos demon bull, the titan giant ape. I didn't expect that the blood of ancient monsters still exists in the human world. It's just that his strength is a little too weak. He has only recently entered the immortal realm. Kai Sei and the other two widened their eyes, looking shocked. This man saw through the disguises of the three of them at a glance. You know, the three of them have already entered the immortal realm. This is already the most advanced level of cultivation in the human world. Even Luo Ruiying couldn't see through their disguised identities, but this woman who suddenly arrived saw through them at a glance. Although this person doesn't have the slightest aura of cultivation, he is definitely not ordinary. Kai Sei and the other two suddenly looked serious, glanced at each other secretly, and attacked at the same time without hesitation. I heard that someone has been trying to hunt down the lady and the young lady. Maybe this woman is it. When the adults are not around, it is also their responsibility to guard the home. Let us take her down first. Looking at the three people attacking, Yu Qingyu's expression did not change at all. She just opened her mouth and said lightly, "Get down." In an instant, Kai Sei and the other two felt a shock in their heads, and their bodies seemed to be controlled by an unknown force, and they fell to the ground in an instant. My body just won't obey my commands. This was not a pressure from spiritual power that forced them to lie down, because there was no spiritual energy emanating from her. Instead, the words she spoke seemed to have an inexplicable magical power that controlled their bodies and forced them to obey. They had no power to fight back at all. This is the second person who made them feel so terrified and powerless since they met Ning Yechen. Yu Qingyu stood in front of Kai Sei and the other two, looking down at them, frowning slightly, and said with a hint of disdain, "Too weak. Are you three the demon lord's newly adopted pets?" Master Demon. Pet. Kai Sei raised his head in confusion. Is the demon lord that this woman is talking about the same lord? No matter how you look at it, the three of them are all powerful people in the immortal realm, but in the mouth of this woman, they are treated as pets. But considering the strength of that adult, it seems not wrong to call the three of them pets.
Chapter 62. My wife was fooled. After parting with Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying walked into the courtyard holding Luo Hongya. When Luo Ruiying saw the courtyard gate was wide open, she was puzzled and thought that Kai Sei and the others had forgotten to close the door. It was not until I entered the yard and saw Yu Qingyu's beautiful figure that I realized someone was coming. Luo Ruiying glanced at Yu Qingyu, then turned his gaze to Kai Sei and the other two lying on the ground, and asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you lying on the ground? Madam, miss, you are back. We just slipped accidentally and fell to the ground. Kai Sei explained with a wry smile. Just then, Yu Qingyu quietly withdrew the order, and Kai Sei and the other two, who had regained their freedom, hurriedly got up from the ground. The look he gave Yu Qingyu was filled with unprecedented fear. If she wanted to kill them, it would only take her a word. 3 people fell down at the same time. This is too careless. Luo Ruiying didn't think much about it, and looked at Yu Qingyu again and asked. Who is this girl? Ever since Luo Ruiying came back with Luo Hongya, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been fixed on the two of them, never leaving them. Her beautiful eyes gradually revealed endless joy and love. Is she the wife of Lord Demon, the lady of the demon world? Such an extremely beautiful appearance is a perfect match for Lord Demon. Then the little cutie in her arms must be the little princess of the demon world. It's so beautiful and cute. Just like Lord Demon when he was a child. Satisfy. She was so satisfied. Yu Qingyu's cold face couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing an irrepressible smile of joy. She should have remained graceful and calm at times like this, but she just couldn't help herself. Yu Qingyu's smile seemed extremely suspicious in Luo Ruiying's eyes. This woman had been sizing her up and Luo Hongya in her arms from the beginning, her fiery eyes revealing joy. Could it be that she is? Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and became alert all of a sudden. Yu Qingyu didn't care. She walked to Luo Ruiying with light and graceful steps, crossed her legs, stroked her chest with her hands, bowed slightly, and performed a very elegant greeting. Meet the lady and the little princess. Madam, little princess. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongya tighter in his arms and stared at Yu Qingyu with a puzzled look. Just when Yu Qingyu was about to answer, Ning Yechen hurried back. As soon as he saw Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen's expression suddenly changed. She really came. Ning Yechen quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Luo Ruiying, and asked. You, why are you here too? Yechen, do you know this girl? Before Yu Qingyu answered, Luo Ruiying asked first. My wife, she was also a servant in my husband's family. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Ning Yechen thought quickly and tried to smooth things over. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying looked at Yu Qingyu carefully again. Although I had heard Ning Yechen say that his family background was not bad, I didn't expect that even his servants were so good-looking and elegant. I originally thought that Kai Sei and the other two had temperament and appearance far beyond that of ordinary people, but I didn't expect that this girl's appearance and temperament were even better than them. Yu Qingyu always gives her a noble, elegant and indifferent temperament, which is not at all like the temperament a maid should have. Not inferior to her at all. Yu Qingyu was very smart and quickly understood why Ning Yechen stopped her from speaking. This lady doesn't seem to know the true identity of the demon lord. She also sensed a faint aura of the immortal world from Luo Ruiying. She is from the fairyland. No wonder the demon lord deliberately hid his identity. Although Yu Qingyu was somewhat puzzled as to why the demon lord chose a girl from the fairyland as his wife, she had absolutely no objection. Because as long as Lord Demon is willing to marry and have children, she will absolutely agree no matter who he marries. Even if it was to find a pig demon, she wouldn't mind at all. After realizing that Ning Yechen did not want to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu immediately followed his words, bowed and respectfully introduced herself. I'm in the Quiet Moon next month. I'm here to see you, madam. I used to be the young master's personal maid. At the young master's order, I came here to serve the lady and the young lady. My orders? Ning Yechen was shocked. Where did he give such an order? Yu Qingyu's words meant that she was going to keep herself here. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned her head and looked at Ning Yechen beside her and asked. Ning Yechen thought it was bad. If she continued talking like this, it would be difficult for him to find an excuse to get rid of her. But at this moment, I couldn't say no, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Luo Ruiying. Without much time to hesitate, Ning Yechen had no choice but to nod in agreement with Yu Qingyu's words. Yes, ma'am. Is that so? But I'm not used to being served.
After learning that Yu Qingyu was called over by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying let down his guard.
Ning Yechen seized the opportunity of Luo Ruiying's words and immediately said, "Since my wife is not used to it, I will let her leave."
After saying that, Ning Yechen immediately glanced at Yu Qingyu and whispered,
"Get out of here now."
Yu Qingyu seemed not to have heard Ning Yechen's voice transmission. Her cold face suddenly turned into a tearful expression. She stretched out her fingers to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said in a sad voice,
"Master, I have been looking for you since you left. I'm really glad to see you again. But now you want to drive me away. I've been wandering outside for a long time. If you don't want me, I have nowhere to go, woo woo."
Ning Yechen, huh?
Ning Yechen was dumbfounded.
He never expected that Yu Qingyu would resort to such a self-torture tactic in order to stay. The leader of the demon realm, who was second only to the emperor and above millions of people, actually put on a pitiful look. If he didn't know Yu Qingyu's character very well, he would have almost believed it. This is really incongruous.
You are not usually like this. Don't add drama to yourself.
And you don't look like you've been wandering outside for a long time.
Madam, you can't be fooled by her.
Ning Yechen turned his head to look at Luo Ruiying, and was instantly even more dumbfounded.
Luo Ruiying's eyes were slightly moist, and she looked at Yu Qingyu with sympathy. "It doesn't matter. There is still a room available at home.
Since we are here, let's stay here together for a while."
Luo Ruiying walked forward, took Yu Qingyu's hand and spoke softly.
After saying that, she turned around and glared at Ning Yechen fiercely, as if blaming him for being so ruthless.
How can you call someone and then ruthlessly drive them away?
When Luo Ruiying brought Luo Hongya into the human world, they wandered around for a while to avoid being hunted down, so he was deeply touched by Yu Qingyu's words. When Ning Yechen saw this scene, his first reaction was that it was over.
My wife was fooled.
Come, Miss Yu, I'll take you to pick a room you like.
Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu to the inner room. Thank you, ma'am.
Yu Qingyu bowed in response, her eyes secretly glanced at Ning Yechen, and a smile of victory appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Ning Yechen. Chapter 63, Too Safe. This will be your room from now on. Just tell me if you need anything.
Luo Ruiying took Yu Qingyu to choose a room in the inner courtyard and gave her instructions in a very kind manner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yu Qingyu bowed slightly in gratitude.
Every move reveals dignity, elegance, and respect. This made Luo Ruiying even more curious about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of family background could produce such an excellent and polite maid?
Ning Yechen has been following Luo Ruiying closely, always on guard against whether Yu Qingyu would do anything strange or say anything strange. Now that Yu Qingyu has been following Luo Ruiying, he has no chance to communicate with Yu Qingyu alone. And his voice transmission was completely ignored by her. It was as if he was sure that he wouldn't dare to attack her in front of Luo Ruiying. At this moment, Luo Hongye, who was lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, raised his head and said softly,
"Mother, I'm hungry every night."
"Ma'am, go and prepare something for Yi Yi to eat first."
"Leave this to me, your husband." Ning Yechen seized the opportunity and immediately interrupted.
As he said this, he pushed Luo Ruiying out of the room. "Okay, then you guys chat first." Luo Ruiying thought that Ning Yechen might not have seen his servant for a long time and wanted to reminisce about the past, so he didn't care and left first while holding Luo Hongye. "Then I'll go help the lady." Yu Qingyu wanted to go and help Luo Ruiying, but was immediately stopped by Ning Yechen.
"You stay. I still have something to tell you."
After confirming that Luo Ruiying had gone far away, Ning Yechen immediately closed the door and asked Yu Qingyu with a frown on his face.
"What are you doing here?"
"Serve the Lord Demon, his wife, and the little princess." After Luo Ruiying left, Yu Qingyu immediately assumed an extremely respectful attitude and replied with her hand on her chest.
"I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You don't have to follow me. I don't need your service either, leave now."
Ning Yechen drove Yu Qingyu away with a stern face. With them around, how could he live an ordinary secluded life with his wife and children?
Yu Qingyu's expression became solemn when she heard this.
She knelt on one knee, her hand still on her chest. She raised her head and looked at Ning Yechen and said solemnly,
"You will always be the only supreme being in my demon world. Just as we swore that day, we will always follow you. If you really want us to leave forever, you have to kill me with your own hands."
Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand gently. The void around Yu Qingyu suddenly began to twist. But Yu Qingyu remained motionless and had no intention of resisting at all. After some hesitation, Ning Yechen sighed helplessly and compromised. Get up. Sometimes he was really troubled by the loyalty and fanaticism of his subordinates. This makes it impossible for him to retire even if he wants to. I clearly told you not to look for him, but I have been looking for him for over 100 years. He couldn't really bear to kill such a subordinate. Yu Qingyu must have been certain of this, knowing clearly that there was no way he would do anything. So he really had no way to deal with her. This is what makes him most angry. Thank you, Master Demon. Yu Qingyu's lips curled up into a faint smile without any concealment, and she stood up as if nothing had happened. Tell me, how many people from the demon world did you let come here? Ning Yechen sat on a chair nearby, resting his cheek with one hand, looking indifferent and arrogant, and asked Yu Qingyu just like the demon lord in the past. Yu Qingyu was very happy to see Ning Yechen's demon lord posture again. Your Majesty, I have ordered all 13 demon gods to descend into the human world. I have also mobilized the 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions. They will all descend upon the human world in the near future. The commanders of various armies and your secret guards and imperial guards have also arrived in the city one after another. I have also arranged identities for each of them to hide in various places in the city, and they are ready to be dispatched by you at any time. Be sure to protect the safety of the lady and the little princess. Of course, we will never disturb the lives of you, Lord Demon, and your wife and little princess. Ning Yechen. This has disturbed my life. Ning Yechen stroked his forehead lightly and couldn't help but complain. All 13 demon gods have descended upon the human world, along with 3 legions of nearly 1 million people. This does not include the number of secret guards and the Imperial Guard. This doesn't look like they are here to protect, it's clearly like they are here to attack the entire human world. Just like this, you still want him to live a peaceful life. Keep the minimum number of personnel in the city, and transfer all legions back to the demon realm. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu and gave the order in a bad mood. Just Yu Qingyu's transfer of personnel is enough to flatten the entire human world. Yu Qingyu hesitated and said, Master Demon, isn't this unsafe? It's safe enough. Too safe. With you and me here, it is more than enough. Ning Yechen was speechless. With him around, there was no need for any protection at all, but Yu Qingyu still mobilized so many people with great fanfare. The 13 demon gods alone are already at the level of immortal emperors, not to mention Yu Qingyu coming here in person. When Yu Qingyu heard Ning Yechen's last sentence, she felt that it was a sign of trust in her. She smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. I understand. Everything will be in accordance with the will of Lord Demon. During this time, you will stay at home as a maid. Seeing that he couldn't drive Yu Qingyu away, Ning Yechen had no choice but to keep her at home for the time being. Yu Qingyu is a very smart and serious person. Even if she is there, it is very likely that she will not disturb his life. Besides, with Yu Qingyu by Luo Ruiying's mother and daughter's side, he could feel more at ease. Her existence is totally incomparable to that of Meng Niu and the other two. I have always been your personal maid, Master Demon. Yu Qingyu refuted Ning Yechen's words seriously. Ning Yechen was too lazy to argue with her, and directly called Meng Niu and the other two and told them. You 3, when I'm not around, you'll all obey her. Yes, sir. Meng Niu and the other two bowed their heads respectfully in response. They already knew the identity of Ning Yechen the Demon Lord, and had also witnessed Yu Qingyu's terrifying strength, so they had no objection at all. Yu Qingyu frowned and looked at Meng Niu and the other two, then turned to Ning Yechen and asked. Master Demon, even if you want to keep a pet, you should keep a powerful one. These 3 are too weak to be of any use at all. Not even as good as the hellhound at the gate of your demon palace. How about I get you a new batch in the demon realm? Meng Niu and the other two were trembling with fear when they heard this, and looked at Ning Yechen with tears in their eyes. If the adults don't want them anymore, will they be disposed of directly? Even if they are really weak, they are not completely useless, right? They have learned how to wash clothes, cook, clean, chop wood, and make fire. Ning Yechen also looked at Meng Niu and the other two speechlessly. How could this be anything like what a demon king should be like? Keep the 3 of them. I like them very much. In that case, then I will follow the Master Demon. Seeing that Ning Yechen said so, Yu Qingyu didn't force it anymore. Thank you, sir. Meng Niu and the other two burst into tears of gratitude. The adults didn't dislike them. They managed to survive again.
Chapter 64. She has always been like this. The other side. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms and sat in the hall. She held the porridge in her hands and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth spoon by spoon. Her beautiful eyes turned towards the direction of the rooms in the inner courtyard from time to time. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu have been talking in the room for a long time and haven't come out yet. Her intuition told her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen seemed unusual. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. I always wanted to go over and take a sneak peek, but I didn't think it was a good idea. Could it be that after staying in the human world for too long and living the life of a mortal, she has become prone to daydreaming? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but reach out and stroke her cheek and thought. She didn't have such wild thoughts before. I hope she is overthinking it. Mother, ah. Luo Hongye sat steadily in Luo Ruiying's arms, dangling his little feet, looking up at Luo Ruiying with his mouth wide open, as if waiting to be fed. Luo Ruiying smiled lovingly, put aside all distracting thoughts in her mind, and continued to scoop porridge into Luo Hongye's mouth one spoonful at a time. Luo Hongye squinted her eyes happily, swung her little feet back and forth, and revealed a lovely crescent-shaped smile. Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu and others also walked out from the inner courtyard at this time. Daddy! Luo Hongye called out in a soft voice. Ning Yechen smiled and took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms, hugged her lovingly, and gently stroked her petite back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying just smiled slightly, reached out to take out a towel and wiped Luo Hongye's mouth. Yu Qingyu saw this scene and was instantly moved to tears in her eyes, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. What a warm and happy scene! She had been waiting to see this scene for a long time, and finally she got to see it with her own eyes in her lifetime. Now, even if she dies, she has no regrets. She wished she could record this scene, project it onto the demon world, and let the entire demon world sing praises to it. Luo Ruiying noticed Yu Qingyu wiping away tears. Not knowing why, she immediately asked worriedly. Miss Yu, what's wrong with you? Ma'am, I'm fine, I'm just too moved. Move? Luo Ruiying asked doubtfully. Yes. Seeing the affection between the young master and you and the young lady, my heart is deeply moved. Thank you, ma'am. As Yu Qingyu spoke, she bowed deeply to Luo Ruiying. If it weren't for Luo Ruiying, she didn't know when she would be able to see the demon lord get married and have children. Luo Ruiying looked bewildered and at a loss, and turned to look at Ning Yechen in confusion. Ning Yechen was also helpless and didn't know how to explain. He just said lightly. My lady, don't worry. She has always been like this. Yu Qingyu has been urging him to get married from time to time in the demon realm for at least a few decades. For her, maybe she is really touched right now. Yu Qingyu slowly walked in front of Ning Yechen, her usually cold eyes showing ripples of pity, her gaze fixed on Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms. What a cute and beautiful little princess! She is indeed the little princess who inherited the excellent genes of Lord Demon. In the future, she will definitely not lose to the Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu suppressed her excitement and wanted to hug Luo Hongye in her arms, and asked Ning Yechen in an almost pleading tone. Master, can I hug the young lady? Yu Qingyu stared at Ning Yechen with her eyes, and the words I want to hug you were written all over her eyes. Ning Yechen was too embarrassed to refuse her. If it's just a hug, then there's no problem. Just don't scare Yi. Don't worry, master. If I scare the young lady, I will die as an apology. Yu Qingyu said this in a calm tone, as if she was talking about something that was no big deal. There's no need to go this far. Ning Yechen was speechless. Luo Ruiying standing by was also stunned. Miss Yu was too serious about asking for death to atone for every crime. Lying in Ning Yechen's arms, Luo Hongye looked at Yu Qingyu timidly but curiously. Ning Yechen gently handed Luo Hongye to Yu Qingyu, and gently instructed. Don't be afraid, Ye. She's not a good person. No. She's not a bad person. At first, Luo Hongye was quite resistant and reached out to hug Ning Yechen in his arms. The only people she trusted the most were Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and she would never let anyone else hug her. Even when Shi Yuan wanted to hug her, she would subconsciously resist. However, with Ning Yechen's gentle comfort, although Luo Hongye was still a little scared, he behaved very well. He did not struggle or cry, and was gently held in Yu Qingyu's arms. Yu Qingyu hugged Luo Hongye carefully, her face filled with incredible joy. The hands holding Luo Hongye couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his heart was filled with excitement. She held the demon lord as child. The little princess of the demon world. What an honor! She has decided. I will never wash these clothes or these hands again. He looks exactly like the young master when he was a child. You are worthy of being my dear little princess. Yu Qingyu praised Luo Hongye with a gentle and tender expression. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu speechlessly and immediately interrupted. Wake up, that's mine. If other people in the demon world saw her being so gentle, they probably wouldn't believe it. Is this still their serious and merciless president of the demon world? Yu Qingyu seemed not to have heard Ning Yechen's words. Her eyes were still looking at Luo Hongye with joy, carefully examining every corner of her body. Just by feeling and seeing, she had roughly measured Luo Hongye's weight and body size. Luo Hongye felt a little timid when being stared at, and asked timidly. Sister, are you here to play with Yi Yi too? Sister. It would be better if you called me grandma. Well, but my sister is fine too. When Yu Qingyu heard Luo Hongye calling her sister, she looked slightly disappointed, but she quickly accepted the title. Please don't tamper with the generation order casually. Ning Yechen scolded Yu Qingyu helplessly again. Luo Ruiying, who was standing aside, looked increasingly confused. She couldn't understand. She wondered if she had just heard something? Grandmother? Doesn't that mean Miss Yu wants to be her and Ning Yechen's mother? Is this something a personal attendant could say? Yechen, this. Luo Ruiying was puzzled and wanted to seek an explanation from Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen didn't know how to explain it, so he just said. Don't mind it, ma'am, she has always been like this. It's hard not to mind. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but say secretly in her heart. Yu Qingyu gave her an increasingly strange feeling. Yu Qingyu didn't think there was anything wrong with what she had just said. Instead, she stroked her chest very formally and solemnly and answered Luo Hongye's question. From now on, I will always be by your side, young lady, and be responsible for serving you and your wife. At this moment, she swore her allegiance to the demon world to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Chapter 65. Not feeling comfortable at all. Night. After taking a bath, Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye and sat on the edge of the bed, drying her wet hair. As soon as his hair was dry, Luo Hongye couldn't wait to turn around and get into bed. Apart from eating and playing, Luo Hongye's favorite thing is to sleep with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying every night. Daddy, Mommy, take a nap. After Luo Hongye crawled into the bed, he poked out his little head and said in a baby voice. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying smiled at each other, took off their coats, and climbed onto the bed one after another. One bed, one quilt, 3 people sleeping together. Luo Hongye still slept between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Not long after lying down, Luo Hongye fell into a deep sleep under Luo Ruiying's regular caressing. Ning Yechen lay on the bed with his head resting on one hand, looking gently at Luo Hongye in front of him, then raised his eyes and gazed tenderly at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's gaze, raised her beautiful eyes and asked doubtfully. Ha? Why are you staring at me? Because my wife is pretty. Ning Yechen praised sincerely. This is also what he really thinks. Luo Ruiying was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She put a hairpin in her hair, tied it into a bun like a woman, and her beautiful face showed a mature charm like a woman. When she was coaxing Luo Hongye just now, she also exuded a loving maternal glow. Being praised so suddenly by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly. She glared at Ning Yechen unhappily, then lowered her head silently and looked away. What the hell is this guy saying all of a sudden? It made her feel a little embarrassed. Looking at Luo Ruiying's shy appearance, Ning Yechen felt even more moved. She is already a mother of a 2-year-old child, but she acts like a young girl. He likes this feeling. Ning Yechen slowly moved his face closer to Luo Ruiying, and the distance between them gradually narrowed. It has been a while since he and Luo Ruiying have been together. But the two of them didn't have much time to be alone together. Most of the time, the 3 of them play with the children together. Although the relationship is gradually heating up, there has been no obvious progress. While Luo Hongye was asleep at night, this period of time was one of the few times that he and Luo Ruiying spent together as a couple. Late-night whispers between husband and wife. Just as Ning Yechen leaned in close to her face, ready to get closer, Luo Ruiying suddenly said something that froze him in his place. By the way, Yechen, is that Miss Yu really your former maid? Ning Yechen was suddenly shocked. Why does my wife ask this? Have you noticed something wrong? Seeing that Ning Yechen had not answered for a long time, Luo Ruiying raised her head in confusion, only to see that Ning Yechen had already approached her face, and the distance between them was very close. Why are you so close? Forehead. I'm worried that the quilt will get blown away and cause Yi to catch a cold, so I want to huddle together to keep warm. Ning Yechen said seriously. I see. Then why are you putting your face so close to me? At this moment, Ning Yechen's face was only a fist away from her, very close. It seems that things are not what he said. Ning Yechen cleared his cough awkwardly, then silently moved a little further away and lay down. Unfortunately, failed. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, who had a disappointed look on his face, and found it inexplicably funny. What is he disappointed about? Luo Ruiying propped herself up slightly, pulled the quilt, and covered Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen more with the blanket. With her level of cultivation, no matter how cold the weather is, it won't have the slightest effect on her. So naturally I have to give more quilts to the child and him. My lady, you are so nice. Luo Ruiying pulled the quilt for him personally, and Ning Yechen immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. My wife is so gentle. Luo Ruiying said unhappily. Don't try to get away with it. You haven't answered my question yet. Ning Yechen. Madam, she is indeed my husband's former personal maid. But after my husband left home and retired, I haven't seen her for a long time. Ning Yechen replied carefully. He didn't lie at all. Yu Qingyu had indeed always been his personal maid in the demon world. Personal maid. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and she uttered an ambiguous murmur. Ning Yechen's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he carefully observed the changes in Luo Ruiying's expression. Could it be that my wife is jealous and angry? Fortunately, the jealousy and anger that Ning Yechen imagined did not happen. Luo Ruiying just asked curiously. Yechen, the servants in your family all seem quite unusual. I'm a little curious about your family background. If it was Meng Niu and the other two, it would be fine. Yu Qingyu's temperament and appearance were just too good. Such a person turned out to be Ning Yechen's personal maid, which made her curious about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of family background could produce such a personal maid? And she always had an indescribable feeling towards Yu Qingyu. Her intuition told her that this woman was unusual. But there is no doubt that they do not seem to have any hostility towards them, but are particularly respectful. Seeing Luo Ruiying's curious expression, Ning Yechen smiled meaningfully and said, Ma'am, what's there to be curious about? If there is a chance in the future, your husband will definitely take you back to see it in person. Then you will know. Yeah, that's right. Luo Ruiying did not understand the meaning of Ning Yechen's words, and just thought it was like a daughter-in-law in the mortal world coming home to visit her relatives. As Ning Yechen's wife, she should go back to her husband's home to pay her respects. Are there many people in the family now? If I want to go back, I can prepare a gift. No need to prepare any gifts, my lady. They will all be very happy when you go back. And there are more than 100 million people, you can't prepare for it. Ning Yechen smiled awkwardly. With his status as the supreme ruler of the demon world, all the people in the entire demon world are considered his subjects, which means that the number of people is not ordinary. After hearing this, Luo Ruiying became more and more curious. How many people are there in his family? Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying would continue asking questions, so he quickly changed the subject. Madam, please raise your head. Luo Ruiying looked puzzled, but still raised her head slightly from the pillow. Ning Yechen took the opportunity to stretch his arm to Luo Ruiying's pillow and said with a smile. Madam, you can lie down now. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen's arm and finally understood what he was going to do. He wanted her to rest her head on his arms. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, then tried to lie on Ning Yechen's arms. As soon as she lay down, Ning Yechen hooked his arm and directly embraced her in his arms, almost lying on his chest. Luo Hongye was wrapped in the middle of the two of them, and the three of them leaned tightly together. Luo Ruiying was slightly startled and her face turned slightly red. She just glanced at Ning Yechen unhappily and did not leave. Ma'am, how do you feel? Ning Yechen smiled. Too hard. Not at all. Luo Ruiying pouted the corners of her mouth slightly and said with great disdain. Really? Then let me change my position? Hearing Luo Ruiying say this, Ning Yechen planned to pull back his arm and change his posture. But Luo Ruiying held his arm, closed his eyes, and whispered. No, that's all. Fine. Chapter 66. She has never been needed like this before. The next morning.
Luo Ruiying sat in front of the makeup mirror and combed her hair, her graceful figure clearly visible.
My wife, let me help you.
Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear from behind and spoke against her cheek.
Can you do your hair in a bun?
Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and asked in surprise. If my lady asks this, then she is looking down upon me. Ning Yechen smiled gently, took the hairpin and comb from Luo Ruiying's hands, and began to comb her hair carefully. Luo Ruiying sat in front of the mirror, silently letting Ning Yechen take care of her hair.
Although Ning Yechen's technique was clumsy, he was surprisingly deft.
After a short while, he had braided her hair and inserted a hairpin.
Luo Ruiying looked in the mirror with some surprise. Luo Hongye couldn't wait to jump at Ning Yechen's feet. Daddy, it's Yi Ye's turn. Okay, it's Daddy's lovely Yi Ye's turn.
Ning Yechen smiled and picked up Luo Hongye, let her sit in his arms, and carefully tied 2 buns on her little head.
Luo Ruiying was watching from the side.
Although I've never seen this shape before, it unexpectedly looks pretty cute. As soon as I tied my hair up, Yu Qingyo's voice was heard outside the door.
Master, madam, I have prepared breakfast.
Okay, thank you for your hard work.
Luo Ruiying responded, picked up Luo Hongye and opened the door.
Yu Qingyu was standing at the door with a dignified posture. When Yu Qingyu saw Luo Hongye's cute hairstyle in Luo Ruiying's arms, her eyes lit up and a wild desire instantly burst out in her eyes. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed it.
That was a close call, I almost couldn't hold it in anymore. The little princess is so cute.
She also wanted to hold the little princess in her arms like the lady. Ning Yechen came to the hall and saw the table was already filled with various delicious dishes.
You can actually cook? Ning Yechen looked stunned and asked Yu Qingyu secretly. In his impression, Yu Qingyu didn't seem to be able to cook.
After hearing about the birth of the little princess, I spent 3 days learning it.
Yu Qingyu replied in a faint voice. This made Ning Yechen even more shocked. Is it really necessary to work so hard?
The president of the demon world has learned to cook by himself.
This sounds incredible.
Luo Ruiying was also a little surprised. She tried a few bites and her eyes suddenly lit up.
It tastes really good.
Luo Ruiying picked up the soft fish meat and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth.
Luo Hongye chewed it and showed a happy smile. Delicious. It is my honor to receive your praise. If you like, miss, I will prepare it for you every day. Hearing Luo Hongye's words, a proud and satisfied smile appeared on Yu Qingyo's face.
She will be the first person in the demon world, besides the Lord Demon, to be praised by the little princess. All the hard work and study during this period has not been in vain.
Worth it.
Meng Niu and the other 2 stood obediently behind Yu Qingyu.
In the past, Luo Ruiying didn't mind the 3 of them eating together, but now that Yu Qingyu was here, they didn't dare to. She said that if the 3 of them did anything that was not in line with their status, she would make them disappear from the world. The level of terror is no less than that of that adult. And they are even stricter with them.
Seeing Yu Qingyu, Meng Niu and others standing there, Luo Ruiying smiled and said to them.
You guys should sit down and eat together. We are only servants serving you, madam. We are not qualified to sit with you.
Yu Qingyu bowed and replied with a serious expression.
Luo Ruiying didn't expect Yu Qingyu to be so conscientious and serious, and said with a smile. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, there are so many dishes, it would be a waste if we don't eat them. Ma'am, no.
This is not in line with our identities and responsibilities.
Yu Qingyu refused again without hesitation. Luo Ruiying is a little bit helpless with Yu Qingyu, who is a bit stubborn. Ning Yechen patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder gently and said. Ma'am, just put it another way.
After that, Ning Yechen turned his head and looked at Yu Qingyu, and said lightly.
You all sit down to eat together. This is in order. Yes.
After the words fell, Yu Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took a seat. She actually still wanted to refuse, but the order of the demon lord could not be disobeyed.
This is an order that the demon world must not disobey.
So she had no choice but to agree. Only after Meng Niu and the other 2 saw Yu Qingyu take her seat did they dare to sit down nearby cautiously.
Luo Ruiying felt helpless. Do these people have to accept orders before they are willing to sit down?
She talked for a long time, but it was no better than a command. Just as everyone was sitting around the table, there was a sudden knock on the courtyard door. Ning Yechen knew without guessing that it must be Qi Yuan who came. Although he asked Qi Yuan to come see him today, he didn't expect her to come so early. Kaisei stood up and opened the gate. Sure enough, Qi Yuan came to visit early in the morning. Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan entered the hall and greeted Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen warmly and joyfully. After defeating the Zheng family yesterday, the Qi family was extremely busy in order to incorporate the Zheng family's jurisdiction over various streets in Nanla Chengdu. However, this kind of busyness made everyone in the Qi family extremely happy. From yesterday till now, she has been smiling with joy. Little Knight. Qi Yuan walked straight to Luo Hongye and squatted down, rubbing Luo Hongye's round little cheeks lovingly. Qi, Sister Qi. Luo Hongye was rubbed so hard that he couldn't even speak. Yu Qingyu, who was sitting not far away, was so shocked when she saw Qi Yuan kneading Luo Hongye's cheek so directly that her eyes widened and a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of her eyes. She actually dared to pamper their little princess of the demon world like this. It's simply unforgivable. She has never been kneaded like this before. Master Demon. Who is this woman? Can I kill her? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble to you and your wife. I promise, she will die peacefully. Yu Qingyu tried her best to suppress the murderous intent surging in her body. She asked Ning Yechen through voice transmission while staring at Qi Yuan with cold eyes. As long as Lord Demon agrees, she will make this woman disappear immediately. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu unhappily and replied decisively. No. Just because Qi Yuan rubbed Luo Hongye's cheek, she would disappear, right? What's more, this is because Qi Yuan likes Luo Hongye's behavior, so it is even more impossible for her to kill Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also vaguely sensed a chill behind him, and turned around to meet Yu Qingyu's cold eyes. Only then did she realize that there was another person she didn't recognize. This sister doesn't look much worse than Sister Luo. But she looks so scary. Why was she looking at her with hostility? Did she do anything wrong? Chapter 67. I don't really understand. Hello? Qi Yuan greeted Yu Qingyu cautiously. Hello. Yu Qingyu had to politely reply to Qi Yuan out of her duty as a servant, but her eyes were still staring at her coldly. Qi Yuan was so scared that she couldn't help but shrink her body. Who is this woman? It's really scary. When she stares at me, I always feel like I'm falling into an icy cave, and my whole body is freezing cold. Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen for help, her eyes full of confusion and fear. Miss Qi, this is my family's new servant, and also my former personal maid, Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen gave Qi Yuan a brief introduction. Hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Yu Qingyu with even more curiosity. When she noticed Yu Qingyu's appearance and temperament, she thought for a moment that she was a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen. It turned out to be Brother Ning's former personal maid. She had lived in a wealthy family since she was young, and had met many nobles. She thought she had seen countless servants with extraordinary temperament, but she had never seen a maid with such appearance and temperament. Even if you tell her which country Yu Qingyu is from, she won't have the slightest doubt. Even the servants in Brother Ning's family have such good looks and temperament. Meng Niu and the other two were already very impressive, but Yu Qingyu shocked her even more. But she still couldn't figure out why Yu Qingyu was hostile to her the first time they met. Qi Yuan didn't think any more and silently looked away, not daring to look at Yu Qingyu again. He turned to Ning Yechen and asked. By the way, Brother Ning, you saw me coming here today, is there anything going on? That's right. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and asked. Miss Qi, although the Zheng family's jurisdiction over various streets in Nanli City has now been handed over to the Qi family, it seems that they have not completely disappeared from Nanli City? Yes. Although the jurisdiction of each street in Nanli City belongs to my Qi family, there are still many chambers of commerce that choose to stand on the side of the Zheng family. They still belong to the Zheng family's shop, and the Zheng family's business is still going on. Qi Yuan said indignantly. She gets angry when the Zheng family is mentioned. Although the Qi family successfully gained jurisdiction over the streets of Nanla Chengdu, it greatly undermined the power of the Zheng family and affected the Zheng family's business. However, a large number of chambers of commerce in the city still chose to stand on the side of the Zheng family. The contracts for the street shops have not expired yet, but the jurisdiction of the street has been lost. The Zheng family's shops can still operate normally. However, when the contract expires, the Qi family can threaten the street chambers of commerce and shops that if they want to continue operating, they must separate from the Zheng family. Even if they don't agree, we can use the street's jurisdiction to not renew their contract, forcing them to close. But before that, the Qi family really had no way to deal with the Zheng family for the time being. He could only try his best to win over or persuade those chambers of commerce that still chose to support the Jiang family to join the Qi family. But the effect is not very ideal. This is also what Qi Yuan has been worrying about since yesterday. We can't just kill the Jiang family with one blow. I don't know what other measures the Jiang family will take next. Ning Yechen already knew this would happen and continued to ask. I remember that the Jiang family's main business is to sell various elixirs and spiritual liquids? That's right. More than a decade ago, the Jiang family got a 4th-grade body tempering liquid called Fire Lotus Liquid from somewhere. This Fire Lotus Liquid can temper the body's bones and is favored by countless cultivators. The Jiang family also rose rapidly thanks to this Fire Lotus Liquid. All the major chambers of commerce under the influence of the Jiang family in the city are selling this Fire Lotus Liquid. Qi Yuan said seriously. If it weren't for the Fire Lotus Liquid, the Jiang family would not have been able to rise so quickly and suppress the Qi family. It was also because of the huge profits from the Fire Lotus Liquid that countless chambers of commerce chose to support the Jiang family. A 4th-grade body tempering fluid. Ning Yechen stroked his chin lightly and looked thoughtful after hearing this. Qi Yuan looked confused. She didn't quite understand why Ning Yechen suddenly asked her about the Jiang family's business. It was not until a moment later that Ning Yechen waved to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, pen and paper. Yes, master. Yu Qingyu brought a pen and paper and handed them to Ning Yechen without saying a word. Ning Yechen took a pen and paper and quickly listed dozens of magical herbs and medicines on it. Qi Yuan didn't understand. Luo Ruiying, who was sitting next to Ning Yechen, couldn't help but lean over curiously. The more she stared at the magical herbs and medicines listed on the paper, the more shocked she became in her beautiful eyes. This seems to be the formula of some kind of quenching fluid. And it was a spiritual liquid medicine recipe that she had never seen before. She grew up in the fairyland and had consulted countless fairy medical books. She also knew the recipes of various elixirs, but this was the first time she had seen the prescriptions listed by Ning Yechen. She tried to carefully consider the pill recipes that Ning Yechen listed in her mind. He was surprised to find that these magical herbs and elixirs could be perfectly blended with it, exerting the miraculous effect of tempering the roots, bones and meridians. This is at least a 7th-grade body tempering spiritual liquid. He wasn't just writing randomly. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The recipe that Ning Yechen casually wrote down was actually a 7th-grade recipe for a body tempering liquid pill. And it has never been recorded before. After Ning Yechen finished writing the recipe, he handed the paper to Qi Yuan and said calmly. This is a recipe for a body tempering liquid pill, called the Immortal Refining Pill. The finished product is a pill. When dissolved in water, it can be transformed into spiritual fluid to temper the body. As for the rank, it should be the 7th rank. I don't really understand it either. 777 7th-grade body tempering fluid? Qi Yuan took the white paper and looked at it for a while without making any clues. But when she heard Ning Yechen say that what she was holding was a 7th-grade body tempering spiritual liquid, she was so shocked that her hands began to tremble. This is a 7th-grade body tempering liquid pill recipe. The value of this body quenching liquid is almost enough to take over the entire Nanli city. Ning Yechen just took it out and stuffed it into her hand so casually. And it was written so casually on a piece of white paper. Yu Qingyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Qi Yuan's shocked expression. Just an ignorant ant. This 7th-grade body quenching liquid is the lowest body quenching formula that Lord Demon can think of. If Lord Demon is willing, even taking out a body tempering pill recipe of the 10th grade or above would be a piece of cake. The materials needed to make the immortal pills are not too difficult to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family business, it shouldn't be a problem to gather these materials and refine them in batches. Even if the quality of the refined product is poor, it should be more effective than a 5th-grade medicine. When you return, immediately ask the Qi family to do their best to purchase all the medicinal materials above, even if it means buying them from the Jiang family at 10 times the price. Ning Yechen continued to give instructions in a calm tone. Qi Yuan held the pill recipe in his hand, blinked blankly, and then his eyes gradually brightened. I immediately understood what Ning Yechen meant. Brother Ning wants the Qi family to use this 7th-grade body tempering pill recipe to completely suppress the Jiang family in business. Chapter 68 Because it humiliated my wife. Brother Ning, do you want my Qi family to refine the immortal refining pills in order to suppress the Jiang family's business? Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen in astonishment and asked. That's right. Ning Yechen nodded slightly. Qi Yuan is worthy of being the daughter of a merchant, she is not stupid.
I immediately understood what he meant.
Before your Qi family acquires enough materials, don't rush to refine and sell them, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the Jiang family.
Wait until you are fully prepared before starting to refine.
And the refined immortal refining pills should not be sold at auction, but at a low price.
Miss Qi, you should understand why, right?
Brother Ning is worried that if we sell it through auction, the price will be too high, making it unaffordable for most cultivators.
And in that case, even if the Qi family launched the immortal refining pill and increased revenue, they would not be able to successfully suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid?
Qi Yuan thought for a moment and answered seriously.
I felt both admiration and shock for Ning Yechen.
In order to suppress the Jiang family's business, Brother Ning did not hesitate to take out the 7th grade body quenching liquid, and he wanted to sell it at a low price. Between the extremely expensive 4th grade body quenching liquid and the cheap 7th grade body quenching liquid, it is clear at a glance which one people will choose. As a result, the Jiang family's business will inevitably be greatly affected, and all the accumulated fire lotus liquid will be difficult to sell.
Ning Yechen nodded approvingly.
What Qi Yuan said was basically what he was considering.
But there is still a little bit.
She didn't say all.
After the Jiang family's business plummets, the chambers of commerce under the Jiang family will also obediently and take the initiative to join the Qi family.
Even if they still choose not to join the Qi family, their business will find it difficult to maintain operations. By then, the Qi family can also forcibly acquire the chambers of commerce and shops under the Jiang family at extremely low prices. After the Qi family sells the immortal refining pills, perhaps many chambers of commerce will take the initiative to seek cooperation with your Qi family. The Qi family shouldn't rush to agree to them by then. Wait until they can't sit still anymore and take the initiative to raise the profit share before agreeing. We also tried to lower the prices as much as possible to buy out all the shops of the Jiang family.
Ning Yechen added to Qi Yuan. If he wanted to destroy the Jiang family, he could do so without any effort.
In the blink of an eye, the Jiang family would disappear from the world. The reason why he has stayed until now and has not taken action against the Jiang family is not because he is kind. Instead, he wanted to make the Jiang family lose everything, and then he would destroy them. Qi Yuan was completely stunned at this time. Unexpectedly, Ning Yechen had already made all the future plans for the Qi family. Brother Ning usually looks gentle and elegant, but I didn't expect that his methods are so clever. Although she is not as strong as Sister Luo, her methods are very powerful. Ever since he met Zhang Li, Brother Ning has been planning to deal with the Jiang family. Even for this reason, he spared no effort to help her family. Although Qi Yuan knew that Ning Yechen helped the Qi family only to deal with the Jiang family, she was still extremely grateful in her heart. Luo Ruiying, who was standing by, had never expected that Ning Yechen would deal with the Jiang family in this way. But compared to this unexpected method, she was more curious about why he could write a 7th grade body quenching liquid.
Yechen, how do you know the recipe for this immortal pill? Luo Ruiying couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked.
It was really unbelievable that a mere mortal could write a recipe for a 7th grade body tempering liquid that she had never seen before.
Ning Yechen was well prepared for Luo Ruiying's question.
He smiled and took out a book of alchemy notes from his arms and handed it to her. My dear, I once accidentally found a manual containing recipes for elixirs in the mountains. The recipe for this body tempering liquid was copied from it. Luo Ruiying took the alchemy book curiously and flipped through it casually, but her eyes were deeply attracted by the notes recorded on it.
Each page in the elixir book records a different elixir recipe.
Although most of them look strange, they are quite novel when you think about it carefully. The combinations of many magical herbs and elixirs seem unreasonable, but they seem to have extraordinary effects.
It was obvious that some master was trying out various novel recipes for alchemy and medicine.
There are many high-quality elixirs among them. As Ning Yechen said, the 7th grade immortal refining pill was also recorded in it. Even the magical liquid that can warm the meridians and heal the menstruation has records of it.
This also explains why Ning Yechen could easily take out the recipe for the healing liquid.
Luo Ruiying no longer had any doubts about Ning Yechen.
He is just an ordinary man, how could he try to refine so many novel pill recipes?
It turned out that I had picked up this Dan book notebook. Although this explained the doubts about why Ning Yechen could write out the 7th grade body tempering liquid so easily, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel worried. The value of the alchemy book in her hand is extraordinary. Created many new and easier to refine elixirs. This should have been dropped by the senior who rescued her in the forest earlier.
He should be very anxious now. If I have a chance to see him again, I will return it to him.
Yechin, this alchemy book you picked up should have been left behind by a master. This pill book is extremely valuable and precious.
I will keep it for now.
I'll give it back to the other party when I have the chance, Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechin. Fortunately, the pill book was not damaged and it should be fine to return it to that senior.
Ning Yechin smiled and nodded.
Okay, I'll do as you wish, ma'am. That pill book was just a draft he wrote down casually, it was nothing big at all.
But it's great to be able to dispel my wife's suspicion. There is no time to lose. Miss Qi, please go back early and let the Qi family prepare. Ning Yechin turned around and gave instructions to Qi Yuan.
Yes.
Brother Ning.
Qi Yuan was all smiles and very excited. He put away the recipe for the immortal pill and prepared to go back immediately to order the Qi family to start preparations. She couldn't wait to see what the Jiang family would look like then. After putting the recipe in his arms, Qi Yuan still felt unsafe, so he hid it in various places on his body. But no matter where she put it, she felt it was unsafe. What she held in her hand was not a piece of paper, but a priceless recipe for a 7th grade body tempering liquid. You can imagine how heavy this piece of paper is. If anyone else knew about this, she might not be able to return to the Qi family alive. After repeated consideration, Qi Yuan finally decided that it would be safest to hold the recipe in his hand, and hid his hand in his clothes.
Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I'm leaving first.
After saying goodbye to Ning Yechin and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan walked out of the courtyard carefully with his hands in his pockets. As soon as she left the courtyard, she kept looking around, and everyone she saw seemed to be plotting something bad towards her.
This seems particularly suspicious. I always feel like I'm afraid that others don't know that you have something precious on you. Qing Yu, secretly send someone to protect her. Ning Yechin said to Yu Qing Yu worriedly.
TSK. Yes. Yu Qing Yu smacked her lips in dissatisfaction before responding. It can be seen that she really wants to kill Qi Yuan.
After Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechin in confusion. Yechin, why do you want to bring down the Jiang family?
Ever since the last Chamber of Commerce competition changed the bet, she felt that Ning Yechin seemed to be deliberately targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yechin turned his head and stared at Luo Ruiying, smiled slightly and said,
because it humiliates my wife.
These words made Luo Ruiying's heart tremble slightly. It turns out that he wanted to deal with the Jiang family because of her.
Chapter 69 I Have a Plan. A few days later, Nanla Chengdu. Snow is falling and snowflakes are drifting.
After stopping for a few days, heavy snow began to fall from the sky again. There was peace and tranquility in the capital of Nanli, and the streets were even more lively and bustling than ever before. Because soon it will be the annual festival of auspicious snow that heralds a good harvest and welcoming the new year. Every household on the street is busy preparing for the new year, and New Year's paper-cut window decorations are pasted on the windows of the houses around the street. Bright red lanterns are hung high, decorating every street and alley.
Stalls and shops selling New Year goods can be seen everywhere on the streets.
Even the monks who have been living in the Nanli city can't help but be infected by the festive atmosphere among mortals.
The entire Nanli city was filled with a joyful atmosphere.
Among them, only the Jiang family mansion was lifeless and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. A few days ago, the Qi family suddenly began to buy up all kinds of magical herbs and medicines in the city, and they were buying them at extremely high prices. Among the acquired magical herbs and elixirs, there are many that are completely worthless and have no effect. Many monks and drug dealers sold almost all of their medicinal materials to the Qi family at high prices. Zhang Jin's keen business sense noticed the unusualness of the Qi family's large-scale purchase of magical herbs and medicines. Overnight, he found many monks who were good at refining pills to study the medicinal materials purchased by the Qi family, but they could not figure out what new pill the Qi family was trying to develop. No wonder the Jiang family couldn't figure it out. The formula for the immortal pills that Ning Yechin gave to the Qi family was developed by himself, and there is no record of it in the world.
Qi Rongchang of the Qi family is also very shrewd.
He knew that the Jiang family would definitely notice that the medicinal materials they purchased in large quantities were mixed with a lot of magical herbs and elixirs that were not in the recipe at all. Even if the Jiang family studied it for a lifetime, they would never be able to figure it out. At this time, in the Jiang family mansion, Zhang Jin was sitting in the lobby, his brows furrowed, his hand stroking his forehead, his face full of fatigue. With the Treasure Chamber of Commerce as a witness, he dared not fail to hand over the jurisdiction of the streets of Nanli City to the Qi family. After gaining jurisdiction over all the streets, the Qi family immediately began to suppress the Jiang family's business. Many of their chambers of commerce have already turned to the Qi family. In order to deal with the suppression from the Qi family, he has been extremely busy in recent days. Except for a few housekeepers and his younger brother Jiangming, everyone else in the family is completely useless. Especially his son Jiangli, who has been a playboy since the beginning and has absolutely no talent in business. Now that his lower body is crippled, he just hides at home every day, throwing tantrums and smashing things. He has absolutely no ambition at all. If it weren't for the fact that Jiangli was Jiangjin's only son, he would have wanted to kick him out of the Jiang family. The mysterious man who attacked Jiangli and killed Jiang Gan has not been found yet. The Jiang family didn't know when they had provoked such a person, and they didn't know whether the other party would attack the Jiang family again. After Qinrou's death, Jiang Zhan and the rest of the Jiang family have been living in fear. They are afraid that the next Jiangli or Jiang Gan may be them. This kind of mental torture made everyone in the Jiang family exhausted physically and mentally. Before he finished dealing with one thing, another one came on his shoulders. Jiang Zhan felt worried and had a headache. "Brother." Just then, Jiang Ming walked into the lobby and greeted Jiang Zhan. During this period of time, he has been responsible for recruiting alchemists in the Jiang family to study the Qi family's healing liquid and the acquired magical herbs and medicines. At the same time, he has been responsible for tracking down the murderer of his son Jiang Gan. Seeing Jiang Ming coming in, Jiang Zhan looked expectant and asked quickly, "You're here, how's it going? Can you crack the Qi family's recipe?" Jiang Ming shook his head slowly and said with great regret, "No. The magical herbs and medicines purchased by the Qi family are of various types and too weird. I have already found more than a dozen alchemists to study together, but I still can't find out the recipe of the elixir in the hands of the Qi family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan leaned back in his chair in disappointment and rubbed his eyebrows. "Since there is no result, why did you come to me?" The Qi family sent someone again. "They said they wanted to buy the magical herbs and medicines from my Jiang family at a price 10 times higher than the market price." Jiang Ming walked forward, took out the list of medicinal materials listed by the Qi family from his arms and handed it to Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan didn't even bother to look at it. He grabbed the list and tore it to pieces, then shouted angrily, "Let the Qi family get out. Otherwise, chop off his head and send it back to the Qi family. Even if the Jiang family lets all the medicinal materials rot in the warehouse, they will never be sold to the Qi family." Jiang Ming stood aside and pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and advised, "Brother, why don't you raise the price a little bit and sell all those herbs to the Qi family?" "You want me to sell those herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Zhan looked at Jiang Ming with angry eyes and questioned him. Jiang Ming nodded and said seriously, "Brother, you know we are already in debt. The Jiang family's main business relies on selling fire lotus liquid at a high price. Now that the Qi family Chamber of Commerce controls the lifeline of the Nanli City Chamber of Commerce, his Jiang family can no longer lower the prices of the materials needed for the fire lotus liquid as madly as before. The cost of refining fire lotus liquid has increased greatly, and their sales channels have become much fewer. A few days ago, he also ordered a large amount of materials for the fire lotus liquid from various other places, and repaid part of the debt every month in the form of credit installments. Every month, they have to pay a huge amount of spiritual stones to the Holy Lotus sect. The Jiang family seems to be very wealthy, but the flow of funds is huge, and there is not much money left in their hands. Due to the suppression by the Qi family Chamber of Commerce, the funds for next month are not enough to repay the previous debts. If chambers of commerce fail to pay off their debts on time, their credibility will be affected. Once the reputation is affected, it will be difficult to cooperate with other chambers of commerce in the future. Jiang Zhan also understood this, which made him feel even more headache. He thought that the Jiang family would definitely win the Chamber of Commerce competition, so he ordered a large amount of fire lotus liquid materials and was willing to pay on credit in installments. As long as they win the Chamber of Commerce competition, the Jiang family will control all the chambers of commerce and shops in the entire Nanli city, and the funding gap they owe can be quickly made up. I never expected to lose. This is what caused the Jiang family to be in such an embarrassing situation today. Well, tell me what you are going to do. Since you asked me to sell those herbs, I guess you have a plan, right? Jiang Zhan sighed softly, looked at Jiang Ming and asked. His younger brother is quite smart. The Jiang family has become what it is today thanks to these two brothers. But their two sons are too disappointing. Jiang Ming smiled slightly and expressed his opinion. Brother, I have a plan. The medicinal materials purchased by the Qi family are most likely used to refine the healing spirit liquid. The healing spirit liquid is not a body-hardening liquid, so it will not affect the business of my Jiang family. We can take this opportunity to raise the price and sell the herbs to the Qi family, and then speed up the refining of fire lotus liquid in large quantities. When the time comes, I can sell this batch of fire lotus liquid at a high price, which will be enough to make up for the funding gap of my Jiang family. By then, Nanli City will still be the domain of my Jiang family. Chapter 70, Master, something bad has happened. Jiang Jun was thoughtful and thought about it carefully, and felt that it was feasible. Yes. You can agree to sell those medicinal herbs to the Qi family. But the price needs to be raised a little bit, and the Qi family is required to sell the materials for the fire lotus liquid to my Jiang family. Jiang Jun instructed Jiang Ming. As long as a large amount of fire lotus liquid can be sold, the Jiang family will be able to overcome this difficulty. Soon the Jiang family will rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding, and when he was about to turn around to deal with it, Jiang Jun asked behind him. By the way, what's the response from the Holy Lotus sect? The Holy Lotus sect said that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect is going to come here in person. It should be here in a few days. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Ming's lips. So what even if his Jiang family is in decline now? They still have the support of the Holy Lotus sect behind them. As long as the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the situation will be reversed immediately. By then he will definitely find out the murderer who killed his son Jiang Gan. It's probably related to the Qi family or the woman named Luo Ruiying. Good. Very good. When Jiang Jun learned that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect was coming to visit in person, the gloom on his face immediately disappeared, and he stood up excitedly and cheered. After the Chamber of Commerce lost the competition to the Qi family and Chen Rou was killed in the battle, he immediately sent someone to notify the Holy Lotus sect. The Jiang family must avenge this humiliation. He will make all those who mocked and betrayed the Jiang family regret it. The Qi family will let him rejoice for a while. When the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the Qi family will soon disappear from this world. He will not let go of either the Qi family or Luo Ruiying. After the Qi family purchased a large amount of medicinal materials from the Jiang family also purchased a lot of medicinal materials for the fire lotus liquid from the Qi family, hired a large number of alchemists, and began large-scale refining. On this day, the Jiang family put a large amount of fire lotus liquid on the shelves of all their shops, and once again raised the price of the fire lotus liquid. This action immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of a large number of monks. No way! Didn't the price increase a few months ago? Why is it increasing again? That's right. It's increased so much this time. A bottle of 4th grade body tempering fluid costs 50,000 spirit stones? You're crazy. The fire lotus liquid is of such low quality, it's a hastily made inferior product, yet they dare to sell it at such a high price. RNM. Give me your money back. I think the Jiang family is planning to make a quick buck and run away. A large number of cultivators gathered in front of the Jiang family's shops to express their dissatisfaction. After learning about it, Jiang Jun not only ignored it, but instead showed an unbridled smile and drank tea with Jiang Ming elegantly and leisurely. After drinking a sip of tea, he slowly instructed his subordinates. Ignore those people. If they want to scream, let them scream. Yes. After receiving the order, the subordinate immediately turned around and left. The reason why Jiang Jun dared to be so relaxed and comfortable was because this kind of thing had happened many times. It's nothing more than letting those people vent their anger and say a few words. When the time comes, they still have to pay for what they should buy. In the entire Nanli city, only the Jiang family sells the highest grade body tempering liquid. I'm not worried about not being able to sell it. At this moment, a servant outside the door ran into the hall in a hurry, looking nervous and breathless, and said, No. Something's wrong, sir. I'm fine. What's the rush? You're not doing things in a steady way at all. When Jiang Jun saw the servant who was crawling in front of him and couldn't speak clearly, he was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up and shouted angrily. I know I am guilty, but something terrible has indeed happened. The attendant knelt on the ground and replied tremblingly. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming frowned and asked. Tell me quickly, what happened? The Qi family suddenly publicly sells a body tempering pill called Lianxian pill. The attendant said in a panic. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked horrified. What? You said the Qi family started selling body tempering pills? Yes. It is said that this is either a immortal refining pill or a 7th grade body tempering elixir. The attendant replied. What grade? If you dare to talk nonsense, your life may be in danger. Jiang Zhen's mouth trembled with shock. He quickly walked up to the servant, grabbed his collar and questioned him. That's a 7th grade elixir. This is not some street stall product. The value and preciousness of the 7th grade elixir is extraordinary, and it is something that can only be encountered by chance. It has never appeared in the entire Nanli city. Now he was suddenly told that the Qi family had produced a 7th grade elixir? And it happens to be a pill for strengthening the body. It's true, sir. How dare I tell a lie? The attendant said with a sad face. After receiving the news, he immediately confirmed its authenticity and then rushed back to report the news. When Jiang Zhen heard the news, he looked like he had lost his soul. He took several steps back in despair and finally fell to the ground. Jiang Ming hurried forward to hold Jiang Zhen up and said comfortingly, Don't worry, bro. 7th grade elixirs are not so easy to refine. The Qi family must not be able to refine and sell them in large quantities. Even if it is refined, the price will definitely not be low. Not everyone can afford it. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body tempering elixir may not affect the sale of our fire lotus liquid. Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, a servant came running in from outside the door, knelt on the ground and said in panic, My lord, something bad has happened. Many cultivators have said they want to return the fire lotus liquid they purchased from us. All the shops in the Qi family have newly launched the 7th grade body tempering pills, and the price is the same as our fire lotus liquid. Everyone went to the Qi family. In addition, the Qi family sent people to persuade many monks who had originally agreed to look after our Jiang family's shops to join the Qi family with various conditions. There are quite a few monks causing trouble in our shop now. What should we do, master? Bad news came one after another, and Jiang Zhen's heart suddenly felt heavy as if he had fallen to the bottom of a valley. His expression was dull and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Even Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel despair. He couldn't believe that the Qi family's 7th grade body tempering pill would be sold at such a low price, and could be refined in large quantities. The 7th grade body tempering pill is not expensive. In comparison, the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid is simply incomparable. It won't be long before the market for body quenching liquid will be completely monopolized by the Qi family, and the fire lotus liquid that his Jiang family spent a lot of materials and money to refine will not be able to be sold at all. Other monks who have purchased the items will also ask the Jiang family to refund their money. It's over, it's all over. Jiang Ming also sat down on the ground. It was not until this moment that Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming understood. The medicinal herbs that the Qi family purchased in large quantities were not for the purpose of refining the healing liquid. Instead, he specialized in refining this 7th grade immortal refining pill. They were fooled. If the Jiang family still had a breath left after the Chamber of Commerce competition, now this last breath has been strangled to death by their own hands. They were the ones who sold a large amount of medicinal materials to the Qi family. But they really couldn't figure out where the Qi family got the recipe for the elixir? Chapter 71 Give them all to the little princess. Nanli Chengdu ushered in the annual New Year festival. At the beginning of every new year, Nanli City would hold a grand ceremony to welcome the coming of the new year. The ceremony is to celebrate the new year and to pray for good weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festival, Nanli City is always the most lively time. The streets and alleys are filled with crowded people, and there are special performances and celebratory entertainment programs in the squares everywhere. The streets are lined with all kinds of stalls, and the city is filled with the noise of crowds and the sounds of vendors shouting. The snowflakes flying in the sky could not stop the enthusiasm of the crowd at all. It is better to say that walking in the snow has a unique charm. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were walking on the street holding Luo Hongye's hands, while Kaisei and the other two followed behind with Yu Qingyu. It's a rare New Year festival, so we always have to bring our children to join in the fun. Luo Hongye wore the New Year sweater that Luo Ruiying had knitted for her, and a small cotton jacket on the outside, which made her petite body look particularly plump. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held each of his tender hands, and his two little feet jumped happily on the snow. His bright big eyes looked around curiously from time to time, and he pointed at something and asked questions in a soft voice. Then, he saw a toy stall and pointed at the rattles on the stall and asked, "Daddy, Mommy, what is that?" "Yay, that's a rattle. If you like it, Daddy will buy you one." Seeing that Luo Hongye was curious, Ning Yechen smiled and pulled her and Luo Ruiying to the stall.
Boss, is it troublesome, eh?
Ning Yechen was standing in front of a toy stall. When he was about to ask the stall owner to buy a rattle, the stall owner raised his head, which immediately shocked Ning Yechen. Although the other party had disguised himself to a certain extent, his sturdy and strong figure and wild face could not be concealed.
Ning Yechen recognized who he was at a glance.
The commander of the 6th Army of the Demon World, the prisoner of the 6th Demon Seat.
It's you!
Why is this guy here? There was also a toy stall.
It doesn't suit you at all. You are the 6th demon god in the demon world.
A man with a body as solid as a rock and a body as strong as an ox holding various toys in his hands is really too incongruous. When the mad prisoner saw Ning Yechen, a bright smile appeared on his wild face. He gave Ning Yechen a greeting look and laughed heartily.
Guest, what can I do for you? Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stared at the prisoner silently without answering.
His subordinate, the 6th demon god of the demon world, actually set up a stall to sell toys in the human world. There were too many complaints, and he couldn't recover for a while. Could this be what Yu Qingyu said about arranging for someone to disguise their identity and lurk in the city?
Can't you give him a more suitable identity?
Ning Yechen couldn't help but turn around and look at Yu Qingyu behind him, his eyes full of questioning. Yu Qingyu has always maintained a dignified maid's appearance, as if everything has nothing to do with her.
Uncle, Yi wants this.
Luo Hongye stood on tiptoe, pointed at the rattle in the prisoner's hand and said in a baby voice.
Oh, what a lovely and charming little princess. Uncle, this is a souvenir, I'm selling it for free. I'm giving it to you.
When the crazy prisoner saw Luo Hongye, his heart seemed to melt instantly. He handed the rattle in his hand to Luo Hongye with a face full of love and joy. When he extended his hand, he was extremely careful and gentle, for fear of scaring Luo Hongye. To win the favor of the little princess from the demon world would be the greatest honor of his life.
And this windmill is also for the cute little princess. And this, all for the little princess.
The Quanqiu felt that one rattle was not enough, so he picked up various toys from the stall and handed them to Luo Hongye.
As long as Luo Hongye is happy, it doesn't matter if he takes everything.
Rather, this is what he expected most.
But Yi can't take so much.
Luo Hongye's hands were stuffed with all kinds of toys, and he could hardly hold them with both hands.
Okay, Yi, let's go somewhere else.
Ning Yechen was really worried that the crazy prisoner would stuff the whole car of toys into Luo Hongye's hands, so he hurriedly pulled Luo Hongye away.
Before leaving, Luo Hongye turned around and gave the prisoner a cute crescent-shaped smile. Thank you, uncle. Oh, the little princess is so cute. He was actually thanked by the little princess. This will be his greatest honor after becoming the demon god.
The crazy prisoner waved goodbye to Luo Hongye with a gentle look on his face.
Another group of parents came to the prisoner's booth with their children and asked, I just heard that the toys here are free, is that true?
Huh?
Who said it's free?
I don't need to do business.
200 taels each.
Love, don't go away. The prisoner immediately changed his expression and looked ferocious. If it weren't for the little princess and Lord Demon disguising themselves here, he wouldn't serve these ants. The family was so frightened by the prisoner that they almost fell to the ground, and the children were so scared that they almost cried. This difference in attitude is too big compared to the previous family.
It's totally different. And even if it's not free, 200 taels for this toy is too expensive. A total black businessman.
The other people around who originally wanted to step forward were all scared and moved away. On the other side, after leaving the stall of the crazy prisoner, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen beside him in confusion.
Yechen, did you feel that the stall owner was a little weird just now?
Strange.
What's strange? I didn't notice it. Ning Yechen tried hard to cover it up.
To be honest, he also felt it was weird.
Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful.
The stall owner's posture showed that he had practiced martial arts. And a monk was selling toys at a stall in the market.
This is a bit strange no matter how you think about it. And most importantly, she couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level.
The other party's cultivation strength might be above hers. The human world is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and should not be underestimated. Even a monk who sells toys at a stall has such a high level of cultivation. Luo Ruiying completely attributed the behavior of the prisoner selling toys at a stall to his personal hobbies. After all, there are many monks in the world with strange interests and hobbies. Maybe it's just to experience the fun of the mortal world. It seemed like they were strolling on the busy streets with other monks. But there was one thing about the crazy prisoner that made Luo Ruiying very suspicious. That is, he is really too passionate about Luo Hongye. So enthusiastic that she had to be on guard. She even suspected at one point that he was the kind of demonic monk who kidnapped children. No matter what, she still had to be on guard. Since she had already left, Luo Ruiying didn't think any more about it. She continued to stroll on the street holding Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen's hands, feeling the festive atmosphere. Soon, the aroma of barbecue aroused Luo Hongye's greed. Luo Hongye smelled the scent and looked over, only to see that a barbecue stall was already surrounded by a queue of people, and it was extremely lively. Luo Hongye's big straight eyes and slightly open mouth were almost drooling. Ning Yechen knew at a glance that the child wanted to eat again. Chapter 72. 2 grilled sausages, no spicy ones. Yi, do you want to eat? Ning Yechen bent down and asked Luo Hongye with a smile. Yeah. Think about it. Luo Hongye's cute big eyes lit up and she nodded solemnly. Yi, you've been eating too many snacks lately. Luo Ruiying did not pamper Luo Hongye as usual, but spoke seriously. During this period, every time Qi Yuan came, she would bring a variety of snacks to Luo Hongye. Although Luo Hongye should have inherited her immortal bloodline, she was still young after all. She had been weak since childhood, so she was still a little worried about her health. Mother. Hearing that Luo Ruiying didn't seem to allow it, Luo Hongye suddenly widened his eyes and looked up at Luo Ruiying pitifully. Luo Ruiying softened her heart in an instant. Madam, if the child likes it, let her eat it. Don't eat so many snacks in the future, right Ye? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Hongye up and made a promise to Luo Ruiying. Luo Hongye also nodded obediently. Yeah, I won't eat so many snacks every night. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said helplessly. You, just pamper her. Aren't your own children meant to be pampered? Ning Yechen smiled. Luo Ruiying couldn't argue with Ning Yechen, so she agreed softly. All right. But this is the last time. Aha! Luo Hongye immediately nodded and responded with a smile. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hand and walked to the barbecue stall to queue up. Yu Qingyu, who was following behind him, held a pen and paper in her hand and wrote down everything that Luo Hongye was curious about along the way. Meng Niu and the other two completely became mobile shopping baskets, carrying all kinds of things, big and small, in their hands. When the queue reached Ning Yechen and others, Ning Yechen took a closer look and was stunned. I saw Yi Tianchen wearing an apron, his hands skillfully turning over and grilling various kinds of barbecue. Guest, would you like a skewer? Yi Tianchen raised his gaze and looked at Ning Yechen, with a slight smile on his stern face. Ning Yechen. What are you doing? Ning Yechen couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Your Majesty, I am fulfilling my duty. Yi Tianchen was busy with the barbecue and replied in a serious and solemn tone. Your job is to sell barbecue here. Yes, Lord Demon. This is my current disguise in the human world. Yi Tianchen looked very serious. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen no longer knew where to start complaining. First, the sixth demon god of the demon world, the crazy prisoner, set up a stall to sell toys, and then the first demon god, the night god, set up a stall to sell barbecue. Don't you think it's inconsistent? You are the most proud demon gods in the demon world. Ning Yechen knew without thinking that all this must have been done by Yu Qingyu. Qingyu forced you to do this, right? No, Master Demon. Lord Left Protector only gave us a suggestion and a choice. Choosing barbecue is my wish. Night God replied. Why? Ning Yechen asked in confusion. There are so many identities that he could disguise himself, but he chose to sell barbecue. He really couldn't understand. And Yi Tianchen also gave his powerful answer. Because the little princess likes it. He had been observing secretly these past few days and discovered that the little princess particularly liked to eat various snacks. So he resolutely started to learn barbecue. Just to please the little princess. Ning Yechen was powerless to refute Yi Tianchen's answer and silently raised 2 fingers. 2 grilled sausages, no spicy. No problem. A gleam of light flashed in Yi Tianchen's eyes, his expression became extremely serious, and he used 200% of his skills in every step. The control of heat and the ratio of seasonings must be taken into consideration for the healthy growth of the little princess, and every step must be precise. And even though he achieved such a precise level, the speed of his hands did not slow down at all. Didn't even bother other guests with their barbecue. His hands flashed back and forth in front of the stall as fast as a shadow. The stove also lit up at this moment. Ning Yechen was stunned as he watched in front of the stall. This grilling method. He would believe it even if you told him that Yi Tianqian had secretly practiced barbecue techniques for decades. I didn't expect his men had this skill. When the demon god of the First Legion was defeated. If he changes his career to selling barbecue, he will have a broader future. At this time, Luo Ruiying, who was standing next to Ning Yechen, also began to pay attention to Yi Tianqian. With Yi Tianqian's unique and cold temperament and appearance, it would be hard for her to forget him. Isn't this the new neighbor who just moved in not long ago? He was selling barbecue. This was really beyond Luo Ruiying's expectations. Indeed, appearance is not the best way to judge a person. Guest, your sausage. Not long after, Yi Tianqian bowed slightly and handed 2 delicious grilled sausages to Ning Yechen with very graceful movements. Oh, how much? Ning Yechen asked after taking the grilled sausage. Although I know the other party's true identity, I still have to give him what he deserves. After all, he is a guest now. Ding ding ding. Yi Tianqian took out a bell from somewhere and started shaking it, which made a series of tinkling sounds. The ringing of the bell immediately attracted the attention of other tourists around, and they all cast curious glances at it. Yi Tianqian took a step back, threw out a handful of fireworks, and then congratulated. Congratulations to this group of guests. You are the 1000th guest today, and you are eligible for a free meal for the whole year. From now on, you and your family will not have to pay anything for anything you eat here. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stared at Yi Tianqian speechlessly. He seriously suspected that the so-called 1000th customer was completely fabricated by him. How could it be such a coincidence? It's obvious that he doesn't dare to take his money, so he just made up an excuse. The people around who didn't know what was going on applauded and congratulated Ning Yechen's family. I'm so lucky, I can get free meals all year round. If I win the lottery, I can eat him until he goes bankrupt. Alas, why am I not so lucky? Stop talking about it. I've never won a prize before. The person standing behind Ning Yechen felt extremely regretful. What a pity. The grand prize of free meals for the whole year was almost his. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Ning Yechen directly pulled Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye away from Yi Tianqian's stall. If you stay any longer, you will be watched. Yi Tianqian did not forget to look behind him and salute him, saying, You are welcome to visit us next time. Definitely won't come again. Ning Yechen thought viciously in his heart. What he wants is an ordinary trip to the market with his wife and children. How come I meet familiar people everywhere? Madam, yay, let's go over there and take a look. Ning Yechen handed the grilled sausages in his hand to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye respectively, and walked towards another part of the street. He decided to change places. Luo Hongye blew on the hot grilled sausage and couldn't wait to take a small bite, his little face full of joy. Seeing Luo Hongye eating happily and with relish, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. You should try it too, it tastes really good. After Luo Ruiying took a light bite of the sausage, she handed it to Ning Yechen's mouth, looking a little embarrassed. Since his wife fed him personally, Ning Yechen would of course not refuse. He opened his mouth, took a light bite, and savored it carefully. You know what, this guy's craftsmanship is quite interesting. Chapter 73 I Don't Know You. Sir, would you like to pick out a piece of jewelry for your wife? Ning Yechen took Luo Ruiying and turned into another busy alley. After they had taken a few steps, a stall owner who was sitting on the ground suddenly called him. The boss had a slim figure and her face was covered with a veil. Her features were blurry and her specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but she was obviously a woman. Ning Yechen stopped and frowned slightly, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. 0.0. Ning Yechen leaned close to the stall owner's face and asked quietly, uncertainly. Qi Huan. Qi Huan. Guest, what are you talking about? My name is not Qi Huan. Qi Huan looked away guiltily and started to defend himself. Ning Yechen. Okay, it's definitely her. Ning Yechen immediately confirmed Qi Huan's identity and looked helpless. He even went to another place on purpose, but why does it feel like everyone he is there for?
Ning Yechen glanced at the street and saw many familiar figures. The short-haired man over there who was beating beef balls with a double halberd is the seventh demon god in the demon world, Rakshasa. The woman who sat in front of the stall selling wigs with her hair hanging down in front of her cheeks, covering her entire face, the hair concubine of the fifth demon god in the demon world. And there was the girl with flaming red hair who was performing among the crowd, the 10th demon in the demon world, Yen Lily. In addition, there were also many guards and legion commanders from the demon world among the people coming and going. The people standing next to him have already surrounded him. Even those seemingly harmless children running and playing around are disguised as demons. Xin Yu, tell me the truth, how many people have you arranged in the city? Ning Yechen really couldn't help but secretly question Xin Yu. Master Demon, as you requested, I have only kept a minimum number of personnel in the city. There are only 60,000 people lurking in the city. 60,000? Ning Yechen was shocked. He thought 6,000 were too many, but Xin Yu actually arranged 60,000 people. Moreover, these 60,000 people are basically the top strengths in the demon world, which can ensure that Luo Ruiying will not notice them. 60,000 immortal level cultivators are lurking in Nanli City. He was not sure whether he was in the demon world or the human world. Any one of these 60,000 people is enough to sweep across any state or region in the human world. Ning Yechen didn't know what to say. Punish Xin Yu. She is so conscientious and responsible, it is hard to scold her. Even if he scolded her, she would not listen at all, and might instead list a lot of reasons to convince him. Yechen, do you know this girl? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, who was getting close to Qi Huan's face and staring at him, and asked in confusion. I don't know him. Ning Yechen and Qi Huan firmly denied it to Luo Ruiying almost at the same time. Yeah. I thought you two knew each other. Luo Ruiying was slightly stunned. Little did they know that Ning Yechen and Qi Huan were almost frightened to death just now. Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying would discover something. Qi Huan was even more afraid that if she accidentally exposed the identity of the demon lord, then she would not be able to stay here, and Xin Yu would definitely be the first one to not let her go. There is a high possibility that one of the 13 demon god seats will be missing. Ma'am, would you like to pick out some jewelry? Qi Huan smiled awkwardly and secretly glanced at Xin Yu behind Ning Yechen. When he saw that Xin Yu's expression did not change, he breathed a sigh of relief and recommended to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying was once the Empress of the fairy world, she had no pursuit for jewelry or anything like that. Luo Ruiying wanted to refuse directly, but she was attracted by the jewelry on the stall with a casual glance. She squatted down involuntarily to take a look. The jewelry on the stall were all carved from extremely rare gemstones that even she didn't know about. Picking up a bracelet at random, you will see that the fine and smooth workmanship and technique are completely flawless. There is even colorful light flowing slowly inside the bracelet, which is extremely gorgeous. This seems to be carved from colorful magic stones that are only found in the demon world. Moreover, this level of purity and workmanship is beyond the reach of ordinary people. I didn't expect that there are people in the human world who can carve the 7-colored magic stone. Madam, do you like this bracelet? Seeing Luo Ruiying staring at the bracelet, Qi Huan opened his mouth and asked with a smile. I heard that both Crazy Prisoner and Night God had been visited by Lord Demon and the little princess. She couldn't afford to miss out on such supreme honor. Does my lady like this bracelet? Ning Yechen also squatted beside Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. As long as Luo Ruiying likes it, he will buy it without hesitation. No, these were originally his. Luo Ruiying put down the bracelet in her hand and shook her head slowly. The bracelet is indeed nice, but forget it. The material of that bracelet is not ordinary, and the price is not cheap. Seeing Luo Ruiying getting ready to leave, Qi Huan became anxious and said quickly. Ma'am, please, wait a moment, I'm holding a free lottery here. Raffle? Yes. The lucky draw is completely free. There are 4 types of awards. The D prize winners can enjoy a 50% discount on items from this stall. 30% discount for the 3rd prize. 10% discount on the 2nd prize. You can choose any first-class prize you want, and it's all free. Qi Huan took out a box from behind him and started to promote it enthusiastically. The box is filled with small balls of the same size. Seeing Qi Huan so enthusiastic, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, reached out and grabbed a small ball from the box. Thinking about drawing a prize doesn't waste much time. Besides, how can it be so easy to win the lottery? Just pick one and leave.
Luo Ruiying gently crushed the small ball in her hand and took out the note inside. When I opened it, I saw the note clearly said first prize. Before Luo Ruiying showed the note to Chi Huan immediately congratulated with excitement. Oh, congratulations! You have successfully won the first prize. You can choose any jewelry you like from me, it's all free. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen, who was standing aside, looked at Chi Huan speechlessly. You know you won the first prize before you even watch it, right? He estimated that the box was filled with first-class prizes. Luo Ruiying never expected that she would win the first prize so easily. If I want to refuse now, it would be a waste of the first prize I won with great difficulty. Luo Ruiying once again looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the stall and asked Luo Hongye beside her. Yi, is there anyone you like? Luo Hongye obviously didn't have much interest in jewelry. After taking a look, he pointed to a hairpin carved with a white rabbit on the stall. Bunny. Then I'll just take this one. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, picked up the rabbit hairpin and inserted it into Luo Hongye's hair. Ning Yechen casually picked up a black and white, finely crafted hair comb from the stall. Do you like this hairbrush? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. This is for you, my lady. From now on, I will comb your hair for you. Ning Yechen turned around with a charming smile and handed the comb to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed, and her heart was moved at this moment. Chapter 74. No one can save them this time. Inside the Chang family residence. Outside the mansion, the lights were on and there was a constant noise of laughter and joy, but inside the mansion it was dark, gloomy, empty, and dead silent. Not to mention the festive atmosphere, there isn't even a sense of home. As soon as the Qi family launched the immortal pill, the Zhang family has now completely lost control of the Nanli city. Major chambers of commerce chose to withdraw, and shops closed down one after another. A large amount of fire lotus liquid piled up in warehouses and shops with no one interested in buying it. Nowadays, even if the fire lotus liquid is sold at a very low price, no one is willing to buy it. The Zhang family's previous reputation was too bad, and the quality of the fire lotus liquid was uneven, so everyone had long lost their trust in the Zhang family. If there were no other alternative body-hardening fluids in Nanli City, the Zhang family would not have been so unscrupulous. What's more, the Qi family's immortal pills are of the 7th grade. The effect of this quenching is more than 10 times higher than that of the Zhang family's fire lotus liquid. For 7th grade elixirs, the price set by the Qi family is basically giving it away for free. Even if he had to sell everything he had, even selling his art and body, he would choose to buy the Qi family's immortal pills without hesitation. Even if the Zhang family gave the fire lotus liquid away for free, people might not necessarily accept it. For the Zhang family, the situation is already hopeless. Most of the servants in the family also chose to leave, leaving only some guards trained by the Zhang family themselves. Zhang Jin sat alone in the dark hall, his face in the darkness full of ferocity and resentment. It's all the Qi family's fault. It's all that woman's fault. If that woman hadn't appeared, Nanli City would have already belonged to his Zhang family. The Zhang family would not have fallen to this point. In the eyes of others, his Zhang family might be finished. But in his eyes, the Zhang family has not lost yet. He still has this last step, which will be his winning move. Brother, the Holy Lotus Master is here. At this moment, Jiang Ming walked into the hall excitedly from outside and said, his face full of joy. This may be the best and most anticipated news that the Zhang family has heard in recent days. Quick! Please let them in. Jiang Jin stood up and said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice came from the sky. No need, the leader is here in person. A woman wearing a long lotus-shaped dress and with a delicate and feminine face slowly fell from the sky. 2 beautiful women followed her on the left and right. One was dressed in green and the other in red. When Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming saw the 3 women, they immediately stepped forward and knelt on the ground, greeting them respectfully. Greetings to the Holy Lotus Master and the 2 holy envoys. Get up! Song Yan glanced at Jiang Jin, who was kneeling on the ground, then strode into the hall and sat down. The 2 holy messengers followed closely on both sides of her. Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming walked in front of Song Yan with their heads lowered, trembling, not daring to breathe. The Jiang family cooperated with the Holy Lotus sect, which sent a holy envoy to assist the Jiang family in all affairs. The Jiang family was responsible for managing the Nanli city on behalf of the Holy Lotus sect, paying a certain amount of spirit stones as tribute every month and recruiting all willing monks into the Holy Lotus sect. This is the cooperation agreement between the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect. But now that Chen-ro, the White Lotus Saint envoy of the Holy Lotus sect, has been killed, the Jiang family has completely lost control of the Nanli city, and is no longer able to hand over this month's spiritual stones. It can be said that the Jiang family is basically of no use to the Holy Lotus sect. Jiang Jin was extremely worried that the Holy Lotus sect would get angry and abandon the Jiang family. By then, the Jiang family won't be able to take revenge, and their lives might even be in danger. Master Jiang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look a little unwell. Song Yan glanced at Jiang Jin and asked coldly. Jiang Jin immediately fell to his knees again. Jiang Ming beside him also knelt down quickly. Please forgive me, master. Snort. You still know how to forgive sins. Is this the Nanli city that you promised to manage for my Holy Lotus sect? Perhaps it was a mistake for me to support your Jiang family from the beginning. It is my Jiang family who is incompetent. Please forgive me, master. Jiang Jin didn't dare to refuse at all, so he had to put his head on the ground and begged for forgiveness desperately. Considering that the Jiang family had worked hard over the years and had paid tribute in large quantities of spirit stones and personnel on time every month, Song Yan reluctantly chose to forgive the Jiang family this time. Tell me, who is it that dares to go against the Holy Lotus sect? Song Yan's eyes turned cold and she asked angrily. Ever since the destruction of the Nanzhou martial god temple, Nanzhou has been the world of her Holy Lotus sect. This is simply a godsend. She originally wanted to rely on the Jiang family to control the entire Nanli city as the foundation for the development of the Holy Lotus sect, and soon the Holy Lotus sect would be able to take control of the entire Nanzhou. But he never expected that the plan to control Nanli city would fail. Even her favorite subordinate died. Her Holy Lotus sect must avenge this grudge. Master. It's the Qi family. The Qi family found a woman with extremely powerful cultivation abilities from nowhere. That woman represented the Qi family and killed the Holy Envoy White Lotus in the Chamber of Commerce competition. My son's lower body was crippled, and my nephew died tragically on stage. This must have something to do with the Qi family. Master, you must make the decision for Master White Lotus Saint Envoy and my Jiang family. Jiang Jin spoke with tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Song Yan frowned deeply, looking displeased. Humph. This grudge will definitely be paid by this leader. It's just that this leader doesn't understand. Even if your Jiang family lost the Chamber of Commerce competition, with your Jiang family's control over Nanli City, it wouldn't have ended up like this so quickly, right? Master, you don't know. The Qi family got the formula for a 7th grade body hardening pill called Lianxian pill from somewhere. Not only is the cost of refining the medicinal materials required for this recipe extremely low, but it can also be refined in large quantities. The Qi family has taken over the entire Nanli City market with this immortal refining pill. The fire lotus liquid you gave me no one is buying it anymore. Jiang Jin said crying. If the Qi family had not suddenly taken out the immortal pill, his Jiang family might not have lost so completely. A 7th grade body tempering pill recipe? Are you telling the truth? When Song Yin heard this, she was shocked and quickly asked. If I have told even a single lie, I will be punished by the leader. Jiang Jin immediately kowtowed and promised. Song Yan looked thoughtful, with an excited smile on her lips. If this is the case, the Jiang family cannot be blamed for this failure. The 7th grade body tempering pill recipe has low cost and can be refined in large quantities. It is an extremely rare and precious pill recipe. It seems that her trip here in person was worth it. She gladly accepted the 7th grade body tempering pill recipe. Song Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and she gave orders to the 2 guardians beside her. Blue Lotus Saint Envoy, Red Lotus Saint Envoy, the 2 of you will take the people to wipe out the Qi family. Before tomorrow, I want to see the Qi family disappear from this world. As for the woman who killed my White Lotus Saint Envoy, this leader will personally deal with her. Yes. Master. The 2 guardians received the order and left immediately. Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming both looked ecstatic. The Qi family and that woman's family are finished. Han Guangji from the Treasure Chamber of Commerce has also left Nanli City. No one can save them this time. Chapter 75 This is my duty. At the festival market. It was getting late at night, but the streets were still crowded and noisy. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongya's hands and continued to stroll through the streets. They watched many performances and bought various things at the stalls. I said I bought it, but I didn't spend a penny. Either I won a prize, or it just happened to be the 20th anniversary of the store's opening, so it's free for a limited time. Some even directly said that because of the festival, the whole venue is free. I visited more than a dozen stalls and it was the same. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people in Nanli City were so warm and friendly. Even if they are doing business at a loss, these shop owners can still be so enthusiastic and happy. And they seem to have good luck today. You can win prizes wherever you go. Could it be that the winning rate was deliberately increased because of the festival? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but guess in her heart. This seems to be the only reasonable explanation. Yu Qingyu, who followed Ning Yechen all the way, had been recording Luo Hongye's preferences in her hands, but she also did not forget to keep an eye on Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Although she didn't know why, she always felt that the relationship between Lord Demon and his wife was very subtle. She had felt it during this time at home. Now that they were dating in the bustling market, she could feel it more clearly. They are obviously husband and wife, but they treat each other with respect. It can't be said that the relationship is bad, on the contrary, the relationship between the two is pretty good, but I always feel like there is something missing. The lively and prosperous festival atmosphere at this moment is simply a perfect time for a date, but the two of them didn't even hold hands. Didn't he, the demon lord, and his wife even give birth to a child? How come they get along like a couple in their first love? Yu Qingyu frowned quietly, looking puzzled. Could it be that the demon lord is shy? Considering Lord Mozen's experience of being single for hundreds of years, it is indeed possible that his first marriage. Although she was already very satisfied to witness the day when Lord Demon got married and had children, she still hoped to see more loving scenes between Lord Demon and his wife. It would be best if you could stay in love every day and give birth to more little princes or princesses. No matter how many children her wife has, she will take the responsibility to bring them up well and train them to be the demon world's supreme ruler, who is no less powerful than the demon lord. When she thought of this, Yu Qingyu became extremely excited, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. In her mind, she has already imagined the scene of her bringing up a bunch of children for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying in the future. How happy she would be then. Kaisei and the other two who were standing beside Yu Qingyu felt cold all over when they saw Yu Qingyu suddenly laughing foolishly. They have already seen the horror of this woman. What on earth could make her smile so scary? Yu Qingyu also realized her own loss of composure and quickly resumed her usual dignified and elegant demeanor. Now is not the time to be happy. For the future of Lord Demon and the demon world, she decided to secretly give Lord Demon a push. All idle personnel, listen up, urgent mission. Yu Qingyu gave orders to everyone lurking in the entire Nanli city through secret voice transmission. In an instant, all the demons, secret guards and commanders of the Imperial Army who were lurking in disguise in Nanli City received the news. Their eyes narrowed slightly and their expressions became extremely solemn. Urgent mission. It has been a long time since the demon realm received such an urgent task. Everyone was on high alert, waiting for Yu Qingyu to give orders. Sound transmission is a magical method that transforms sound into special spiritual power, penetrates into other people's minds, and then traces the sound back in their minds. This weak and special spiritual power is generally difficult to detect. Especially when someone with a higher level of cultivation transmits sound, it is more difficult for ordinary people to catch it. However, when facing someone whose cultivation is far superior to his, the sound transmission will still be detected. As Yu Qingyu's voice came out, Ning Yechen felt it in an instant. He turned his head and looked at her with a puzzled look, as if asking her what had happened. Need to issue an urgent task? How come he didn't notice anything was wrong? However, Yu Qingyu had no intention of explaining to Ning Yechen at all. She just silently gave him a meaningful smile. This smile made Ning Yechen feel uneasy. As expected, a lot of people suddenly poured into the already bustling and crowded crowd. The crowd squeezed past Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, forcing them to stick together. Someone accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, and she was knocked into Ning Yechen's arms. Ning Yechen subconsciously reached out and put his arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, holding her in his arms. Luo Ruiying lay on Ning Yechen's chest, her cheeks slightly red. People, there seemed to be more people all of a sudden. Yes, yes. My lady, be careful. Ning Yechen smiled awkwardly. He turned around and glared at Yu Qingyu fiercely. What are you doing? The extra people who appeared just now, and the people who pushed Luo Ruiying, were obviously all from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu replied calmly. I am here to lend a helping hand to you, Master Demon. You don't need to thank me. This is my duty. I don't want to thank you.
Besides, this isn't part of your duties. Ning Yechen secretly scolded Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, and refuted righteously. What are you talking about, Master Demon? Everything concerning you and your wife belongs to the demon world, and that is the responsibility of my subordinates. Although this statement may offend me, Lord Demon, you should be bolder and more direct. Madam will not object. Since I arrived, I seem to have not seen you and your wife consummate your marriage. Ning Yechen. Shut up. I have my own plan for this matter. You don't need to interfere. Ning Yechen warned Yu Qingyu speechlessly. It was okay to urge marriage in the past, but now they are urging even this kind of thing. Although he really wants to, but everything still needs to be done step by step. I understand. Yu Qingyu readily agreed, but she didn't look like she was going to give up. Ning Yechen felt that she didn't listen to him at all. Luo Ruiying stood up from Ning Yechen's arms, and seeing that the crowd around them was getting more and more crowded, she bent down and held Luo Hongye at her feet in her arms to prevent them from getting separated. Ning Yechen also took the opportunity to reach out and hold Luo Ruiying's hand. Luo Ruiying was slightly startled when her hand was suddenly tightly grasped. After realizing it was Ning Yechen, she felt relieved and gently held his hand. There are so many people now, so holding hands will prevent us from being squeezed away by the crowd. Seeing this, Yu Qingyu, who was following behind him, raised the corners of her mouth slightly with satisfaction. This is what she wanted to see. It's time to take the next step. Chapter 76 is the atmosphere not enough. South of the outskirts of Jiatou. After midnight tonight it will be the New Year, and a grand fireworks display will be held at that time. At this time, the fireworks convoys have basically been in place outside the city, ready to light the fireworks when the time comes. There was still some time before midnight, and the people in charge of lighting the fireworks sat together drinking and chatting happily. At this moment, several black shadows instantly appeared behind everyone. Before they could react, they were all knocked unconscious and dragged into the bushes. A beautiful woman with an expressionless face and a cold temperament slowly walked out from the darkness of the bushes, with a very long sword across her waist. Dozens of dark shadows followed the woman, waiting for the next instruction. The woman raised her arm and several dark shadows immediately began to carry and arrange the fireworks. After everything was ready, Yu Lian sent a voice message to Yu Qingyu from afar. Master Left Protector, everything is ready here. On the other side, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying finally walked through the crowded crowd and came to a street with less traffic. Even after walking out of the crowded crowd, the two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and there was no sign of them letting go of each other's hands. Yu Qingyu, who was following behind him, always had a gratified smile on her face. At this moment, he also happened to receive the message from Yolian. Very good. Yu Qing walked up to Luo Ruiying and bowed quietly, saying, Ma'am, I heard that the New Year's Eve fireworks display is about to begin. Do you want to go and see it? Fireworks display? Doesn't it start after midnight? It's still early now, right? Luo Ruiying said puzzledly. She remembered that the fireworks display didn't start so quickly. Ning Yechen's first reaction was that Yu Qingyu must be secretly planning something behind his back. She really didn't listen to his words at all. Facing Luo Ruiying's doubts, Yu Qingyu acted very calmly and explained. Madam, you don't know that the fireworks display has been moved up. Yeah? Luo Ruiying asked doubtfully. I heard that the annual New Year's Eve fireworks display in Nanli City is very colorful and anyone who has seen it will never forget it. Before going out, Qi Yuan specifically emphasized to her not to miss the fireworks display at midnight. Yu Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Yes. Since you're here, let's go take a look. Luo Ruiying turned her head and looked at Ning Yechen and smiled, as if asking for his opinion. Since my lady is interested, let's go. Although he didn't know what Yu Qingyu was planning to do, seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed interested, Ning Yechen naturally couldn't refuse. The two of them carried Luo Hongye to a small hill specially prepared for watching the fireworks display. From here you can not only overlook the lights of thousands of homes in the city, but also enjoy the fireworks blooming under the perfect night sky. However, when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived carrying Luo Hongye, there was no figure on the hillside, it was empty. How strange, there is no one here. Doesn't everyone know that the fireworks display has been moved forward? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel confused. Little did I know that this place had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu sent a message to Yu Lian in the suburbs. Master Demon and his wife are in place, let's begin. Yes. Yu Lian in the suburbs responded and immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Do it! After receiving the order, the secret guards quickly lit the fuse in their hands. In an instant, streaks of fire shot straight up into the night sky with a whoosh, blooming into colorful fireworks under the dark night sky. The dazzling and colorful fireworks lit up most of the night, and complemented the twinkling stars under the night sky, making the sparks shine brightly. As Qi Yuan said, this fireworks display was indeed so dazzling and beautiful. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at the dazzling fireworks in the night sky and the bright lights of thousands of homes below her. Such a peaceful and tranquil feeling was something she had never experienced in the fairy world. Suddenly I felt that this wisp of fireworks in the human world was no worse than the immortal path that countless people in the immortal world pursued. Luo Hongye, who was lying in his arms, also turned his head and looked at the fireworks in the starry sky in the night with joy, his eyes filled with the blooming brilliant fireworks. Ning Yechen wanted to scold Yu Qingyu for meddling in other people's business, but since his wife and children seemed to like it very much, he let it go. At this time, other people in the city also noticed the fireworks in the sky. They stopped and looked up at the night fireworks. Some people reacted quickly and asked in confusion, "Hey, that's not right. Why did the fireworks display start early? That's right, why didn't anyone notify us?" Everyone who reacted quickly brought their families and rushed towards the hillside where Ning Yechen was. However, Yu Qingyu would never allow anyone else to disturb the time that Lord Demon and his wife spend alone together. A mist inexplicably rose from the hillside, and everyone who entered the white mist immediately lost their way. No matter how I go, I can't get out. Even if a group of cultivators tried to fly out with swords, they couldn't do it. The fog seemed to have no boundaries and it was impossible to fly out. She wants to create a perfect opportunity for Lord Demon and his wife to spend time together. Yu Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were still just standing there holding hands and looking at each other, without any further action. He also reminded me through voice transmission. "Master Demon, you can try to take things a step further with Madam. This kind of thing depends on the atmosphere. How can there be that kind of atmosphere when someone is watching from behind?" Ning Yechen scolded speechlessly. Although Yu Qingyu was creating a good atmosphere at the moment, how could she still be interested when there were several electric lights following her? Yu Qingyu suddenly realized, and immediately turned around and gave an order to Meng Niu and the other two with a cold face. "You three are in the way here. Leave now. I'm talking about you." Ning Yechen couldn't help but almost roared as he transmitted his voice. This guy Yu Qingyu has no self-awareness at all. Yu Qingyu looked incredulous, as if she had not expected that the person Ning Yechen was referring to was her. "I understand." In order to create some time for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying to be alone together, Yu Qingyu wisely took Meng Niu and the other two and quietly left. Finally left. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's hand and they sat on the lawn together, their arms leaning against each other, still watching the fireworks silently from each other. They said they were creating some time for the two of them to be alone together, but Luo Hongye was still in Luo Ruiying's arms. With children around, no matter how good the atmosphere is, there is nothing you can do. However, it is fun for a family of three to sit together and enjoy the fireworks. At least he still liked it. In the bushes not far away, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu and others secretly poked their heads out. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. Why didn't the scene she expected happen? Is it because the atmosphere is not enough? Chapter 77, Killing and Arson are my job. Just as Yu Qingyu was thinking about how to create a better atmosphere for Lord Demon and his wife, she suddenly received a message from the secret guard. "Master Left Protector, someone is coming towards the Qi family." Ever since Ning Yechen gave the recipe for the immortal pill to Qi Yuan last time, he has ordered Yu Qingyu to secretly send people to protect the Qi family. According to the words of Lord Demon, the Zhang family will be unable to sit still for long. It turned out to be just as Lord Demon had expected. But it happened to be this time. Actually disturbed her interest. Yu Qingyu's delicate face turned cold in an instant, and her noble and cold temperament made her look like an empress who controlled all life and death. Before Yu Qingyu could say anything, Yu Lian, who was in charge of setting off fireworks outside the city, sent another message. "Master Zwar Protector, there are also a large number of ants outside the city heading towards the Qi family. Also, some people seem to be heading in the direction of Lord Demon. Should we eliminate them all? Deal with all those ants. Don't disturb the date between Lord Demon and his wife. Leave the man who comes towards Lord Demon to me. Qi Huan and Kuang Qiu, you two go to the Qi family.
Remember to leave 1 or 2 questions, and let those ants disappear for the rest. The rest of you, clear out all the other ants in the city. Remember, don't make any noise, otherwise it will disturb the demon lord and his wife. Yu Qingyu calmly gave orders to all his men in the city. All those who were disguised and lurking in the city received the order at the first time, and their eyes could not help but flash with bloodthirsty and cold eyes. After disguising myself as a mortal for several days, I can finally move around. I'm almost suffocating. Killing and arson are their jobs in the demon world. Many army commanders, secret guards, as well as the mad prisoner, Shi Huan, and others from the demon world showed a hideous smile on their faces. It might be difficult for Lord Left Guardian to let them leave 1 or 2 alive. The eyes of Yi Tianxian in front of the barbecue stall were colder than ever before. He would never allow anyone to disturb the date between the demon lord and his wife, the little princess. Now starting to temporarily close the stall. Yi Tianxian, Guangqiu, Shi Huan, and others hung up signs on their stalls saying they were temporarily closed and disappeared from the stalls in an instant. The person standing in front of the stall blinked and the stall owner disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Hey, where's the boss? The other side. Luo Ruiying sat on the lawn holding Luo Hongye in her arms, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at Ning Yechen beside her from time to time. With the light of the fireworks blooming in the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome yet calm profile. If you look closely, this guy is really good looking. Even in the fairy world, her appearance is considered outstanding. Luo Ruiying quietly reached her hand into her arms, grabbing a gift that she had specially prepared in the past few days, but her expression was a little hesitant. Ning Yechen immediately noticed Luo Ruiying's strange behavior, and turned to look at her curiously, and asked with a smile. Madam, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at your husband? No, nothing. When asked this by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying realized that she seemed to be watching too intently. She blushed and looked away, emphatically denying it. I didn't feel like taking out the thing I was holding. Ning Yechen noticed that Luo Ruiying's hand reached into his arms as if he wanted to take something. When he was about to ask, his eyes suddenly froze. Not far away, someone was coming towards him. It seems that he came specifically to find him and Luo Ruiying. The Jiang family finally couldn't help but take action. It was more restless than he expected. Why did they choose to do it on the day of the festival? They really know how to pick the time. I wanted to keep you, the Jiang family, alive for 2 more days to celebrate the new year, but it seems that this is no longer necessary. At the same time, Ning Yechen also received Yu Qingyu's voice transmission. Master Demon, someone wants to attack you and the Qi family. I will solve all of them immediately. After thinking about it, Yu Qingyu knew that Ning Yechen must have noticed it, so she took the initiative to report the situation to him. After all, this is her duty as the president of the demon world. You are responsible for cleaning up all the ants first, and don't let them disturb Ruiying and the children. I'll go there myself in a moment. Just leave everything to Yu Qingyu, she will definitely handle everything perfectly. But Ning Yechen still decided to go to the Jiang family in person. There is someone he must meet again. Yu Qingyu didn't expect that Ning Yechen would actually do it himself. She was stunned and felt angry, regretful, and self-blame in her heart. As the president of the demon world, she actually needs to ask the demon lord to take action personally. This is simply a dereliction of duty on her part. If she could arrange people to get rid of these damn ants earlier, Lord Demon would not notice it and would not have to do it himself. It's all because of those damn ants. They forced Lord Demon to leave his wife and the little princess and interrupt this date. She must make those ants regret what they did tonight. Yu Qingyu's face was as cold as frost, and she tried desperately to suppress the anger and murderous intent in her heart. She was afraid that she could not hold back and would turn the entire Nanli city into ashes with one slap. Meng Niu and the other 2 who were following Yu Qingyu sensed Yu Qingyu's terrifying murderous intent at close range, and were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. They had never seen such terrible murderous intent. Just by being close to him, they felt like they couldn't breathe and were about to suffocate. You 3, follow me. Yu Qingyu said something coldly to Meng Niu and the other 2, then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yes. Meng Niu and the other 2 responded, but just as they raised their heads, Yu Qingyu had disappeared. Eh? Where are the people? Sir, we can't keep up with your speed. When Meng Niu and the other 2 saw Yu Qingyu disappear in an instant, they were so sad that they could not even cry. This is a bit difficult for them. In order to prevent Yu Qingyu from thinking that they were useless, Meng Niu and the other two hurriedly tried their best to catch up. After Ning Yechen noticed the movements of his men in the city, he slowly stood up. "What's wrong?" Luo Ruiying looked up and asked doubtfully. "It's okay. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to buy something. Madam, please take Yi Yi home first. I will be back later." Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "I forgot to buy something, how about I go?" "You should take Yi Yi home first." Luo Ruiying also stood up holding Luo Hongye and asked. With her level of cultivation, it would only take a moment for her to buy anything. "Don't bother me, my lady. I have something else to do on the way. Please take Yi Yi home first." Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's cheek and advised. "All right." Luo Ruiying's cheeks looked slightly red under the light of the fireworks, but she didn't force it. She was just a little dissatisfied that Ning Yechen was coaxing her like a child. Luo Ruiying turned around and walked a few steps while holding Luo Hongye. She touched her arms and suddenly remembered that there was something she had not given to Ning Yechen. When I turned around, I found that Ning Yechen was gone. Are you walking so fast?" Chapter 78. This is what happens when you disturb the demon lord and his wife. Late at night. On the surface, Nanli City seems calm and peaceful with a bustling atmosphere of singing and dancing, but in reality, undercurrents are surging and murderous intentions are lurking everywhere. The disciples of the Holy Lotus sect scattered throughout the city began to rush towards Ning Yechen's home and the Qi family, all with murderous intent in their eyes. However, as they passed through the crowded streets, a shadow suddenly appeared under the feet of the Holy Lotus sect disciples, or shadows suddenly stretched out from the dark alleys beside them and pulled them into the darkness one by one. Those Holy Lotus disciples who were dragged into the shadows didn't even know what was happening. They disappeared from the world without uttering a single sound. Some people were passing through a dark and deserted alley when suddenly a black shadow passed by them and cut their necks. They didn't even get a clear look at each other's face, they just fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Then their bodies were dragged into the darkness and the blood was cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. Some disciples of the Holy Lotus sect gradually realized that something was wrong. There were clearly more than a dozen people walking together just now, but when he looked back, he was the only one left. Where are the people? The disciple of the Holy Lotus sect stood there blankly, his eyes full of fear, and he kept looking around. The next second, he was instantly dragged away by a shadow under his feet. The passers-by standing next to him did not notice that he had disappeared. The whole street is still bustling and noisy. Another group of Holy Lotus disciples who were flying in the air suddenly stopped in mid-air. In front of them, standing in the air, was a beautiful girl with flaming red hair and red-blue eyes. "Who are you?" The leading elder of the Holy Lotus sect shouted at Yen Lily and questioned her. A playful smile appeared on Yen Lily's lips. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is you will be a corpse soon." Upon hearing this, the Saint Lotus sect elder was startled, and then angrily shouted. "Arrogant! Now in Nanzhou, no one dares to speak to my Holy Lotus sect like this. Kill her!" At a command, dozens of disciples behind the Holy Lotus sect elders rushed towards Yen Lily. Yen Lily stood still and snapped her fingers lightly. In an instant, dozens of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, including the Holy Lotus sect elder, were instantly engulfed in flames. The people didn't even have time to let out a shrill scream, their souls were destroyed and their bodies were burned into a pile of white bones. With her ability, she could easily turn all the people of the Holy Lotus sect into ashes, leaving nothing behind. But she deliberately controlled the temperature and chose to burn them into a pile of bones. Collecting and viewing skeletons is one of her few hobbies. It's been a while since she last did it, but her skill in refining skeletons hasn't deteriorated. Although these dozens of skeletons are completely inferior products, garbage among garbage, they are still acceptable for filling the bone mountain. Unfortunately, if the left protector hadn't ordered not to make too much noise, she would have wanted to listen carefully to the wailing of these people being slowly burned. That must be the most wonderful music. On the other side, near Ning Yechen's courtyard, the members of the Holy Lotus sect who had arrived early were lurking around the courtyard, waiting for the others to arrive and join them. However, after the planned time had passed, there was still no sign of the other people. The leading elder could not help but frown deeply and angrily shouted at a disciple beside him. "Didn't you just say that the others were on their way? It's been so long, where are the people?" "Brother, I don't know." The disciple replied tremblingly. He had indeed just received the message, and the others would be here soon to join the action.
Who knows what other people are doing after so long? This is an order from the leader himself. How dare you be so negligent about such an important matter? Once this is done, I will not let you off easily. Hurry them to join us. The elders shouted angrily at the disciple beside him. Yes. The disciple responded and was about to leave to look for others when a cold voice came from the dark alley behind him. No need, I have brought the person for you. Who is it? The leading elder was startled and turned around suddenly, his face full of shock and vigilance. With his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly man realm, he didn't even notice someone approaching him from behind. Night God slowly emerged from the darkness, holding several human heads in his hands, and stared at the people from the Holy Lotus sect present with a cold expression. He threw the head in his hand at their feet. When everyone from the Holy Lotus sect looked down, they were immediately frightened and their expressions changed suddenly. Those heads turned out to be the other people they had been waiting for. Each of them is an elder with the cultivation level of heaven and man. But he died so quietly. Who is he? The leading elder was horrified, with his face completely devoid of his previous arrogance. He asked tremblingly, Sir, who are you? Why did you attack my Holy Lotus sect? You offended the wrong people. Yi Tianxian took a step forward and came in front of everyone in an instant. He slowly raised his palm and pointed it at everyone, his eyes as cold as if he was looking at a group of dead people. The Holy Lotus sect elder was terrified and wanted to escape, but found himself unable to move due to fear. The Holy Lotus sect elder carefully reviewed what Yi Tianxian had just said in his mind. It seemed that he had thought of something and his expression became even more frightened. Could it be that the people who should not be offended mentioned by this person are this family? Does the leader understand what kind of person she has offended? The elders of the Holy Lotus sect were completely hopeless at this moment, and they just wanted to ask the sect leader Song Yan who exactly they wanted them to attack. Why would you mess with someone like this? This is not an existence that the Holy Lotus cult can afford to provoke. Annihilate it. Night God spoke calmly to everyone in the Holy Lotus sect. Wait a minute. The Holy Lotus sect elder tried to explain the misunderstanding again, but more than a dozen disciples including him were all swallowed up by a ball of dark and bright light. A dark light flashed in the dark alley. When the light faded, the scene was clean and nothing was left. You attempted to attack Lord Demon and his wife, the little princess. It is a great blessing for you to die just like that. Night God said calmly to the void. If it wasn't for the purpose of not disturbing Lord Demon, he would never let these ants die so easily. South of the outskirts of Jiatou, more than hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples were flying across the sky towards Nanli City. They are all elite disciples of the Holy Lotus sect and have been on standby outside the city. As soon as they received Song Yan's order to enter the city and massacre the Qi family, they immediately set off. And on the road they were walking on, Yolian was already standing on the ground waiting. Several secret guards followed her. Don't do anything, Yulian said to the secret guard beside him, then slowly put his hand on the long sword at his waist. Hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples above the sky were looking at Yulian with confusion and vigilance. A cold light flashed in Yulian's eyes, and the blade was slightly unsheathed. Without any movement in her hand, thousands of silver lights flashed across the people of the Holy Lotus sect. The next second, hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples in the sky were all dismembered. Blood and sliced limbs scattered from the sky like a bloody rain. This is what happens when you disturb the demon lord and his wife. Chapter 79 Wake Up. Outside the Qi family mansion. The Red Lotus Saint Envoy Wang Xian and the Blue Lotus Saint Envoy Chao Yu of the Holy Lotus sect have led a group of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect and have arrived near the Qi family residence. Looking at the bright lights in the Qi family mansion and the reunion of the family, and listening to the peaceful and happy celebrations inside, Wang Xian and Chao Yu could not help but reveal a cruel sneer on their faces. What an ignorant mortal! Soon the entire Qi family will disappear from the world. This will be their last celebration. But they will be kind enough to send all of them to another place for reunion. Wang Xian and Chao Yu looked at each other and were about to give the order to kill the Qi family when they suddenly saw the void around them twisting and people wrapped in blackened shadows walked out. Looking around carefully, they suddenly realized that dozens of them had been surrounded without them knowing when. And the two of them couldn't even see through the abilities of these mysterious people. Wang Xian and Chao Yu were extremely shocked. Who are these people? Why do you know that they are going to take action against the Qi family? When did the Qi family have such a powerful protection? No. We need to report this matter to the master immediately. Chao Yu. You and I will evacuate separately in a moment. Be sure to report this matter to the master. Wang Xian whispered to Chao Yu beside her, and when she turned her head, she found that a golden halo had appeared around Chao Yu's neck. Chao Yu, your neck. Wang Xian hurriedly reminded Chao Yu. Chao Yu looked down and discovered that there was a halo around her neck. Before she could figure out what the halo was, it suddenly shrank. Chao Yu couldn't even put up any resistance, the halo cut off her neck like cutting tofu. Chao Yu's head rolled to the ground, his face full of shock. The body was still standing straight on the ground, with blood gushing out from the broken neck. Spots of blood fell on Wang Xian's face and body, and Wang Xian was so scared that she was about to scream. However, just as Wang Xian opened her mouth, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of her and looked at her coldly, and a huge hand directly grasped her entire head. Her head looked so small compared to that hand. It's late at night, you mustn't make any noise and disturb other people nearby. The prisoner pinched Wang Xian's head with one hand and leaned close to her and whispered. At this moment, even if Wang Xian wanted to scream, she was too frightened to speak. Shi Huan also slowly emerged from the darkness with a seductive figure twisting, with halos on his fingers spinning like a hula hoop, and an extremely excited smile on his face. Shi Huan took 2 deep breaths of the smell of blood in the air. A flush of intoxication appeared on his face. He stroked his cheeks with his hands, and his silly smile became even more intense. What a refreshing smell. What to do? I'm so excited that I can't hold it back anymore. Ah. Prisoner. The prisoner glanced speechlessly at Shi Huan, who was almost reaching orgasm behind him, and said dissatisfiedly. The left protector said that we should leave 1 or 2 people alive for questioning. You just do it straight away? Aren't there still quite a few people here? Shi Huan said indifferently, then looked at the people of the Holy Lotus sect who had been standing there in fear and asked with a smile. Let me ask you, who among you is the leader? Tell my sister, there will be a reward. Shi Huan smiled charmingly and asked everyone from the Holy Lotus sect. Yes, it's her. The people of the Holy Lotus sect pointed at Chao Yu, who was already dead on the ground, and said tremblingly. Shi Huan. Prisoner. What to do? I accidentally killed the leader here. Shi Huan instantly put away his charming face, his expression became extremely panicked, and he turned to ask the prisoner. Generally, the leader knows more things, but she couldn't help but killed one of them. To them, these ants could be easily crushed to death, and they couldn't even tell who was the leader. If Lord Protector's one knew about this, she would be doomed. The crazy prisoner grinned, showing an expression of gloating. He didn't kill the person anyway. Shi Huan couldn't help but get angry when he saw the crazy prisoner's expression, and pointed at him and accused him. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me at the beginning? HAAA. Are you blaming me? It's all because you couldn't help yourself, you bitch. The crazy prisoner retorted angrily without any politeness. The surrounding secret guards and attendants did not dare to interrupt. Gossip? How dare you humiliate me? Although I was wrong to start with this, but don't you have any responsibility at all for accompanying me? Shi Huan was not right, but he was very angry. Ha! The prisoner's temper flared up all of a sudden, and he turned around and angrily went to teach Shi Huan a lesson. Shi Huan was not willing to be outdone, and his arms were lit up with halos surrounding them. If it weren't for the mission she had now, Yu Qingyu would have specifically emphasized that she was not allowed to make any noise in the city while in disguise. The two of them had already started. Then, the other person you are holding is also our holy envoy. A disciple of the Holy Lotus sect gave a trembling reminder. Upon hearing this, Guangqiu and Shi Huan were stunned and stopped arguing. Then they revealed a cruel yet joyful smile. Really? Thank you so much. Then you are useless. When everyone in the Holy Lotus sect heard this, they felt a chill all over their bodies, and a breath of death was coming towards them. A golden halo expanded and flashed past everyone at a rapid speed, then shrank and returned to Shi Huan's finger. In a split second, dozens of Holy Lotus sect disciples were beheaded. The prisoner stretched out one arm and opened his palm, and a huge transparent palm as sharp as an animal's claw appeared above the remaining people. The prisoner gave a light pinch, and all the remaining people were directly squeezed into a pool of blood. Both of them looked extremely excited and bloodthirsty. If Yu Qingyu hadn't ordered to leave 1 or 2 people alive, they would have been unable to resist and took action. After dealing with everyone, when the prisoner was about to take Wang Xian away,
he suddenly felt that the person in his hand had not moved for a long time. The prisoner quickly loosened his hand and found that Wang Xian's eyes were wide open and there was no breath left. She was frightened to death. The crazy prisoner and Qi Huan were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. After they realized what was happening, they both looked extremely horrified. Finished. They killed all the others, and now the one left is scared to death. How am I going to report back now? Hey! Wake up! Wake up, I'm not going to kill you, why do you want to die so quickly? The prisoner grabbed Wang Xian by the collar and shook her non-stop, occasionally slapping her in the face, trying to wake her up. This was the first time Qi Huan and Quang Qiu were so afraid of killing someone. Chapter 80. You can treat me as his mother. Nanli City, in the dean's office of Nanli College. A middle-aged man with a mature and steady face sat at the table, his hands clasped together with his fingers crossed and a solemn expression. He is Xia Gu, the dean of Nanli College in Nanli City. In front of Xia Gu stood a beautiful woman. The woman also had a serious expression as she was reporting to Xia Gu about the emergency situation in Nanli City. Dean, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has come to Nanli City in person, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples. Each of them is an elite disciple of the Holy Lotus sect. It has been reported that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has left the Jiang family, and the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect in the city have also begun to take action. I'm afraid the Jiang family is going to use the Holy Lotus sect to take action against the Qi family and the woman named Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Xia Gu frowned and looked embarrassed. What is coming is coming. After hearing that the Qi family actually defeated the Jiang family in the Chamber of Commerce competition, he was both happy and worried. The reason for being happy is that the Jiang family has lost control of most of the chambers of commerce in Nanli City, and can no longer monopolize various resources and act recklessly as before. The worry is because the Jiang family has the support of the Holy Lotus sect. Once the Holy Lotus sect is informed, the Qi family and the woman representing the Qi family will be in danger. During this period, the Qi family launched the immortal refining pill, which completely destroyed the foundation of the Jiang family and forced the Jiang family into a state of panic. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the Jiang family would notify the Holy Lotus sect to take action. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. It just so happens that the New Year festival is coming up these days. This was the last thing he wanted to see. I'm afraid there will be a bloody storm tonight. The Holy Lotus sect will never let the Qi family and that family go. Nanli College is responsible for maintaining public order in the city. As the president of Nanli College, how could he watch the Qi family and that family being brutally exterminated? But he is definitely no match for Song Yan, and if he chooses to intervene, Nanli College will be plunged into crisis. If he was asked to turn a blind eye, he knew he couldn't do it. Nanli College was established in Nanli City. In addition to cultivating outstanding monks, its original intention was also to protect Nanli City. If we just allow the Holy Lotus sect to do whatever they want in Nanli City, then there will be no need for Nanli College to exist. Linya, gather everyone in the academy immediately. Let them rush to protect the Qi family and that family. I will go to Song Yan to negotiate in person. Xia Gu pondered for a moment and gave instructions to Linya in front of him. If Han Guangji from the Treasure Chamber of Commerce was still in the city, he could join forces with him to deal with Song Yan. But the Jiang family obviously took advantage of Han Guangji's departure from Nanla Chengdu to take action. It was difficult for him to fight against Song Yan alone, so he could only try his best to reach a negotiation with her. Otherwise, if he and Song Yan really take action in Nanli City, it will inevitably affect the residents. Yes. I'll gather everyone right away. Dean, you must be careful too. I heard that the Holy Lotus sect leader has already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Linya nodded, gave Xia Gu some instructions, and immediately began to arrange personnel. If it was a step later, the Qi family and that family would be in danger. In the night sky south of Jiado, Song Yan personally led a group of Holy Lotus sect disciples and rushed towards the location reported by Luo Ruiying. And a beautiful and cold shadow had already stood in the night sky, quietly waiting for them. Yu Qingyo's cold and deep eyes stared quietly at Song Yan and others. Song Yan immediately stopped and looked at Yu Qingyu with a frown. This woman, she can't see through it. Is he from Nanli College? Before the operation began, Song Yan predicted that the biggest obstacle to this operation might be Nanli College. The dean of Nanli College, Xia Gu, also has the cultivation level of a celestial god, and he should not be underestimated. But she had never heard of the appearance of this woman in Nanli College.
who are you? Song Yan asked Yu Qingyu coldly. Are you the mastermind behind them? Are all those people in the city your people?
Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's questioning and asked directly in a cold tone.
Song Yan sneered and admitted bluntly. That's right.
I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and those people in the city are all my disciples.
Yeah.
A hint of coldness flashed in Yu Qingyu's cold eyes, and she raised her slender jade fingers and spoke lightly.
Burst it. Song Yan looked confused, not knowing what Yu Qingyu was up to.
However, the next second, strange noises came from the disciples behind her. Song Yan turned her head in confusion and was instantly shocked. The bodies of the disciples following behind her suddenly swelled up dramatically, becoming as round and huge as a ball. The disciples all had extremely painful and distorted expressions, desperately stretching out their arms towards Song Yan and begging. Master, Master, save me. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of disciples behind him exploded like balloons.
Blood and body debris bloomed like fireworks in the night.
Song Yan was stunned on the spot for a moment, her face full of horror, and she looked at Yu Qingyu in disbelief. This time, her eyes no longer had the arrogance from before, only fear.
You, what on earth did you do to my disciple? Song Yan pointed at Yu Qingyu and asked hysterically.
She didn't even see Yu Qingyu make any spellcasting movements, nor did she see any spiritual energy surging from her body. With just one sentence, she caused all of her most elite disciples to explode and die. She had practiced for more than 300 years and had never seen such a method. At this time, Meng Niu and the other two had just arrived behind Yu Qingyu, and happened to see the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere.
Their faces suddenly turned pale.
Even though they often fought in the demon forest, they had never seen such a bloody explosion. Yu Qingyu walked slowly towards Song Yan step by step in the void. Although his steps and posture were very dignified and graceful, and there was no spiritual energy on his body, Song Yan inexplicably felt an unprecedented huge pressure in her heart.
Don't underestimate me.
I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Song Yan turned her fear into anger and formed a spell with her hands.
Yu Qingyu just said calmly. Twist it.
The next moment, Song Yan's arms suddenly began to twist and rotate in extremely irregular ways, and the sound of broken bones was crisp.
The hand bones are even exposed.
Meng Niu and the other two stood aside, frowning, feeling pain all over their bodies just watching.
Ah!
The severe pain made Song Yan's face completely distorted, and there was only endless fear on her face. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes, and she desperately asked Yu Qingyu.
You, who are you? Yu Qingyu came to Song Yan and finally answered her question. I am just a servant of the Supreme Being. Of course, you can treat me as his mother. Chapter 81. Why not take such a good job? Servant mother?
Song Yan had no idea what Yu Qingyu was saying and thought she was just teasing her. How could a servant dare to claim to be the mother of his master? Then you should pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I will let you know what will happen if you disturb Lord Demon and his wife. What will be the price for disturbing my interest? Yu Qingyu's face was cold, and her dark and deep eyes turned into an enchanting emerald green. Song Yan's heart was filled with endless fear, and she fled decisively without hesitation. But how could she escape from Yu Qingyu's hands? Song Yan ran away in fear while turning her head to look behind her. When she turned around again, Yu Qingyu had already come to her quietly. It seems that I should cripple your legs first. Distortion. Wait a minute. As soon as Song Yan heard Yu Qingyu speak, her face turned pale and she begged for mercy repeatedly. However, as soon as Yu Qingyu finished speaking, her legs immediately twisted and broke uncontrollably. The sound of broken bones was crackling. The fear in her heart and the severe pain in her body made Song Yan burst into tears and she let out another heart-wrenching howl. Too noisy, shut up. Yu Qingyu spoke indifferently with a look of disgust on her face.
Song Yan's mouth closed uncontrollably and she couldn't open it.
She could only make him sounds for mercy, her face pleading.
She didn't understand what kind of person she had offended.
She had no idea who this woman was or where she came from. With her cultivation at the peak of the heavenly god realm and the destruction of the martial god temple, there should be no one in Nanzhou who can be her opponent anymore. Tonight's plan should be foolproof. But why did the fact turn out like this? Yu Qingyu's emerald green eyes stared at Song Yan, and Song Yan felt dazed for a moment. The next second, her hands, scalp, and even every inch of skin on her body began to be peeled off by an invisible force. Behind the skin is flesh and blood, and behind the flesh and blood is the bones. The whole body is being peeled off and removed bit by bit. The intense pain made Song Yan feel like she was living a life worse than death, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The strange thing is that her mind remained very clear, so clear that she could feel the excruciating pain of every inch of skin being peeled off. Song Yan was powerless to resist and could only twitch all over and her eyes dilated. Just when Song Yan was about to collapse and thought she was probably dead, she suddenly realized that apart from her broken hands and feet, she did not have any other injuries. Everything that just happened seemed like a nightmare. However, the despair and pain of watching herself being peeled off layer by layer were deeply engraved in her mind. That feeling is so real. She definitely wasn't wrong. What on earth is going on? Song Yan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she looked at Yu Qingyu in front of her with confusion. Yu Qingyu smiled gently and explained. Do you feel it? Your body will be peeled off layer by layer in the spiritual hallucination, and the pain will be no different from the real experience. But don't worry, your body will not suffer any substantial harm. And this process will continue to repeat until I stop it. When Song Yan heard this, her pupils shrank instantly, and the fear on her face became even more intense. She kowtowed and begged desperately, even if it meant killing her directly. She couldn't bear this pain any longer. And the main body will not be injured. It is simply terrifying to experience the feeling of being peeled off all over again and again. This kind of criminal law is simply not something a human can endure. Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's pleading and just looked down at her with a cold smile. Soon, the next round of peeling began. From the perspective of outsiders, except for the broken limbs, nothing happened to other parts of Song Yan's body, not even a trace of wound. But her face was filled with pain, tears streaming down her face, and she fell in midair, twitching and twisting as if she had gone mad. At this moment, she was experiencing the horrific execution that most people could only experience once. Most people would die early from pain or excessive blood loss, but she would not. She will experience everything from the beginning to the end, and then start a new round of reincarnation. Meng Niu and the other two stood there in a daze, looking at Song Yan, who was twitching and wailing but couldn't even make a sound, trembling with fear. In comparison, this woman is even more terrifying than an adult. Even if adults die, they usually die quickly, and the pain only lasts for a moment, but this woman will not. What are you still standing there for? Take her with you and follow me to Zhang's house. By the way, tell me what happened during the time when Lord Demon and his wife entered the city before I came. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and gave orders to Meng Niu and the other two. Although these three monsters have bloodlines left over from ancient times, their cultivation strength is too weak. It's a bit too weak. I don't know why the Demon Lord wants to keep these three by his side. If it weren't for the fact that the little princess seemed to like the three of them very much and the Lord Demon gave an order, she would have reluctantly accepted the three of them. Yes. When Meng Niu and the other two heard Yu Qingyu's order, they hurriedly stepped forward, carried the still twitching Song Yan, and followed behind Yu Qingyu. The three of them told Yu Qingyu in detail everything that happened when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying accompanied Qi Yuan into the city. It mentioned how Zhang Li of the Zhang family provoked Ning Yechen and others, and spoke rudely to Luo Ruiying. The expression on Yu Qingyu's face became increasingly cold. Snort. The Chang family. You dare to speak disrespectfully to the Demon Lord and his wife, very good. Inside the Chang family residence, hundreds of monks and guards gathered in the mansion, and the entire mansion was filled with monks and guards. Each guard wore a cloak and armor and selected a variety of weapons. These people are all strong men that the Zhang family has spared no effort to cultivate over the years and recruited from various places. Now is the time to put it to use. Although the Holy Lotus sect's leader and two holy envoys took action personally, he felt relieved. But how could he miss the night when the Qi family and that family were destroyed? Therefore, Zhang Jin and Zhang Ming decided to gather all the people in the family and join forces with the Holy Lotus sect to attack the Qi family. Don't leave anyone behind. Everyone. Thank you all for coming here. I am very grateful. After we wipe out the Qi family tonight, my Zhang family will definitely not treat you unfairly. Zhang has only one request here, and that is that the Qi family disappear from the world tonight. Zhang Jin walked into the courtyard and bowed to express his gratitude to the gathered people. Everyone present was excited, raised their weapons, and shouted. Master Jiang, don't worry. Tonight, we will make the Qi family disappear from the world. Yes. The Zhang family has treated us well over the years. It's time to repay the head of the Zhang family.
Everything is just waiting for the Zheng family's order. We will charge into the Qi family. Everyone was so excited and not worried at all. Because they had heard that the Holy Lotus sect had already taken action on behalf of the Zheng family, they just followed suit. Maybe after the matter is accomplished, the Zheng family will owe me a favor and receive a generous reward. Why not take such a good job? Chapter 82. This woman is simply a devil. Zhang Jin and Zhang Ming looked at the high morale of the crowd. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were finally released at this moment, and a long-lost smile appeared on their faces. So what if he wins the Chamber of Commerce competition against the Zheng family? What good would it do to use the immortal refining pills to attack the Zheng family's fire lotus liquid? After tonight, Nanli City will still belong to his Zheng family. The Qi family is destined to lose to the Zheng family. It seems I came at the right time. Just as the Zheng family mansion was filled with jubilation and ready to go, a clear and cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up in confusion and saw a beautiful and cool figure standing under the hazy night. Behind her followed a woman and two men. One of the men seemed to be carrying someone on his shoulders. May I ask who you are? Zhang Jin frowned, took a step forward and asked. Yu Qingyu didn't bother to pay attention to such an ant, and simply waved her hand to signal Meng Niu to throw Song Yan off his shoulder. Meng Niu did not dare to delay and directly grabbed Song Yan and threw her to the center of the Zheng family mansion. Song Yan fell rapidly from a high altitude and landed heavily in the Zheng family courtyard. Everyone looked puzzled and quickly gathered around to check it out. This sight shocked everyone present in a daze. I saw Song Yan lying half dead, twitching constantly, with a mixed expression of fear, regret and despair on her face, and dried tears could be clearly seen in the corners of her eyes. What was even more shocking was that Song Yan's hands and feet were all broken in an extremely twisted way, with bones and flesh exposed, which was extremely scary. Some of the timid ones were so frightened by the scene that their legs went weak and they stepped back. Holy Lotus sect leader Song Yan. Master, what's wrong with you? Say something. Everyone was shocked and rushed forward to check Song Yan's injuries. I can't believe that there is someone in Nanzhou today who could injure the Holy Lotus sect's leader, Song Yan, so seriously. Since the disappearance of the Temple of the God of War, the Holy Lotus sect has become the largest force in Nanzhou. When Zhang Jin saw Song Yan's appearance, he was so shocked that he was speechless. How could this happen? Didn't he, the leader, go to kill that woman? How come she ended up in such a miserable state and was thrown back? At this time, everyone looked at Yu Qingyu and others with eyes filled with confusion, shock, and fear. Yu Qingyu looked down coldly at the people in the Zheng family mansion below, and ordered Meng Niu and the other two behind him. Go, get rid of all the other ants except the Zheng family father and son. Yes. Meng Niu and the other two responded and immediately jumped down into the Zheng family mansion. Everyone in the Zheng family drew their swords and looked at Meng Niu and the other two with fear. Meng Niu grinned, revealing a handsome, sunny and cheerful smile, and took out a red battle axe in his hand. The red battle axe was swung as fast as a flash of blood, and all the people standing in the front row were cut in half in an instant. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The blood stained on the red battle axe was directly absorbed by the battle axe, emitting a dim scarlet light. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't make too much noise, Meng Niu would have wanted to raze the entire Zheng family to the ground with just one axe. Kaisei held a snake sword in his hand and swam quickly among the crowd like a snake. Wherever she passed, everyone's bodies were cut open. No one in the Zheng family could even see her figure clearly. On the other side, Bai Yuan, wearing sparkling boxing gloves, punched out of thin air. The strong and fierce wind from his fist swept through the Zheng family like a tornado. Without exception, everyone along the way was completely blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Zheng family died instantly. Faced with Meng Niu and his two companions, the Zheng family had no room to resist at all and could only flee in fear. Meng Niu and the other two couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on their faces. Finally, after a long time, they once again felt what it was like to be a demon king. Since following Ningyechen, they almost forgot that they were once the most powerful demon king in the demon forest. During this period of time, I really thought that the three of them were three pets. No, they are even more well-behaved and obedient than pets. Pets can sometimes be willful and disobey their owners, but they dare not. However, even though Meng Niu and his two companions almost massacred all the members of the Zheng family, Yu Qingyu still frowned slightly and was not very satisfied with their performance. Is this how you usually work for Lord Demon? Yu Qingyu tapped the ground lightly with her toes and descended from the sky, and said unhappily to Meng Niu and the other two who were killing the Zheng family.
Meng Yo and the other two were stunned, stopped killing, and looked at Yu Qingyu with a confused and frightened look on their faces, not knowing what they had done wrong. But I didn't dare to question Yu Qingyu. Since the three of you have been adopted by Lord Demon, you are considered to be people of my demon realm. Since you are from the demon world, you must not show any mercy to your enemies. Yu Qingyu scolded coldly. Meng Yo and the other two were all confused. Were the methods they just used considered merciful? That's already quite brutal. I asked you to get rid of them, but I didn't ask you to just kill them. You killed them with one blow, and they didn't even feel the slightest pain. That was a complete gift to them. Anyone who offends my demon world should be made to feel endless pain and torture, and die in regret and despair. Yu Qingyu had a cold expression, her eyes were icy, and there was an extremely hideous and terrifying smile on the corner of her mouth. Although she had an elegant, quiet, and beautiful face, the words she said and the expression on her face were chilling. Meng Yo and the other two stood there in a daze, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Well, let me show you how. That's how we in the demon world operate. Yu Qingyu looked at Jiang Ming, who was hiding behind everyone out of fear, and said calmly, "Commit suicide and witness your own death in pain and regret." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming's body suddenly moved uncontrollably. Ha! My hands, no, they won't obey me. You, what did you do to me? Someone, hurry up. Save me. Jiang Ming screamed in horror, picking up a dagger on the ground with his hands uncontrollably. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Jiang Ming slowly inserted the dagger in his hand into various parts of his body. First the arm was completely cut off, then the thigh, then the abdomen. Jiang Ming's shrill wail resounded throughout the Jiang family mansion, his face filled with fear and pain, and he died in fear only after his abdomen was completely cut open. The whole place was dead silent. Jiang Ming's miserable wails echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. Even those who had practiced for a long time were left with only endless fear. However, Yu Qingyu watched quietly with an appreciative smile on her face. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. This woman is simply a devil. Chapter 83. Yes, it's you. Meng Yo and the other two were so frightened that they stood there in a daze. They boasted that they had killed countless people, which was already very cruel, but compared with Yu Qingyu, they were really soft-hearted. The remaining members of the Jiang family were already frightened out of their wits. They didn't dare to face Yu Qingyu at all, and quickly fled in all directions. They were naive and thought that they would have a chance if they scattered and escaped. However, once they leaped into the air, black shadows would appear silently in the void and kill those who leaped into the air. No one knows where these people came from and when they were lurking here. The desperate crowd all huddled together, they had nowhere to escape. Who is the person in charge of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu walked forward slowly, her every move revealing elegance and dignity, and asked everyone in a calm manner. Without hesitation, everyone threw out Jiangjun, who was hiding at the back. Senior. You are looking for the Jiang family, and he is the head of the Jiang family. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. Senior, please have mercy on us and spare us. Senior, I'm really not familiar with the Jiang family. I just came here to have a meal. The Jiang family is extremely evil. How about we kill the entire Jiang family for you, and you let us go, okay? Everyone kept wailing and begging for mercy, hoping that Yu Qingyu would let them go. Some people even suggested exterminating the entire Chang family in exchange for a chance of survival. The others also nodded in agreement. If the Jiang family hadn't offended someone, they wouldn't have been in this situation tonight. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for the Jiang family. Jiangjun looked back at everyone with an incredible look on his face. The people who just announced that they would serve the Jiang family are now saying that they want to wipe out the entire Jiang family. These people had often come to curry favor with the Jiang family when the family was glorious in the past, and he had always given them generous rewards and preferential treatment. I only want Jiangjun and Jiangli. Yu Qingyu said lightly, holding her hands. Everyone understood what he meant and immediately forcibly untied Jiangli, who was lying on top of several women in the room, and threw him next to Jiangjun. Even though the Jiang family was about to disappear from the world and his lower body was paralyzed, Jiangli still lay on the woman with peace of mind and enjoyed himself. He turned a deaf ear to the tragic wails in the mansion, and didn't know what was happening in the Jiang family. The disheveled Jiangli fell heavily to the ground. With his disabled legs, he immediately wailed and roared angrily at the people who were dragging him. You are rebelling.
How dare you do this to me? I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Do you want to die? I'll have your heads chopped off right away. Someone come. Someone come. Obviously, Jiang Li, who had just been forcibly dragged over, still hadn't figured out what had happened. Everyone looked at Jiang Li silently with sympathy and anger. Jiang Li soon realized something was wrong and looked around. Only then did they realize that the courtyard was filled with debris and blood, with countless broken limbs and bodies lying in a pool of blood. His greatest support, his father, Jiang Jin, the head of the Jiang family, knelt on all fours, trembling all over. You old man, what's wrong with you? What happened? Jiang Li called out to Jiang Jin, but received no response. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Jiang Li turned around and saw Yu Qingyu, with a cold and beautiful face, looking down at him quietly with her eyes. What a nice view. Jiang Li's first reaction was to be amazed by Yu Qingyu's appearance. Unconsciously, an obscene look flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were grinning. Humph, you really are the lowest ant. Yu Qingyu looked at Jiang Li's infatuated look and felt extremely disgusted in her heart, but a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Senior, we have brought the father and son of the Jiang family that you wanted to you. Please take a look. The remaining people pleaded to Yu Qingyu tremblingly. Well, thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. Yu Qingyu said with a chuckle. Thank you, senior. When everyone heard this, they were immediately filled with ecstasy. However, Yu Qingyu then spoke. As a reward for being obedient, I will make your departure less painful. You two can kill each other. Senior, wait a minute. You said you would, Poochie. A man stepped forward with fear on his face and begged for mercy, but unexpectedly a long knife behind him pierced his chest directly. You. The man turned around and looked at the man who did it in confusion. But the man shook his head desperately and explained. No, not me. My hands won't work. Just as he finished speaking, the man who did it was stabbed through the body by several other people with swords. In an instant, the crowd was desperately fighting each other, but everyone was shouting that it was not him who started it, asking everyone to stop. Everyone wanted to stop, but they couldn't. Screams and wails were heard everywhere, blood was spilt everywhere. After a while, there was only one person left standing among the countless corpses, with dozens of swords and knives stuck in his body, and his whole body was stained red with blood. But his hand still uncontrollably held the long knife and slashed across his neck. At this point, the last person also fell in a pool of blood. Jiang Li was completely frightened by this scene, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the woman in front of him was. No, don't kill me. You, whatever you want, my Jiang family will give it to you. Jiang Li began to desperately plead with Yu Qingyu. Don't worry, even if the Supreme Demon Lord wants to see you, I won't kill you. Yu Qingyu said lightly. If the Demon Lord hadn't specifically asked her to come find him, she would have killed Jiang Li long ago. The fact that he had spoken rudely to the Demon Lord and his wife, and had dared to look at her like that just now, was enough to make him die 1,000 times. Master Demon. Jiang Jun and his son kept mumbling the name, but for a moment they couldn't figure out who it was. When had the Jiang family ever provoked such a person? Just as the Jiang father and son were puzzled, Ning Yechen slowly floated down from the sky. Hundreds of secret guards and attendants all emerged from the darkness, placed their hands on their chests, bowed, and praised Ning Yechen respectfully in unison. Master Demon. Yu Qingyu also gracefully moved aside, placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly, calling softly. Master Demon. As for Meng Niu and the other two, they had already obediently laid on the ground. Pets should have the self-awareness that pets should have. Ning Yechen slowly walked past the group of secret guards and servants and came in front of Jiang Li and Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin and Jian Li looked up and were immediately shocked, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Yes, it's you. Chapter 84 Lost, but not completely lost. Jiang Jin stood up in shock, pointing his trembling finger at Ning Yechen. You are that woman's husband. He never imagined that the person who could easily defeat Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and destroy his Jiang family overnight would be that woman's husband. There is nothing special about this person except his handsome and elegant appearance. When he first saw Ning Yechen, he didn't even pay any attention to him. Jiang Li also raised his head and looked at Ning Yechen with an expression of disbelief. The pretty boy who was ridiculed by him in the past is now the demon lord in the mouths of this group of people.
Yu Qingyu saw that the father and son of the Jiang family dared to stand up and look directly at Ning Yechen, and immediately frowned and scolded in a cold voice. Is it possible for ants like you to look directly at Lord Demon? Kneel down. As Yu Qingyu finished speaking, Jiang Jun and Jiang Li knelt down and lowered their heads instantly. They were no longer able to move, and couldn't even raise their heads. Master Demon has not given you permission to speak, so you ants have no right to speak. Yu Qingyu was very dissatisfied with the rude attitude of the Jiang father and son. If the Lord Demon had not been present, she would have let these two experience what it means to live a life worse than death. It seems like you guys are surprised to see me coming. Ning Yechen smiled coldly and looked down at Jiang Jun and Jiang Li at his feet. The reason why he came here specially was to let them know who they had offended. By the way, do something that you couldn't do before when you were with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. It's time to settle the score for your disrespect to my wife and your offense to me that day. Ning Yechen stretched out his hand and gently squeezed towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li's limbs immediately began to twist and compress, gradually bending his body into a ball. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Dad. Save me. It hurts. Jiang Li kept crying and wailing for mercy, desperately asking for help from Jiang Jun, who was kneeling on the ground beside him. Jiang Jun was trembling all over, his eyes full of fear, and he didn't care about Jiang Li at all. It would be better to say that he hated his good-for-nothing son to death at this moment. If it weren't for him, the Jiang family might not have fallen to this point today. The Jiang family's decades-long foundation was destroyed because of this incompetent prodigal son. After compressing Jiang Li almost into a ball, Ning Yechen let go of his hand and did not choose to continue compressing him, but killed him directly. Because he wanted Jiang Li to maintain this posture and experience the pain of his whole body being twisted and broken. As early as when he teased Luo Ruiying in front of him, he wanted to slap him to death. Letting him live a few more days was just to let him watch the Jiang family fall and fall. Now he has changed his mind and is not in a hurry to kill him. Let him wail with regret for a while. Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Jun, who was kneeling on the ground for a moment, smiled slightly, and said, I heard that you specifically notified the people of the Holy Lotus sect to come and kill my wife? You even threatened not to let anyone go? When Jiang Jun heard Ning Yechen's words, his pupils shrank sharply and he felt hopeless and extremely desperate. He knows it all. He knew all the plans and preparations he had made at home in the past few days. Jiang Jun knew that he would die tonight, and his death would probably be very miserable. The Jiang family of Nanla Chengdu would also disappear from the world, but he felt much more at ease. The Jiang family was destined to be against such a terrifying person. Sir, may I ask you a few questions? Jiang Jun knelt on the ground and begged. How dare a mere ant ask a question to the demon lord? Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and said in a cold voice. The terrifying pressure immediately caused Jiang Jun to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he felt as if his internal organs were crushed. Ning Yechen raised his arm to signal Yu Qingyu to put away the pressure, and said to Jiang Jun calmly. Tell me, I'll let you die knowingly. Thank you very much. Sir, I just want to know whether the Qi family's healing spirit liquid and immortality pills were given to the Qi family by you. Jiang Jun lay weakly on the ground, looking extremely pale, but he still forced himself to ask. Before he died, he had to know the truth about the Qi family suddenly having 2 more recipes for elixirs, otherwise he would not be willing to accept it. He thought that his business acumen was no worse than Qi Jia's and that he knew how to make money better. During the time he was committed to the Qi family, he worked sincerely for the family and was in charge of a certain street. Because of his management, the profits of that street chamber of commerce increased several times, but he was not valued by the Qi family. Instead, he was scolded and blamed. Because of his keen eyesight, he seized the business opportunity and knew that a certain rare herb would become scarce in the future, so he took a step ahead and bought up a large amount of that precious herb, achieved a monopoly, and raised the price dozens of times. Because of this, he received many complaints and was scolded and blamed by the Qi family. Qi Jia's philosophy is to benefit the people and not to seek high profits, which runs counter to his philosophy. It just so happened that the Holy Lotus sect later approached the Qi family, hoping to use the Qi family to control the Nanli city, but was directly rejected by the Qi family. So, he took the initiative to contact the Holy Lotus sect, and with the help of the Holy Lotus sect, he established the Jiang family today. He thought to himself that he should never lose to the Qi family. His idea is not wrong. Isn't the purpose of the Chamber of Commerce doing business to make money? Ning Yechen was a little surprised that Jiang Jun would specifically ask this question. His face was full of determination to know the truth.
That's right. The Qi family's healing spirit liquid and immortality pills were all given by me. Really, ha ha ha. Then I won't be considered to have lost to the Qi family. A relieved smile appeared on Jiang Zhen's miserable face. Finally, he pleaded with Ning Yechen. Sir, I know that even if I beg you for mercy, you will not let me go. I just hope that you can give my father and I a quick death. Having witnessed the various tragic ways in which people in the mansion died, it was impossible for Jiang Zhen to say that he was not afraid. He is just an ordinary mortal who has at most undergone physical training. How could I not be afraid? Especially until now, whenever he saw Yu Qingyo's figure, he couldn't help but tremble all over and feel suffocated. Jiang Li, who was wailing in pain, heard Jiang Zhen's words and, regardless of the pain in his body, he roared in fear. You old immortal! If you want to die, do it yourself. I don't want to die yet. Please, let me go. If this old man dies, I will be the head of the Jiang family. I will give you whatever you want. As long as you can let me go. Seeing that Jiang Li was still like this until now, Jiang Zhen's face turned miserable. He felt sad and suddenly relieved. With such a beast around, even if it's not tonight, the Jiang family will probably be destroyed one day. In a certain respect, the Qi family still far surpasses him. Chapter 85. He is really too kind. I can let you die quickly, but not him. Considering that Jiang Zhen seemed to still have some backbone, Ning Yechen showed mercy and allowed him to die quickly, and threw a dagger directly in front of him. As for Jiang Li, he won't let him go so easily. When he set his sights on Luo Ruiying, he was destined not to die easily. Jiang Zhen took a last look at Jiang Li, who was still wailing in pain, slowly picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed it into his chest without hesitation. All of this was caused by Jiang Li, and now it is all his own fault. He had undoubtedly failed as a father, but he had done all he could for him. Jiang Zhen stabbed his heart with a knife and soon fell to the ground, no longer able to breathe. Seeing this, Jiang Li was so frightened that he wailed even more desperately for mercy. Please let me go. I will give you the entire Jiang family. I don't want anything. As long as you let me go. Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Li with contempt and indifference. Until now, did he still understand what had happened? He destroyed the Jiang family not for the Jiang family's things. With the Jiang family's wealth, he would even complain that it took up space if it was thrown into his demon god temple. What he wants is for him to pay the price for offending him. Ning Yechen slowly raised his hand and prepared to compress Jiang Li into a round cake bit by bit. Just as it began, Jiang Li let out waves of howling and screaming like a pig being slaughtered. To Ning Yechen's surprise, Yu Qingyu suddenly spoke up to stop him. Master Demon, can you spare his life? Why? Ning Yechen stopped compressing Jiang Li, turned around and asked in confusion. In his impression, Yu Qingyu was not someone who would be kind and merciless towards ants. In her eyes, most of the 6 realms are like ants. In the entire demon world, he thought that he was the most merciful and direct one. Compared to other subordinates with various quirks. Yu Qingyu looked at Jiang Li with her cold eyes, a scary smile on her lips, and explained calmly. Master Demon, this man not only offended you, but also disrespected Madam. You just killed him like that. This gift is too easy for him. How about you allow me to hand him over to the Demon Realm Execution Palace? The Demon Realm Execution Palace, as the name suggests, is filled with special personnel who are specifically responsible for executions and torture. Their methods of execution were extremely cruel and horrific, reaching an almost unprecedented level of horrifyingness. Even people from the immortal realm would tremble when they hear the name of the Demon Realm's Execution Palace. Many people would rather die, with their bodies and souls destroyed, than be captured by the demon world and taken to the magistrate's palace for interrogation. Because they have countless ways to make you live a life worse than death, and they can also ensure that you will not die. The wailing and cries for death in the execution palace never stopped. Anyone who was caught in it never came out again. No matter how strong-willed a person is, once he is sent in, he will beg to tell everything the next day. It was a place where even Ning Yechen felt sick after taking a look around. The Demon Realm's Execution Palace was specially established in ancient times, and has been continued to this day by successive generations of demon lords. Originally, Ning Yechen proposed to abolish the Demon Realm's Execution Palace several times, but was strongly opposed by many demons and their subordinates. They all agreed that the existence of the Demon Realm Execution Palace could better deter other evil-minded people in the Demon Realm, and ensure that those who offended the Demon Lord would receive the punishment they deserved.
Since the demon world itself was quite chaotic, and he had only ascended to the position of the demon world supreme not long ago, he really needed to intimidate those demon kings from other places who were not convinced by the crowd. So the execution palace has been preserved. Until he didn't want to do it anymore and left the demon realm, he never paid any attention to the demon realm execution palace again. If Yu Qingyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about the demon realm execution palace. Ning Yechen thought for a moment and nodded to agree to Yu Qingyu's proposal. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Yes. I promise I won't let you down, Master Demon. Do you need me to report the results of the executions to you regularly? Yu Qingyu showed joy on her face and responded happily. In her mind, anyone who offends the demon lord and his wife should be sent to the execution palace in the demon realm. Even she felt that the methods of those people in the demon realm's execution palace were inferior to hers. She learned many of her techniques from people in the industry. When Ning Yechen heard that Yu Qingyu wanted to report to him the execution process and results, he quickly waved his hands to refuse. That's not necessary. I'm afraid I'll lose my appetite after seeing this. Yes, I understand. Yu Qingyu slowly walked to Jiangli and instructed the secret guards beside him. Send him to the Palace of Punishment in the demon realm and tell the Palace Master Tianxing that this ant has offended the Lord Demon and his wife. He should know what to do. Remember to tell him that I want him to stay alive. If he dies accidentally, he will be the next one to be executed. Yes. The two secret guards immediately dragged Jiangli into the twisted void that was torn open at random. You, where are you taking me? Let go. Jiang Lily was so scared that he tried to struggle, but he was just like a powerless chicken in front of the secret guards and servants and was directly carried away and disappeared into the void. What awaits him is a brand new and exciting life. The Jiang family's affairs have been dealt with here. Ning Yechen turned around and prepared to go home quickly to warm the bed with his wife. Before leaving, Ning Yechen saw Song Yan lying on the ground and twitching, her pupils dilated and her face numb and dazed. At this moment, Song Yan had just finished another process of being stripped of her body, and happened to meet Ning Yechen's gaze, begging desperately, praying that he could kill her directly. Ning Yechen knew at a glance that Yu Qingyu must have used her pupil technique again, making her experience a cycle of life and death worse than death. Who is she? Master Demon, this person is called Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. She is the one who tried to attack Madame tonight, and she is also the backer of the Jiang family. Now I have ordered people to deal with all the ants in the city and outside the city. Yu Qingyu replied calmly. Ning Yechen hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and in an instant Song Yan on the ground turned into nothingness and disappeared. It was a quick and satisfying ending for her. If it were in the past, he might not have let Song Yan go so easily. But after spending some time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, he was merciful and gave Song Yan a quick death. After all, he didn't want his beloved daughter and wife to think he was too cruel in the future. Oh, he is really too kind. Yu Qingyu didn't expect Ning Yechen to kill Song Yan directly, but she respected any decision made by Lord Demon and praised him flatteringly. As expected of you, Lord Demon. Your kindness is unique in the entire demon world. All right. You are responsible for cleaning up everything afterwards. I don't want any big commotion tomorrow. Ning Yechen waved his hand casually and disappeared impatiently. Yu Qingyu stayed behind to direct everyone to clean up all traces. At this moment, another voice came. Master Left Protector, another person is coming. Chapter 86. The snow tonight seems to be much colder than in previous years. Are there more ants coming? Yu Qingyu frowned slightly, looking displeased. There seem to be too many ants tonight, making her a little impatient. Who is the other party? It seems to be someone from Nanli College in Nanli City. The secret guard asked for confirmation. Master Left Protector, do you want to get rid of them all? No need, don't do anything for now, leave those people to me. Yu Qingyu pondered for a moment and then gave orders to everyone. Before coming to Nanli City, she had basically mastered everything about Nanli City. Nanli College, as the capital of Nanli City, trains monks and maintains the public security and stability of the city. It is likely that it has already noticed various abnormal behaviors tonight. Although it would be simpler to destroy Nanli College together, since Lord Demon has said that he doesn't want to cause too much trouble, then we have to forget it. If Nanli College also disappeared overnight, it would inevitably cause an uproar and would likely cause unnecessary trouble to Lord Demon. It would be better for her to go there in person. After handing the Jiang family scene over to his subordinates, Yu Qingyu put on a mask and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Under the cover of night, Xiagu led several people and flew rapidly towards the Jiang family, but a look of doubt appeared on his face. According to the information he had received, all members of the Holy Lotus sect had already started the operation, but along the way, he did not find any trace of the Holy Lotus sect. The city was quiet and peaceful everywhere, without any disturbance. The strangest thing is that all members of the Holy Lotus sect seem to have disappeared quietly. The spies he sent out in the city did not find any trace of the Holy Lotus sect. This is really weird. So much so that he didn't even know what the Holy Lotus sect was doing now. Just as Xiagu was about to arrive at the Jiang family mansion with doubts, a masked figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Your Excellency is..." Xiagu looked carefully and could not detect any trace of the other person's aura, so he asked vigilantly. "You are Xiagu, the dean of Nanli College, right?" Yu Qingyu spoke lightly. "Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are and why you are stopping me here?" Xiagu frowned slightly and questioned her, subconsciously thinking that she was someone sent by the Holy Lotus sect to stop him. "Humph, stop you? You better not be kidding. It only takes a moment for me to kill you. The reason why I didn't kill you is because the Supreme Being felt pity for you and showed mercy and spared you." Hearing that Xiagu thought she came here specifically to stop him, Yu Qingyu sneered coldly with disdain. There are only a handful of people in the entire 6 realms who she can stop. This ant in front of me takes himself too seriously. When Xiagu heard this, he was also surprised. Although he didn't dare to claim how powerful he was, but with his cultivation in the heavenly god realm, he was one of the top powerful people in Nanzhou, not to mention in the whole world. Except for Wu Kuang from the Martial God Temple and Song Yan from the Holy Lotus sect, he is basically not inferior to anyone. But the tone of this mysterious woman in front of him was so arrogant that she even dared to say that killing him would only take a moment. And who is this supreme being she is talking about? Isn't he a member of the Holy Lotus sect? Before Xiagu asked, Yu Qingyu continued to speak calmly. "I'm only here to inform you. If you are here for the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect, then you can go back. I have made the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect disappear from this world." What? The Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect have been destroyed. Xiagu and the people behind him were instantly shocked and looked incredulous. They are very clear about the strength of the Holy Lotus sect, otherwise they would not need to be so wary. Ever since the Martial God Temple disappeared from Nanzhou, the Holy Lotus sect has become the only dominant force and is basically invincible. But she said that the Holy Lotus sect had been destroyed. It had only been half an hour since he received the news that the Holy Lotus sect had been dispatched, and the Holy Lotus sect had already been completely destroyed? This was so fast that he doubted the authenticity of the news. It was obvious that there was indeed no trace of the Holy Lotus sect in the city. Xiagu felt a chill in his heart for some reason and had to believe the words of this mysterious woman in front of him. "Tomorrow you will learn that the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect have disappeared from the world. This is a small punishment for their offense against the Supreme Being," Yu Qingyu said coldly. At this moment, Xiagu felt cold all over and was frightened. Even when facing Song Yan, he had never felt this powerless and fearful. I don't know who the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect provoked to end up in such a catastrophic end. If you understand, leave now before I change my mind and take action against you. Yu Qingyu coldly issued the final notice to Xiagu. Although Xiagu was afraid, he still mustered up the courage to ask. "May I ask, who is that Supreme Being?" "Humph, a mere ant dares to know the title of the Supreme Being? The Supreme One does not like to be disturbed. You'd better not try to investigate things that should not be investigated. Otherwise, the next one might be Nanli College." After saying this, Yu Qingyu's figure became illusory and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xiagu was so shocked that he remained there in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. When did such a terrifying force appear in Nanli City? He didn't notice it at all. Soon, Xiagu received news that the Qi family and other places in the city were safe and sound, and also confirmed that the Holy Lotus sect in the city had been completely destroyed. So fast that he didn't even react. Just at this time, heavy snow like goose down began to fall under the night sky, and snowflakes flew all over the city. Xiagu couldn't help but shudder, feeling cold all over. The snow tonight seems to be much colder than in previous years. Xiagu immediately ordered everyone in Nanli College to withdraw and no longer worry about the safety of the Qi family and that family. "Don't do any additional research, just pretend you know nothing tonight. After leaving Xiagu, Yu Qingyu did not return to Ningyechen immediately, but immediately came to the main temple of the Holy Lotus sect. She had no intention of hiding her tracks and walked straight into the Holy Lotus sect in a dignified manner. The last Golden Lotus Holy Envoy who remained in the Holy Lotus sect immediately flew in front of her and blocked her way. Who dares to trespass into the Holy Lotus sect? Breaking. Yu Qingyu didn't even bother to look at him and spoke lightly. The next second, the Golden Lotus Sect Envoy's body was instantly torn into pieces and he died tragically on the spot. The rest of the Holy Lotus sect disciples present were all stunned with astonishment, their faces filled with fear and shock. The Golden Lotus Sect Envoy, whose strength was second only to the Holy Lotus sect's leader, died with just this one sentence. Yu Qingyu didn't want to waste any more time on these ants, so she whispered, "Destroy it." A loud boom sound. The entire huge Holy Lotus sect suddenly exploded from the center. The violent fluctuations and residual power instantly swallowed up everyone, and the aftermath spread over 100 miles away. The Holy Lotus sect under Yu Qingyu's feet is now left with only a bottomless abyss. After tonight, the Holy Lotus sect will disappear from this world. Chapter 87. Madam, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. As the night deepened, snow suddenly began to fall. People on the streets also began to choose to go home. The streets were dark and sparsely populated. The noisy and bustling streets became quiet. Luo Ruiying stood at the entrance of the street holding Luo Hongya, looking into the distance. After parting with Ningyechen, she did not choose to return home immediately, but chose to stand on the only path leading to home and wait for Ningyechen to come back. Because she still wanted to give him the gift she had prepared during the New Year's festival tonight. Luo Hongya had been following for a long time and was so tired that he fell asleep in his arms. Ningyechen originally planned to fly back home secretly, but he saw Luo Ruiying waiting for him at the street entrance with a child in her arms. Why doesn't this little girl go home, but has to wait for him here in the snow? Ningyechen's mouth corners slightly raised inadvertently, and he secretly landed on the corner of the street, pretending to have just returned from the market, and walked towards him. My wife. You're back. Didn't you say you were going shopping? When Luo Ruiying saw Ningyechen appear, she felt inexplicably relieved. She always felt that something seemed to have happened in the city tonight, and she was very worried and regretful for letting Ningyechen leave her alone. For a mortal like him, with so many monks in the city, it would be terrible if he encountered danger. She was waiting here for Ningyechen not only because she wanted to give him the gift she had prepared, but also because she was worried about his safety. If he doesn't come back, she will go find him herself. However, when she saw Ningyechen coming back empty-handed, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, Ningyechen said he was going to buy something, and she was curious about what he was going to buy. Ningyechen was stunned, then he remembered that he made an excuse to buy things, but came back without buying anything. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ningyechen explained. When my husband just passed by, the store was closed. Closed? On the busiest day? Luo Ruiying asked in confusion, but she didn't think much about it. Yeah, maybe the boss took his family somewhere. Ningyechen said smoothly. Luo Ruiying thought about it and felt that it made sense. During such a lively festival, it is possible to temporarily close the store and take your family out to join in the fun. Okay, lady, it's cold outside, let's go home quickly. Ningyechen hooked Luo Ruiying's arm and was about to walk home. Luo Ruiying suddenly said somewhat embarrassedly at this moment. Wait a minute, I have something to give you. Ningyechen stopped and looked at Luo Ruiying with anticipation. Before he left, he felt as if Luo Ruiying had something to say to him. It turned out that she had prepared a gift for him. Seeing Ningyechen's face full of expectation, Luo Ruiying felt even more embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a beautiful silver, furry scarf from her arms and handed it to him. Her original plan was to knit a sweater for Ningyechen like Luo Hongye. But after knitting it, I felt it didn't look good. Ningyechen is not a child like Luo Hongye who can wear anything. It seems too ugly to wear a solid color sweater without any pattern. So she finally made a temporary decision and changed the sweater into a scarf. I thought I would give it to him as a gift during the New Year's festival tonight. Ningyechen held the scarf in both hands, his face full of surprise. The scarf is very warm in my hand. He thought that Luo Ruiying was busy knitting sweaters these days to prepare winter clothes for Luo Hongye, but he didn't expect that she also knitted a scarf for him. My wife is so nice. Thank you, my lady. Ning Yechen stepped forward and hugged Luo Ruiying into his arms, wrapping his arms around her slender and soft waist. Luo Ruiying's face turned slightly red, but fortunately she was still holding Luo Hongye in her arms, and their bodies were not so close.
Okay, let's go home,
Luo Ruiying said with a slightly blushing face. Seeing that Ning Yechen seemed to like her gift very much, Luo Ruiying felt very happy.
This is the first time she has given a gift to anyone other than her family. My dear, I have another request. I wonder if you can agree to it.
Ning Yechen did not let go of Luo Ruiying, but stared at her and spoke. His child was always around him when he was visiting the festival, and he was interrupted by people from the Holy Lotus sect when he was enjoying the fireworks. Now that the two of them were finally alone, he naturally wanted to seize this rare opportunity.
What is it? Luo Ruiying asked curiously.
It was rare that Ning Yechen would ask her to do something so seriously. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, leaned close to Luo Ruiying and whispered something.
Luo Ruiying's pretty face instantly turned red, and she looked hesitant. She looked around and asked in a tender voice. Are now? Here? Ning Yechen smiled and nodded solemnly.
Luo Ruiying once again confirmed that there was no one around, then she called out softly with a slightly red face.
Husband.
That's right, what Ning Yechen asked was for her to call him husband in person. She had called him out a few times in front of others, but this was the first time she had called him out face to face when they were alone together.
It was indeed a bit difficult to say.
For some reason, Ning Yechen said he wanted to hear her call him that again. Since there was no one around, she tried calling out. Ning Yechen felt his heart blossom with joy when Luo Ruiying called him so softly and shyly. Looking at her stunningly beautiful and shy face, he couldn't help but hold her cheek with his hands and lean forward slightly.
Luo Ruiying's heart was pounding, and she felt inexplicably more nervous.
She vaguely realized what this meant, and slowly closed her eyes, with her red lips tilted forward. Although she thought about killing him when her virginity was taken away, she never really blamed Ning Yechen in her heart.
After all, she forced me to do it.
After spending some time with him, she felt that this man seemed pretty good. He is very good to her and the child and is very responsible.
Now they have a happy life as a family of 3. Gradually, she no longer regretted giving up her body that night. She likes this kind of day very much.
Since she had already devoted herself to him and had given birth to his child, she had decided that he was her only husband in this life. Madam, please guide me for the rest of my life. Ning Yechen stroked his fingers across Luo Ruiying's delicate and white cheek, left an affectionate confession, and then leaned over to kiss her alluring cherry lips. With a moving moan, their red lips touched each other gently, and their red tongues intertwined and lingered. This was the first time that the two of them kissed passionately while both were conscious. Luo Ruiying's cheeks had already been dyed with a charming drunken red. When the two of them said goodbye with red lips, Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen, her beautiful eyes shy and blurred, and nodded gently, as if responding to the confession just now.
Chapter 88 I will never do anything weird.
Just as Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were immersed in the charming atmosphere, on the other side of the alley, heads secretly poked out, lined up in a row of high and low, each staring intently.
Kiss.
The Lord Demon and his wife kissed each other. Such an important day must be recorded. Quick. Tell the left protector that her plan was successful. Where are the fireworks?
Hurry.
Get the fireworks team ready.
All of the Yi Tianqian people were more excited than Ning Yechen.
They looked ecstatic and quickly gave orders.
How can such a great atmosphere be created without fireworks?
The people from the demon realm had their backs to Luo Ruiying and were seen by Ning Yechen, which scared him. Why are these guys still following him secretly?
Ning Yechen quickly glared fiercely at the peeping Yi Tianqian people.
The night gods were so frightened that they immediately retracted their heads and hid back. After a while, he poked out half of his head again.
What happened?
Seeing that Ning Yechen looked panicked and his eyes were fierce just now, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask in confusion. Just as she was about to turn her head to follow Ning Yechen's gaze, Ning Yechen quickly held her cheeks with both hands and turned her back. But I must not let my wife find out about those guys. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ning Yechen lowered his head and kissed her rosy lips again without saying a word. Luo Ruiying was frightened for a moment, her body tensed up a little, but she slowly relaxed, sticking out her tender red tongue to respond to Ning Yechen. At this moment, a beam of fire shot straight into the night sky between the two of them, and colorful fireworks bloomed in the dark night.
Everyone in Nanli City couldn't help but look at the fireworks under the night sky from the windows with confusion and curiosity.
Strange, why are there fireworks at this hour?
So there are 2 fireworks tonight. Whatever. It's nice to be able to enjoy it again at home.
As the brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying hugged each other tightly and kissed each other affectionately. I don't know how much time passed before the two reluctantly parted. There was a hint of tenderness and confused shyness in Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes that was rarely seen in normal times, making her look particularly lovable.
Ning Yechen couldn't help but stare in a trance.
Until they suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Hongye, who should have been sleeping in Luo Ruiying's arms, waking up at some point and staring at them with his big, sparkling eyes and a curious look on his face.
Child, why is the child awake? When did you wake up? Could it be that he was woken up by the sound of fireworks exploding? Then what they just did must have been seen by the children.
Luo Ruiying's jade neck and cheeks turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing when a couple is caught by a child while being intimate.
Yi, you woke up.
Ning Yechen also looked a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye.
Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Luo Hongye asked with innocent curiosity. This question made Luo Ruiying feel even more embarrassed. Yi, Daddy is playing a game with your mother. Ning Yechen explains seriously. We have to fool people even if we have to. The child is still young and can't know too much. Play games? I want it every night. I want to play games with Daddy and Mommy every night.
Luo Hongye tilted his head, then raised his hand and shouted excitedly.
Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying looked at each other awkwardly, and each of them gently kissed Luo Hongye's cute cheeks on the left and right. It's night time.
Luo Hongye's face was full of happy smiles, and she kissed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on the cheek.
Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying smiled gently, held each other's hands and walked back home. Let's go home. Luo Hongye followed suit and shouted in a baby voice. Back.
All the night gods hiding in the dark showed relief on their faces, covered their mouths with their hands moved, and tears welled up in their eyes.
Very good.
The demon lord and his wife have such a good relationship, maybe it won't be long before they can see the birth of a second little prince or princess.
Late at night, in the bedroom.
After coaxing Luo Hongye to sleep again, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen also lay down on the bed and fell asleep together. This time, Luo Hongye did not sleep between the two of them, but held Luo Ruiying in his arms while lying on his side. There was no child between them anymore. Ning Yechen could just put his arm around Luo Ruiying's waist and press against her back. Child, the child is still sleeping.
Don't do anything weird.
Luo Ruiying turned her back to Ning Yechen, her face blushing, but she did not refuse.
Don't worry, my lady. It's cold. I just want to hold you and sleep with you. I will never do anything weird. Ning Yechen whispered the assurance in Luo Ruiying's ear. While the atmosphere is good tonight, we should naturally enhance our relationship. It is a rare opportunity to be able to sleep together like this.
Luo Ruiying's back was not only very warm, but also smelled of a pleasant, faint fragrance, which was very good.
He likes.
Seeing that Ning Yechen really just wanted to hold her in his arms and fall asleep together, Luo Ruiying gradually relaxed. When she heard him say it was because of the cold weather, she deliberately moved back a little and pressed her delicate body against his chest. With her body temperature, it should be quite warm. It was just that this feeling of nestling in a man's arms like a little bird gave Luo Ruiying a very special feeling in her heart. She never thought that one day she would lie in a man's arms like an ordinary woman, as if she were protected by him.
And the other party is still a mortal. Husband, if one day in the future I am no longer around, you promised me that you would raise Yi. Just let her be an ordinary child.
Luo Ruiying lovingly caressed the sleeping Luo Hongye in her arms. She tilted her head back slightly and rested it on Ning Yechen's chest and said. She liked the life during this period very much, but the more she liked it, the more afraid she became. She was afraid that one day she would suddenly lose. The fairy world is probably still searching for the mother and daughter, and she is worried that Ning Yechen will be involved. Moreover, she is only keeping herself alive with a false heart now, and she doesn't know how long this false heart can sustain her. She even had the idea of leaving alone and entrusting the child to Ning Yechen, perhaps attracting the attention of the fairy world. But she really couldn't bear to leave her child and her current life. Ning Yechen noticed that Luo Ruiying seemed to be a little depressed, so he hugged her waist tighter and said softly. My lady, please don't let your imagination run wild. Everything is up to my husband.
As long as your husband is here, you and the child will be fine. No one can hurt you anymore.
Hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then she secretly revealed a charming and reassuring smile. He is just a mortal, yet he dares to say that he will protect her and her child, who are in the heavenly realm.
Really?
But she not only did not hate it in her heart, but was very happy.
It was enough for him to say that.
Luo Ruiying nestled peacefully in Ning Yechen's arms and gradually fell into a deep sleep. But not long after, Luo Ruiying suddenly widened her eyes, with a coquettish and shy look on her face, and glanced fiercely at Ning Yechen, who was sleeping behind her. Why is it that when this guy sleeps, either his feet or his hands are restless?
Chapter 89 shows that the opponent is very powerful. The next morning,
a piece of news that shocked the entire city spread throughout the Nanli city.
Overnight, everyone in the Zhang family mansion disappeared.
The mansion was completely empty, without any trace or human presence. Some people speculated that the Zhang family knew they could no longer stay in Nanla Chengdu, so they moved away in the middle of the night in shame. But this inference was quickly refuted by others.
Because almost everything in the Zhang family was still there, intact, and it didn't look like the family had moved away at all. Even if it was true, the Zhang family, including the guards and attendants, had at least several hundred people.
How was it possible that they could leave the city quietly overnight without anyone noticing? Some people also said that there must be some kind of force behind the Qi family, which secretly attacked the Zhang family and wiped out the Zhang family from the world overnight. Of course, this guess was even less reliable than the previous one, and almost everyone treated it as a joke.
If the Qi family had that kind of power behind them, would they have been suppressed by the Zhang family for decades?
Besides, you have to know that the Zhang family is backed by the Holy Lotus sect.
After the inexplicable disappearance of the Temple of the God of War, the Holy Lotus sect has become the largest force in Nanzhou. Who can fight against the Holy Lotus sect behind the Zhang family?
There were many different opinions surrounding the disappearance of the Zhang family, which became an unsolved mystery that everyone in Nanli City was talking about at that time. On the other side, in the courtyard where Ning Yechen was,
Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's family were sitting together happily enjoying breakfast.
Luo Hongya no longer sat in Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen's arms to be fed as usual, but sat alone next to Ning Yechen. On the other side of her was Yu Qingyu, who was carefully feeding Luo Hongya one spoonful at a time. After seeing Luo Hongya eat the porridge she fed to his mouth, Yu Qingyu's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile of relief and emotion.
The little princess ate the food she fed her with her own mouth. She was so touched. This will add a new glory to her resume in the demon world.
She will definitely take on the responsibility of being the president of the demon world and raise the little princess well like her granddaughter. Luo Ruiying sat aside and secretly observed Yu Qingyu curiously. Ever since she came, she couldn't help but observe her from time to time. In addition to her dignified and elegant impeccable posture and etiquette, she is also very serious and reliable in her work and keeps her home in order. He was very respectful and polite to her, and he loved Luo Hongya very much. It seems that she particularly likes taking care of children. Once she has the opportunity to take care of children, she will be very excited and happy. It's like treating her child as her own.
Sister Yu, I want more every night, ah.
Luo Hongya leaned his head towards Yu Qingyu beside him and opened his mouth wide. Yu Qingyu happily fed the porridge into Luo Hongya's mouth, then reached out to take out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. The little princess is still growing, so she needs to eat more. In the future, I will definitely be able to become someone who is no less than the demon lord. Maybe in the days ahead she should prepare some more precious medicinal foods for the little princess or catch some meat of divine beasts for nourishment. Just as Yu Qingyu was thinking about the next diet plan for Luo Hongya, there was a knock on the door in the courtyard.
There is no doubt that it could not be anyone else except Qi Yuan. Sister Luo, brother Ning, Xiao Yi.
As soon as Qi Yuan entered the house, she greeted Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, then happily ran to Luo Hongya and rubbed his cute round cheeks as usual.
No matter how many times I see her, Xiao Yi is always so cute.
This cute and soft little face really makes her love it. But soon, Qi Yuan felt a cold gaze staring at her from behind, which made her hair stand on end. When she turned her head, she saw Yu Qingyu looking at her coldly again, and the spoon in her hand was crushed into crumbs by her. WW. This beautiful big sister is so scary. Did she just stare at her as she crushed the spoon with one hand? Is this really something an ordinary maid can do? This is a threat. It must be. Qi Yuan was so frightened that his face turned pale. Until now, she still couldn't understand why Yu Qingyu was so hostile to her. Yu Qingyu suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and asked Ning Yechen through voice transmission. Master Demon, can I kill her? You asked this question last time. Turn down. Ning Yechen was speechless. What if everyone who rubs his daughter's face because they like her is killed? Meng Niu and the other two sat on the other side, looking at Qi Yuan with envy and admiration. This woman is so lucky. Not only can you rub the little princess cheeks boldly, but you won't die. Especially when Yu Qingyu had already intended to kill her. Miss Qi, come sit with us now. Luo Ruiying patted the empty seat beside him and smiled at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan immediately ran to Luo Ruiying and sat down, not daring to look at Yu Qingyu again. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt like this beautiful older sister wanted to kill her. After sitting down, Qi Yuan calmed down and said to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying in a serious manner. Sister Luo, brother Ning, you probably don't know yet. Something big happened in the city. Last night, the Jiang family suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, disappearing even from Nanli City. Even the people at Nanli College said that there is no way to investigate this matter. Although she was happy that the Jiang family disappeared, this incident was too bizarre. Hundreds of people from the huge Jiang family disappeared overnight, and no one heard a word. You have to know that these days are festivals and celebrations, and the city is full of people, but no one has found any trace of the Jiang family. Based on her understanding of the Jiang family, they didn't seem like the kind of people who would suddenly and willingly leave. The Jiang family disappeared. Luo Ruiying was surprised when he heard this. It's not just Sister Luo. It is said that the entire Holy Lotus sect was destroyed overnight. That is the largest sect in Nanzhou today after the Martial God Temple. Qi Yuan continued speaking with lingering fear. More and more strange things have happened in Nanzhou recently. First it was the Temple of Martial God, and now it's the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect. Until now, no one knows who the attackers are. Luo Ruiying looked thoughtful. She didn't have much interest in the Jiang family. If Jiangli hadn't provoked her, she really couldn't stand the Jiang family's actions, so she helped the Qi family win the Chamber of Commerce competition. She had even made up her mind that if the Jiang family dared to provoke her again, she would make the Jiang family disappear from the world. But it seems that someone has taken action before her. Being able to make the entire Jiang family disappear overnight without her even noticing, it can be seen that the other party is extremely powerful. Chapter 90. How did she know? Luo Ruiying always felt that there seemed to be a mysterious force lurking in the city that she was not aware of. I hope the other party won't get involved with her. Now she just wants to live an ordinary life with her family. Seeing Luo Ruiying frowning and looking worried, Ning Yechen reached out and gently held her hand, giving her a charming smile. Luo Ruiying felt inexplicably relieved and responded with a faint smile. Qi Yuan had been secretly observing Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Seeing the two holding hands under the table, she couldn't help but reveal an ant-like smile on her face. I don't know if it's her illusion, but the relationship between Sister Luo and Brother Ning seems to be getting better. In order not to disturb this wonderful atmosphere, Qi Yuan stopped talking about those worrying and frightening things and asked. By the way, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, did you go to see the fireworks display last night? Yes, I went. It's really beautiful and nice to look at. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. She was very grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending her to watch the fireworks display. Sister Luo, did you guys go up the hillside? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yeah. Did I go to the wrong place? Luo Ruiying looked puzzled and didn't understand why Qi Yuan asked this. Isn't the hillside a special place for watching fireworks display? But it seemed like there weren't many people watching last night? Seeing Luo Ruiying's puzzled expression, Qi Yuan knew that she probably didn't know, and immediately clenched her fists and said indignantly. Sister Luo is going to the right place. It's just that last night, the fireworks display was suddenly moved forward for some reason. The people who were responsible for lighting the fireworks were found sleeping together in the bushes early in the morning. They could not remember what happened no matter what they were asked. The most annoying thing is that someone has set up a fog array at the intersection leading to the hillside. It prevented everyone from getting up there. Some people flew in the fog all night without getting out, and were found exhausted at the foot of the mountain in the morning. Now many monks in the city are looking for the prankster. Because of the fog at the foot of the mountain last night, no one in the city went up the hillside to watch the fireworks. Qi Yuan was surprised to hear that Luo Ruiying actually went up.
Thinking about it carefully, it might be because Sister Luo is so powerful that the fog can't trap her. When Luo Ruiying heard this, she was quite curious about who would specifically play such a prank, and her eyes subconsciously looked towards Yu Qingyu. It was she who told her last night that the fireworks display was moved up. How did she know? Yu Qingyu sat in her seat with a calm expression, elegantly picking up the teacup and taking a sip, as if it had nothing to do with her. Only Ning Yechen knew that all this was definitely caused by her. Daddy, After eating, Luo Hongya directly jumped from the chair beside him into Ning Yechen's arms, adjusted his position and sat in his arms with peace of mind. Ning Yechen hugged Luo Hongya lovingly and touched her cute little head. The baby's head is round and smooth, and feels very comfortable to touch. Luo Hongya squinted his eyes, looking very happy and enjoying. Only when she was in Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's arms would she show such a happy expression. Based on their observations during this period, Shi Yuan discovered that Luo Hongya seemed to always stay by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's side. He is extremely afraid of strangers and doesn't like to get close to other people. Not to mention playing with peers. Even she had to rely on the temptation of delicious food and long time together to gradually get close to Luo Hongya. I always feel that Luo Hongya seems to be too dependent on Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, after the new year, it will be the annual enrollment day of Nanli College again. In addition to the specialized training classes, Nanli College also has cram schools for children and specialized kindergarten classes. Do you want to sign up Xiao Ye as well? Shi Yuan thought about it and suddenly made a suggestion. Nanli College is considered to be the most prestigious college in Nanzhou. It also has a special kindergarten school that is suitable for children like Luo Hongya. When Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen heard the proposal to send Luo Hongya to a kindergarten, they were both stunned for a moment and looked hesitant. Naturally, they all knew that Luo Hongya liked to stay with them very much and was a little overly dependent on them. But this is also related to Luo Hongya's childhood experiences. Since she was a child, she had either been hiding alone in various places or locked up in a dark dungeon and had never had any contact with other people. I have no sense of security or reliance in my heart, so I am naturally very resistant to strangers. That's why Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying dote on her so much. Although Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both like Luo Hongya sticking to them, they still hope that their child can have more contact with other people in the future and learn more about the world. After all, which parent doesn't want their children to become more cheerful and lively? Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying did give serious consideration to Qi Yuan's proposal. Just sending Luo Hongya to school and leaving them, as old father and mother, they are reluctant and worried. Especially Luo Ruiying, she would feel a little panicked when Luo Hongya was not in her sight for a moment. She couldn't bear to let Luo Hongya leave her for most of the day. Therefore, she and Ning Yechen should carefully consider Qi Yuan's proposal. Qi Yuan saw the worry and reluctance of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, so he patted his chest and said with a smile, "Sister Luo, Brother Ning, you don't have to worry. I will also sign up to join Nanli College, and I will take good care of Xiao Ye in the college." However, as soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted Yu Qingyu's disdainful look. With the strength of this ant, he actually dared to say that he would protect their most precious little princess of the demon world. Yu Qingyu's naked gaze was not concealed at all, and Qi Yuan noticed it immediately. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but this beautiful older sister seemed to be staring at her with a funny look as if she was looking at a bug. Suddenly I felt inexplicably hit in my heart. "Miss Qi, you are going to join Nanli College. Aren't you planning to take over the Chamber of Commerce in the house?" Hearing that Qi Yuan was also going to sign up for training at Nanli College, Luo Ruiying asked curiously. Qi Yuan's expression straightened, and he said with a resolute gaze, "Thanks to Sister Luo and Brother Ning, the Qi family is now thriving. Even if they don't need me, it's no problem. Besides, thanks to Brother Ning, I can now start practicing again. So I want to continue pursuing my childhood dream and become a monk as powerful as Sister Luo." In the past, due to the damage to her meridians, it was difficult for her to practice cultivation. Now that her meridians have been fully restored, she naturally wants to join Nanli College and pursue the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation may not be so easy, Miss Qi, you have to work harder. Luo Ruiying saw that Qi Yuan was truly determined and passionate, so she smiled and said something encouraging. Qi Yuan's talent is not bad. If he can persist, he may be able to achieve something in the future. Chapter 91. Did she misunderstand everything? South Li Chengdu. A woman with a delicate figure and beautiful appearance came across the sky like a divine rainbow and landed above the capital of Nanli City, overlooking the people coming and going in the city.
The woman looked somewhat similar to Luo Ruiying, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and extraordinary grace. The difference is that her hair that falls to her waist is a mixture of black and white. It seems to be here. Luo Ruixin held a piece of broken sword in his hand, looked down at the vast Nanli city, and frowned for a moment. Will my sister live here? After Ning Yechen's night visit to the Luoshan temple, Luo Tianya vaguely realized that something might have happened to his daughter Luo Ruiying. So they simply sent Luo Ruiying's sister Luo Ruixin to look for Luo Ruiying. The broken sword fragment in her hand was a small piece that had once been broken off from the family's Luoshan immortal sword. This fragment can sense the location of the main body of the Luoshan immortal sword. The closer it is to the main body of the sword, the more the fragment will flicker, as if guiding her to act. The fragment had no reaction in the fairy world, but as soon as she secretly fell back to the human world, the fragment in her hand reacted. Luo Ruixin relied on the broken sword fragment in his hand and made his way to the small house located in the forest of the Demon Realm Forest. After checking around and confirming that someone had lived there before, and that there was still a lingering aura of Luoshan on the ground, she concluded that Luo Ruiying must have lived there for a period of time. The traces at the scene looked like the couple had encountered some danger and then moved away. Fearing that Luo Ruiying might have encountered some danger, Luo Ruixin began to search the nearby area with the broken sword fragments. All the way to the sky above Nanli City. At this time, the broken sword fragments in her hand were flashing much more frequently, and it could be basically concluded that her sister Luo Ruiying should be in the city. Luo Ruixin flew into the city with the broken sword fragments in his hand and continued searching. Little did people know that after Luo Ruixin fell into the city, dark shadows appeared from the void around her in the sky. Immortal King's cultivation. They are from the fairy world. Kill? Master Demon has ordered that everyone in the immortal realm must pay special attention and report in a timely manner. Don't do anything yet. After that, several shadows twisted and disappeared into the void again. Qi Yuan sat in Ning Yechen's house for a while, played with Luo Hongye for a while, and then got up and left. Of course, the main reason for leaving was that Yu Qingyo's gaze made her feel really uncomfortable, like a thorn in her back. I feel like if I stay a little longer, my life might be in danger at any time. After Qi Yuan left, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were also thinking about whether they should send Luo Hongye to a private school so that he could communicate and play more with his peers. However, there are still a few days before the opening of Nanli College, so you can take this time to slowly consider it. At this moment, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu both heard the secret guard's voice transmission in their minds at the same time. Master Demon, Master Left Protector, someone from the immortal realm has appeared. She appears to be heading in your direction. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp cold light flashed in their eyes. The old guys from the hermit families in the fairy world finally couldn't help themselves and sent people over again? Ning Yechen thought in his heart. If it is the best. He just wanted to ask who was behind the other party. I'm worried that I can't find anyone. Having taken his wife's heart and bones, he will get it back sooner or later. Master Demon, I'll go take care of it. Yu Qingyu volunteered. She already knew that Luo Ruiying had lost her heart in the fairy world and fled back to the human world with Luo Hongye. If the other party is the one who is hunting down the lady and the little princess as Lord Demon said, then she will never let them go. To attack the lady and little princess of the demon world is equivalent to declaring war on the entire demon world. Naturally, there is no reason to show mercy. Go ahead, and remember to stay alive. Ning Yechen gave Yu Qingyu a sharp look and gave her some instructions through voice transmission. He was more worried that Yu Qingyu would use too much force and kill the person directly. Yu Qingyu smiled slightly, stood up, bowed and said goodbye to Luo Ruiying, said she was going outside to buy some ingredients and left. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and looked at Yu Qingyo's departing back in confusion. Didn't we just prepare a lot of food at home a few days ago? Why do we have to go shopping again so soon? And she didn't know if it was her illusion, she felt that Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu were flirting with each other just now. I always feel like the two of them are hiding something from her. Ma'am, what's wrong? Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying's frowning expression and asked with a curious smile. Wouldn't this little girl have noticed something? No, nothing. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and replied. She was too embarrassed to ask about this kind of thing. Wouldn't that be a sign of distrust towards Ning Yechen? She firmly believed that he was not that kind of person. It must be her illusion or misunderstanding. What could he be hiding from her? Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu can't possibly have any special relationship, right? On the streets of Nanli Chengdu. Guided by the broken sword fragments, Luo Ruxin walked step by step towards the courtyard where Ning Yechen was. Luo Ruxin felt delighted when he realized that the force pulling in his hand was getting stronger. It looks like my sister is nearby. However, the next second, Luo Ruxin stopped instantly, his expression solemn, and looked around with extremely vigilant eyes. I don't know when, the bustling noise in my ears disappeared, and the streets that were bustling with people just now were suddenly deserted. The nearby streets were empty and eerily quiet. But it seemed as if dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at her. Because she was too focused on the broken sword fragment in her hand, she didn't notice it at all. In an instant, Luo Ruxin, who had reached the level of Immortal King, felt a chill down his spine. Yu Qingyo's figure slowly walked towards the front of the street. Seeing this, Luo Ruxin tightly grasped the magic sword at her waist and frowned. She couldn't tell the cultivation level of the woman in front of her, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy on her. Could it be that the other party's cultivation strength is far superior to hers? Or is it well hidden? Yu Qingyu looked at Luo Ruxin coldly and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the spiritual energy emanating from Luo Ruxin's body because he was too nervous. This spiritual energy is very similar to that of the madam. If you look closely, this fairy woman looks a bit like my wife. Could it be someone from Madame S family? Yu Qingyu quickly guessed Luo Ruxin's identity, and couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't speak directly. She immediately sent a message to drive away all the lurking demons around, and then gave Luo Ruxin a kind and humble smile like a maid. Luo Ruxin suddenly felt the cold light on his back disappear, and the terrifying aura also dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qingyu in front of him disappeared without a trace, and people began to come and go on the street again. The sense of crisis just now seemed to have never appeared. Did she misunderstand everything? Chapter 92 This is my child. A few minutes after Yu Qingyu went out, she returned home carrying a bag of food. Since she left under the pretext of buying ingredients, in order not to arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion when she came back, she went to Yi Tianxin's house next door and brought back some ingredients. As a barbecue stall owner, he naturally has a lot of prepared ingredients at home. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, who were playing with Luo Hongya in the courtyard, were a little surprised to see Yu Qingyu come back so soon. You bought it so soon? Yes, ma'am. I had pre-ordered these ingredients in advance, and I just had to go pick them up. Yu Qingyu casually found a reasonable excuse to explain. I see. Luo Ruiying didn't doubt it anymore. Ning Yechen knew that Yu Qingyu was not going to buy groceries, so he asked in confusion. Has it been resolved? There is no Lord Demon. The other party seems to be from my wife's family. Yu Qingyu explained. Worried that the other party might be someone Luo Ruiying knew, Yu Qingyu cautiously chose not to take action. Hearing that the other party might be Luo Ruiying's family, Ning Yechen couldn't help but look curious. People from Luoshan Temple came looking for us. While Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu were communicating secretly, Luo Ruiying was also observing them secretly. It turned out not to be her illusion. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu really have a vague exchange of glances. Is there anything that the two of them can't tell her? For some reason, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt inexplicably depressed and unhappy, as if there was a stone blocking her heart. Luo Ruiying quickly shook her head and cleared away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Now she is like a sentimental woman, with random thoughts. Not like her at all. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door to the courtyard. Kaisei walked forward and opened the door, and it was Luo Ruxin standing at the door holding the broken sword fragments. Who are you looking for? Kaisei asked politely. When Luo Ruxin saw that the person who opened the door was not Luo Ruiying, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that I found the wrong one? But that's true, how could my sister live in such a small shabby house? Just as Luo Ruxin was about to say that she had knocked on the wrong door and turned to leave, she was seen by Luo Ruiying who was in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying was startled and blurted out. Ruxin? Elder sister? It's really you. Luo Ruxin's face lit up with joy, and she rushed into the house and threw herself into Luo Ruiying's arms, rubbing her cheek against her chest like a spoiled child. Ning Yechen, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little envious. That position should be for him and the child. But what surprised him even more was that his wife actually had a younger sister. Isn't this his sister-in-law? After the intimacy, Luo Ruxin raised her head from Luo Ruiying's arms and carefully looked at her sister whom she had not seen for almost 200 years. Seeing that Luo Ruiying's originally silver hair had turned into a head of black hair, Luo Ruxin frowned deeply, unable to hide his anger.
Sister, your hair. How so? The most notable feature of the Luotian family's inherited bloodline is the transformation of black hair into silver. The purer the bloodline, the denser the silver hair will be. Luo Ruiying is the person in their Luotian family who has fully awakened the ancient Luotian bloodline since the ancient times. She has natural silver hair that everyone in the family envy. He was praised by his family as the person with the purest gifted bloodline since the creation of the ancient world. It took him only 100 years to reach the level of immortal emperor. But now, that dazzling silver hair has turned into ordinary black hair, which means that the Luotian blood in her body is not enough to maintain her most basic Luotian posture. Luo Ruiying reached out and gently stroked the black hair behind her neck, and said calmly, "A lot of things have happened. Now I can no longer maintain the posture of Luotian." Luo Ruiying didn't feel too confused about not being able to maintain Luotian and his cultivation level regressing. But it would be better to be able to leave there and live an ordinary life, which is rare and precious nowadays, which is just what she wants. "I can't maintain Luotian anymore." "Sister, what happened after you left the family? How could this happen? Why are you hiding here in the human world?" When Luo Ruxin heard that Luo Ruiying really could no longer maintain the posture of Luotian, she asked angrily. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was once admired by everyone in the fairy world and as bright as a rising star, would end up living in such a shabby place. Clearly, more than 100 years ago, she had heard that her sister had been awarded the title of goddess of Luo River in the fairy world. Luo Ruxin grabbed Luo Ruiying's wrist in disbelief, and his face instantly turned ashen. "The fairy bone is gone. The heart is gone. Sister, your body. Well, as you can see. Now I am just a cultivator at the heavenly man realm. I can't compare to you anymore. You succeeded in surpassing me." Luo Ruiying withdrew her arm and teased nonchalantly. She really doesn't care about these things anymore. But Luo Ruxin didn't think so. Her pretty face was extremely cold and she asked with murderous intent, "Sister, tell me. Who did this to you? I'm going to kill him." Luo Ruiying has always been her idol since she was a child, the driving force behind her lifelong efforts, and her most beloved sister. Now seeing her dearest sister being ripped out of her heart and bones, how could she not be angry? Although she was eager to pursue and surpass her sister, she definitely didn't want to do it in this way. Okay, don't get excited. Otherwise you'll tear down my house in a moment." Luo Ruiying smiled and hugged Luo Ruxin to calm her down, then whispered in her ear, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine, right? As for what happened, don't ask anymore. Pretend you know nothing. Even if you knew, it might not be a good thing for you or my Luotian family. But sister, you..." Luo Ruxin was unwilling to give in and wanted to ask more questions, but Luo Ruiying put her slender fingers against her lips. Luo Ruiying also put on a serious face and showed an unquestionable attitude. Even though her cultivation level is only at the heavenly man level now, she is still her sister. "I understand, sister." Luo Ruxin could only nod helplessly. She also understood that Luo Ruiying must have wanted to protect her family, otherwise she would not have fallen to this point, and she would not be willing to return to the Luotian temple in the fairyland. Luo Ruxin still had many questions in her mind and wanted to ask Luo Ruiying, but at this moment she suddenly noticed a cute and petite little girl as delicate as a doll, hiding behind her, holding Luo Ruiying's legs. What a cute little girl. If you look closely, she looks a bit like her sister when she was a child. She looks so cute even when she's shy. "Sister, whose child is this?" Luo Ruxin pointed at Luo Hongye under Luo Ruiying's feet and asked curiously. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly, and she took Luo Hongye from behind into her arms, and introduced him awkwardly. This is my child. Chapter 93. He is your brother-in-law. WW. Luo Ruxin let out a cry of surprise, stunned with shock. This news was too shocking for her. She never expected that this time she would not only meet her sister, but also her sister's daughter. "I haven't seen you for over 200 years, and my sister even has a child. This is too sudden. She can't accept it. Her beloved sister actually got married like this." "Sister, yes, who is it? Which stinky man is it?" Luo Ruxin asked again with an angry look on her face. In her mind, there is no one in this world who can match her beautiful, strong, gentle and considerate sister. Luo Ruiying blushed and reached out to hold Ningyechen's arm, pulling him to her side. "Ruxin, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Ningyechen." "Hello." Ning Yechen smiled and greeted Luo Ruxin in a friendly manner.
Although she just called him a stinky man, she is her sister-in-law after all. Luo Ruxin looked at Ning Yechen, her expression becoming more and more shocked. Although she noticed Ning Yechen beside Luo Ruiying as soon as she came in, she did not detect any spiritual energy from him and naturally filtered him out as a servant. It turns out that this man is my sister's husband, her brother-in-law. Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen with scrutinizing eyes, as if he were a criminal, with undisguised disdain on her face, and even a hint of murderous intent. It was this stinky man who defiled her beloved sister. Unforgivable. Although this man looks no worse than the men seen in the fairyland, he can be considered to pass the test. But apart from his good looks, she really couldn't see anything special about him. He is so literary and looks so fragile. He has no accomplishments at all and is obviously just an ordinary mortal. How can such a person be worthy of her sister?
Sister, you're going to marry a man like this? Luo Ruxin pointed at Ning Yechen with disdain without any hesitation.
Ning Yechen.
Ning Yechen was speechless. Does he look that bad?
Hearing Ning Yechen being belittled like this, Yu Qingyu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but frown. Lord Demon is so powerful and excellent. There are enough women in the demon world who want to give birth to children for the demon lord to go around the demon world more than 10 times. How dare this ignorant and short-sighted woman slander the demon lord? If it weren't for the fact that she was the demon lord's sister-in-law, she would never let her off easily.
Ruxin.
You are so rude, he is your brother-in-law.
Hurry up and apologize to your brother-in-law.
Seeing Luo Ruxin being so rude, Luo Ruiying immediately frowned and scolded her with an unhappy look. With Luo Ruiying's sisterly aura, she immediately suppressed Luo Ruxin, who shrank her neck and dared not refute. Looking at Ning Yechen reluctantly, he said, I'm sorry. After saying that, Luo Ruxin crossed her arms across her chest and still glared at Ning Yechen fiercely. It's all this guy's fault. As a result, she was scolded by her sister. Husband, my sister didn't mean it, please don't mind it. Luo Ruiying was worried that Ning Yechen would take Luo Ruxin's words to heart, so she apologized to Ning Yechen on her behalf.
It doesn't matter,
Ning Yechen said with a smile. It can be seen that Luo Ruxin did not mean it, it was clearly intentional.
This girl treated him like an enemy.
Luo Ruxin snorted coldly and stopped looking at Ning Yechen. She looked around the courtyard and the house.
Dilapidated walls, dilapidated furniture and decorations, a dilapidated house.
In fact, the things in the courtyard and the house are basically brand new, but in the eyes of Luo Ruxin, who has always lived in the fairy palace, these things are basically all broken and tattered. My sister actually lives in such a shabby house. Sure enough, this man is not suitable for my sister at all. If she were my sister's husband, she would definitely let my sister live in a place more luxurious and beautiful than the fairy palace. In her heart, Luo Ruxin silently blamed Ning Yechen for the poor living environment. Luo Ruxin soon noticed Kai Sei and the other two standing on the other side behind Luo Ruiying. When Luo Ruxin saw Kai Sei and the other two for the first time, he noticed something strange. She vaguely saw the faint aura of spiritual energy from Kai Sei and the other two, and it didn't seem like that of a human. Looking more closely, there was nothing.
Did I see it wrong just now?
Luo Ruxin approached Kai Sei and the other two with a scrutinizing gaze, looked them up and down carefully, and then sniffed with his nose tilted up. Strange. Indeed, there was nothing unusual. Ruxin, they and Qingyu are servants brought by your husband's family, so please don't be too rude. Luo Ruiying helplessly watched Luo Ruxin's various strange actions. This girl wasn't like this before, why is she so strange today?
Hello, young lady.
Kai Sei and the other two felt a drop of cold sweat on their foreheads and they forced themselves to smile awkwardly.
Luo Ruxin is different from Luo Ruiying.
She has actually reached the level of Immortal King. His realm is higher than the three of them, and he will be exposed if he is not careful. If they are exposed, they will be dead. Luo Ruxin really couldn't see anything unusual about Kai Sei and the other two, so he could only give up and assume that he had misjudged her. Judging from the appearance of Kai Sei and the other two, it was not unreasonable for them to serve as her sister's attendants. Luo Ruxin turned his head and looked at Yu Qingyu mentioned by Luo Ruiying. When he looked at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruxin's expression changed subconsciously, and his hand unconsciously grasped the fairy sword at his waist.
It's her. The woman I just met outside.
It turns out that she is also a maid in my sister's house. Yu Qingyu looked cold, but still politely bowed and greeted Luo Ruxin.
Meet Miss Luo.
Forehead. Seeing that Yu Qingyu did not have any spiritual energy, Luo Ruxin gradually loosened the hilt of the sword at his waist. How could she, a fairy king in the fairy world, be frightened by a maid? Really? Just based on her level of cultivation, how many people in this city, let alone the entire human world, can be her match? She was too cautious. But this woman looks really good. Such a woman turned out to be his maid. Even Luo Ruxin couldn't help but be attracted by the subtle aura emanating from Yu Qingyu when she saw her for the first time. After taking a quick look around the courtyard and the house, Luo Ruxin turned his gaze back to Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms. Although she had many complaints about Ning Yechen and thought he was not worthy of her sister, she still really liked the child. Especially since Luo Hongye looks very much like Luo Ruiying when she was a child. She's really as cute as her sister when she was little. Little cutie, what's your name? Luo Ruxin approached Luo Hongye's face with a friendly and doting look and asked with a smile. However, her greeting, which she thought was flawless, frightened Luo Hongye so much that he burrowed into Luo Ruiying's arms and did not dare to answer her. Luo Ruxin was petrified instantly, the smile on her face frozen. Was she being disliked? Chapter 94. This man is extremely evil. Don't be afraid, yay. She is your aunt. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to be resistant to Luo Ruxin, Luo Ruiying patted her back and spoke softly. Auntie. Luo Hongye turned his head timidly, called out weakly, and then buried his head in Luo Ruiying's arms. Obviously she was still resisting letting Luo Ruxin hug her. Luo Ruxin felt like her heart had hit rock bottom in an instant. She seems to be really disliked. Why? Is she that scary? Luo Ruiying was also very curious. Although Luo Hongye was indeed a little shy, he never became so shy when facing friendly and kind people. Like when he was with Qi Yuan and when he first met Yu Qingyu, he was even able to let Yu Qingyu hold him in her arms. Why is it that her sister is unhappy when it comes to her? Yi, what's wrong? Are you afraid of auntie? Luo Ruiying asked softly to Luo Hongye in her arms. Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye with concern, waiting for her answer. Luo Hongye raised his eyes, shook his head gently, and replied softly. Aunt doesn't like daddy, and Yi doesn't like people who say bad things about daddy. Yi doesn't like my aunt. Luo Hongye's answer stunned everyone present. I didn't expect that the child, who was still young, has already understood a lot. She even noticed this. Luo Hongye's words "I don't like my aunt" were like a sharp sword piercing Luo Ruxin's chest. My heart aches. She is really hated by her lovely niece. Ning Yechen didn't expect that Luo Hongye didn't like Luo Ruxin and expressed resistance to him because she was rude to him. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed in his heart and a smile appeared on his face. His baby daughter is really sensible. Come Yi, daddy will hug you. Ning Yechen reached out and hugged Luo Hongye in Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Hongye obediently stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Yechen's arms, lying obediently in his arms. This scene was particularly eye-catching in Luo Ruxin's eyes. In her heart, she naturally thought that Ning Yechen was showing off in front of her. The child liked him, not her. Hateful. How dare this mortal challenge her like this? It's all his fault. That's why she is hated by Yi. Luo Ruxin silently blamed Ning Yechen for this, adding another item of dissatisfaction towards Ning Yechen. Since you're here, stay here tonight. We can have dinner together later. Seeing that Luo Ruxin still seemed to be hostile towards Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying could not help but sigh helplessly and led Luo Ruxin to sit in the hall. Please sit down for a while. I'll go cook. Do, cook? Sister, how can you do something that only ordinary women would do? When Luo Ruxin heard that Luo Ruiying was cooking by herself, she was immediately surprised and expressed strong dissatisfaction. People like them in the fairyland drink spiritual springs and eat fairy fruits and nectar. How can they cook like ordinary women and get themselves stained by the fire? Luo Ruiying turned around and smiled slightly, saying, I am just a woman now, what's wrong with that? After saying that, Luo Ruiying walked towards the kitchen. Yu Qingyu stared at Luo Ruxin for a moment, then silently followed her to the kitchen to help. Hey, what's going on with this maid? It feels like I'm staring at her. This was the first time that a maid glared at her, and Luo Ruxin felt very strange. How dare she? It was not until Luo Ruiying entered the kitchen that Luo Ruxin sat back in her seat with mixed feelings. My sister has really changed. Become like a real ordinary woman. Is this the life my sister expected? Although Luo Ruxin was very opposed to Luo Ruiying cooking like a woman, she was looking forward to tasting her sister's cooking in person. She has never tasted the food cooked by her sister. Kai Sei, bring me some good tea, some cakes and fruits. Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye in his arms, let her sit on his lap, and gave instructions to Kai Sei and the other two standing beside him. Kai Sei and the other two nodded in acceptance of the order, then slowly left the hall to prepare. Luo Ruxin said in a haughty tone. No need. My taste is quite picky. I'm afraid that those tea and cakes you have are too much for me to swallow. I'd better keep them for myself. How could those mundane things in this world possibly fit into her mouth? What good things can my sister and Xiao Ye get if they follow this man? The more Luo Ruxin thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply took out various fairy fruits and snacks from her fairy ring and placed them all on the table next to Ning Yechen with a wave of her hand. He raised his head with full confidence and said, Try mine instead. You may not be able to eat it once in your life. Being able to eat these cakes is a blessing from my sister and children. Ning Yechen glanced at the pastries and fruits on the table and couldn't help but smile. Aren't these the most common fruits and cakes in the fairy world? If these things were in the demon world, they wouldn't even be worthy of being placed in front of him. Seeing Ning Yechen trying to hold back a laugh, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but frown. What does this guy mean? Why does it feel like he is laughing at her? What an ignorant mortal. I wonder how many people in this world want to have a taste of it but may not be able to do so in their lifetime. Xiao Ye, try your aunt's cakes and see if they are delicious. Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongye and his expression changed instantly. He spoke to Luo Hongye with anticipation. She hoped to win Luo Hongye's favor again by eating snacks. She couldn't accept being hated by her niece. That's my sister's daughter, so of course she's her daughter. Luo Hongye glanced at the snacks on the table with her cute big eyes, then looked up at Ning Yechen, as if asking if she could eat them. Ning Yechen smiled and rubbed Luo Hongye's head, saying softly, Since it's my aunt's intention, try it every night. Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, and he took a piece of cake and took a bite. How is it, Zayai? Luo Ruxin asked with anticipation and nervousness. Good pool. Luo Hongye smiled happily. Very good. Luo Ruxin had a satisfied smile on her face and felt very proud. It turns out that the way to please a child is to please her stomach first. She just didn't believe that after tasting the pastries from the fairyland, Xiao Ye could still eat anything else. By then, Xiao Ye will naturally become close to her. She can snatch Xiao Ye from that man's arms. Xiao Yi, is this the most delicious thing you have ever eaten? Tell me if you like it, I'll prepare more for you in the future. Luo Ruxin said with a smile on her face. Luo Hongye's face froze and he shook his head decisively. Yi's favorite is grilled sausage. Grilled sausages? Luo Ruxin widened her eyes in shock. She never imagined that the cakes and fruits she brought from the fairyland were not as good as a sausage from the human world. How is this possible? Losing to a grilled sausage was a huge blow to Luo Ruxin. How could the cakes and fruits from the fairyland lose to that kind of junk food? It must be that this man has been feeding the child these unhealthy things for years, which caused the child to have taste problems. It must be like this. In her heart, Luo Ruxin silently attributed this crime to Ning Yechen. This man is extremely evil. Chapter 95. It's not delicious at all. Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen fiercely. This made Ning Yechen speechless and confused. He didn't know what he had done to provoke this sister-in-law. At this moment, Kai Sei and the other two brought tea and pastries to Luo Ruxin's table. Miss, please. Luo Ruxin had already made up her mind. She would just take a couple of bites and then ruthlessly and harshly disparage what he had prepared. She was going to embarrass him. Luo Ruxin turned her head and stretched out her hand to pick up something on the table to taste it, but her palm froze in mid-air, with a look of shock on her face. Placed on the table were all kinds of rare and exotic fruits, such as crystal grapes, red jade fruits, jade melons, etc., as well as many fairy fruits that she had rarely seen or eaten before. How come he has so many fairy fruits? Impossible. The fairy fruit has extremely demanding requirements for both its growth and storage environment, and there may not be a place in the human world where these fairy fruits can be grown. It must just happen to look similar to those fairy fruits. She couldn't be fooled. Luo Ruxin casually picked up a crystal clear grape. Its beautiful luster and the flowing fairy fruit liquid contained inside were clearly visible. Luo Ruxin swallowed subconsciously and threw the crystal grape in her hand into her mouth. With a light bite of the pearly teeth, the moist and sweet fairy fruit liquid suddenly burst in the mouth, and the rich liquid and fruity aroma filled the entire mouth. So delicious! There is no doubt that these are real crystal grapes. And it was the first time for her to eat such plump and sweet crystal grapes. Luo Ruxin's face inadvertently revealed a look of aftertaste, but when she noticed Ning Yechen looking at her with a smile, she immediately put away her smile and put on a stern face. That was a close call. I almost forgot about the important matter. She wanted to find fault with him and criticize him harshly, not for enjoyment. Luo Ruxin stuffed another crystal grape into her mouth, then picked up the pastry on the table and put it into her mouth and took a bite. Just looking at the level of pastries in the human world, how can it be compared with that in the fairy world? However, after taking a bite, Luo Ruxin's eyes lit up instantly, and an expression of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. This is delicious too. The taste inside is so unique, as if a lot of medicinal herbs and some meat are mixed in it. The taste is not bad at all. After one mouthful, your whole body will feel warm and the delicious taste will linger in your mouth. Hateful! How could his pastries be better than those from the fairyland? Luo Ruxin stared at Ning Yechen fiercely with unwillingness while stuffing pastries into her mouth continuously. Ning Yechen couldn't help but laugh. These pastries were carefully prepared by Yu Qingyu for Luo Hongye. Various rare elixirs are blended into it, which not only tastes good but is also very helpful for the growth of the body. Even Luo Ruiying couldn't help but praise it after eating it. Luo Ruxin was clearly eating voraciously, but she still looked unwilling. Suddenly I feel that this sister-in-law seems to have a lovely side. Of course, not as cute as his wife and children. If you like, take your time to eat. There are still a lot of them at home. Ning Yechen was afraid that Luo Ruxin might choke, so he kindly reminded her. Luo Ruxin stuffed another one into her mouth and said fiercely, "Who wants to eat it? It's not tasty at all." Ning Yechen. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ruxin choked and quickly raised the tea on the table and drank it all. After drinking the tea, Luo Ruxin let out a long sigh and glared at Ning Yechen fiercely. This guy deliberately talked to her and almost made her choke. It's obvious that he wants to murder her. When the mellow aroma of tea filled her lips and teeth, Luo Ruxin was stunned and poured another cup to savor it carefully. Yeah. This tea is delicious too. Better than what she drinks at home. How come all the cakes, fruits and tea prepared by this guy are so delicious? It made it so that she couldn't find any fault with him and severely belittled him. These must have been prepared by my sister, otherwise how could a mortal come up with these things? Luo Ruxin was certain that these things had nothing to do with Ning Yechen, so she started eating with even more confidence. Luo Hongye, who was sitting in Ning Yechen's arms, couldn't help but look at Luo Ruxin curiously. My aunt is good at eating. More delicious than night. Not long after, Luo Ruiying went into the kitchen and prepared a table full of dishes. Luo Ruiying was very happy to meet her family again after such a long time. Yu Qingyu, who was in charge of assisting, placed all the dishes on the table and prepared the bowls and chopsticks. Ruxin, you should have tasted human food before, why not give it a try? Luo Ruiying invited Luo Ruxin to sit down and tried it out. Luo Ruxin had already eaten a lot of cakes and drank a lot of tea at this moment, but when she thought that those dishes were made by her sister, she still wolfed them down without hesitation. Tasty. As expected of my sister, it's delicious. It's such a waste to give such skills to a man. While eating, Luo Ruxin did not forget to slander Ning Yechen. Ruxin. Luo Ruiying immediately frowned and looked displeased. How could she not hear that Luo Ruxin was mocking Ning Yechen again? Ning Yechen is her husband, even her family members cannot slander him like this. I understand, sister. Seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed really angry, Luo Ruxin quickly admitted her mistake weakly. But I feel wronged. My sister yelled at her for this man. Ning Yechen himself didn't care. He always had a smile on his face. From time to time, he fed Luo Hongye in his arms and picked up some food for Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyu, who was sitting next to Ning Yechen, was not happy about it. She said calmly with a dignified posture. Miss Luo, my young master's cooking skills are also very good, and the lady likes it very much, so how can it be cheap? Also, the dishes you just ate were all made by me. It's great that it suits your taste. Luo Ruxin. Luo Ruxin was immediately speechless and embarrassed. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but laugh,
and picked up the dish she cooked and put it into Luo Ruxin's bowl. Luo Ruxin was immersed in the joy of Luo Ruiying personally picking up food for her, when she saw Luo Ruiying personally picking up food and handing it to Ning Yechen. "Husband, you try it too." Ning Yechen opened his mouth and ate the food his wife fed him, then picked up some food and fed it to Luo Ruiying. "Ma'am, you should eat more too." With Luo Ruxin beside her, Luo Ruiying felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't want Ning Yechen to hold her hand all the time, so she lifted her hair from her cheek, gently opened her cherry lips and ate it. Luo Ruxin saw everything about the intimate behavior between the two, and she stood in front of the table in a daze with her chopsticks in her hand. Her most dazzling and admired sister is now like a young girl, feeding each other intimately with a man. The two of them are as close as a couple who have been in love for a long time. She suddenly felt redundant sitting next to Luo Ruiying. Meng Niu, Yu Qingyu and others at the table were already used to it. "Sister, I want one too." Luo Ruxin no longer gave Luo Ruiying the chance to pick up food for Ning Yechen. She simply laid on the table and snatched the food from Luo Ruiying's chopsticks. She wants to take her sister and child back from this man. Chapter 96. She can't accept it. Night. After dinner, everyone sat together in the hall. In order to win back her beloved sister, Luo Ruxin no longer gave Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying the opportunity to interact with each other, and deliberately moved a chair to sit between the two. Luo Ruxin, like a little girl, hugged Luo Ruiying's waist and lay in her arms, acting coquettishly, saying that she hadn't seen her sister for a long time. That would have been fine, but she would occasionally look at Ning Yechen provocatively with a smug look on her face. It was as if he was telling Ning Yechen, "Look, my sister is hers." Ning Yechen sat aside holding Luo Hongya, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He never imagined that one day his sister-in-law would compete with him, her brother-in-law, for favor. What is this called? Luo Ruiying also had a look of helplessness and doting on her face. "Ruxin, you are not a child anymore. Why are you still the same as when you were a kid?" Her sister Luo Ruxin is already several hundred years old. How come she still loves to act like a spoiled brat like she did when she was little? "I will always be your sister's younger sister." Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying's waist and spoke in a tender voice, still not intending to let go. It seemed that he hadn't seen Luo Ruxin for a long time, so Luo Ruiying just let her act willfully this time. At this time, Yu Qingyu walked into the hall, bowed slightly and said, "Master, madam, the water for the bath is heated." Bathtub. When Luo Ruxin heard that there was a bathing pool at home, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her head from Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and nodded gently. "My husband built a bathtub at home. Ruxin, you can also try it." When Luo Ruiying thought that Ning Yechen built this bathtub just for bathing with her and the child, her face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Luo Ruxin didn't notice Luo Ruiying's blushing face, and said excitedly, "That's great. I haven't bathed with my sister in a long time. Sister, come with Xiao Yi. Are you okay, Zai?" After saying that, Luo Ruxin looked at Luo Hongya, who was sitting obediently in Ning Yechen's arms with anticipation. Her goal is not only to get her sister back, she also wants to get her sister's child back. Luo Hongya's face was slightly unhappy, and he said softly, "I want to take a bath with my parents every night. This won't do, Zai. You know that men and women can't take a shower together." Luo Ruxin didn't expect Luo Hongya to say such a thing. She was shocked and quickly explained to her. However, Luo Hongya's next words shocked Luo Ruxin so much that she stood there in shock. "But Yi has always taken baths with daddy and mommy." "Huh? Sister, is this true?" Luo Ruxin looked incredulous and turned to look at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying blushed and lowered her head. Even though she didn't say anything, this action already constituted her consent to everything. Her dearest sister actually took a bath with a man. She can't accept it. "Xiaoye, will you take a shower with your aunt from now on?" Luo Ruxin stretched out her hands to Luo Hongya and said expectantly. The naive Luo Hongya blinked his big eyes and asked curiously, "Auntie, do you want to take a bath with Ye, Daddy, and Mommy too?" No. Luo Ruxin blushed and waved her hand to refuse, correcting him. "It's Yi, my aunt, and your mother." Luo Hongya didn't even think about it, hugged Ning Yechen tightly, and said decisively, "Don't want. I want to be with my father and mother every night." Luo Ruxin. Being rejected by Luo Hongya again, Luo Ruxin was devastated and lowered her head in disappointment. She couldn't compare to that man. Yi, mother will take you and auntie to take a bath together tonight, okay? Seeing this, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to try to persuade Luo Hongye herself. She definitely had to bathe the child, but if Luo Ruxin wanted to bathe with her, then Ning Yechen couldn't be brought along. Even if Luo Ruxin is willing, she is not happy. Luo Hongye pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Ning Yechen touched Luo Hongye's little head and said softly, "Be good, yay. Let's take a bath together with mother and aunt tonight, okay? Daddy will take Yi to wash next time." Although I lost the opportunity to take a bath with my wife and children, the children still need to be taken to the bath by my wife. Luo Ruxin and Luo Ruiying are sisters who have not seen each other for a long time, so tonight he reluctantly gave her the opportunity to bathe together. Although Luo Hongye was still unhappy in his heart, he nodded obediently, letting Luo Ruiying hold him in his arms and walk into the bathroom. Yu Qingyu was very dissatisfied with Luo Ruxin's behavior of disturbing Lord Demon and his wife from bathing together. But because the other party was her lady's younger sister, she had to give up. Soon, bursts of laughter and playfulness could be heard from the bathroom. "Sister, you have a great figure. After giving birth to Xiao Yi, I feel like you are in better shape than before. I'm so jealous. If I were your husband, I would be so happy." "You, what nonsense are you talking about? Keep your hands away. What does it matter, sister? You can touch mine too. Behave yourself." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen sat in the hall and heard every sound in the bathroom clearly. Blame it on his excellent hearing. He could even imagine his wife getting angry and embarrassed. One of them is at the level of a celestial being, and the other is at the level of an immortal king. Can't they just set up a soundproof barrier? This is too unprepared. Yu Qingyu, who was standing next to Ning Yechen, glanced at him, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, handed him a handkerchief and said lightly, "Master Demon, you have a nosebleed." Ning Yechen. "Yeah. Maybe I've been getting angry lately." Ning Yechen embarrassedly took the towel and wiped his nose, then forced an explanation. Yu Qingyu knew it very well, but as a servant, she could not point it out to the demon lord, so she followed Ning Yechen's words and said, "Tomorrow I will prepare some medicine for Lord Demon to relieve heat and nourish the spleen." "Well, thank you for your help." After a while, Luo Ruiying and his group returned to the hall from the bathroom. Luo Ruiying's wet black hair was scattered behind her, her cheeks were rosy and shy, and she was as bright and beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. No matter how many times I see my wife who just finished bathing, she is always so beautiful. Ning Yechen silently admired Luo Ruiying's appearance and figure, but Luo Ruxin noticed his gaze and directly stood in front of him. In front of Ning Yechen, she hugged Luo Ruiying's arm and said coquettishly, "Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight, okay?" This. Luo Ruiying looked embarrassed and looked at Ning Yechen. Ever since she met Ning Yechen, she has always slept in the same bed with him and her child. Chapter 97, So What If We Are Mortals? Ning Yechen was unhappy when he heard it. He gave up the rare opportunity to take a bath with his wife, and now Luo Ruxin even wanted to snatch away the rare opportunity for him and his wife to sleep in the same bed together for a night. "Sister, I haven't seen you for a long time. There are many things I want to tell you." Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying's arm with an expectant look on her face. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, looked at Ning Yechen embarrassedly, and discussed. "Husband, can I ask you to sleep in another room tonight? It's a rare opportunity to meet with family, so Luo Ruiying also wants to reminisce with Luo Ruxin. In addition, she also had something to say to Luo Ruxin and told her some things. Although I feel a little sorry for Ning Yechen, I have no choice but to let him down for the time being. Anyway, there will be many opportunities for them to sleep together in the future. My wife." When Ning Yechen heard Luo Ruiying asking him to sleep somewhere else, his face was immediately filled with reluctance and grievance, and he looked at Luo Ruiying eagerly. Going to bed every night was the time he looked forward to the most, but now he has to give it up to someone else. It seems that this sister-in-law is determined to cause trouble for him. Luo Ruxin hid behind Luo Ruiying and looked at Ning Yechen with a smug look on her face. Ning Yechen was furious. If she wasn't his sister-in-law, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Looking at Ning Yechen's almost pitiful eyes, Luo Ruiying felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I also knew that this seemed too unfair to him, so I stepped forward and whispered in his ear. "Husband, I will let her go back in a few days. Please be patient for the time being. I will compensate you later." "Compensate?"
Hearing the word compensation from Luo Ruiying's mouth, Ning Yechen's eyes lit up instantly, and he said without hesitation. Don't worry, my wife. I'm not that petty. Madam, you two sisters should sleep together tonight. Luo Ruiying. Seeing Ning Yechen's expression change so quickly, Luo Ruiying immediately regretted saying it too early. Obviously, she looked so unhappy just now. But the words had been spoken, and she couldn't go back on her word. In the room, Luo Ruixin couldn't wait to lie on the bed, greedily inhaling the smell of the bedding, with an intoxicated look on her face. Aha! The scent of my sister. After so long, she was finally able to sleep with her sister again and smell her scent. You, don't do such weird things. Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed with her hair tied up, and said helplessly to Luo Ruixin, who was rolling back and forth on the bed with the quilt in her arms. Why can't this girl grow up? But seeing that she was still the same as she was when she was little, Luo Ruiying was also very happy. In order to prevent Ning Yechen from being alone tonight, and because she still had something to say to Luo Ruixin and was afraid of disturbing the child, she let Ning Yechen take the child with him. At this time, the sound of Ning Yechen teasing the child and making him laugh could be heard in the next room. Fly up. Hee hee, daddy is so awesome. When Luo Ruiying heard the voice, an extremely charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. He really is. It's almost time to go to bed, but I'm still playing with my kids. Seeing Luo Ruiying's happy smile, Luo Ruixin lay on the bed with an unhappy look on her face. She had originally planned to sleep with her sister and child tonight, leaving the man alone in the empty room. But her sister insisted that Xiaoye sleep with that man. Xiaoye also said something about not wanting to leave daddy alone. The child was so cute and sensible that she had no choice but to give up. Sister, can I ask you a question? Luo Ruixin asked as she looked at Luo Ruiying's graceful and exquisite back. What's the problem? Luo Ruiying turned around and asked. Why did you choose that man? Luo Ruixin asked unhappily. With her sister's status and position, even in the fairy world, what kind of man can she not find? Since she was a child, her sister has been famous throughout the fairyland for her unique silver hair and outstanding and beautiful appearance. And because of her outstanding talent and cultivation, I don't know how many powerful men have come to propose marriage to her. She couldn't understand why her sister would fall for a man who had nothing good in other aspects except his looks. When Luo Ruiying was asked this question by Luo Ruixin, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Strictly speaking, it wasn't her who chose Ning Yechen. But there was really no choice at the time. But she couldn't really tell the reason. If she knew that she was forced to give herself to Ning Yechen, given her sister's personality, she would definitely be furious and want to kill him. He's fine. Luo Ruiying blushed and stammered as she replied casually. Fine? What's good about that guy? Luo Ruixin asked doubtfully. Sister, this answer is too ambiguous. And why has my sister's face been getting redder and redder since just now? So suspicious. Sister, why are you blushing? Yes, is there? Maybe I just soaked it for too long. Luo Ruiying said, covering her red cheeks. It's all because of this girl. She remembered some weird things. Sister, you haven't told me what's so good about that guy yet? Luo Ruixin continued to ask relentlessly. She just didn't believe what was so good about a mortal man that could make her sister fall in love with him. That's your brother-in-law. Stop calling that guy. It's so rude. Luo Ruiying first punched Luo Ruixin on the head to teach him a lesson. Then he looked lost in thought, and when he recalled the time he had spent with Ning Yechen, he couldn't help but smile. Although he is just an ordinary person, he is actually very responsible and gentle. He was very good to me and the kids. Don't underestimate your brother-in-law. It seems his family has been doctors for generations, and their medical skills are very advanced. And he is also very caring and good at making children happy. But sister, he is just a mortal. Seeing Luo Ruiying listing Ning Yechen's advantages incessantly, Luo Ruixin quickly interrupted her. Although many advantages sound good, they are too ordinary. The most important thing is, how can a mortal protect your sister? Love between mortals and monks has almost never been heard of in this world. Whether it is the difference in status, cultivation or lifespan, the gap between mortals and cultivators is particularly huge. The lifespan of mortals is short, no more than 100 years, which is considered a long life. 100 years later, that man passed away. Based on her understanding of her sister, there would definitely be no room for anyone else in her life. Doesn't that mean I will be a widow for him my whole life? That's why she was so opposed to Ning Yechin becoming her brother-in-law. Besides the reason of taking away her dearest sister, another reason is that it is inappropriate. Luo Ruiying also knew what Luo Ruxin was worried about her, and smiled indifferently. What about mortals? As long as he is someone worthy of entrusting my life to, that's enough. When you find someone you like in the future, you will understand. Chapter 98 Ye and Daddy's Little Secret. Ruxin has someone she likes. Seeing that Luo Ruiying spoke so profoundly, Luo Ruxin couldn't help but frown slightly and refuted. Luo Ruiying was surprised when she heard this, then her face lit up with joy. Real? You already have someone you like? Yes, I have. Ruxin likes sister. Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying's waist and said mischievously with her tongue sticking out. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Luo Ruxin speechlessly and disappointedly. She thought someone had finally taken a fancy to this girl, but she was so happy for nothing. After tying her hair, Luo Ruiying lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling quietly. Her expression became much more serious, and she asked. Ruxin, you haven't told anyone that you found me, right? Not yet, sister. Luo Ruxin replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Even if someone from the fairy world suddenly comes looking for you, you must pretend that you don't know. Luo Ruiying turned his head with a serious expression and warned Luo Ruxin. To be honest, she was happy that Luo Ruxin found her, but she couldn't help but feel a little worried. If those people found out about this, not only would she, the child, and Ning Yechin be in danger. I'm afraid that Luoshan Temple will also suffer a disaster. Seeing Luo Ruiying's serious expression, Luo Ruxin stopped playing around and asked seriously. Can't you tell anyone, sister? Even the father? Well, don't tell father either. Just pretend you never found me. Give me the fragment of the immortal sword in your hand as well. Luo Ruiying stretched out her hand and asked Luo Ruxin for the fragment of the Luoshan immortal sword in her hand. If those people knew about this fragment, they would definitely ask her for it, and then find her based on the fragment. It would be most appropriate to leave this fragment in her personal custody. Luo Ruxin did not hesitate and handed the sword fragment to Luo Ruiying very straightforwardly, and asked with a sad face. Sister, can't you really tell me what happened? Maybe I can help. Luo Ruxin knew that everything Luo Ruiying did, including not letting her tell other people and not planning to return to the fairyland, was all to protect her and Luoshan's family. However, she still felt extremely reluctant to see her sister bearing all of this alone and hiding in the human world. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, shook her head slowly, and reached out to hold Luo Ruxin in her arms. Ruxin, don't ask any more questions about this. Stay here for a few days, and then go back obediently. Remember what I said, don't tell anyone. I understand, sister. Luo Ruxin hugged Luo Ruiying and responded. She secretly swore in her heart that she would practice hard after she returned. Now her cultivation in the Immortal King realm is still too insignificant in the Immortal realm, and she is simply unable to protect her sister. In the next room, Ning Yechin lifted Luo Hongye up into the air with his hand, allowing her to float freely in the air. Only when Luo Ruiying was not around did he dare to use some simple and fun tricks to make the children happy. When he just floated into the air, Luo Hongye was still a little scared. Only with Ning Yechin holding her hand and accompanying her did she gradually feel at ease. Finally, Ning Yechin let go of his hand, and Luo Hongye was no longer afraid. His cute little face looked around curiously. Daddy, Yi Yi is flying too. Well, our family is awesome every night. Daddy is going to take Yi Yi to do something fun. Hold on tight to Daddy every night. Ning Yechin floated in front of Luo Hongye, turned his back to her, let her hug his neck tightly, sat on him, and carried her around in the air. Hee hee, Daddy is so awesome. Luo Hongye hugged Ning Yechin's neck and smiled happily. Hee hee, Daddy has something even more powerful. Do you want to watch it every night? Ning Yechin asked in a pretentiously profound tone. I want to see. This immediately attracted Luo Hongye's interest, and he couldn't wait to respond. Ning Yechin stopped and clenched his fists in front of Luo Hongye in mid-air. Under Luo Hongye's curious gaze, Ning Yechin produced a furry toy ball out of thin air from his palm. Luo Hongye's cute big eyes suddenly widened a lot, and he leaned over with a curious look on his face, as if he wanted to see where the ball came from. Ning Yechin clenched his palm, and when he opened it again, the ball in his hand disappeared again.
Daddy, where's the ball? Luo Hongye asked in confusion.
Ning Yechen smiled slightly and opened his other hand.
Thump, 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 the ball is here. Oh.
Luo Hongye tilted his head and looked at the ball in Ning Yechen's other hand with a look of wonder. The little head was a little confused for a moment. Why did the ball end up in Daddy's other hand? Ning Yechen handed the ball to Luo Hongye, clenched his hands again, and said,
Yi, what do you want to see now? Daddy will satisfy you. I want to see birds every night.
Luo Hongye thought about it and said with anticipation.
No problem.
The bird is in Daddy's hand now.
Guess which hand the bird is hiding in, Yi.
Ning Yechen stretched out his clenched hands in front of Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye frowned slightly, and after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out.
He said in a somewhat discouraged but cute way. Daddy, I can't tell at night. It doesn't matter, just pick one. Daddy believes you can guess it. Ning Yechen encouraged with a smile.
Luo Hongye hesitated for a moment and pointed to his right hand.
Then choose this one every night.
Ding ding ding,
congratulations Yi, you made the right choice.
Ning Yechen smiled gently, and the moment he opened his palm, countless spiritual birds, gleaming with spiritual light and condensed with spiritual power, flew out from his palm. The graceful and shining spirit birds all surrounded Luo Hongye, illuminating the entire room. Ning Yechen had already isolated the spiritual energy in the room, so there was no need to worry about being noticed by Luo Ruxin next door. Luo Hongye stared blankly at the spirit bird beside him, his mouth slightly opened in happiness.
Do you like it, Ye? I like it. Luo Hongye smiled like a crescent moon and responded happily.
Seeing the child's innocent and lovely smile, Ning Yechen smiled with satisfaction and reached out to hold her in his arms.
Yi, don't tell your mother about what happened tonight. Aha! Yi knows, this is Yi and Daddy's little secret. Luo Hongye smiled and nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen didn't need to give any special instructions. After the last experience, Luo Hongye knew what Ning Yechen wanted to say. My baby daughter is smart. It saves him from having to find excuses.
Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head and vaguely heard someone whispering in the next room, so he took Luo Hongye to the wall and put his ear against it. Luo Hongye was curious and followed suit by sticking it on the wall. The father and daughter were pressed against the wall together, staring at each other.
Chapter 99, Inhumane. The next morning.
Luo Ruiying, who had not seen Luo Hongye for a whole night, couldn't wait to hug Luo Hongye in her arms. She could hear Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye playing until late last night, and asked curiously.
Yi, what were you and Dad playing last night? Daddy is taking Yi Fei.
Luo Hongye said happily, still feeling unsatisfied. Although I played until I was exhausted and fell asleep last night, I was very happy.
Fly? Daddy is taking Yi flying in the air?
Luo Ruiying looked puzzled when he heard this.
Ning Yechen hurriedly and secretly made a gesture of silence beside Luo Hongye.
Luo Hongye then remembered that he had promised not to tell it, so he quickly shook his head.
This is Yi and Daddy's little secret. Yi promised Daddy not to tell. Can't you even tell your mother? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. Yeah, Daddy said I can't tell Mom. Luo Hongye nodded cutely. Yeah. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen meaningfully. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was a little overwhelmed by the child's innocence and sincerity. But fortunately, it did not arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion.
Luo Ruiying tried to think about it and guessed that Ning Yechen was probably holding the child in the air so that she could feel like she was flying in the sky.
But she didn't understand why Ning Yechen asked Luo Hongye to keep it a secret and not tell it. Don't even tell her. Sister, I'm ready, let's go. At this moment, Luo Ruxin also walked out of the room, and immediately took Luo Ruiying's arm and said.
As the New Year celebrations have not yet ended, Luo Ruiying plans to take Luo Ruxin for a stroll in the city in the next few days to feel the worldly life and the lively atmosphere.
Husband, do you want to go with us? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen and asked. Since my wife has spoken, then of course I have to go with her.
Ning Yechen replied with a smile, then looked at Luo Ruxin beside Luo Ruiying and smiled. This provocative smile made Luo Ruxin frown slightly. This guy definitely deliberately didn't allow her and her sister to have a private world. Meng Niu and two other people were left at home to look after the house, while Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu accompanied Luo Ruiying and Luo Ruxin out. Luo Ruiying was walking on the street holding Luo Hongye, while Luo Ruxin and Ning Yechen were following on both sides. Yu Qingyu followed silently behind. Not long after Ning Yechen and his companions were strolling along the street, they smelled a very tempting barbecue aroma. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were already very familiar with this barbecue aroma, but it was the first time for Luo Ruxin to smell it, and she couldn't help but sniff it out of curiosity. What's that smell? It smells so good. There's a delicious barbecue stall here. I'll take you there to try it. Luo Ruiying led Luo Ruxin towards the stall where Yi Tianqian was. For now, Yi Tianqian's barbecue stall is indeed the most delicious food she has ever eaten in the human world. Until now, the children still remember it. Barbecue stall? Merely mortal food, what's so delicious about it? Luo Ruxin said in a disdainful voice. Since we are here, let's give it a try. Maybe you'll like it. Luo Ruiying pulled Luo Ruxin and said with a smile. After a while, everyone arrived at the stall where Yi Tianqian was originally. The scene before them made everyone stand there in shock. I saw that the stall where Yi Tianqian was surrounded by a huge crowd of people, most of whom were women. The queue was endless. Today, the barbecue stall where Yi Tianqian works is well known throughout the entire Nanli city. Everyone who has eaten it says it's good. Many high-ranking officials and even wealthy children also yearn for it. The reason why it is so popular is not only because of his meticulous craftsmanship and secret formula, but also because of Yi Tianqian's cold and indifferent appearance. A cool, yet elegant and polite barbecue stall owner immediately attracted countless young women in the city to come and admire him. It is said that many women have offered sky-high prices to support him these days. However, he rejected them all without exception. This also created a new rumor in the city. A cool and handsome man would rather set up a stall to sell barbecue every day than be supported by a rich woman. Such noble and unyielding character is highly praised by everyone. Luo Ruxin was also shocked when she saw this situation. I didn't expect a small barbecue stall could be so attractive. Now she was a little curious. But I don't know how long this long queue will take. Sister, there seem to be too many people. Yes. Luo Ruiying also said with some regret. Such a long line, it will probably be dark by the time you line up. My lady, leave it to your husband. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, walked to the front of the line with a swagger, and came to the side of the next person whose turn it was. Would you mind giving me this seat? Ha! You're not going to line up, huh? The man in the queue looked unhappy and was about to open his mouth to refuse Ning Yechen, when he saw that Ning Yechen had a bag of jewelry and gems in his hand. The sound of gems colliding was clearly audible, echoing in the man's ears. The man couldn't help swallowing and his eyes widened. Just that small bag is probably enough to provide you with food and drink for the rest of your life. What were you going to say? Ning Yechen smiled and swung the bag of gems in his hand. He took one out at random, threw it back into the bag, and held it in front of the man. The man carefully stretched out his hands to catch it, and his face immediately broke into a smile that was brighter than a chrysanthemum. Sir, please. I reserved this position just for you, my lord. Since you are here, I will leave now. The man bowed and slowly gave up his seat, then ran away. The other people queuing behind him all looked at Ning Yechen in surprise. For a position, he spent so much. It's simply inhumane. Ning Yechen smiled, turned around and waved to Luo Ruiying and others. Madam, it's done. Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying glared at Ning Yechen with a hint of blame. Just for a spot, what a waste of money. It's just a little money, it's no big deal. Ning Yechen pushed Luo Ruiying's shoulder and said with a smile. This amount of jewelry and gems was indeed a drop in the bucket for him. As long as he can make his wife and children happy, he doesn't care how much he spends. However, Luo Ruiying's next words made Ning Yechen pause and a drop of cold sweat flow down his forehead. I remember that you gave me all the money before, where did this money come from? Luo Ruiying narrowed her beautiful eyes, stared at Ning Yechen and asked. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt like he had hidden his own money and his wife had discovered it. He felt inexplicably oppressed. Chapter 100 As long as you like it. Luo Ruxin looked at Ning Yechen with a gloating look on her face. Yu Qingyu stood up, bowed slightly and said. Madam, I brought this money from home for the young master. So that's how it is. Luo Ruiying didn't doubt it much. She asked Ning Yechen where the money came from, not to blame him for hiding his private money from her, but was simply wondering how he could have taken out so much money. Rather, she didn't want Ningyechin to give all his money to her for safekeeping while she herself was penniless.
Occasionally you need money when you're out and about.
If Ningyechin asked her for it again at that time, he would inevitably be laughed at by the neighbors.
My dear, do you have any other money? No. Ningyechin had no idea what Luo Ruiying was thinking.
He thought she wanted to check if he had any hidden money, so he answered in a firm tone. Then my husband, please take these spirit stones.
It's also useful when you're out and about.
Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ningyechin, then took out another bag of spirit stones from her arms and handed it to him. In a large city like Nanli City where cultivators and mortals coexist, spiritual stones, gold, silver and jewelry are all universal.
Exchangeable at any time.
On the contrary, Luo Ruiying blamed Ningyechin for spending all his money just to eat barbecue and reserve a seat. How rich must one's family be to be so extravagant and spend money like water? But now the Chi family sends a large amount of spiritual stones every month, which is far from enough to be used up, so there is no need to worry.
My wife. Ningyechin couldn't help but stepped forward and hugged Luo Ruiying.
He didn't expect that Luo Ruiying didn't blame him for hiding his private money, but was worried that he didn't have enough money to spend.
My wife is so gentle and considerate.
In front of so many people on the street, Luo Ruiying's face turned red. Luo Ruixin pouted in dissatisfaction, wishing she could get in between the two of them and separate them. How dare this guy hug her sister openly?
Okay, let's do some shopping and then go somewhere else,
Luo Ruiying said with a red face. Ningyechin reluctantly let go of Luo Ruiying in his arms, took her hand and came to Yi Tianshan's stall.
Welcome. What can I do for you, sir?
Yi Tianshan bowed to Ningyechin and the others in a very elegant and polite manner, and took the initiative to recommend. We have recently launched new products, including baked rice cakes, baked cakes, etc., which are available for free tasting.
You have a new product? Ningyechin asked in surprise.
He was clearly staying in the city just to disguise his identity, but by accident he became the most popular barbecue stall in the city.
That would be fine, but this guy Yi Tianshan is actually running this business seriously.
A new menu item has also been launched.
Ningyechin didn't know where to start complaining for a moment. Then let's have 2 of each. Also, 2 of everything else.
By the way, no spicy food.
Okay, please wait a moment.
After receiving the order, Yi Tianshan immediately started the grilling work. He looked extremely focused and his hands were as fast as an afterimage. This is something that the whole family of Lord Demon must taste.
What an honor it is for him. It is also a difficult test. This time, he will use 1000% of his strength. We must not let Lord Demon, his wife, and the little princess down.
Ningyechin stood in front of the stall and silently watched the busy Yi Tianshan.
In his heart, he really wanted to ask him. I just asked you to have a barbecue, why are you taking it so seriously? Luo Ruixin couldn't help but be attracted by the figure of Yi Tianshan.
The owner of this stall looks so handsome and cool, but he only sells barbecue here.
Moreover, his technique was so fast and his expression was so focused.
Okay, guest. After a while, Yi Tianshan elegantly served all the barbecue. Ningyechin handed a grilled sausage to Luo Hongya, and then handed the other barbecued food to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying mainly wanted Luo Ruixin to have a taste of the earthly world, so he took out the roasted rice cake in his hand and handed it to Luo Ruixin. Luo Ruixin frowned slightly, looking at the baked rice cake in her hand with a look of contempt, not really wanting to eat it. The food in this world always has some impurities in it, so how delicious can it be? However, smelling the aroma of the roasted rice cake in her hand and seeing Luo Ruiying's encouraging eyes, Luo Ruixin decided to take a bite and give it a try.
She only had 1 bite.
Luo Ruixin took a bite of the roasted rice cake, and a long, soft and sticky white thread came out of her mouth.
She put it in her mouth, and her eyes suddenly lit up. So delicious. Luo Ruixin looked at the baked rice cake in her hand in disbelief. She had never eaten anything so delicious before. There is such a delicious food in the world.
Luo Ruixin finished the baked rice cake in her hand in just 2 or 3 bites. His eyes couldn't help but look at Yi Tianshan, who was standing in front of the stall with an elegant posture and a stern face. This mortal is not only good-looking, but also has great craftsmanship. Unfortunately, he is also a mortal.
It tastes really good, doesn't it?
Luo Ruiying asked with a slight smile. She knew very well how greedy her sister was, and seeing her expression, she knew that she must like it very much.
Well, not bad at all.
Luo Ruxin still spoke stubbornly. If she admitted this, wouldn't it be a slap in her own face? In response to Luo Ruxin's stubbornness, Luo Ruiying smiled without saying a word and handed the bunch of roasted leeks in his hand to Ning Yechen.
Husband, you should try it too.
Just as Ning Yechen was about to open his mouth to eat, Luo Ruxin took a step ahead of him and opened his mouth wide to swallow the leeks in Luo Ruiying's hand in one gulp.
Sister, I want to taste this in your hand too.
Luo Ruxin chewed her food while looking at Ning Yechen with a proud and provocative expression. As long as she is around, she will never give her sister any chance to be intimate with this man.
Ning Yechen didn't take it to heart.
After all, there is no need to be difficult with your sister-in-law. However, when they walked on the street together afterwards, Luo Ruxin would always find various reasons to interfere with him and Luo Ruiying.
Once Luo Ruiying wanted to feed him something, Luo Ruxin would quickly want to eat it. Even if he wanted to feed Luo Ruxin would still shout, "Brother-in-law, I want to eat too," and then eat it in one bite. When they were sitting on a bench together to rest, Luo Ruxin inappropriately inserted her butt between him and Luo Ruiying. This made Ning Yechen couldn't help but want to teach this naughty sister-in-law a lesson. Compared to Ning Yechen's patience, Yu Qingyu could no longer bear it.
If Luo Ruxin wasn't the sister-in-law of Lord Demon, she would have 1,000 ways to make her disappear. But even if she couldn't do anything, she would never let Luo Ruxin continue to disturb the Demon Lord and his wife.
Madam, this is the fruit I just bought.
You can try it with the young master.
Yu Qingyu brought over a bowl of cut fruit and said.
Just as Luo Ruiying was about to take it, Luo Ruxin snatched it away first and ate it all in one gulp.
Thank you. How do you know I want to eat fruit now?
Luo Ruxin burped after eating and said with a smile on her face.
Want to create opportunities for my sister and that man? No way.
Yu Qingyu's cold face showed the same smug expression as before, and she smiled faintly.
You're welcome. As long as you like it.